Cultivation is arduous, more challenging than ascending to the heavens. Chen Fei took a deep breath, and a message appeared. Experience gained in Jishan breathing technique. 1. The Jishan breathing technique was perfected. Chen Fei remained silent. Chapter 1. Breathing to gain strength. Pinyin County. External training for muscles and skin, internal training for a breath. At our Jishan martial arts school, we treat everyone equally. Even the precious internal training methods are taught to you. So long as you are diligent, superior skills await. Bai Hong, the senior disciple of Jishan martial arts school, proclaimed loudly, while the attendees listened intently. In a corner stood a slender, dark-skinned individual who, despite holding his head high, exhibited a vacant and dull gaze. With each blink, Chen Fei found himself in this world for over 10 days. Absorbing the memories of his predecessor, he realized this resembled an ancient world akin to Blue Star. Yet here, martial artists soared, effortlessly dispatching ordinary people as if they were mere chicks. Currently, Chen Fei served as a menial worker at a medical clinic, not even qualifying as an apprentice, relegated to mundane tasks. Learning medical skills? That was utterly impossible. No opportunity was afforded. To learn clandestinely? If discovered, one would be crippled on the spot, left to fend for oneself. The predecessor, unwilling to endure a lifetime in such a state, complied obediently at the clinic, hoping to earn favor and learn some skills. Regrettably, all menial workers harbored similar thoughts, leaving the predecessor in despair. In desperation, the predecessor spent his accumulated savings to apprentice at Jishan Martial Arts School, hoping to alter his fate. The school was straightforward upon apprenticeship. One was taught a breathing technique and a corresponding set of martial arts. The predecessor cherished these teachings and studied fervently in his spare time. However, after 3 months of training, he had yet to grasp the basics of the martial arts and breathing technique, ultimately succumbing to excessive practice and fatigue. Yet it became evident that the predecessor's inability to progress stemmed from genuine reasons, a lack of talent. Upon inheriting this body, Chen Fei discovered his own aptitude was equally lacking. With a modern mindset, he aspired to accumulate wealth and live as a prosperous gentleman. Initially, Chen Fei entertained this notion, but as a menial worker bound by a 20-year contract to the clinic, escape was not feasible without paying an exorbitant sum to annul the contract. Moreover, any additional income was claimed by the clinic. Any hidden earnings would lead to severe consequences if discovered. The clinic's practices were notably harsh and brutal. To gain entry, the predecessor had invested all he possessed. At the very least, the clinic permitted a lifetime of servitude, while other places offered no opportunity even for that. It was only moments ago that a spectral panel materialized before Chen Fei. Name: Chen Fei. Occupation: none. Martial arts: Jishan fist, Jishan breathing technique. Realm: none. Would you like to spend 1 tael of silver to simplify Jishan fist? Would you like to spend 1 tael of silver to simplify Jishan breathing technique? The panel displayed some of Chen Fei's information, while 2 reminders flickered incessantly at the bottom. Chen Fei had been distracted, fixated on this sudden apparition. What are you dawdling for? Begin practicing your fists. Bai Hong had appeared before Chen Fei, bellowing, "If you do not master Jishan fist soon, you will have to pay to continue attending the school next month. I am sure you are aware of this." After glancing over Chen Fei, Bai Hong shook his head. He understood Chen Fei's background. He had come to Jishan Martial Arts School seeking a chance. Now, it seemed he was destined to remain an ordinary person. An hour later, Chen Fei exited the school, drenched in sweat, feeling nothing but hunger and no other gains. This was a communal dormitory, typically housing nearly 10 individuals, with a variety of unpleasant odors wafting into Chen Fei's nostrils. Fortunately, he had grown accustomed to it during his initial awakening. He had nearly succumbed to the stench. "I cannot afford 1 tael of silver." The 2 persistent prompts continued to flash, urging Chen Fei to pay. Having expended all his savings to join Jishan Martial Arts School, he had not managed to save even a single tael of silver in such a short span. I must devise a plan to gather this money. Various thoughts flickered through his mind, recalling that the predecessor had hidden a medicinal herb outside. For months prior, when the clinic faced a shortage of herbs, a group of menial workers had accompanied the herbalist to gather herbs on a mountain. The herb in question had been clandestinely concealed by the predecessor, and during that excursion, A strange encounter had led to the deaths of 3 individuals, prompting the predecessor to commit to martial training. The predecessor had heard that attaining a certain level in martial arts could enable one to combat anomalies. Even if one could not confront them directly, if others in the group possessed weaker vitality, the anomalies would target them first. Recently, the area outside the county had been tumultuous. The clinic frequently lacked herbs, making trips to the mountain for gathering likely a regular occurrence. Chen Fei stepped out of the building, contemplating borrowing money from other menial workers, but 1 tael of silver was an insurmountable sum for them, and none would lend it to him. If he were to ask several individuals, it might raise suspicions. After a moment of hesitation, Chen Fei departed the clinic. Half an hour later, he acquired the medicinal herb, and scathed, donning a straw hat to obscure his face as he discreetly sold it at a market for 1 tael of silver and 50 copper coins. Simplify Ji-Shan breathing technique. Chen Fei silently intoned, and in the next instant, the 1 tael of silver vanished from his sleeve, while the panel before him flickered slightly. Initiating simplification of Ji-Shan breathing technique. Success. Ji-Shan breathing technique activated. Breathing. Chen Fei's mind had yet to fully comprehend, when he suddenly noticed a change in the information representing him on the panel. Name: Chen Fei. Occupation: martial artist, martial arts. Ji-Shan fist, Ji-Shan breathing technique. Entry: 1100 realm. None. As Chen Fei engaged in natural breathing, a warmth spread throughout his body, and the number indicating proficiency in the breathing technique steadily increased. In mere moments, it escalated to entry 10100. Insights regarding Ji-Shan breathing technique spontaneously emerged in his mind. Is it truly possible to cultivate just through breathing? At that moment, Chen Fei was utterly astonished. This simplification feature seemed excessively powerful. The Ji-Shan breathing technique employed a unique method of breathing to invigorate the body's organs, fortifying the physical form. Now, having been simplified to mere breathing, it could enhance the proficiency of his martial arts. Such an extraordinary development delighted Chen Fei immensely. Suddenly, the courtyard door was forcefully kicked open, and a group of individuals stormed in with menacing intentions. Cui Guanshi, it is him. Shada Xen pointed at Chen Fei, exclaiming, I just saw him with a medicinal herb, sold it for money, and then rushed here. Chen Fei furrowed his brow. Shada Xen had previously clashed with the predecessor. It was unfortunate that selling the herb had been witnessed. It was possible he had been monitoring Chen Fei, and now had found an opportunity. Search him. Cui San waved his hand, and several menial workers immediately lunged at Chen Fei. He offered no resistance, allowing them to search him. Moments later, the workers had tossed all the silver found on Chen Fei onto the ground, leaving him with merely 50 copper coins. Did you not say he sold for 1 tael of silver? Cui San's brows furrowed as he turned to Shada Xine. He must have hidden it in the courtyard. Sha Daxin exhibited a modicum of disarray, yet swiftly discerned the cause. He strode several paces towards Chen Fei, seized his collar, and bellowed, Chen Fei, your deeds have been revealed. Quickly produce the money, or else the consequences will be far from trivial. I have not sold any herbs. Do not falsely accuse me. Chen Fei retorted, prying Sha Daxin's hand away with an expression of innocence. Cui Guanshi, the money must be within this courtyard. If we search diligently, we are bound to uncover it. Sha Daxin shot a fierce glare at Chen Fei before turning his attention to Cui Sanjie. Cui Sanjie remained silent, casting a glance around the dilapidated courtyard. The ground was thick with dust, and the only footprints present were their own. No anomalies could be detected elsewhere. What brings you here? Cui Sanjie inquired, directing his gaze at Chen Fei. I came here to meditate after failing to master martial arts. Chen Fei replied softly. Cui Sanjie grinned, having heard that this errand boy had sought a master at the Ji-Shan boxing hall. Yet 3 months had elapsed with no progress to show. Sha Daxin, come here, Cui Sanjie commanded. Yes, Cui Guanshi, Sha Daxin responded, not daring to delay as he hurried to Cui Sanjie's side. A resounding smack echoed as Sha Daxin, bewildered, collapsed to the side, instinctively covering his face, which was already swollen and bruised. As he moved his lips, a few teeth fell from his mouth. Remember, do not seek me out for matters lacking evidence in the future, Cui Sanjie said, regarding Sha Daxin with a placid expression. I understand. Sha Daxin stammered, terrified by Chui Sanjia's demeanor, and nodded vigorously. Chui Sanjia shook his head in disinterest before departing the courtyard, with the other errand boys hastily following suit. Sha Daxin rose, casting a malevolent glare at Chen Fei. Though he dared not express his grievances toward Chui Sanjia, he could only unleash his anger upon Chen Fei. Consider yourself fortunate this time. Sha Daxin glared at Chen Fei, who remained unresponsive. The few taels of silver had already vanished, leaving no trace behind. Confronting the merchant was out of the question. The medical hall would never mobilize for a trivial sum. Name: Chen Fei. Occupation: martial artist. Skill: Jishan fist, Jishan breathing technique. Proficient 930-1000. Realm: martial person 1100. The Jishan breathing technique had reached proficiency, and with every breath, the sensations coursing through his body became more pronounced. His realm had also shifted to that of a martial person. Chen Fei recalled the words of the senior disciple at the boxing hall, who stated that a martial person is merely an ordinary individual at the outset of their martial journey. True accomplishments are achieved upon reaching the skin conditioning stage, which would create a definitive distinction between him and ordinary folk. Furthermore, the Jishan boxing hall would fully embrace him as one of its own. While Chen Fei contemplated these thoughts, the panel shifted once more. Skill: Jishan breathing technique. Perfected 110000. Realm: martial person 2100. The warmth within his body became increasingly evident, and his realm ascended by yet another point. Meanwhile, Chen Fei's stomach began to grumble. As his strength grew, so too did his need for energy. The medical hall typically provided 2 meals a day. He could hardly hope for fish or meat, yet being satiated was not an issue, as the hall was not stingy in that regard. Chen Fei made a concerted effort to eat more, but by midnight, hunger roused him from his slumber. Glancing at his panel, he noted that the breathing technique remained in a perfected state, with progress climbing into the thousands. It was likely that he would surpass perfection by the next day. He wondered if any other realms awaited him beyond perfection. Simultaneously, his cultivation had increased several points. Based on his estimations, he might reach the skin conditioning stage within 20 days, thereby becoming a true martial artist. At that juncture, whether he remained at the medical hall or ventured to the Jishan boxing hall, Chen Fei would possess leverage in his choices. With a full stomach during the day, Chen Fei approached his tasks with renewed vigor. His enhanced physique not only bolstered his stamina, but also instilled a sense of hope in his life. Every breath brought forth strength, a marvel indeed. Observing the fluctuating numbers on his panel also imbued him with a profound sense of achievement. Before noon, the Jishan breathing technique reached its zenith. Skill: Jishan breathing technique. Grand perfection. There was no further room for advancement. Within his mind, the myriad insights regarding the Jishan breathing technique swirled continuously. Having reached this level of cultivation, Chen Fei was nearly on par with the individual who originally conceived this technique. In the Jishan boxing hall, it was likely that no one had cultivated this breathing technique to such an extent. After all, it was merely an introductory technique, lacking the necessity for relentless practice. Chen Fei had not strained himself, rather. He had naturally progressed to this pinnacle. The sensations afforded by the grand perfection level of the breathing technique became increasingly pronounced, and the display on the panel corroborated Chen Fei's conjectures. What might have taken 20 days to reach the skin conditioning stage could now be accomplished in 10, effectively having the time required. Chen Fei's appetite began to rise, yet he faced no reprimands. In fact, just days prior, one of the overseers publicly commended him. In contrast to the other despondent errand boys, Chen Fei's attitude had markedly improved. His spirited demeanor was well received by the overseer, inadvertently drawing attention to him. Other errand boys looked on with envy, gravitating closer to Chen Fei. Only Sha Daxin, lurking in the shadows, glared at him with palpable resentment. Chapter 2. Counterattack. As the days passed, Chen Fei's previously frail physique gradually expanded, gaining muscle and no longer appearing so diminutive and vulnerable. Just as Chen Fei eagerly anticipated a breakthrough to the skin conditioning stage, the medical hall unexpectedly announced a foray beyond the city to gather medicinal herbs. At dawn the following day, a group of errand boys from the medical hall set forth, baskets on their backs, making their way to Pinyin Mountain. Recently, the area outside the city had been rife with unrest, but the medical hall's need for herbs necessitated the dispatch of errand boys, leaving them with no option for refusal. Each individual was assigned a quota for herb gathering, and upon completion, they could descend the mountain. The group dispersed into the vast expanse of Pinyin Mountain, swiftly vanishing from sight. After walking for a while, Chen Fei spotted a medicinal herb and, filled with joy, approached to harvest it. With his cultivation steadily advancing, not only had his physical strength improved, but his sensory acuity had also been greatly heightened. Though Chen Fei was focused on gathering herbs, his ears and eyes remained vigilant, ever mindful of his surroundings to avoid any impending danger. While Pinyin Mountain lacked formidable beasts, it was home to numerous venomous insects and snakes, and many errand boys had suffered injuries or even fatalities during herb gathering. As Chen Fei harvested half of the herb, his expression abruptly shifted, and he lunged forward. In the next moment, an arrow struck the ground where Chen Fei had just been standing, quivering with residual force. Had he been a moment slower, the arrow would have pierced his innards. Taking refuge behind a large tree, armed with a crude knife, Chen Fei's heart seethed with rage. Had he acted more slowly, he could have found himself at the mercy of his assailants. Quick reflexes indeed, a voice chuckled. You possess some skill, go to the other side. Today, he shall not escape. Wait, this brat is trying to flee, pursue him. Nyokwame raised an eyebrow. Just as he prepared to draw his bow, he found Chen Fei darting between the trees, making him difficult to target. Although Nyokwame was a hunter with some archery skills, he was ultimately still just an ordinary man. Chen Fei, on the verge of a breakthrough, now possessed heightened physicality and acuity that far surpassed that of an average person. Thus, as he ran, he eluded Nyokwame's grasp effortlessly. Chen Fei, why do you run like a coward? Come over and fight me. Shadashin shouted loudly. At this thought, Chen Fei glanced at his panel. Name, Chen Fei. Occupation, martial artist skill, Jishan fist not yet initiated, Jishan breathing technique grand perfection chapter 1. The realm of warriors. 99100. How quickly I have improved. Chen Fei felt a surge of excitement. His initial estimate was 10 days, yet it seemed he might achieve his goal even sooner. The intense running and breathing earlier appeared to have accelerated his progress. He recalled the imposing figure he had seen earlier, likely a hunter from Pinyin Mountain, and thought that perhaps he could follow the trail to find him. Without hesitation, Chen Fei veered off in a different direction. In the next moment, a resonant sound echoed from within his body, compelling Chen Fei to lift his head instinctively. A sharp pain emanated from within, followed by a tingling sensation coursing through his flesh. Fortunately, this sensation lasted only for a brief moment before it subsided. A powerful force surged within him, and Chen Fei instinctively clenched his fists. Current realm. Skin training 11,000. The panel clearly displayed Chen Fei's current realm. As he surveyed his surroundings, subtle sounds reached his ears, and he could see farther than before. He jumped a few times in place, whether it was due to the panel or the perfected breathing technique. Having just broken through, Chen Fei felt a flawless control over his newfound strength. Every movement flowed seamlessly. He could easily overpower his former self with a single punch. As for the archer's skills of the hunter, merely the might of an ordinary person. Several hundred meters away, this kid can really run. Once we catch him, we must make him suffer. Shadashin gritted his teeth, speaking coldly. Torturing him is simple. We can cut his skin and pour honey into the wound. He'll be quite comfortable. Nyo chuckled loudly. This time, I owe it to Uncle Nyo, Shadashin said with feigned politeness. Having received your payment, it's only right to do my job. Nyo dismissed the notion nonchalantly, gazing ahead. That kid may run, but he must be terrified right now. If we follow slowly, we will eventually exhaust him. I hope he runs downhill. It would make it easier to intercept him. In Nyokwa's eyes, killing a person was far simpler than hunting a beast. Uncle Nyo is truly impressive, Shadashin flattered. Haha, if such a situation arises again, feel free to seek my assistance. Whoosh! Before Nyokwa could finish his sentence, his expression suddenly changed, and he rolled to the side as a stone the size of a bowl flew overhead. As he stood, ready to draw his bow, a figure had already materialized before him, kicking the weapon from his grasp. Niu was sent tumbling backward by a tremendous force. Chen Fei. Before Sha Daxin could comprehend the situation, he witnessed Chen Fei appear and send Niu flying. Instinctively, he swung his machete at Chen Fei. Bang! Chen Fei delivered a kick to Sha Daxin's chest, causing him to emit a guttural sound as blood sprayed from his mouth. He flew backward for several meters, crashing into a large tree and collapsing to the ground. Young hero, this is a misunderstanding. In an instant, the situation had reversed, and Niu shouted loudly. Yet, Chen Fei remained silent, stepping forward to confront Niu, sweeping his machete across. Seeing Chen Fei's resolute demeanor, Niu's eyes flashed with malice as he produced a handful of lime, hurling it at Chen Fei, while his other hand brandished a dagger aimed at him. Swish! Both hands flew through the air, and Niu stared blankly at his severed arms. In the next moment, a sharp pain pierced his neck, and the world turned upside down before fading to black. Chen Fei turned expressionlessly and approached Sha Daxin. Chen Fei, you will not die a good death for killing me. Realizing his fate, Sha Daxin cursed vehemently. Chen Fei sheathed his blade, and Sha Daxin collapsed lifelessly to the side. Chapter 3. The ruined temple. Chen Fei searched the two bodies and found only a few copper coins. As light rain began to fall from the sky, he glanced around and headed southeast. As night descended, the scent of roasted meat wafted through a dilapidated temple, accompanied by intermittent conversations. It was said that a deity once resided on Pinyin Mountain, capable of stirring seas and mountains. Subsequently, a temple was built, yet it proved to be of little divine efficacy. Within a few years, it fell into disrepair, becoming a temporary shelter for those who spent the night on Pinyin Mountain. Chen Fei diligently turned the rabbit meat on the fire, having been fortunate enough to catch one. Meanwhile, several attendants from the medical hall chatted idly, their eyes occasionally darting toward the rabbit meat, filled with longing. The meals at the medical hall lacked fish and meat to eat meat. One had to procure it themselves. However, on the meager wages of an attendant, one could scarcely afford to taste meat even once a month. Knock, knock, knock. Wonderful. Rabbit meat. I was starving. Chi Chun exclaimed joyfully upon seeing the roasted rabbit. Is it just you? I thought the others would be with you, the attendant opening the door remarked, puzzled. I'm not sure. Chi Chun shook his head, sitting down and gazing at the nearly cooked rabbit. Crackle. The firewood emitted a popping sound, releasing a hint of steam. Sensing the silence, Chi Chun spoke up. Guess what I encountered today? Once you hear it, you'll surely be amazed. What happened? Share it with us. The other attendants expressed their curiosity. Not yet. I also have something to share. Chen Fei interjected suddenly. Do you know how I caught this rabbit today? All heads turned toward Chen Fei, the enticing aroma intensifying their anticipation. Rising to his feet, Chen Fei addressed the group. Rabbits are highly sensitive. The slightest rustle sends them fleeing. So when you see a rabbit, do not make a sound. Approach slowly and then like this. Swish! A flash of light streaked through the ruined temple, and Chi Chun stared blankly at Chen Fei. The next moment, Chi Chun's head rolled to the ground. Ah! The other attendants screamed in horror, gazing in disbelief at Chen Fei. He had just killed someone right before their eyes. What terrified them most was that they had no understanding of why Chen Fei had chosen to kill Chi Chun. Chen Fei remained silent, looking at the severed neck where flesh and blood should have been. Everyone run. A sinister laugh echoed within the temple, and the other attendants, snapping back to reality, saw the headless corpse standing upright. Understanding dawned upon them, and they fled in terror from the temple. Chen Fei's expression darkened. He had not anticipated encountering something so eerie on Pinyin Mountain. Fortunately, having broken through to the realm of skin training during the day, he had developed some sensitivity to such uncanny presences. Otherwise, remaining in the temple, he would have been oblivious to the dangers that lay ahead. Chen Fei, my neck hurts terribly. Your strike was excruciating. A ghostly voice drifted from behind, causing Chen Fei's countenance to shift. It was said that after cultivating martial arts, one's vitality became robust, making it difficult for the supernatural to pursue those with weaker life forces. How could it have come so quickly? Unless the other attendants had perished? Chen Fei ran with all his might after reaching the realm of skin training. His stamina and speed had significantly increased. If pursued by an ordinary person, he would have already distanced himself. Yet, no matter how fast he ran, the chilling presence from behind clung to him. The Jishan Boxing Academy stated that a warrior's vitality can counteract the supernatural. I now possess the realm, but know little of how to harness my vitality. Chen Fei glanced at the panel displaying the unlearned Jishan Boxing, while simultaneously rummaging through Qi Chun's money pouch, discovering over 2 taels of silver, which truly surprised him. Panel: Simplify Jishan Boxing. Simplifying Jishan Boxing. Simplification successful. Jishan Boxing. Gesture. Chen Fei had yet to comprehend the meaning of waving his hand when suddenly the insights of Jishan Quan surged into his mind with remarkable speed. Instinctively, Chen Fei glanced at the panel. Martial Art. Jishan Quan Entry Level 23100 in the blink of an eye. The number 23 transformed into 24 and continued to ascend. Chen Fei observed his arms, which were vigorously in motion, clearly swinging as he ran. Exclaiming in astonishment, he mused that this simplification rivaled the breathing technique. Chen Fei, do you know where my head has gone? Qi Chun's voice resonated directly behind Chen Fei, as if whispering against his back, the air from his words palpable. Chen Fei's expression shifted, and he instinctively retaliated with a punch. The intricacies of Jishan Quan flowed through his mind, causing the temperature of his fist to rise rapidly. Bang! A dull thud echoed as Qi Chun screamed. The area struck on his chest, now charred and blackened. There's potential here. Chen Fei's eyes glimmered with determination. He did not flee, but instead charged at Qi Chun, wielding a machete. Having grasped the basic utilization of qi and blood following his initiation into Jishan Quan, Chen Fei infused his machete with this energy. With several swift strikes, Qi Chun's limbs were severed. How can you be so strong? Qi Chun shrieked in desperation, yet Chen Fei remained unfazed, continuing to wield his blade. Do not kill me if you do. You shall not survive either. Chen Fei hesitated momentarily, recognizing that Qi Chun was likely a mere pawn, perhaps linked to a greater enigma. However, if he spared Qi Chun, would the latter truly allow him to live? Stop, and I will tell you how to survive. Qi Chun bellowed, but was met only with the edge of Chen Fei's blade. Initially, Qi Chun could still scream, but as his flesh disintegrated, his voice faded into silence. At a certain moment, Chen Fei, mechanically wielding his knife, realized that Qi Chun had become nothing more than a cloud of ash. So this is how the enigma kills. Chen Fei murmured to himself. Just as he prepared to turn away, a sudden sharp pain shot through his wrist. Lifting his hand, he noticed a thin black line had appeared there. Without the luxury of contemplating the sudden emergence of this line, Chen Fei sprinted towards the direction of Pinyin County. Half an hour later, he finally beheld the towering walls of Pinyin County. Chapter 4. The challenge. The city gates of Pinyin County had already been shut, making entry impossible at this hour. Fortunately, some merchants from distant lands were encamped outside the city, unable to enter. Chen Fei nestled by a campfire, his tense heart gradually easing as he listened to the subdued conversations around him. The events of the day had been quite overwhelming. Had it not been for his breakthrough in strength, he might have been lying lifeless on Pinyin Mountain by now. With this thought, Chen Fei glanced at his status panel. Name: Chen Fei. Occupation: martial artist. Martial arts: Extreme Mountain Fist, Expert 307-1000. Extreme Mountain Breathing Technique, Perfection. Realm: Skin Training, 21,000. To his dismay, the progress of his skin training realm showed no change. Chen Fei furrowed his brow upon seeing his cultivation level. Before his breakthrough, the perfected extreme mountain breathing technique could yield an increase of around 10 points in cultivation. Yet, half a day had passed since his breakthrough, and he had gained merely 1 point. Was the extreme mountain breathing technique lagging behind as his cultivation level rose? This thought crossed Chen Fei's mind, and he pondered its validity. After all, this breathing technique was fundamentally basic, so much so that the Extreme Mountain Fist Academy taught it openly to its disciples. If it were truly a sophisticated breathing technique, it could not simply be acquired for a meager tuition fee. Observing for a few days would reveal how much the Extreme Mountain Breathing technique could enhance one's cultivation. Chen Fei shifted his gaze, refusing to sleep. Even though he had reached the foot of Pinyin County, he dared not rest. Instead, he sat beside the bonfire, gently waving his hands. The onlookers regarded him with puzzled expressions, unable to comprehend the actions of this young man. Was he unwell? Some distanced themselves slightly from him. When one becomes engrossed in a task, time seems to fly by. In the blink of an eye, dawn broke and the gates of Pinyin County opened. Chen斐joined the crowd entering the city and hurried to Qingjing Medical Hall. So, you were the only one who survived last night? Everyone else perished? Cui Sanjie scrutinized Chen斐, his expression grim. Though the miscellaneous workers were not particularly valuable, they were still assets of the medical hall. With over 10 dead and vital herbs yet to be gathered, this posed a considerable inconvenience for the establishment. Should the master inquire, Cui Sanjie would bear some responsibility. I don't know about the others' fates, but I definitely did not see anyone else at the city gate last night. Chen斐replied softly. Why did you survive when everyone else died? A hoarse voice interjected, laced with accusation. Chen斐looked up to see Pu Liao, a guard at the medical hall. Bowing slightly, Chen斐explained, I broke through to the skin training realm, which allowed me to evade disaster. As he spoke, he threw a punch, producing a dull sound in the air. The surrounding individuals shifted slightly, recognizing that such power was beyond that of an ordinary person. They were somewhat surprised to find that among the miscellaneous workers, one had achieved the skin training realm. While the skin training realm was not particularly remarkable, it did surpass the capabilities of an average individual. Attaining it required a certain martial talent. With the skin training realm, one could indeed avoid some peculiar dangers. Very well, Cui Sanjie nodded, his demeanor softening. The emergence of a skin training martial artist among the miscellaneous workers somewhat mitigated the losses. After all, while miscellaneous workers could be replaced, recruiting a martial artist of the skin training realm posed a greater challenge. Their values were not equivalent. I will report this matter to the master. As for you, you shall serve as a guard at the medical hall from now on, Cui Sanjie stated, turning to Pu Liao. Having shed your status as a miscellaneous worker, you now qualify to access some of the legacies of Qingjing Medical Hall. Pu Liao, please impart some of our breathing techniques and moves to him. Understood, Pu Liao nodded, casting a glance at Chen斐before remaining silent. Having reached the skin training realm, Chen斐now possessed the liberty to make choices. The only considerations were the advantages and disadvantages of each option. Remaining at Qingjing Medical Hall meant he could access some of its teachings, which, while certainly not profound, surpassed the extreme mountain breathing technique. However, staying at the medical hall would still confine him to a subordinate status, limiting his freedom. Conversely, joining the Extreme Mountain Fist Academy would afford him greater liberty, akin to a semi-sect relationship, and their teachings would likely be comparable. Yet, leaving the medical hall would entail a hefty cancellation fee. It had taken Chen斐nearly 4 months to reach the skin training realm, a talent considered mediocre at the Extreme Mountain Fist Academy. They would not cover his cancellation fee, and he had no means to pay it himself. What ultimately swayed Chen斐to remain at the medical hall was the opportunity to learn some medical skills and alchemy, aspects he valued greatly. After asking Chen斐a few more questions, Cui Sanjie and the others departed. I am rather busy at the moment. Come back in a few days, and I will teach you the techniques, Pu Liao said as he approached Chen斐, then turned to leave. Once everyone had left, Chen斐let out a sigh of relief. He had passed this hurdle. Without the cultivation of the skin training realm, he would have faced inevitable reprimands and insults. With newfound value, he had escaped such fates. The medical hall provided him with a private room, small though it was, a stark contrast to his previous treatment. Chen斐was quite satisfied, as he could now cultivate without fear of exposure. 3 days passed swiftly. Aside from standing guard in the hall to prevent disturbances, most of Chen Fei's time was spent secluded in his room, cultivating. Though 3 days was not a long duration, it was sufficient for Chen Fei to refine the extreme mountain fist to perfection. With his skin training realm combined with the perfected extreme mountain fist, Chen Fei's combat prowess had increased by more than 50% compared to before. Even among those in the skin training realm, his strength was not insignificant, for not all could elevate basic fist techniques to perfection. What troubled Chen Fei was the slow growth of his cultivation. In 3 days, his experience in the skin training realm had only risen by 3 points, at a rate of 1 point per day, with 1,000 points required for the next level. Relying solely on the extreme mountain breathing technique, it would take him 3 years to advance. Chapter 5. The bone-embedded pestilence. This pace was far too slow, especially considering Chen Fei's age. As one grows older, increasing one's cultivation becomes increasingly challenging. More critically, after killing Chen, the dark line on his wrist had begun to grow more pronounced. Status: Bone-embedded pestilence. A day prior, this new development appeared on his panel, bringing with it the stark realization that Chen Fei's stamina was depleting at an accelerated rate. After breaking through to the skin training realm, both his physical strength and sensory perception had improved significantly. However, with the emergence of this bone-embedded pestilence, he found his stamina painfully reminiscent of an ordinary person's state. Or perhaps even worse. Faced with this predicament, Chen Fei dared not be complacent and promptly inquired discreetly with several physicians at the medical hall. The conclusion he reached was that this was an imprint of a peculiar nature. He could either eliminate the entity responsible or cultivate sufficiently to eradicate the imprint directly. Alternatively, he could consume potent tonics to resist this malevolent force. Naturally, Chen Fei was unwilling to confront the entity now, and he could not afford the tonics, leaving him with only the path of cultivation for resolution. Furthermore, he dared not inform the medical hall of his affliction, who knew how they might react, potentially abandoning him as a troublesome burden. It was time to seek out Pu Liao. That evening, Chen Fei approached Pu Liao's door and gently knocked. "Who is it?" Pu Liao's hoarse voice responded. "Who to?" "It is I," Chen Fei replied softly. What transpired was that when the door swung open, Pu Liao looked down upon Chen Fei from his elevated position, making it abundantly clear that he had no intention of allowing Chen Fei to enter. "Putiu, does the Qingzheng Iguan still have the leisure to impart its techniques?" "Ah, so you are here for that matter." Pu Liao observed Chen Fei's empty hands and felt a flicker of displeasure in his eyes, his voice rising in volume. "Did I not inform you a few days ago that I have been preoccupied lately? I will teach you when I find the time. Why can't you comprehend that? Might I inquire when Pu Ti you will have some free time?" Chen Fei pressed, to which Pu Liao retorted, "With so many matters at hand, how can I possibly know? When I am free, I will naturally summon you." With that, Pu Liao turned on his heel and retreated into the room, shutting the door behind him. However, before the door could close completely, a hand halted its progress. "Are you seeking death?" Pu Liao's eyes widened in fury as he glared at Chen Fei. "Pu Ti, I have given some thought. Given your recent busyness, I shall refrain from disturbing you. If there are any martial arts manuals available, I can practice them on my own." Chen Fei, seemingly oblivious to Pu Liao's demeanor, spoke calmly. It dawned upon Chen Fei that Pu Liao was merely after money. Yet, having been in the position of a guard for only 3 days, he had no funds to offer. Even the guard's monthly wage amounted to a mere 5 taels of silver, which Pu Liao would hardly find enticing. Thus, it was prudent to be forthright. "You wish to practice on your own?" "Ha ha ha." Pu Liao erupted into laughter, his eyes brimming with scorn. To break through to the skin level within 4 months was a testament to a lackluster talent, one that was nearly at the bottom of the martial arts hierarchy. The notion of relying on such meager talent to master more advanced martial techniques was preposterous, a fool's errand that betrayed a profound ignorance. "Fine, I have a technique for you. Return it to me by noon tomorrow. If you cannot master it, do not say that I, Pu Liao, bully others." Onlookers in the distance shook their heads at Chen Fei's audacity, daring to confront an experienced guard like Pu Liao. To think he would attempt to cultivate martial arts on his own. If martial techniques were so easily mastered, what need would there be for a mentor? Without guidance, the intricacies of a technique could easily lead one astray, resulting in a waste of time and effort, leaving one with nothing to show for it. The more daunting concern was the risk of developing hidden injuries from improper practice. To them, Chen Fei appeared to be a fool, utterly oblivious to the realities of the situation. An hour later, Chen Fei set aside the manual in his hands and began to practice 2 techniques. Half an hour later, he glanced at the interface. Technique: Qing Feng Sword, Beginner 1100. Fengxian Strength, Beginner 1100. Jishan Fist, Great Perfection. Jishan Breathing Technique, Great Perfection. With the foundation of the Great Perfection, level Jishan Fist and Breathing Technique. Chen Fei found it relatively easy to advance the 2 techniques to the beginner stage. The Qing Feng Sword served as a combat technique, while Fengxian Strength was intended to enhance cultivation. The interface still allowed for simplification, yet the cost was rather steep, requiring 10 taels of silver. Lacking even 10 taels and possessing only a little over 2 taels, Chen Fei found himself far from sufficient for simplification. He observed the Great Perfection level breathing technique and then glanced at Fengshen strength, blinking as he instinctively sought to merge the breathing technique into Fengshen strength. In the next moment, both techniques vanished, replaced by a new one. Fengshen breathing technique, proficient 107-1000. It truly worked. A glimmer of delight sparked in Chen Fei's eyes. He had followed an instinctual feeling and was astonished to discover that techniques at the Great Perfection level could indeed be fused with others. It made sense, as achieving Great Perfection indicated a comprehensive understanding of the technique, naturally allowing for integration with others. This way, even as Chen Fei's cultivation advanced, techniques that he struggled to grasp would not go to waste. They could be harmonized with new forms, creating more formidable martial arts. The Jishan fist also merged with the Qingfeng sword, and this time, Chen Fei deliberately preserved the essence of the Qingfeng sword while incorporating some aspects of the Jishan fist application. Qingshan sword, proficient 131-000. What was once the ethereal Qingfeng sword transformed into a grand and sweeping swordplay, its potency remained undiminished, even enhanced. After half an hour of experimenting with the two new techniques, Chen Fei's face bore a mix of joy and dissatisfaction. The joy stemmed from the fact that both new techniques were indeed more powerful than their predecessors, and if cultivated to the Great Perfection level, they would undoubtedly far surpass the originals, considering he had only just mastered them. The dissatisfaction arose from the realization that despite his trials, the proficiency levels of both techniques showed no signs of improvement. If left to cultivate without simplification, he would likely see only a minimal increase of 1 or 2 points a day, a feat primarily aided by the fusion with the previous techniques. This seemed to be the limit of his current body's innate talent, and breaking through this barrier through conventional means posed a formidable challenge for Chen Fei. The thought of money plagued him, as various schemes for earning it flickered through his mind, each more difficult to decide upon than the last. Chapter 6. Mudlegs. The following day, after fulfilling his duty as a sentry, Chen Fei sought out the alchemist at the medical hall. "You seek the recipe for the qi blood pill?" Zhang Defang regarded Chen Fei with some surprise. "Is that permissible?" Chen Fei inquired respectfully. After contemplating for a day, Chen Fei had ultimately decided to experiment with alchemy, as it was one of the original intentions for his stay at the medical hall. As for medical techniques, they formed a complete system, and Chen Fei was uncertain whether the interface could simplify them. Even if it could, the cost would likely be exorbitant, and Chen Fei was still in need of funds. Thus, alchemy seemed the most fitting choice. Once he mastered the creation of a single pill, he would secure a stable income, later pursuing higher-tier pills to establish a virtuous cycle. As a guard of the medical hall, providing you with a recipe for the qi blood pill is not an issue, Zhang Defang nodded. However, it is merely the most common recipe, devoid of the hall's unique techniques. Moreover, should you wish to commence refining, you must purchase the medicinal materials yourself. The hall will not supply them for free. I understand. Chen Fei nodded, recognizing that the hall would not provide materials without proof of his alchemical ability. Even after proving his capacity to create pills, the quality of the end product would dictate whether the hall would accept them. Subpar results would not be tolerated. "Here, take it. Return it to me in 3 days." Zhang Defang rose and rummaged through a cabinet behind him, retrieving a small booklet and handing it to Chen Fei. "Thank you, old Zhang." Chen Fei expressed his gratitude with a respectful gesture. "No problem." Zhang Defang waved his hand dismissively, no longer engaging with Chen Fei. Chen Fei, understanding the hint, quietly exited the pharmacy. Zhang Defang shook his head slightly as he watched Chen Fei's retreating figure. He had seen many like Chen Fei, eager to learn alchemy and acquire a skill, yet few ever succeeded in mastering it to the point of producing satisfactory pills. In Zhang Defang's view, Chen Fei would likely join the ranks of those who remained mediocre. The recipe contained uncomplicated information, detailing the required medicinal materials, their properties, and the precautions to take during the refining process. With only a few thin pages, many aspects were summarized rather briefly. Relying on such a recipe to successfully produce a qi blood pill would likely demand dozens, if not hundreds, of failures before any success could be achieved. And that was assuming one possessed considerable talent. For those unsuited for this path, even hundreds of failures might not lead to a breakthrough, as alchemy, much like martial arts, was heavily reliant on innate ability. Sometimes you either had it or you did not. Alchemy, qi blood pill, not yet beginner. A new entry appeared on the interface. And simultaneously, new simplification information flickered, eliciting a smile from Chen Fei, as the simplification of the Qi blood pill required only one tael of silver. Chen Fei chose the Qi blood pill as his first alchemical endeavor, attracted by its foundational nature. The more fundamental the practice, the lesser the amount of silver required for simplification. This is an insight that Chen Fei has recently gleaned. Although the Qi blood pill is basic, its audience is undeniably substantial. Whether it be those who have just begun their journey into martial arts or practitioners like Chen Fei, who are at the skin refinement stage. The Qi blood pill demonstrates remarkable efficacy, invigorating one's vitality and facilitating swifter mastery of martial techniques. Even those at a higher tier, like the flesh refinement stage, will occasionally purchase Qi blood pills during times of scarcity, finding them beneficial albeit to a lesser extent. Therefore, should Chen Fei be able to concoct the Qi blood pill, he has no cause for concern regarding sales, as there are always more individuals at the lower echelons of the martial community. Panel: Simplify the Qi blood pill. As the simplification process commenced, Chen Fei blinked, almost thinking he had misread. Surprisingly, the Qi blood pill had transformed into stir-fried pig liver after simplification. Was there an inherent connection between the two? Both replenish blood, and both require fire in their preparation. Chen Fei was somewhat perplexed by the implications of the panel's simplification. Yet he felt a surge of confidence as the transition from pill concoction to cooking became apparent. Cooking is a skill possessed by most, differing only in taste. Chen Fei was already planning his visit to the market the following day to procure some pig liver, while rumors began to circulate within the medical hall. It was nothing particularly scandalous. Merely the fact that Chen Fei had obtained a recipe for the Qi blood pill from Zheng Defeng had become a topic of casual conversation among many. Just days prior, he had clashed with Pu Liao, who had dismissed him as a Na-VE rookie. Now, he sought out a recipe, foolishly aspiring to become an alchemist, which amused many. Not only were his fellow guards mocking him, but even the menial workers found joy in deriding someone who once shared their lowly status, but now aspired to greater things. They were envious of Chen Fei's rise to guard, and this new endeavor only fueled their ridicule. At the drinking table, Pu Liao tossed a few peanuts into his mouth. Expressing disdain towards Chen Fei, he remarked that just because one had once been lowly, seizing an opportunity to rise was hardly commendable. Alas, he did not understand that some individuals may remain in their humble state for a lifetime. A companion chuckled, asserting that they had initially thought Chen Fei might show some promise, but his direct request for a manual was laughable. Had it not been in the medical hall, Pu Liao would have been tempted to slap him. Pu brother, your composure is commendable. Had it been us, we would have lost our patience long ago. Enough of him. He is but a laughingstock. Pu Liao waved dismissively. There will be ample opportunity to deal with him later. Does he truly believe that the manuals I provide are so easily obtained? Meanwhile, the gossip within the medical hall had yet to reach Chen Fei's ears. At that moment, he was in an abandoned courtyard, igniting a fire to stir-fry the fresh pig liver he had just purchased from a market. Once cooked, he intended to savor it himself, as it was indeed a rare meat treat. Since becoming a guard at the medical hall, his meals had improved significantly, with meat scraps appearing regularly, and occasionally even larger cuts. Yet for a martial artist, especially one as financially constrained as Chen Fei, every morsel of meat was precious. Before long, a tantalizing aroma wafted from the pot. In his previous life, Chen Fei had acquired some culinary skills, able to whip up simple home dishes, and thus, preparing stir-fried pig liver was no challenge. He sought Ed, plated, and the steaming dish of stir-fried pig liver was completed with simplicity. His gaze fell upon the panel. Alchemy, Qi blood pill, beginner 1100, chapter 7. Talent indeed, the experience points for the Qi blood pill had increased by 1. And Chen Fei felt a slight sense of relief. His understanding of concocting the Qi blood pill had certainly expanded. He quickly devoured the dish, having not placed too much liver in the pan. After all, there was no specified quantity for stir-frying pig liver, so he naturally opted for less. Given his previous purchases, he could still prepare the dish several dozen times. However, even dozens of attempts would not suffice to master the Qi blood pill. Chen Fei cautiously cut a small piece of liver and tossed it into the pan, eager to ascertain how much stir-fried liver would be acknowledged by the panel. Moments later, a piece no larger than a fingernail emerged from the pan, eliciting a smile from Chen Fei as his understanding of the Qi blood pill grew once more. He glanced at the remaining liver, he had enough for countless practices. With renewed vigor, Chen Fei immersed himself in the process of stir-frying, losing himself in the task. An hour later, all the pig liver had been cooked, and Chen Fei found himself somewhat satiated, having consumed quite a bit of it. After all, it was merely stir-fried pig liver, and his culinary skills were rather ordinary. Yet these were trivial matters. What truly mattered was that the panel indicated his proficiency in producing the qi blood pill had reached the mastery level. At the mastery level, he could ensure that every batch of qi blood pill concocted would succeed without the risk of catastrophic failures. While he could not guarantee the perfect quality of each pill, he was confident that selling them would pose little issue. The dilemma lay in whether to sell to the medical hall or to other shops in the market. Chen Fei pondered, noting that the demands placed on guards were significantly less stringent than on menial workers. They would not require all additional earnings to benefit the medical hall. If such a rule existed, the guards would surely abandon their posts. However, if a guard possessed something of considerable value, selling to the medical hall would be prudent, as it would not be shortchanged. Yet Chen Fei hesitated, contemplating whether revealing his alchemical skills might draw too much attention. Ultimately, he resolved to sell to the medical hall. It was merely the qi blood pill, after all, and displaying a modicum of value might prompt the medical hall to acknowledge him. In his current position at the medical hall, Chen Fei was nothing more than a marginal figure. This world was fraught with peril, a truth he had already encountered on Pingyi Mountain. Should dangerous tasks arise, it was likely that the expendable would be sent first. Marginal figures easily become expendable. He placed the recipe on the table. Zheng Laoren, I have attempted to concoct the qi blood pill over the past few days and have succeeded, Chen Fei announced with a smile. Zheng Defong frowned slightly, regarding Chen Fei with a hint of displeasure. I believe I mentioned to you a few days ago that the medical hall does not provide medicinal materials free of charge. Yes, I will purchase the materials needed for the qi blood pill and hope that Zheng Laoren can offer guidance during the process. Chen Fei replied respectfully. I have no time for that. Seek assistance from someone else, Zheng Defong scoffed. This young man was utterly baffling. After merely studying the recipe for a couple of days, he claimed he could concoct the qi blood pill. Who did he think he was? Did he expect the old man to watch him concoct it, as if he had nothing better to do? Such tactics had been employed years ago to curry favor, only for the results to be disastrous. Thus, Zheng Defong had no intention of entertaining Chen Fei. Initially, he had felt a twinge of sympathy for Chen Fei's rise from menial worker to guard, but that sentiment had vanished completely. Zheng Laoren, I have no intention of jesting about this matter, nor do I wish to mock you, Chen Fei noted, recognizing the change in Zheng Defong's demeanor. He spoke earnestly. During the concoction, if you observe any errors in my technique, please feel free to stop me at any moment. Would that be acceptable? Zheng Defong was a respected elder of the Qingjing Medical Hall. His endorsement would quell any doubts from others. If Chen Fei wished to solidify his standing within the medical hall and gain access to more resources, befriending Zheng Defong would be a wise course of action. Moreover, Zheng Defong was known for his cold exterior but warm heart, often willing to mentor promising juniors, which was precisely why Chen Fei was so determined. Zheng Defong gazed at Chen Fei, noticing the latter's earnest expression, which softened his heart somewhat. Very well, you shall attempt the refinement once. I am curious to see the level of your skill. Thank you, Elder Zheng. A smile broke out on Chen Fei's face as he retrieved a selection of medicinal materials for the qi blood pill from his satchel and seated himself before a Dan furnace. Chen Fei clumsily tended to the furnace, igniting the fire and placing the materials within. Zheng Defong furrowed his brow. Chen Fei's technique appeared too unrefined, hardly resembling that of someone adept at alchemy. However, considering that Chen Fei had only acquired the formula 2 days prior, it was somewhat understandable. At least the fundamental steps were executed correctly. Although the initial stages were awkward, Chen Fei remained composed. Every change within the furnace was anticipated and accounted for by him. The materials for the qi blood pill were few, hence the variations in medicinal properties were limited. Mastering these variations ensured a successful outcome for each batch. Nevertheless, Chen Fei could not display an advanced level of proficiency, as that would be excessive. Thus, when certain changes arose in the furnace, he deliberately refrained from making timely adjustments. Such lapses would affect the quality of the pill, but were minor errors that would not lead to an explosion. Zheng Defong observed Chen Fei, shifting from initial skepticism to subtle astonishment, and now he appeared somewhat dazed. Chen Fei's refining process certainly exhibited numerous flaws. If these had been evident in a seasoned alchemist, they would warrant criticism. Yet for a novice like Chen Fei, who had only recently begun to explore the formulas, such imperfections were entirely normal. At this moment, Chen Fei's performance was astonishing in Zheng Defang's eyes. After a quarter of an hour, with the lid of the furnace lifted, a waft of medicinal fragrance filled the alchemy chamber. Zheng Defang instinctively stepped forward, observing as Chen Fei presented the qi blood pill. The pill was not perfectly round, and hints of unblended materials lingered within the aroma. But these imperfections did not detract from the fact that it was indeed a qi blood pill. Zheng Defang raised his gaze to scrutinize Chen Fei, his first thought being that Chen Fei must have previously refined qi blood pills. However, this notion was swiftly dismissed. How could a mere attendant have such experience? Could it be that Chen Fei possessed an extraordinary talent for alchemy? In Chapter 8, A Child Worth Teaching, Zheng Defang instructed the attendant to procure another set of materials for the qi blood pill and handed them to Chen Fei. Chen Fei did not refuse. He cleaned the furnace, processed the materials simply, and then cast them into the furnace. Compared to his earlier awkwardness, his movements appeared somewhat more adept now. Simultaneously, Chen Fei corrected one or two of the alchemical errors he had previously exhibited. These minor corrections sparked a glimmer of recognition in Zheng Defang's eyes. As time passed, a faint medicinal fragrance wafted from the furnace. A quarter of an hour quickly elapsed, and Chen Fei opened the lid, extracting the qi blood pill within. Compared to the first attempt, this pill appeared more rounded, with fewer traces of unblended materials. To an untrained observer, the difference between the two pills might seem negligible. However, to Zheng Defang, the distinction was significant. Looking at the qi blood pill in his hand, and then back at Chen Fei, admiration was evident in his gaze. Humans are inclined to believe in what they see, and before Zheng Defang, Chen Fei had successfully refined 2 batches of qi blood pills, showing marked improvement. This undeniably demonstrated Chen Fei's rare talent for alchemy, one that had been seldom encountered during Zheng Defang's years at the Qinzheng Medical Hall. Of course, it was premature to declare Chen Fei a prodigy in alchemy, as he had only managed a basic qi blood pill. Nonetheless, he was certainly worthy of cultivation and experimentation by the Qinzheng Medical Hall. If Chen Fei could continue to replicate this success with other pills, the hall would indeed have struck gold. You have done remarkably well. I did not expect you to successfully refine the qi blood pill merely 2 days after observing the formula, Zheng Defang said, his face adorned with a warm smile. However, do not let pride overtake you. These 2 qi blood pills still harbor numerous flaws. You must practice diligently to enhance your refining skills. Thank you for your affirmation. Elder Zheng. Chen Fei rose and clasped his hands in gratitude. Continuing as a mere attendant may stifle your talents. I will speak with Manager Cui, and from now on, you shall refine pills under my guidance. Focus on mastering the qi blood pill before advancing to others. Thank you for your promotion, Elder Zheng. A smile blossomed on Chen Fei's face. His objective had finally been achieved, and financial stability was now within reach. An hour later, in the presence of Cui Sanjia, Chen Fei refined another batch of qi blood pills, eliciting joy from Cui Sanjia. Although it was Zheng Defang's suggestion, the fact that an attendant, previously a mere laborer, could refine medicinal pills was astonishing and hard for Cui Sanjia to believe. Yet, witnessing the results firsthand left no room for doubt. Chen Fei possessed a remarkable talent for alchemy. Given this, Cui Sanjia had no reason to reject Zheng Defang's initial proposal. The news of Chen Fei's new status as an alchemist spread throughout the medical hall within half a day, leaving everyone astounded. An alchemist, after all, is a profession that demands exceptional talent. While one might find a successful martial artist among 10 individuals, it is unlikely that even 1 in 100 could emerge as a proficient alchemist. Thus, within the Qingjing Medical Hall, the status of an alchemist far surpassed that of an attendant. Consequently, Chen Fei's standing within the hall rose dramatically, from a laborer to an alchemist. He had achieved a remarkable leap within days, inciting envy among many. Furthermore, it was rumored that Chen Fei's talent in alchemy had impressed both Zheng Defang and Cui Sanjia. To think that within just 2 days, he could study a formula and successfully refine a pill through self-exploration. If such talent is not exceptional, what could be considered exceptional? Previously, Many had anticipated Chen Fei's downfall and had relished discussing his misfortunes during casual conversations. Now, however, they dared not speak of him in such a manner, fearing he might overhear. At present, Chen Fei held little authority, but who could predict how far he might rise in the future? To offend such a person for the sake of momentary amusement would be exceedingly foolish. Moreover, it was now imperative to consider how to curry favor with him, just in case Chen Fei were to soar to great heights in the future. Damn it, this country bumpkin has such good fortune. At the banquet, Pu Liao slammed his cup onto the table, producing a dull thud. I hear that Elder Zeng holds him in high regard, one attendant murmured, no longer daring to casually discuss Chen Fei as they had before. Pu Liao scoffed, glancing around at the others. When he saw their lack of agreement, he rose and departed. Better not to drink. It only amplifies my frustration. The other attendants exchanged glances, unsure of what to say. Indeed, the status of an alchemist within the medical hall was a tier above that of their attendants. Puyo, relying on his seniority and his cultivation in the body refinement stage, could afford to disregard Chen Fei to some extent, but the others could not afford such liberties. The following day, Chen Fei no longer stood guard in the front hall, but diligently refined pills within the alchemy chamber, while Zeng Defong stood beside him, personally correcting the mistakes Chen Fei made during the refining process. Chen Fei was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated Zeng Defong to value him so highly, likely due to the talent he had demonstrated, which had indeed astonished Zeng Defong. Although perhaps a bit overly zealous, the results were satisfactory. Chen Fei did not wish to dismiss Zeng Defong's goodwill. He attentively listened to the elder's instruction, making an effort to rectify one or two of his previous errors in the next round of refining. Zeng Defong, witnessing the effectiveness of his teaching, grew increasingly enthusiastic, his face aglow with excitement. To embody the role of a teacher is truly remarkable, encountering a prodigious disciple who grasps concepts effortlessly, requiring nary a second explanation, instills an unparalleled sense of achievement. It had been many years since Zeng Defong had experienced such a sensation. In this moment, observing Chen Fei as he repeatedly perfected his alchemical concoctions brought him greater joy and pride than crafting even the most intricate elixirs himself. The Qi Shui Dan he held had successfully amalgamated all the necessary ingredients. Although the fusion was not yet flawless, it represented significant progress compared to before. Zeng Defong gazed at the elixir in his hand, a smile illuminating his face, and his eyes reflected increasing satisfaction as he looked at Chen Fei. In his heart, Zeng Defong had already begun to regard Chen Fei as a half-disciple. It is indeed a testament to your excellent teaching, Chen Fei remarked, playfully flattering him, which only served to brighten Zeng Defong's smile further. This child is truly teachable. Chen Fei, grinning, understood that while his comment was a compliment, Zeng Defong's expertise was undeniably profound. The panel indicated a notable increase of over 10 points in the progress of the Qi Shui Dan, a clear testament to their advancement. In the days that followed, Zeng Defong continued to guide Chen Fei in the art of alchemy. After a few days of modesty, Chen Fei revealed his mastery of the Qi Shui Dan technique. Zeng Defong's laughter echoed, his heart filled with comfort as he playfully patted Chen Fei's shoulder. At this stage, I have little left to teach you regarding the Qi Shui Dan. It is now up to you to grasp the nuances in your regular practice. Zeng Defong's skills in crafting the Qi Shui Dan extended well beyond mere mastery. Yet at this level, Chen Fei had overcome most technical hurdles, needing only to fine-tune certain delicate aspects of the process. Such adjustments were too subtle for verbal expression and required the alchemist's own insight and practice. Moreover, the mastery of Qi Shui Dan was sufficient for commercial sale, allowing Chen Fei to begin earning. According to the agreement with Qingzheng Yiyuan, after deducting the costs of materials, Chen Fei would receive 30% of the profits from the Qi Shui Dan he produced each month. Was this a small amount? Certainly not. And Chen Fei was thoroughly pleased with this outcome. After all, he was only required to focus on the alchemical process. The materials shop, furnace, and sales were all managed by others. Supported by Qingzheng Yiyuan, Chen Fei's sole responsibility was earnest dedication to his craft. It was evident that Zeng Defong had exerted influence to secure such favorable terms, as other alchemists received similar arrangements. The rarity of skilled alchemists necessitated adequate compensation. Without it, they would swiftly depart. Unlike the guards, who, though difficult to recruit, were abundant in number and could be hired with sufficient funds. Skilled alchemists were a scarce commodity, not easily acquired. Zheng Defeng did not linger beside Chen Fei, who seized opportunities to venture out a few times, enhancing his proficiency with the Qi Shui Dan to a perfect level. Chen Fei was not in a rush to elevate his skills to the pinnacle of perfection, as the current level of mastery was entirely sufficient for his needs. Each elixir produced was full-bodied, and he extracted every ounce of potency from the ingredients without waste. The pursuit of perfection in the Qi Shui Dan would likely involve innovation to enhance its efficacy. This was, of course, admirable, but achieving the requisite 10,000 points of proficiency in a short time proved quite challenging. Thus, Chen Fei opted for a gradual approach. In the alchemical chamber, Chen Fei devoted himself fully to each batch of Qi Shui Dan he crafted. The distinction between the perfected and mastered Qi Shui Dan lay primarily in the quantity produced, with other differences being minimal. Externally, Chen Fei maintained a facade of modesty regarding his alchemical abilities, consuming any surplus elixirs himself. As expected, the Qi Shui Dan, tailored for ordinary warriors, could enhance Chen Fei's cultivation by a single point with each dose. Repeatedly consuming 5 elixirs daily, alongside his self-cultivation, resulted in a daily progress of 6 points. Even without simplifying the Feng Xian breathing technique, he estimated that within 5 months, he could break into the realm of physical refinement. Chen Fei murmured to himself, for the first time truly recognizing the power of elixirs, or perhaps more aptly, the power of wealth. 1 tael of silver could procure 5 Qi Shui Dan, while the monthly wages of a typical guard would only allow for the purchase of 25. Consequently, guards seldom invested in Qi Shui Dan for cultivation, as it was prohibitively expensive, save for those with latent martial potential willing to make such financial commitments, often requiring years to yield results. In Pinyin County, only disciples from esteemed families or those from prestigious martial arts schools, like Jishan Quanguan, could afford to consume Qi Shui Dan in such quantities as Chen Fei did, striving to accelerate their cultivation. Indeed, skilled alchemists are profitable, Chen Fei mused. This was merely the Qi Shui Dan. With a slight shake of his head, he consumed another Qi Shui Dan, a smile creeping onto his face. Chen Fei planned to request a withdrawal of funds from the clinic soon to simplify the fusion of 2 breathing techniques. Although his cultivation progress was commendable with the aid of Qi Shui Dan, the prospect of accelerating his growth was an opportunity he could not decline. Furthermore, Chen Fei felt an undercurrent of uncertainty regarding this world. The tranquility of his previous life contrasted sharply with the current reality, rife with peculiarities and calamities, making it difficult to find peace. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. Aside from focusing on crafting Qi Shui Dan and honing his skills, Chen Fei seized opportunities to enhance his proficiency in stir-frying pig liver. While in a dilapidated courtyard, he suspected he was being followed, but dismissed it as inconsequential. After all, he was currently the most talked-about figure in Qing Zhengyuan. Zheng Defeng's fondness for Chen Fei was apparent to all, as if he were on the verge of declaring Chen Fei his official disciple. Naturally, this piqued the curiosity of many regarding the means by which Chen Fei had achieved such favor. Perhaps there was a unique method involved? Yet, one could only wonder how they would react to witnessing him stir-frying pig liver in the courtyard. The act of stir-frying pig liver seemed entirely unrelated to alchemy. Otherwise, the kitchens of taverns would surely be filled with master alchemists. These onlookers could only attribute Chen Fei's culinary hobby to personal eccentricity, as they struggled to conceive any other rationale. Some, unwilling to relent, followed Chen Fei for several days, each time witnessing him prepare pig liver, which he consistently did with merely a thumb-sized piece, leaving spectators bewildered by such peculiar preferences. While it was generally inadvisable to withdraw funds early, understanding his circumstances, the steward Chui had granted permission. "This is 30 taels of silver. Please accept it." The accountant handed the money to Chen Fei, who smiled upon briefly inspecting the amount. Based on the controlled quantity of elixirs he was currently producing, Chen Fei's monthly earnings were approximately 50 taels, tenfold that of a regular guard, inciting envy, among others. The clinic's agreement to an early withdrawal of 30 taels indicated their recognition of Chen Fei's potential and confidence in his ability to repay. Upon returning to his room, Chen Fei felt a surge of excitement. Panel Simplify the Feng Xian breathing technique. The message displayed on the panel read, Simplification successful. Feng Xian breathing technique has transformed into Jishan breathing technique. Confounded, Chen斐pondered how it had reverted to the original Jishan breathing technique. Then, an idea struck him, prompting him to attempt once more the operation of the previously perfected Jishan breathing technique, only to witness the panel register an experience value of 1 for the Feng Xian breathing technique. What an astonishing revelation! Chen Fei's eyes widened in astonishment as the panel continued to surprise him time and again, presenting an unexpected series of developments. Chapter 10. The New Dan Formula. Although previously it was said that the fusion of the Feng Xian breathing technique had occurred, the integration merely resulted in a new breathing method, and did not imply that Chen Fei had forgotten how to utilize the Jishan breathing technique. At this moment, as Chen Fei diligently practiced the Jishan breathing technique, the experience points for the Feng Xian breathing technique began to rise steadily, insights related to the Feng Xian breathing method emerging in his mind, immersing him deeply in contemplation. Even reaching the great perfection stage would take less than a month. During this period, Chen Fei's cultivation progress would continue to accelerate, allowing him to reach his peak within a month. Perhaps the breakthrough to the muscle refinement stage would be compressed from over 5 months to 2 or 3 months, or even a shorter duration. The panel displayed Simplification of the Qingshan sword. Simplification successful, transforming the Qingshan sword into the Jishan fist. Observing the information on the panel, it indeed simplified into the Jishan fist as anticipated, causing the corners of Chen Fei's mouth to curve into a smile. If the simplification of techniques were always this seamless, he would strive to cultivate each technique to the great perfection stage, thus avoiding unnecessary detours. Chen Fei murmured softly, rising to practice the Jishan fist. Direct and straightforward. The Jishan fist did not involve complex variations in force, instead emphasizing sheer might, embodying the principle that one force can overcome 10. In just a short while, the sound of fierce winds echoed within the room, while the experience points for the Qingshan sword continued to rise. Over 20 days passed in the blink of an eye, and Chen Fei's life was leisurely and pleasant. Each day, he concocted several batches of Qi blood dan, then took the opportunity to fry some pig liver, dazzling those who were still tailing him. During his remaining free time, Chen Fei did not venture elsewhere, but remained in his room, diligently refining his techniques. Both the Feng Xian breathing technique and the Qingshan sword had reached perfection. Though still a distance from great perfection, the benefits from these two perfected techniques were immense. Relying on the perfected Qingshan sword, Chen Fei found that most warriors of the same tier could hardly match him, even against those in the muscle refinement stage. Chen Fei was not without the capability to retaliate. This exemplified the power of perfected techniques. After all, not all warriors possess the innate talent to cultivate a technique to perfection, let alone to great perfection. Mastery was the reality for the majority of warriors, while Chen Fei, with effort, could attain great perfection. Under such circumstances, how could Chen Fei afford to be complacent? Moreover, as his cultivation progressed, the burden brought by the imprint on Chen Fei's hand gradually lessened. A few days prior, when his wages were settled, Chen Fei's earnings astonished many. Whether it was a deliberate act by the medical hall or not, his monthly salary of over 50 taels left many gaping. In truth, this amount was not uncommon among the alchemists within the medical hall, and since Chen Fei only concocted Qi blood dan, his output was relatively modest. Yet others could not help but compare. Reflecting on a month ago, Chen Fei was merely a lowly errand boy in the medical hall, subject to the whims of others, and his monthly wages barely amounted to a tael of silver. Now, however, not only had his status risen significantly, but his income had astonishingly multiplied, evoking envy and jealousy from those around him. Chen Fei, not one to be outdone, generously spent 10 taels of silver to treat everyone in the medical hall to a meal at a restaurant, with Zheng Defeng and Shui Sanjia making a special appearance, which alleviated much of the resentment. Consequently, many began to curry favor with Chen Fei, having recognized the reality that he was no longer the insignificant errand boy of the past. A few days ago, Chen Fei had successfully cultivated the Qi blood dan to the great perfection stage, and he specifically requested several formulas from Zheng Defeng. Though Zheng Defeng believed Chen Fei was somewhat hasty and should fully master the Qi blood dan first, he did not entirely refuse Chen Fei, providing him with several formulas to broaden his horizons. Zheng Defeng treated Chen Fei as he would his own disciple, encouraging him to seek clarification on any doubts he had. The formulas presented were carefully selected, including Beauty Dan, Detox Dan, Bone Strengthening Dan, and Healing Dan. The Beauty Dan, as its name suggests, offers long-term effects on preserving youth and is quite favored by women, hence its high price, often exceeding that of Qi Blood Dan. The Detox Dan can alleviate minor toxins and is an essential remedy for many warriors venturing outdoors. The Bone Strengthening Dan is specifically designed for children who have not yet begun their martial training, as there are age restrictions. Beginning martial practice too early can be detrimental due to undeveloped bones. Daily consumption of Bone Strengthening Dan can enhance a child's innate aptitude for martial arts, smoothing their path in the martial world. It is evident that this type of Dan is prepared for the offspring of affluent families, as it is prohibitively expensive for ordinary people who struggle to afford meat, let alone such elixirs. Lastly, the Healing Dan, as the name implies, can alleviate and even directly treat internal injuries. Even if complete healing is not achievable, it can still serve a suppressive function. Unlike the conventional formulas previously encountered, these new formulas contained extensive annotations, facilitating quicker comprehension for beginners. Chen Fei did not endeavor to learn all 4 formulas at once. Instead, he focused on mastering the Detox Dan and Healing Dan first. With financial concerns temporarily resolved, Chen Fei's study of the formulas primarily aimed to serve his future martial path. After all, only by possessing formidable strength could he truly safeguard what mattered. The Detox Dan has been successfully simplified into stir-fried yam. The Healing Dan has been successfully simplified into stir-fried chicken. Yam is known for its detoxifying properties, while chicken is high in protein. The simplifications are rather reasonable. Chen Fei touched his nose, now having gained some understanding of the panel's simplification principles. The fact that the simplified formulas were still dishes saved Chen Fei considerable effort. Initially, Chen Fei had contemplated merging the Great Perfection Qi Blood Dan with a new formula, and while he succeeded, the resulting formula appeared rather incongruous. After all, the Qi Blood Dan is meant for cultivation, while the Detox Dan and Healing Dan serve distinct purposes. The newly merged formula, while seemingly possessing dual functions, inadvertently weakened the original specialty. Even if such a formula were concocted, it would likely be poorly received in the market, as others could simply purchase targeted elixirs. Ultimately, Chen Fei dismantled the newly merged formula and proceeded to simplify them separately. With the new formulas in hand, Chen Fei eagerly re-engaged in the pursuit of refining his skills. Aside from his unwavering dedication to daily cultivation and the concoction of Qi Blood Dan, the remainder of his time was devoted to culinary endeavors. Chapter 11. Unexpected Developments. Chen Fei's peculiar passion for cooking, particularly his fondness for frying pig liver, had slowly spread throughout the medical hall. His choice to fry pig liver was indeed perplexing, as he only used a minuscule amount each time. Recently, however, it seemed he had shifted away from frying pig liver, whether he had grown tired of it or not. He had begun to fry yam and chicken instead, with the only constant being the minimal quantity used. Even Shui Sanje had come to inquire whether a space could be designated for Chen Fei in the medical hall's kitchen. This simple, two-point lifestyle, which Chen Fei had despised in his previous life, now filled him with contentment in this world. Staying up late had also become an addictive habit. Time passed silently, and soon a few more days slipped by. In the courtyard, Chen Fei wielded a long sword, continuously executing swift maneuvers, the blade emitting flashes of light all around. Swift and fierce, the Qingshan sword unleashed tremendous power in Chen Fei's hands. If any of the righteous individuals from the medical hall were to witness this scene, they would undoubtedly fail to recognize that this swordplay was derived from the hall's inherited Qingfeng sword. While there were some similarities, the two had diverged significantly. The sound of a blade slicing through the air resonated as Chen Fei found himself inexplicably halted. A slender crack appeared on the artificial hill in the courtyard, its surface remarkably smooth, as if meticulously polished. Sword Qi. Chen Fei had successfully cultivated the Qingshan sword to the realm of great perfection, from which it had manifested the effects of Sword Qi. Although the power of the Sword Qi was considerable, it could not extend beyond the blade itself, merely reaching a distance of less than a foot from the sword's tip. If the opponent was prepared, This meager sword qi would prove difficult to inflict harm. However, if unleashed unexpectedly, the enemy might easily fall victim, for no one would anticipate that a mere practitioner of the skin refinement stage could produce sword qi. The phenomenon of sword qi is inherently linked to one's cultivation level, and even more so to the mastery of swordsmanship. Clearly, the great perfection realm of the Qing Shan sword had met the fundamental criteria for generating sword qi. Not only had Qing Shan sword reached this pinnacle, but the Feng Xian breathing technique had also been cultivated by Chen Fei to great perfection. The daily cultivation experience gained from the perfected Feng Xian breathing technique exceeded Chen Fei's expectations. Initially, he estimated that it would take more than 2 additional months to reach the flesh refinement stage. However, upon reevaluation, it seemed he would achieve this breakthrough in just over a month, transforming into a practitioner of the flesh refinement stage. The skin refinement stage is considered the lowest tier among warriors, offering only slight superiority over ordinary individuals, rendering it inadequate in the broader context of martial practitioners. In contrast, the flesh refinement stage, while perhaps not formidable elsewhere, hold a position of considerable strength within Pinyin County. For instance, Hu Liao from the medical hall is merely a practitioner of the flesh refinement stage, yet his status is significantly elevated above that of a typical guard, with his monthly wages rising correspondingly, though one cannot compare with an alchemist. A practitioner of the flesh refinement stage can lead a comfortable life in Pinyin County without heavily relying on the purchase of elixirs for cultivation, enjoying a high social standing. In the past few weeks, the medical hall had not encountered significant events. However, troubles loomed outside Pinyin County. A wave of refugees had arrived at the outskirts, choosing not to enter the city, but rather to settle in a nearby location. The current era is fraught with instability. Chen Fei had heard that the dynasty had endured for over 7 centuries, yet unrest began to surface in various regions decades ago. This recent influx of refugees was caused by uprisings a mere dozen miles away, where individuals had forcibly seized the county seat, committing acts of arson, murder, and plunder, forcing these refugees to leave their homes and seek refuge in Pinyin County. Today, the young lady would lead us in providing disaster relief consultations, along with distributing porridge. Everyone, please gather your spirits and uphold the esteemed reputation of our Qing Zheng Medical Hall. Upon arriving at the medical hall, Chen Fei found Cui Sanjia already delivering a speech. Qing Zheng Medical Hall is a property of the Zhang family in Pinyin County, a prominent household with not only a medical hall, but also a rice shop. However, the medical hall is the family's most vital enterprise, with the majority of their income and influence derived from it. The county office had issued orders for all affluent families within Pinyin County to assist with disaster relief outside the city, emphasizing the necessity of daily porridge distribution. Should the refugees become agitated, the county office would be unable to manage the situation, potentially impacting all of Pinyin County. "Are you Chen Fei?" A girl approached Chen Fei, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Contrary to the rumors of his emaciation, he seemed rather unappealing due to his dark complexion, prompting her to wrinkle her nose in disdain. "Well, I suppose we have met today, and my father's task is complete." With that, she turned on her heel and walked away. Chen Fei gazed at her retreating figure, momentarily recalling that she must be Zheng Qiling, the second daughter of Zheng Defang, who had mentioned a potential match between them just days prior. Chen Fei had not given it much thought at the time, but he hadn't expected to encounter Zheng Qiling here. Soon after, the eldest daughter of the Zhang family, Zhang Sinan, arrived, and Zheng Qiling rushed over. Displaying a degree of familiarity, Zhang Sinan cast a fleeting glance at Chen Fei, but said nothing. A throng of people departed the medical hall, making their way outside the city. They set up a pot to cook porridge, while the physicians took their places to attend to patients. Chen Fei, as an alchemist, primarily assisted, leaving most tasks to the medical halls and rice shops attendants. The aroma of porridge wafted through the air, and soon it was midday. "Miss, some people wish for us to make a house call to treat their master." Cui Sanjia approached Zhang Sinan, pointing discreetly at a tattered servant in the distance. "Why not have him come directly?" Zhang Sinan frowned slightly. "He is gravely ill and cannot leave his bed." Cui Sanjia tightened the jade in his sleeve and smiled. Cui Sanjia, with a smile, selected a physician and, noticing Chen Fei with little to do, invited him along, instructing Pu Liao to safeguard the two. After a stick of incense's time, the The trio arrived at a dilapidated courtyard. Pu Liao caught a whiff of something unusual, and his expression changed. Just as he was about to turn away, a figure appeared before him, delivering a kick to his chest. Pu Liao was sent flying, crashing against the courtyard wall. Spewing blood, his face as pale as a sheet. Chapter 12. The bandit, his reflexes were quite sharp, but his cultivation was too inadequate. Jian Liang glanced at Pu Liao, then shifted his gaze to Chen斐and Song Yishe, a faint smile gracing his lips. I hope we didn't startle you too. In these trying times, I must apologize for the inconvenience. Were we not here for medical treatment? What is the meaning of this? Song Yishe looked at Jian Liang and the two figures that emerged from the courtyard wall, his expression filled with trepidation. Chen Fei furrowed his brow, contemplating escape routes. But after a moment, he sighed inwardly. There was no way out. Every possible escape seemed to be subtly obstructed by Jian Liang. Given Chen Fei's current strength, forcing a breakthrough would likely yield results not much better than Pu Liao's. Observing Jian Liang's earlier actions, it was evident that he was a ruthless individual, and this situation was indeed perilous. Indeed, we are here to treat the sick, but this friend here overreacted, leaving me no choice. Jian Liang shrugged. Please come in. Song Yishe trembled slightly, an ordinary physician unaccustomed to such a situation. Chen Fei stepped forward, supporting Song Yishe as they made their way into the courtyard. Jian Liang gestured toward Pu Liao, and soon someone came to assist him into the courtyard as well. Some of my brothers have sustained injuries. If you can treat them, I will ensure the consultation fee is fully paid, and we will not harm you in any way. Upon entering the main hall, they were greeted by numerous injured individuals sprawled on the floor, the stench of blood overwhelming. It was this very scent that had alerted Pu Liao to the danger. But alas, it was too late. You must keep your word, Song Yishe asserted, attempting to maintain composure. As for saving lives, we still possess some integrity. Jian Liang broke into a grin. But the prerequisite is that you must heal them. If you fail, do not blame us. Song Yishe's expression stiffened, unable to meet Jian Liang's gaze, and proceeded toward an injured person. His only desire was to heal these individuals swiftly and leave this place. As the resident physician of Qingjing Medical Hall, Song Yishe's medical skills were commendable. After a brief assessment of the injuries, he devised a treatment plan. He turned to Chen Fei, quietly instructing him to assist with administering medicine while he moved on to another patient. As the two worked in tandem, the groans in the hall gradually diminished, and Jian Liang's demeanor improved noticeably as he observed. Leaning against the wall, Pu Liao watched the unfolding scene with a cold gaze. Afraid of being noticed, he bowed his head and closed his eyes, gritting his teeth, revealing the turmoil within him. In mere moments, the injuries of a dozen individuals in the hall had been treated, alleviating their pain and bringing faint smiles to their faces. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Song Yishe felt a slight sense of relief. The injuries were all quite similar, mostly caused by blade wounds. Thus, the difficulty of treatment was not particularly high. Any medical hall in Pinyin County could likely have saved these individuals. However, the individuals before us likely possess dubious identities, too ashamed to appear within Pinyin County. They resort to such means to deceive a few for medical treatment. Jian Liang now wore a broad smile, hardly resembling the fierce figure from before. You flatter me. Song Miao waved his hand and inquired, May we depart now? He did not broach the topic of medical fees, merely yearning for a safe exit from this place. Not so fast. One more person requires treatment. Please follow me. Jian Liang beckoned as he moved ahead. Song Miao glanced at Chen Fei, letting out a sigh, realizing that matters were far from concluded. Chen Fei remained silent, internally calculating the worst possible outcomes and preparing for an escape. Upon reaching the backyard, it was evident that it had been tidied up, appearing much cleaner and fresher, with servants bustling about, presumably those refugees. Elder brother, the doctor has arrived. Entering a room, they found an individual lying on the bed, surrounded by several others whose eager eyes were fixed on Chen Fei and Song Miao, as if ready to pounce at the slightest hint of trouble. Here, my elder brother, and you may leave. This will be yours. Jian Liang gestured toward the table brimming with silver coins, amounting to no less than 100 taels. While this fee was indeed substantial, it could very well cost lives. Jian Liang had initially sent Song Miao to treat others, likely doubting his medical expertise. Only after the others were treated did he bring Song Miao and Chen Fei over. With no room for dissent, Song Miao approached to take the patient's pulse. After a moment, his brow furrowed slightly, revealing his hesitation. What is it? You cannot cure him? If you cannot, then you shall die, one individual thundered, exuding a menacing aura that startled Song Miao, causing him to tremble, nearly losing his balance. I can treat him. Song Miao wiped the sweat from his brow and replied softly. This patient differs from the others outside. He suffers from internal injuries, and the condition is severe. To ensure recovery, ordinary herbs will not suffice. We must use healing elixirs. Then why the delay? I do not possess any healing elixirs, Song Miao admitted, a hint of bitterness in his tone. I came to the city to provide charity treatment for the refugees and only brought standard medicinal supplies. The elixirs suitable for martial artists are still in the medical hall. So you cannot treat him now? Is that correct? The atmosphere turned chilly. They were aware of the elixirs, but after the previous battle, they had exhausted their supply. Should we send someone to Pinyin County to procure some? At this moment, the guards at the county gate were particularly stringent, making it nearly impossible for refugees to enter, and for those of dubious identity, it was even harder. Moreover, whether the elixirs would work remained uncertain, and perhaps it was merely an excuse due to inadequate medical skills. In such a case, it might be better to eliminate them to prevent any leakage of information. I will think it over. Dr. Song, I have healing elixirs. Chen斐stepped forward, producing a vial of elixirs from his waist pouch. It was a batch he had refined not long ago after reaching proficiency in concocting healing elixirs. Though of average quality, it was sufficient for treating injuries. He had not sold it, hence it remained with him. Song Miao's expression froze momentarily before joy enveloped his face as he quickly took the elixir and handed it to Jian Liang, saying, "Take it with warm water, and I will apply acupuncture, which will surely improve his condition." Jian Liang inhaled the fragrance of the elixir, confirming it to be indeed a healing elixir. Before administering it to the patient, Song Miao produced silver needles and began to pierce the patient's body one by one. In mere moments, the patient erupted in a fit of coughing, expelling a mouthful of congealed blood, and his complexion visibly improved. Take 1 grain each morning for 7 days. Grind these herbs, ignite them, and they will aid in the patient's swift recovery, Song Miao instructed as he presented the medicinal materials. Thank you, doctor. Here is the fee for your services. I hope you will accept it. The onlookers, witnessing their elder brother's recovery, were in high spirits, completely shedding their earlier murderous intent. Song Miao hesitated to accept the fee, repeatedly shaking his head. Ultimately, unable to resist Jian Liang's enthusiasm, he tentatively accepted a single tael of silver, causing the surrounding individuals to beam even more, ceasing to press him for additional payments. Chen斐observed from the side, feeling a chill in his heart. It was fortunate that Song Miao understood the intricacies of human relations. Had he accepted all the fees earlier, their lives might have been in jeopardy. While these individuals appeared generous, they would not part with their money lightly, even in the guise of medical fees. Exiting the room and entering the hall, they discovered that Pu Liao had collapsed on the ground. No. Song Miao waved his hands, exchanging a glance with Chen斐, who understood and promptly lifted Pu Liao, hastening their departure from the compound. Should we pursue them and eliminate them? Someone proposed. Let it be. They have indeed saved many of us. And now that my elder brother is stabilized, their lives can serve as our fee, Jian Liang remarked coldly with a smile, turning back towards the backyard. At this moment, carrying a person was quite exhausting. Hurry, lest they reconsider, Song Miao urged, panting yet unwilling to pause, fearing that those individuals might catch up. Chen斐nodded, feeling an increased urgency regarding his own capabilities. Today had proven to be a stroke of luck. Had they made even one misstep, they might have met their demise. Upon arriving at a safe location, Song Miao finally exhaled, recounting the events that had transpired. As he spoke, the listeners were left in shock. One could only imagine that had Song Miao's medical skills been lacking, or if he had no healing elixirs, or had he been overly greedy, they would likely have met with a tragic fate. Such audacity from these mountain bandits. I will report this to the county office and pursue those ruffians, Zhang Sinan declared sharply, turning towards the county. Chui San quickly approached, whispering a few words to Zhang Sinan. The latter's expression shifted, yet he remained silent. Continuing on his path, Chen斐inhaled deeply. This matter would likely come to nothing. The county office would not concern itself with issues outside of Pinyin County. and the Zhang family would probably treat this incident as though it had never occurred. As long as there were no fatalities, everything would be deemed fine. As Chen Fei had anticipated, the Zhang family did not publicize the incident, merely compensating him and his companions with a small sum of silver as a token of sympathy. Hu Liao received a bit more, given that he had suffered a broken leg. Chen Fei was awarded over 10 taels of silver. In word of his ability to concoct healing elixirs circulated within the medical hall, Zhang Defeng, an elder, offered words of comfort and even invited Chen Fei to his home for drinks. The difficulty of concocting healing elixirs surpassed that of qi blood elixirs, and Chen Fei, having acquired the formula just a few days prior, was able to independently refine healing elixirs, showcasing his talent in alchemy. Elder Zhang, do you possess the formula for the Chao Huaidan? Chen Fei inquired softly. The Chao Huaidan was an advanced version of the qi blood dan, possessing a stronger effect in enhancing cultivation, yet it was also more costly, affordable only to martial artists of the flesh refinement stage. Previously, Chen Fei had found the qi blood dan to be effective, but given the perilous nature of the world, he hoped to accelerate his cultivation. Utilizing the Chao Huaidan for training would likely be considered extravagant even among the families of the elite, but as he could refine it himself, the cost would not be an issue. Similar to the qi blood dan, he could retain a portion for his own use after refinement. The Chao Huaidan cannot be disseminated without the Zhang family's consent, Zhang Defeng replied, shaking his head while tossing a chicken foot into his mouth. How could the Zhang family possibly agree? Chen Fei pressed, realizing that at his current rate of earning, purchasing the Chao Huaidan for training would likely lead to financial ruin. By marrying into the family, Zhang Defeng chuckled, casting a glance at Chen Fei. But you have missed your opportunity. The young ladies of the Zhang family are already wed. However, apart from the option of marrying into the Zhang family, there exists another method, earning merit for the Zhang clan. Chen Fei bowed respectfully and requested guidance from Zhang Lao. You possess considerable talent, which the Zhang family recognizes. Tomorrow, I shall inquire on your behalf and provide you with further information, Zhang replied. In addition to seeking Chao Huaidan, Chen Fei yearned for more advanced martial arts techniques. However, from the results he gathered from Zhang Defeng earlier, it appeared that Qing Feng Sword and Feng Xianjin were the finest techniques available to those outside the Zhang family. Superior techniques would only be passed down among Zhang family members or obtained through marrying into the family. Otherwise, even if one achieved merit, access to the Zhang family's legacy would remain unattainable. Each clan, including establishments like Jishan Boxing Gym, would conceal their profound techniques. Currently, Chen Fei was managing well in the skin realm, but he knew that upon reaching the flesh realm, the efficacy of Fengxian breathing method would inevitably diminish, and his ability to confront adversaries with Qing Shan sword would certainly falter. Chen Fei murmured to himself, gazing at his panel. As a thought began to emerge in his mind, the panel could simplify martial arts techniques, and those perfected to the point of great completion could be fused. Since acquiring advanced martial arts techniques was not feasible, why not diligently practice several foundational techniques? In due course, integrating them would surely yield transformations. Quantitative changes leading to qualitative transformations. There was no need to kneel and beg for assistance. Chen Fei could forge his own path in martial arts. Chapter 14. The Dark Market. There exists a dark market in Pinyin County, which Chen Fei learned about through Zhang Defeng's accounts. It was said that the previous location was not far from the northern wall of Pinyin County. Now, due to the influx of refugees, the dark market was established right within the county. Chen Fei speculated that the dark market must have official backing. Otherwise, how could the county office allow it to operate so openly? Under the cloak of night, Chen Fei donned a conical hat and mask to obscure his features and ventured into the dark market. Contrary to his expectations of a clandestine atmosphere, the so-called dark market was rather bustling. Aside from the absence of hawkers, it bore a striking resemblance to the night market within Pinyin County. As Chen Fei strolled, he observed an array of peculiar items displayed at various stalls, many of which he had neither seen nor heard of before. Whenever he encountered such items, he would quietly linger in the background, listening to the conversations of others and gleaning valuable information. Surprisingly, through this eavesdropping, Chen Fei acquired a wealth of useful insights. As he continued to explore, Chen Fei halted before a stall brimming with various manuals. Strangely, few patrons lingered here. The stall owner, noticing Chen Fei's deer-hide gloves, smiled and remarked, Feel free to browse, but these manuals only contain a small selection. We can discuss prices once you find something you like. I shall naturally present the complete manual then. Do you have manuals on body techniques? Chen Fei inquired directly, refraining from handling the items. Reflecting on his thoughts from the previous day, he realized that although he currently lacked both martial prowess and technique, what he truly needed was a superior body technique. If he possessed an excellent body technique, his first instinct in the face of danger would be to flee, as long as he could run swiftly enough. Even if his cultivation level lagged behind others, the chances of preserving his life remained significantly high. Indeed, we have some. Young hero, take a look at these few, said the stall owner, sifting through the materials to present several manuals before Chen Fei. Dian Shui Gong, Yin Ji, Qing Chao Du, Tabo Xing. Chen Fei casually picked one up and flipped through its pages. After a brief moment, he set it down and reached for another. In less than a quarter of an hour, he had perused all 4 manuals, his expression contemplative. Are these all basic lightness techniques? Are there any superior ones? He pondered aloud. Of course, but I dare to offer them only if you dare to practice them, the stall owner replied with a wry smile. Besides the basic manuals, I do possess more advanced ones, yet I cannot guarantee their completeness. Should any issues arise from practicing the techniques I provide, I shall bear no responsibility. Chen Fei felt a dawning realization. He was indeed still inexperienced. Such manuals could contain slight alterations that would typically go unnoticed by the average person. If critical aspects were modified, practitioners might even find themselves misled, potentially resulting in dire consequences. The more profound the technique, the more pronounced this risk. Conversely, foundational techniques, with their straightforward pathways for circulating qi and blood, pose minimal danger even if practiced incorrectly. Furthermore, as a martial artist's cultivation progressed, any flaws in foundational techniques would become apparent. At this moment, despite merely being in the skin realm, Chen Fei had cultivated several techniques to the point of great completion. He had discerned no issues within the 4 manuals he had just reviewed. They were all suitable for direct practice. What is the price for these 4 manuals? Chen Fei inquired. 2 taels of silver each. How many would you like? I'll take them all, Chen Fei replied, placing 8 taels of silver on the stall. The stall owner's face broke into a smile as he retrieved the corresponding lower halves of the manuals from behind the counter and handed them to Chen Fei. After a quick inspection, Chen Fei found no issues and stowed the 4 manuals into his bag. By the way, do you have a manual for technique? Something more advanced? Chen Fei asked after a moment's thought. He wished to see if the panel could rectify any flaws or even incomplete manuals, thereby allowing him to practice them. The stall owner's eyebrows twitched, but he did not refuse. He rummaged around his stall and produced a manual, handing it to Chen Fei. Xian Yun Jian, the unique sword technique of the Xian Yun sword sect. Xian Yun sword sect? Chen Fei was momentarily taken aback. This sect was exceedingly renowned. Within a radius of several thousand miles, the Xian Yun sword sect was likely the dominant force. The sect was replete with formidable individuals, and countless aspirants sought to join without opportunity. In his previous life, Chen Fei had once harbored such aspirations, but alas, his attempts had been thwarted. As he skimmed through the manual, his brow furrowed and relaxed intermittently. From the perspective of his current mastery of Qing Shan sword, he recognized that this Xian Yun sword contained some profound swordsmanship principles. However, much of it was convoluted and nonsensical, resembling the ramblings of someone who had gleaned fragments of sword techniques yet, due to incompleteness, had infused it with their own interpretations and even misguided notions. What is the price? Chen Fei inquired, raising his gaze. 50 taels. The stall owner grinned broadly. Chen Fei remained silent, merely observing the stall owner. Such a fabricated manual, and yet they dared to demand such a price. The stall owner, undeterred, returned Chen Fei's gaze with calmness, as if challenging him to do something about the price. Chen Fei nodded slightly, placing the manual down and turning to leave. Money did not come easily. He had only just begun to feel financially secure and needed to spend wisely. To expend such a fortune on a panel experiment would be sheer folly. Wait, do come and make an offer. The stall owner's voice called after him. Chen Fei paused, contemplating momentarily before responding. 3 taels. Deal. The stall owner replied immediately, seemingly eager to finalize the transaction, promptly producing the other half of the manual and placing it into Chen Fei's hands. Chen Fei was momentarily speechless. It appeared that he had even overestimated the price. Nevertheless, he did not retract his offer. After a cursory glance at the latter half of the manual, he indeed found it to contain some principles of swordsmanship. So purchasing this manual for 3 taels was not entirely a loss. Young hero, should you require anything else in the future, feel free to seek me out. I shall remain stationed here, the stall owner said cheerfully after completing 2 transactions. Chen Fei waved his hand in response, securing the manual before departing. Within the dark market, Chen Fei wandered a few more rounds and even inquired about the sale of alchemical formulas. However, aside from basic formulas, none of a slightly advanced nature were available at the dark market. As night deepened, Chen Fei decided to leave the dark market. Upon returning to his rented quarters, Chen Fei took out Dian Shui Gong and began to study it diligently. Half an hour later, the panel finally displayed information about the Dian Shui Gong. The panel simplified the Dian Shui Gong successfully. Chapter 15 has provided an abundance of content, and the simplified style is quite satisfactory. Chen Fei contemplated his daily walking steps, striving diligently. In fact, he believed he could cultivate the Dian Shui Gong to the realm of consummation within a day. At that point, his agility would undergo a noticeable enhancement. With a little more effort, he estimated that merging all 4 martial arts manuals would take merely 4 to 5 days, and he wondered if it might trigger a qualitative transformation. Setting aside the Dian Shui Gong, Chen Fei picked up the Xian Yun Jian. The simplification of the Dian Shui Gong was anticipated. Now, the main concern was whether the Xian Yun Jian could be recognized and optimized by the panel. If it could, the absence of a high-level martial art would have a diminished impact on Chen Fei. After spending a full hour, accompanied by the flickering candlelight, Chen Fei felt a bit dizzy, but at last, the panel displayed information about the Xian Yun Jian. Martial art, Xian Yun Jian, incomplete. Upon discovering the martial art, would you like to spend 50 taels of silver to simplify the Xian Yun Jian? Incomplete? Indeed, it was the Xian Yun Jian. Its incompleteness was to be expected, yet the cost for simplification seemed rather steep. Chen Fei's eyes brightened. He had achieved his first objective, and simplification was within reach, promising a bright future. While genuine high-level martial arts were elusive, this seemingly flawed technique could likely be found in abundance. Panel, simplify the Xian Yun Jian. The Xian Yun Jian, incomplete, was successfully simplified into the Xian Yun Jian. Incomplete Xian Renji Lu. A sword technique materialized in Chen Fei's mind. The movements graceful and nimble, striking like lightning and delivering a blow in the realm of impossibility. Even before practicing, merely observing the sword technique in his mind captivated him. What a splendid sword technique! After a moment, Chen Fei fully absorbed the sword technique and couldn't help but praise it. Compared to Xian Renji Lu, the consummate Qing Shan Jian seemed akin to a child's clumsy dance, almost too crude to behold. This Xian Renji Lu was likely just one technique from the Xian Yun Jian. If it were so profound, how powerful must the complete Xian Yun Jian be? And what a formidable entity must the Xian Yun sect represent? Chen Fei murmured to himself, gaining insight into the profound depths of mastery. And the more he understood, the more he felt his own insignificance. He shook his head slightly, casting aside the unusual emotions, and refocused on Xian Renji Lu. If Chen Fei were to practice this sword technique step by step, with his current aptitude in swordsmanship, it would likely take months to even grasp the basics, let alone reach perfection. However, merging the consummate Qing Shan Jian with Xian Renji Lu felt somewhat discordant, just as the Qi blood Dan merged with the healing Dan. The combination of 2 distinct effects could yield a result that was somewhat unrecognizable. Naturally, the Qing Shan Jian could also merge with Xian Renji Lu, but a hierarchy needed to be established. Given that Xian Renji Lu was of a higher tier, it would take precedence, necessitating the abandonment of much of the Qing Shan Jian. Furthermore, as Xian Renji Lu was merely a single technique, it was more suited for a finishing move rather than a complete sword technique. Otherwise, with the repetition of a single move, and with Chen Fei not having reached the level of breaking 1,000 techniques with one sword, he would be easily targeted. Ultimately, Chen Fei reluctantly chose to separate the 2 once more. Could a simplified martial art be simplified again? An idea suddenly emerged in Chen Fei's mind. With this thought, he directly issued a simplification command to the panel. 500 taels of silver. The information that popped up on the panel startled Chen Fei. A second simplification was indeed possible, but it required 10 times the amount of the first simplification fee. Money, indeed, brings joy. Taking a deep breath, Chen Fei shifted his focus back to the Dian Shui Gong. While Xian Rinji Lu could not be simplified again, the Dian Shui Gong still could. Chen Fei was eager to discover the effects of a second simplification. The second simplification of the Dian Shui Gong was successful, transforming into Dian Shui Gong, Do 2A. Chen Fei's eyes widened slightly. Astonishingly, the second simplification shifted from walking to leg shaking, and the difficulty had decreased even further. Truly, money seemed to be omnipotent. Therefore, I must strive to earn more. Chen Fei involuntarily crossed his legs and began to shake them. The next morning, as usual, Chen Fei arrived at the Qing Zheng Medical Clinic, greeting a few acquaintances along the way before entering the alchemy room. A glance at the panel revealed that the experience points for the Dian Shui Gong were already full, and he was quite close to the level of consummation. Simultaneously, Chen Fei discovered something remarkable. Walking still contributed to the experience points of the Dian Shui Gong. This meant that after the second simplification, the cultivation method from the first simplification remained effectively providing him with an additional means of gaining experience points. In good spirits, Chen Fei noticed a palpable lightness in his body from his morning walk, clearly indicating that his agility was taking effect. Lighting the fire and setting up the furnace, Chen Fei began to concoct Healing Dan. The selling price of Healing Dan was relatively higher than that of Qi Blood Dan. Thus, when refining pills, Chen Fei started with a batch of Healing Dan, reserving a portion for personal use or trade in the black market. He then prepared several batches of Qi Blood Dan, keeping enough for himself and selling the remainder. Compared to last month, Chen Fei intentionally increased his output this month. Gradual improvements could lead the clinic staff to perceive him as talented, yet not excessively so, allowing him to maintain a delicate balance. In the afternoon, while Chen Fei was taking Qi Blood Dan to cultivate, he was summoned by Zhang Defang. Today, I spoke with a young lady. Upon learning of your situation, she expressed a desire to cultivate you, intending to place you at the North City Gate Clinic as an assistant manager, Zhang Defang said, lifting his teacup, blowing on it, and taking a sip. Is there a danger? Chen Fei frowned slightly, as his first thought was that such good fortune was unlikely to fall to someone like him. While he had talent in alchemy, it was not extraordinary enough to warrant an immediate promotion to the position of assistant manager at the clinic. There is no danger, but it may present a bit of a challenge. Zhang Defang pondered for a moment before continuing. The young lady suspects that the manager over there, son, might have some issues, and she wants you to investigate. You lack a background, yet possess a certain alchemical ability, making you perfectly suited for this position without raising too much suspicion. Don't rush to decline. Seeing Chen Fei's expression, Zhang Defang couldn't help but chuckle. To facilitate your transfer, the young lady has decided to increase your profit share from 30% to 40%. Additionally, she will provide you with the formula for the Chao Huandan. If you can uncover evidence of son's wrongdoing, she may even grant you the formula for the Qingling Dan. The increase from 30 to 40% would accelerate Chen Fei's ability to save money. Having discovered the panel's second simplification feature, Chen Fei was eager to enhance his strength quickly, and money was indispensable, even in abundance. Chapter 16. Demonstrating authority at this moment, Manager Sun was inside the room. Shall I announce your arrival? Lu Jun inquired softly, following closely behind Chen Fei at the North City Clinic. Ever since hearing that a new assistant manager was coming to the North City Clinic, Lu Jun had been paying attention. As an outsider in the clinic, he realized that only by aligning himself with the right person could he advance further. The new assistant manager, being unfamiliar with the clinic, would certainly have many uncertainties. Approaching him now would undoubtedly foster a connection, potentially leading to a position as his subordinate. No need. We can wait for Manager Sun to become available. Chen Fei shook his head. Sun Shu was well aware that he would be arriving today and had not made a special effort to come out, indicating a lack of goodwill or indifference towards Chen Fei's abrupt appointment. Regardless of which sentiment it was, it reflected Sun Shu's stance. Chen Fei was unconcerned. Upon arriving at the North City Clinic, he had no intention of seeking any evidence against Sun Shu. His focus remained on refining pills, earning money, and enhancing his cultivation. As for the grand promises made by the Zhang family, Chen Fei had no interest in pursuing them. What are Manager Sun's hobbies? Chen Fei asked. Surveying the alchemy room before turning to Lu Jun, Manager Sun enjoys kicking feet. Lu Jun replied, his expression somewhat peculiar. Kicking feet? Chen Fei's expression shifted slightly. What a peculiar hobby. However, he realized that in the eyes of others, he might appear even more eccentric. Spare me. I shall never dare again. A cacophony of sounds erupted from the front, prompting Chen斐to exit the alchemy room and enter the back courtyard, where he witnessed several guards dragging a servant. The servant, battered and bruised, with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing his head, his eyes filled with terror. He had been caught hoarding medicinal herbs. Lu Jun, noticing Chen Fei's gaze, quietly explained, according to the rules of the medical hall, a servant caught hoarding herbs is to be severely punished. Chen Fei furrowed his brow. While such instances were rare, typically the servant would receive a brutal beating, with 3 months' wages deducted as a lesson. True mutilation was reserved for habitual offenders. My child is ill. I had no other choice. I swear I won't do it again. Please forgive me. The servant wailed in despair. The door to Sun Shu's room creaked open, and Sun Shu sauntered out, approaching the servant with an air of authority. I will never dare again. I beg you, the servant cried, bowing so forcefully that blood soon flowed from his forehead. In my domain, there is always but one chance. A faint smile graced Sun Shu's lips, causing the servant's eyes to widen in sheer terror. As he attempted to retreat, Sun Shu's foot had already pressed down upon the servant's palm. The servant screamed in agony, but Sun Shu remained unyielding, applying pressure until blood seeped from beneath his foot, staining the earth. With a swift kick, Sun Shu shattered both of the servant's arms, the sound of breaking bones echoing in the air. The servant, unable to comprehend, found his body pitching forward uncontrollably. Another crack resounded as Sun Shu appeared behind him, crushing the servant's calf, sending blood splattering. Do not accuse me of being merciless. I've left you one leg, Sun Shu remarked nonchalantly, while the servant had already succumbed to unconsciousness. A nearby guard splashed water on the servant's face to rouse him. Thank you, manager's son, the servant stammered, gazing up at Sun Shu with trembling lips. Lu Jun instinctively shrank back, intimidated by the terrifying gaze Sun Shu had just cast. Chen Fei remained silent, glancing at Sun Shu's retreating figure before turning his attention back to the fallen servant. This was the fate of the underlings in this world, struggling to survive, yet always at risk of losing everything. Chen Fei's former self had not wished to become such a figure, and the current Chen Fei would certainly not allow it. Only by cultivating one's own power could one escape such an end. Chen Fei formally commenced his duties at the Beiqing Medical Hall, presenting himself as harmless and benign. He refrained from voicing opinions about the existing operations within the hall, dedicating himself solely to alchemy each day. The quantity of qi blood pills he produced was steadily increasing, enabling the medical hall to sell them, hastening his accumulation of the requisite 500 taels. The allure of the immortal's guidance was simply too tempting for Chen Fei. Simultaneously, he streamlined the recently acquired Chao Huan Dan, discovering to his surprise that simplifying it allowed him to enhance his experience points for refining qi blood pills. Chen Fei had previously assumed that integration of martial arts was necessary for such an effect. It turned out that the lineage of pill formulas could also yield similar results. After all, half of the ingredients for Chao Huan Dan overlapped with those for qi blood pills, likely accounting for this phenomenon. There was no need to engage in cooking. He was already refining qi blood pills, and his experience points for Chao Huan Dan were rapidly climbing each day. Meanwhile, Chen Fei had not ceased his practice of body techniques. On the 5th day of acquiring the martial art, he successfully fused the 4 techniques, achieving a state of consummate mastery. Martial art, Du Jiang Yun, consummate. Compared to before, Chen Fei had made significant strides in both agility and speed. Having witnessed the movements of some practitioners at the skin refining stage, he quickly recognized that his own technique had far surpassed theirs. However, he was still uncertain of his current level. Moreover, Du Jiang Yun was far from its terminus. Chen Fei intended to continue integrating other techniques into it. Under the night sky, Chen Fei, shrouded in a mask, dashed through Pinyin County, the exhilarating sensation nearly compelling him to howl at the moon. Yet he ultimately suppressed the urge. Such a cry would have surely summoned an entirely different scenario. Upon entering an alley, Chen Fei's ears perked up at the faint scent of blood wafting through the air. Instinctively, he looked up to see a figure cloaked in night attire. Observing him with keen interest, Chen Fei squinted. Though the stranger was also masked, an odd sense of familiarity washed over him. That mountain bandit, younger brother, why roam about at night? when you could be resting peacefully? Jian Liang's voice floated through the darkness. Chen Fei felt like a startled deer, instinctively leaping backward. In the next moment, a flash of light appeared where he had stood, followed by a dull thud as a flying knife embedded itself in the ground, still quivering. Chapter 17. The portrait. What remarkable agility! Jian Liang's eyes brightened, but as he prepared to continue speaking, he noticed Chen Fei desperately fleeing toward the alley's exit. With a cold smile, Jian Liang began to pursue him, intent on finishing the job, when suddenly a noise emerged from the courtyard. Moments later, he stood atop the courtyard wall, noticing blood staining the cuffs of his clothing. Scanning the surroundings, he found no trace of Chen Fei. Jian Liang's expression remained impassive, a fleeting sense of recognition lingering. Yet, if he had truly encountered such agility before, it would surely have left an indelible impression. Furrowing his brow, he felt the night wind brush past as the figure vanished from sight. A mile away, Chen Fei concealed himself in a corner, exhaling a sigh of relief upon confirming he was not being followed. His luck seemed excessive. Encountering that band of mountain thieves within the city was fortuitous. Yet the household he had just witnessed was likely doomed. In the face of such bandits, Chen Fei could hardly ensure his own safety, let alone rescue anyone else. I have grown somewhat complacent, Chen Fei murmured. Had it not been for his consummate mastery of body techniques, which had nearly become instinctive, he would surely have been unable to evade Jian Liang's blade. His cultivation level remained too low. Chen Fei gazed toward the direction of the courtyard, realizing he must continue to enhance his techniques. The two disciplines could coexist and even complement each other. He decided against heading to the black market immediately, as the night seemed fraught with unrest. Instead, he resolved to seek out the vendor the following evening. The next morning, upon arriving at the medical hall, Chen Fei was met with a cacophony of commotion. What has transpired? He inquired, perplexed. Last night, several prominent families in the county were annihilated, and it is said that blood flowed freely. Lu Jun responded in a hushed tone. Chen Fei's brow furrowed. He had assumed the mountain bandits targeted a single household, but it appeared they had launched a full-scale assault on the county. The county office was enraged and had issued a substantial bounty for any useful information, offering a reward of 100 taels. Lu Jun continued, his eyes glinting with excitement. After all, 100 taels represented a fortune for them, a sum that might never be seen again in their lifetimes. Chen Fei felt a stir of intrigue, but quickly suppressed it. He could not afford to provoke those mountain bandits at this juncture. Moreover, the county office's promise of 100 taels was uncertain. It could easily lead him into perilous territory. Nevertheless, to let the matter slide without action felt unjust to the bandits. After encouraging Lu Jun, Chen Fei retreated to the alchemy room to continue refining qi blood pills. With a few more batches today, he would elevate his experience with Chao Huandan to an expert level, enabling him to commence the formal creation of Chao Huandan. A quarter of an hour passed, and the alchemical furnace was ignited, revealing 5 qi blood pills nestled within. The panel displayed that the experience points for the C.O. who Indi in stood at 5. Based on the quantity of pills produced, the experience points were calculated accordingly. Otherwise, it would not have been feasible for CHNFI to elevate the experience points of C.O. who Indi in to this level within just a few days. After placing the qi blood pills into a vial and performing a simple cleansing of the furnace, CHNFI focused intently on concocting a second batch of qi blood pills. The third, fourth, and fifth batches followed suit. Upon completing the 5 batches of qi blood pills, CHNFI could not help but exhale a sigh of relief. Although the technique for crafting qi blood pills had reached perfection, the continuous process still demanded a considerable amount of mental energy. A glance at the panel brought a faint smile to his face. Alchemy skill, C.O. who NDN, mastery 21,000. He could now produce C.O. who NDN. Recognizing the value of CHNFI's alchemical skills and to support him, the clinic generously provided a daily supply of C.O. who NDN's ingredients free of charge. At his feet lay a pile of 5 sets of C.O. who NDN's materials. If all went smoothly, he could expect to yield several C.O. who NDN. After a brief moment of meditation, he meticulously cleansed the furnace once more, methodically placing each ingredient into the vessel according to the formula. Fully immersed in the task, as it was his first attempt at crafting COHUNDN. He remained attentive to every subtle change in the medicinal properties within the furnace, making necessary adjustments. A quarter of an hour later, a fragrant aroma began to permeate the alchemical chamber, overpowering the residual scent of the Qi blood pills. After 2/4 of an hour, CHNFI opened the furnace lid to reveal a single, quietly resting pill. He cautiously retrieved it, scrutinizing the COHUNDN. The exterior was not perfectly rounded, and upon closer inspection, he noticed that some ingredients had not fully fused. These imperfections would affect the final efficacy of the COHUNDN, and if sold, the price would be somewhat lower. Nonetheless, these flaws did not diminish the smile on CHNFI's face. Even if the medicinal effect was slightly lacking, it was still vastly superior to the Qi blood pill. If CHNFI could consume 1 COHUNDN daily, the time required to advance to the Lianro realm would be drastically reduced. The emergence of the mountain bandits had only heightened CHNFI's sense of insecurity. With a decisive swallow, he consumed the COHUNDN, assuming a meditative posture on the ground, and began to practice the F-ing Su-in breathing technique. CHNFI's demeanor quickly transformed into one of calmness, fully immersing himself in the state of cultivation. After an unknown duration, CHNFI awakened, the fatigue from crafting the pills having vanished, and he appeared rejuvenated. Upon gazing at the panel, a smile spread across his face. Realm, Lianp, 593-1000. The COHUNDN had significantly increased his cultivation by 15 points. Previously, under the effects of the perfected F-ing Su-in breathing technique and Qi blood pills, he would have required nearly a month to break into the Lianro realm. Now, with the COHUNDN, although he could only consume 1 per day, the time required was halved to merely half a month. Perhaps to other martial artists, such a reduction seemed insignificant, considering the price of the COHUNDN was dozens of times that of the Qi blood pill. 1 COHUNDN cost 10 taels of silver, no negotiations accepted. This shortened half-month was entirely a luxury bought with silver. Yet, as a dam master, CHNFI understood that the value of the ingredients used for both pills differed by at most a factor of 2. The remainder was purely the value of skill. Now that he had mastered this technique, it seemed prudent to sell some COHUNDN in the black market to quickly amass silver. CHNFI pondered this while his hands continued to work, refining more COHUNDN. As night descended, the county office was brightly lit. Suddenly, a stone flew in, striking the wall with a dull thud. The officers reacted swiftly, discovering that beneath the stone lay an envelope containing a vivid portrait that unmistakably resembled Jian Liang. Several miles away, having previously learned sketching, CHNFI had entered the black market and arrived at a bookstall. Half an hour later, he exited the black market, carrying a package containing 10 basic movement technique manuals, along with 1 advanced movement technique manual and a miscellaneous technique. This miscellaneous technique was a disguise art, capable of altering one's appearance. According to the manual, with deep practice, even one's physique could be transformed. Chapter 18. Bargaining the disguise art was a precautionary measure for CHNFI, as he planned to sell COHUNDN in the black market. And appearing in his current form would make it easy to be recognized. The black market was a well-known entity among martial artists in Pyongyang County, and it was inevitable that members of the ZH-ing family would be present. CHNFI did not wish to sever ties with the ZH-ing family just yet, making it crucial to conceal his identity. The disguise art simplified into a successful facial transformation technique. Excellent. Upon seeing the simplified result, CHNFI grinned and tried washing his face with clean water. Indeed, gaining 1 experience point in the disguise art, along with some insights into the technique. Without delay, he continued rinsing his face with clean water, and the experience points for the disguise art surged. He then attempted to dampen a towel and wipe his cheek, which further increased his understanding of the disguise art, eliciting a smile from CHNFI. In the days that followed, CHNFI consumed 1 COHUNDN daily, steadily advancing his cultivation to the peak of the Lianp realm while continuously refining Qi blood pills to enhance his experience points in COHUNDN, gradually approaching perfection. It was evident that his need for money would only increase. as CEO, who in the end became a stable source of income for him. In the intervals between refining pills, I diligently practiced his movement techniques. After integrating the fifth manual, the benefits of the new technique began to diminish. The most apparent change was that his proficiency in the DGYN technique was nearing perfection. This situation was somewhat inevitable, as the fundamental movement techniques were inherently simple, relying on only a few pathways during execution. Given that I had managed to cultivate his movement technique to this degree using these basic manuals, it was quite an achievement. However, he could sense that a transformation in his movement techniques was imminent. Perhaps after integrating the 10 new movement manuals he had acquired, his speed would reach a new echelon. While refining pills and practicing movement techniques, I remained mindful of the newly acquired disguise art. During moments of respite from alchemical work, he often took out a towel to wipe his face. Within just a few days, the staff at the clinic began to notice CHNFI's peculiar behavior. They had heard that the assistant manager enjoyed cooking, a scene they had yet to witness. But now they observed that CHNFI seemed to possess a touch of cleanliness obsession. Although his face and head appeared immaculate and showed no signs of sweat, he nonetheless felt compelled to wipe his cheeks periodically, as if he were determined to scrub his face raw. I paid no mind to their curious gazes. After all, a penchant for cleanliness was hardly a fault. Meanwhile, as he observed the continuous rise in experience points across various techniques, a sense of pride and fulfillment washed over him. A significant matter arose. Early in the morning, Li Jin approached CHNFI with an air of mystery. CHNFI nodded, urging Li Jin to continue. A few days prior, several prominent families in the county had been murdered. Last night, the county's constables and officers had mobilized to apprehend a suspect. CHNFI's expression shifted. No wonder he had heard the commotion outside last night. It was indeed related to this incident. He could not help but recall the portrait he had discarded in the county office. Were they successful in capturing him? They were not. It was reported that the bandit initially seemed taken aback, but once the constables approached, he swiftly incapacitated them all and fled. Lu Jun shook his head with a hint of regret. After all, who wouldn't he fear a ruthless bandit who had slaughtered an entire family? Everyone hoped to capture him. Chen Fei nodded slightly, realizing that the county office had underestimated Jian Liang's strength, which allowed him to escape. However, from another perspective, this also reflected Jian Liang's formidable power, far beyond that of an ordinary warrior. It was rumored that someone had provided information to the office, yet they received no reward. What a pity. Lu Jun muttered to himself as he walked away, his eyes filled with a longing for wealth. 10 days swiftly passed, and the experience points for Chao Huandan had finally reached perfection. Each batch produced not only increased in quantity, but also in quality, with each pill being plump and round. This already constituted a superior grade of Chao Huandan. Within the entire Qing Zheng Yiguan, there were but a few alchemists capable of refining such high-quality pills. A single Chao Huandan sold for 10 taels of silver, and the cost of the medicinal herbs was relatively low, negligible compared to the selling price. In these 10 days, Chen Fei had also perfected his disguise technique, allowing him to alter his appearance at will, even adjusting his physique slightly. Thus, Chen Fei was now ready to sell Chao Huandan in the dark market. The only issue left to resolve was the sourcing of herbs. Various medical clinics and pharmacies would not sell large quantities of herbs to Chen Fei, as they had their own alchemists and saw no need to dispose of their materials in such a manner. Hence, Chen Fei needed to seek an alternative route. Simultaneously, it was estimated that Chen Fei would soon achieve a breakthrough in his cultivation, at which point he would ascend to the realm of a martial artist in the flesh training stage. In the dark market, he inquired, "I need a batch of medicinal herbs. Can you provide them?" Standing before a bookstall, wearing a mask and a hat, his face was already altered, especially the corners of his eyes, which he had intentionally elongated, and he had slightly elevated his stature, giving himself an impression of coldness that was difficult to approach. With money, anything can be arranged. Qi Defeng regarded Chen Fei, sensing a familiar aura. However, given the constant flow of people in the dark market, some familiarity was not unusual. "I need 10 portions of these herbs." Chen Fei handed over the prepared list. Qi Defeng glanced at it and replied, "Not difficult to find. I'll charge you 10% above market price. Delivery in 6 days. How does that sound?" Chen Fei rolled his eyes silently, taking back the list from Qi Defeng and preparing to turn away. He had approached Qi Defeng for herbs primarily due to familiarity. He could still gather sufficient herbs from other sources. Hey, don't leave. Prices are negotiable. Qi Defeng called out. The market price is already high, and the difference is enough to cover your costs. Chen Fei turned back. The current chaos makes it difficult to find herbs. Qi Defeng shook his head. With so many refugees, if you're willing to pay them, they will naturally help you find the herbs. Recently, the number of refugees outside Pinyin County had not diminished, but had increased, with several nearby counties having fallen, plunging the surroundings into deeper chaos. Rumors spread that troops had been dispatched to suppress the unrest, but the outcome remained uncertain. Chapter 19. Breaking Promises in Truth. Even with a 10% increase in the market price of herbs, it was not a significant issue for Chen Fei. After all, the profits from the herbs, once they were transformed into pills, had already multiplied by dozens. However, in business dealings, one could not simply acquiesce to any price offered. Doing so would not evoke gratitude, but rather lead others to perceive one as gullible, subsequently inviting a host of troubles. Extracting a manual on body techniques from beneath his bed, Chen Fei began to study it. The technique Du Jiangyun had been integrated with the 13th manual, and each time he cultivated it to perfection, the duration required was diminishing, indicating that the supplement from the new manuals were becoming less effective. After a quarter of an hour, upon finishing the new manual, the information about Yan Shuangfei appeared on his panel. Chen Fei merged the perfected Du Jiangyun with Yan Shuangfei. Skill: Du Jiangyun, perfection 732510000. Upon merging, it approached perfection, indicating that the room for improvement was rapidly diminishing. Once he fused with a new manual, reaching perfection would signify that this technique had reached its limit. Initially, Chen Fei had envisioned a continuous improvement through the fusion of various low-tier techniques to create a more powerful skill, yet this notion was somewhat fanciful. After all, basic techniques were created with relatively simple concepts. Fortunately, the panel could simplify those incomplete manuals. Otherwise, Chen Fei would indeed struggle to find new techniques. Several miles away, a voice whispered, "Help me kill someone, and the debt you owe will be cleared." Who? Chen Fei from Qing Zheng Yiguan. Killing someone from Qing Zheng Yiguan would not go unpunished by the Zhang family. Given the rampant banditry in the county, leaving traces would allow one to pin the blame on those rogues. Moreover, that young man is now quite wealthy. Those riches would be a boon for you. All right, I'll take on this task. The room fell silent again. One person had left, while another limped toward the table, revealing a grotesque face in the candlelight. That day I went with you. My leg was broken, leaving me crippled. Yet you comfortably became the deputy manager. How can you monopolize all the good fortune? The malevolent whispers danced with the flickering candlelight. Chen Fei maintained his routine of alchemy and cultivation. His mastery had reached a critical threshold, and when his body technique manuals merged to the 16th volume, he could progress no further. Chen Fei then simplified the advanced body technique he had painstakingly collected, creating a skill known as Zhong Yuji Xing. Although it would leave him slightly fatigued afterward, no severe aftereffects were noted. Chen Fei rejoiced and unhesitatingly integrated this skill into Du Jiangyun. Now, Du Jiangyun, having fused with numerous body techniques, appeared extraordinarily comprehensive. The incorporation of Zhong Yuji Xing did not distort Du Jiangyun, but instead endowed it with an explosive secret technique. Simultaneously, its proficiency dropped to perfection, 812310000. Given Chen Fei's current speed of cultivating body techniques, it would take merely a day or two to return to perfection. Due to the fusion of multiple techniques, Du Jiangyun was capable of perfectly accommodating high-tier body technique secrets. Chen Fei pondered, if I wish to perfectly merge my sword techniques with something like Xian Renji Lu, aside from second simplification, completing the fusion of basic sword techniques may also serve as a viable path. An idea emerged in Chen Fei's mind, but was quickly dismissed. Sword techniques differed from body techniques. Zhong Yuji Xing resembled an explosive state rather than a specific stepping technique, thus allowing for seamless compatibility. However, completing the fusion of basic sword techniques would still benefit his future integration of other advanced sword techniques, at least enhancing their adaptability significantly. As for his cultivation, Chen Fei noted from the panel that he was merely a few points away. Without hesitation, He sat cross-legged and began to circulate the Feng Xian Hu Shi Fa. The qi and blood within him surged, causing his skin to flush slightly, a warm current flowing across his skin and gradually permeating into his muscles. After an indeterminate amount of time, Chen Fei's body trembled slightly as a brand new power erupted from within. He involuntarily opened his eyes. The sounds around him rustled. In the darkness, Chen Fei perceived a greater distance than before. Amidst the ultimate tranquility of the night, a medley of disturbances filled the air. Intertwining sensations flooded Chen Fei's consciousness. Chen Fei abruptly turned his gaze toward the door. In the ethereal state following his breakthrough, he sensed an anomaly in the courtyard. Someone was lurking there, gripping his long sword. Chen Fei opened the door and stepped into the courtyard, resembling a restless soul seeking distraction in the night. Swish! Chen Fei leaned to the left as a cold gleam flashed by, a flying dagger scraping against the courtyard wall. Simultaneously, a shadow leaped from the corner onto the wall, casting a cold glare at Chen Fei. The figure clad in black remained silent, vanishing as he moved. Chen Fei observed the silhouette of the man, sensing an unsettling feeling of being discreetly followed. He initially suspected it might be Sun Shu's doing. However, the man's presence in the courtyard suggested something more sinister. His sudden aggression indicated that this was not merely a case of stalking. With a swift motion, Chen Fei felt a surge of energy coursing through his body. As if time itself had slowed, the gentle breeze rustled the branches, allowing him to discern the trajectory of the leaves. In an instant, he stepped back, positioning himself behind the black-clad figure, thrusting his sword forward. The intelligence he had gathered indicated that this man had recently crossed into the realm of Lian Pai. And in a cautious manner, he had tracked Chen Fei for several days, confirming that Chen Fei had no additional protectors. Thus, he had resolved to eliminate Chen Fei today. Concluding this assignment, with a swift motion, the sword pierced through the man's chest, and he collapsed to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. Chen Fei moved aside, gazing down at the fallen figure. "Who sent you?" he inquired. "If you promise not to kill me, I shall tell you," the man replied, clutching his wound. "Agreed." Chen Fei nodded after a moment of contemplation. A frown creased Chen Fei's brow as he struggled to comprehend the situation. He had not sought trouble with Pu Liao. Why then had this man been sent to kill him? "May I leave now?" the black-clad man stammered, managing to stand despite his injuries. Chen Fei shook his head slightly, advancing toward him. "Is there anything else you wish to say? What are you planning? You just promised not to kill me. You cannot go back on your word." The man shouted in panic. "I have broken my promise." The flash of the sword glimmered as its tip pierced the man's heart. The black-clad figure looked at Chen Fei in disbelief before slowly collapsing backward. In a tavern, Pu Liao reveled with companions, his demeanor exuberantly carefree. As night fell and the establishment prepared to close, a guard inquired, "Is it time to close already?" Pu Liao, with a dismissive gesture, spat onto the ground. Though injured and limping, the Zhang family had not discarded him, but kept him at Qingjing Medical Hall. His leg was broken, and his once formidable presence had waned. Yet he remained their leader. After a lengthy half-hour, Pu Liao, having indulged in food and drink, began his unsteady journey home. The night was quiet, with no pedestrians in sight. He felt no fear, even humming a tune. His spirits had been high despite his injuries, and the merriment at the table had persisted for several days. With a creak, the ancient door swung open as Pu Liao entered, locking it behind him. As he lit a candle and reached for the tea on the table, he suddenly noticed a figure seated in the corner. The alcohol-induced haze vanished as fear gripped him, and he tightened his grip on his sword, focusing intently on the silhouette. It was Chen Fei. "What are you doing here?" Pu Liao exclaimed, feigning calm while his mind raced for an escape. Chen Fei's unexpected appearance suggested that the assassination plot had failed. How could Chen Fei, merely at the Lian Pai stage, emerge unscathed? Pu Liao struggled to comprehend the unfolding events, prioritizing the need to stabilize the situation with Chen Fei. "When did I send someone to kill you?" Pu Liao feigned ignorance, staring at Chen Fei, who has framed me. "This is outrageous. Your demeanor is markedly different from usual. It seems you are indeed guilty." Chen Fei advanced towards Pu Liao, sword in hand. Having failed to extract the truth, Chen Fei chose to forego further inquiries. In this world, many matters lacked sufficient justification. "This has nothing to do with me. If you wish to kill me, do not resort to such clumsy excuses." Pu Liao, Increasingly agitated as Chen Fei approached, shouted, "I admit I made mistakes when teaching you the techniques. I can apologize publicly, even host a banquet at Yinfei Tower to atone for my errors." As Pu Liao retreated, Chen Fei shook his head. "No need. If the Zhang family discovers I have been killed, they will launch a thorough investigation. Everything must be substantiated. Should you possess evidence of my orders to kill you, I would die without grievance. However, your arbitrary accusation today is unacceptable." Pu Liao cried out in terror. Chen Fei halted, and Pu Liao, sensing a moment of reprieve, prepared to speak. But in the dimly lit room, a glimmer of cold steel flashed. Pu Liao's body stiffened, a crimson line appearing on his forehead as he gazed at Chen Fei, mistakenly believing he had secured his safety. "In my presence, no evidence is required." As Pu Liao breathed his last, Chen Fei surveyed the room, then vanished with a flicker. Gazing at the bright moon above, he sighed softly. He yearned for tranquility in his cultivation, yet the world denied him such a luxury. The following afternoon, the news of Pu Liao's demise spread throughout the Northern City Medical Hall. Could it be the bandits again? It was quiet for a few days, and now they return. It might not be them. Previously, they targeted the affluent. Pu Liao was merely a guard and should not have been a target. Who can say for certain? Perhaps it's best to stay at the medical hall for now. The company offers safety. Amidst the chatter at the Northern City Medical Hall, Lu Jun specifically approached Chen Fei to inform him of the event. Few would associate Pu Liao's death with Chen Fei, the alchemist. Many knew that Chen Fei had only recently advanced to the Lianpai stage, focusing primarily on alchemical pursuits, with no grievances against Pu Liao. From all perspectives, there was no conflict between the two. Chen Fei lacked the power to kill Pu Liao. As usual, he continued to refine Qi blood pills, honing his craft. He contemplated his visit to the underground market that evening to exchange for a batch of herbs. Once acquired, he could concoct the Chao Huan Dan for sale in the underground market. Though the previous night had been fraught with danger, Chen Fei's thirst for power only intensified. Danger could strike at any moment. Only by becoming sufficiently powerful could he evade it. As dusk approached, Chen Fei prepared to refine his final batch of Qi blood pills for the day when he received an unexpected summons to the Zhang family. Surprised, Chen Fei considered that it might be the young lady, Zhang Xinan, seeking information regarding the Northern City Medical Hall or the circumstances surrounding Pu Liao's death. After a brief tidy-up, he made his way to the Zhang residence. The grand estate, with its gilded rooftops and stone walls, exuded an imposing aura. This was Chen Fei's first visit to the Zhang family. Entering through a side door, he followed a servant to a separate courtyard. Upon arrival, he noticed Zhang Xinan conversing with Zhang Dafang. "Greetings, Miss and esteemed Elder Zhang." Chen Fei approached, cupping his hands in respect. "How have you found your time at the Northern City Medical Hall?" Zhang Xinan turned to him, assessing his appearance. Compared to when he had assisted during the disaster relief, Chen Fei appeared notably more robust, which was somewhat pleasing to the eye. Previously, his gaunt figure had not been appealing. Had it not been for his alchemical skills, he would have struggled to gain Zhang Xinan's attention. "Thank you for your concern. Mississippi, all is well. Have you uncovered anything at the Northern City Medical Hall?" Zhang Xinan inquired nonchalantly. Having heard of Pu Liao's death, she was reminded of Chen Fei and the task she had assigned him, prompting her to summon him for clarification. "All matters at the Northern City Medical Hall are handled by Manager Sun. I have had little opportunity for interaction," Chen Fei replied candidly. Sun Shu is inherently cautious. Chen Fei's sudden arrival at Bei Cheng Yiguan elicited a reasonable sense of caution from Sun Shu. Seeing Zhang Xinan frown, Zhang Defang offered a comforting word for Chen Fei. Indeed, Sun Shu harbored no trust for Chen Fei. Had he not been diligently focusing on alchemy and refraining from meddling in other affairs, the atmosphere at Bei Cheng Yiguan would not have been so tranquil. Zhang Xinan issued an eviction order, clearly displeased with Chen Fei's demeanor. Chapter 21. Thunderbolt Sword Technique. One of the subordinates had uncovered a matter that required verification from the young lady. Chen Fei hesitated regarding the distribution ratio, but he was indifferent, as the substantial profits would ultimately lie in the black market. However, Zhang Xinan's mention of the Qingling Dan piqued Chen Fei's interest. The Qingling Dan was a superior-grade alchemical pill, primarily consumed by practitioners at the bone forging or even marrow refining stages, thus possessing significantly enhanced effects compared to the Chao Huan Dan, along with a considerably higher price. If Chen Fei could acquire the formula for the Qing Ling Dan, he could replace the current Chao Huan Dan, either for personal use or for sale in the black market. Speak. Zhang Sinan stated flatly. The aroma of the Qing Ling Dan emanated strongly from Sun Guanshi. Chen Fei spoke in a low voice, noting that an alchemist's nose is more sensitive than that of other practitioners, particularly concerning medicinal materials. Having encountered and even consumed the Qing Ling Dan before, he was well acquainted with its scent. It was typical for Sun Shu, as the steward of the medical hall, to carry the scent of medicinal pills. However, the overwhelming fragrance of the Qing Ling Dan overshadowed all others, which was unusual, particularly as he was not an alchemist. Such a strong scent could only arise from daily contact or years of consumption. The Qing Ling Dan was not cheap, fetching 15 taels of silver per pill, which was 1.5 times the cost of the Chao Huan Dan. Although Sun Shu held the position of steward, his wages could scarcely support the daily expense of a single Qing Ling Dan. Zhang Sinan's eyes brightened. If Chen Fei had deduced this, she too had considered it. If what Chen Fei claimed were true, it would indeed present a major issue regarding Sun Shu. We can ask Lao Qin to verify, Zhang Defeng suggested with a smile. The Lao Qin he referred to was a physician with a keen sensitivity to the scents of medicinal pills. Whether Chen Fei's assertions held merit could be confirmed with a simple encounter. If your claims prove accurate, the formula for the Qing Ling Dan will belong to you thereafter. Zhang Sinan remarked regarding Chen Fei. Thank you, young lady. Chen Fei replied with a respectful gesture. As night descended, Chen Fei altered his appearance, donning a mask and hat, and emerged in the black market. Upon encountering Qi Defeng, he was led to a room where Qi pointed at the herbs on the ground, saying, after days of effort, I have finally gathered the materials. You cannot imagine the hardship involved. The previous price was indeed somewhat low. Chen Fei remained silent, examining the herbs. After a moment, he stood calmly and gazed at Qi Defeng. What is it? Qi Defeng felt a bit uneasy under Chen Fei's scrutinizing gaze and, somewhat displeased, said, You're not suddenly having second thoughts about these herbs, are you? I assure you, the price can still be negotiated. You must accept all the materials. Did you acquire those counterfeit herbs yourself? Chen Fei asked calmly. What? There are counterfeit herbs? Impossible. Qi Defeng exclaimed incredulously, moving towards the materials for a closer inspection. Without a solid foundation in the craft, one could not produce such high-quality fakes. So there really are fakes. Those wretched refugees have deceived me. Chen Fei inquired, what now? I took a look. There aren't too many fakes, just a few. Qi Defeng responded with a smile. I require 10 portions, with only 6 being genuine. Indeed. There are only a few fakes. Chen Fei nodded in agreement. That many? I didn't notice before. Those wretched refugees. Qi Defeng shouted again. Here is the payment for the 6 genuine portions. Next time, I will still require 10 portions, to be collected in 3 days. Chen Fei, speechless, produced the silver and handed it to Qi Defeng before lifting the herbs and departing the room. Qi Defeng jingled the silver in his hand, watching Chen Fei's retreating figure, a smile creeping onto his face. It had been a long time since he encountered such a shrewd young man. Truly, he found it amusing. Carrying a bundle, Chen Fei exited the black market. The 10 portions of herbs were a calculated quantity, inconspicuous enough to avoid attracting unnecessary attention. This way it was just right. He had rented another courtyard after altering his appearance and identity. Given that he would soon be selling Chao Huan Dan in the black market, it was prudent to avoid any overlap with his former identity for greater safety. A room had been specially prepared and transformed into an alchemical chamber. Chen Fei organized the herbs in his bundle and began the alchemical process for the Chao Huan Dan. With his current proficiency nearing completion, the time required to refine 6 portions was relatively short. Once the technique is mastered, what appears complex to outsiders can, at times, be remarkably simple. An hour later, upon concluding the alchemical process, Chen Fei gazed at the vial containing 15 Chao Huan Dan, a smile involuntarily gracing his face. This represented over 100 taels of silver. Should his mastery of the Chao Huan Dan reach perfection, the yield per batch would further increase. In no time, he could amass 500 taels of silver. Placing the vial within his robe, Chen Fei cast a glance at his status panel. Name, Chen Fei. Profession, practitioner, cultivation techniques. Qingshan sword, perfection. Feng Xian breathing technique, perfection. Du Jiang Yun, perfection. Disguise technique, perfection. Immortal's guidance, not yet initiated. Realm, body refinement, 171-0000. Alchemy, Qi blood Dan, perfection. Detoxification Dan, perfection. Healing Dan, perfection. Chao Huan Dan, perfection 7931100000. Status, bone-eating sword. Nearly all aspects were at perfection, yet the Immortal's guidance sword technique stood out as uninitiated. With the breakthrough to the body refinement realm, the status of the bone-eating sword had also transformed, now marked with a minus sign, significantly reducing its impact on Chen Fei. Simultaneously, the Feng Xian breathing technique and the Chao Huan Dan had shown a notable decline in their effectiveness in aiding his cultivation. Nevertheless, their utility remained, contributing approximately 20 experience points daily. Calculating this, Chen Fei estimated that to advance to the bone forging stage, he would require over a year. This was not slow. It was faster than most practitioners, many of whom remained stagnant throughout their lives. If Chen Fei desired to accelerate his cultivation, transitioning to Qingling Dan and enhancing the Feng Xian breathing technique were essential. Achieving either would exponentially increase his training speed. Reflecting on this, Chen Fei retrieved a manual. According to Qi Dafeng, this was also a technique from the Xianyan sword sect, the Thunderbolt sword technique. Chapter 22, Thunder Suspense Technique. As Chen Fei perused the technique manual, he found himself overwhelmed. The text seemed replete with wisdom, yet the path to practice remained elusive. After an hour, he set the manual down, feeling that it surely contained valuable knowledge, but that following its guidance without caution could lead to disastrous consequences. The Thunderbolt sword technique had been simplified to yield the Jing character formula. Indeed, there was substance here. Chen Fei's eyes brightened, and as the content of the Jing character formula appeared in his mind, he became engrossed. Half an hour later, he emerged from his reverie, realizing that he had indeed grasped a portion of the Thunderbolt sword technique. This was a significant gain. A smile spread across Chen Fei's face. Should he fully comprehend the complete Thunderbolt sword technique, his cultivation speed would dramatically increase, and his techniques would inherently carry the might of thunder. The Jing character formula did not wield the power of thunder, yet it inherited the advantage of accelerated cultivation speed. However, as it was merely a fragment of the Thunderbolt sword technique, the Jing character formula was not without its drawbacks. If practiced carelessly, it could easily lead to self-injury. The Jing character technique serves as an accelerator. If your body can withstand it, the circulation of qi and blood will become exceedingly rapid. The original Jing Lei sword technique, imbued with the power of thunder, is capable of refining the physique, thus alleviating concerns regarding the excessively swift flow of qi and blood. Integration. In Chen Fei's mind, the insights regarding the Yuan man's Feng Xian breathing technique intertwined with the Jing Ziju, creating a complex amalgamation. A portion of the Feng Xian breathing technique was excised, supplanted by elements of the Jing Ziju. A new martial art, Jing Xianjin, emerged on the interface, with the Jing Ziju significantly contributing to its formulation, yet not to a revolutionary extent. Otherwise, the proficiency would not have manifested instantaneously at its current level. Simplified Jing Xianjin, the exhilarating technique of Jing Zuanjin, a simplified method of breath control. As anticipated by Chen Fei, that has appeared once more. Chen Fei activated the wind-suspended breathing technique, garnering an experience value of 1 for his stunning prowess. A smile graced his face as he resolved some issues regarding his cultivation method. However, the hard-earned silver coins had once again dwindled to nothing. The cultivation of skin, flesh, bones, marrow, and organs constitutes the 5 realms of body refinement. Within these realms, even a mediocre technique like the extreme mountain breathing method provides warriors with the opportunity to advance to the realm of organ refinement. Naturally, such occurrences are rare, as the extreme mountain breathing method is notoriously inefficient, likely leading one to an untimely demise before achieving mastery. One can only say that the opportunity exists, albeit faintly. Therefore, when a martial artist reaches a certain level, pursuing a more formidable technique becomes one of their primary objectives. For those from prestigious families or powerful sects, their training often involves superior techniques, rendering the need for replacement unnecessary. It is only individuals like Chen Fei, devoid of any foundational support, who must seek opportunities to acquire stronger methods. The fusion process, having been simplified, significantly reduced the expenditure of silver coins, likely due to the considerable knowledge I had already mastered. However, a completely new secondary simplification, akin to a celestial being guiding the way, demands tenfold the silver coins. Indeed, knowledge proves to be exceedingly precious. Chen Fei murmured to himself, then sat cross-legged to cultivate, and in the blink of an eye, the night passed swiftly. On the following day, as usual, Chen Fei busied himself within the medicinal hall concocting elixirs. As night fell, he transformed his appearance and emerged in the night market. This time, Chen Fei assumed a new identity, distinctly different from his previous ones. He appeared robust and powerful, even with a mask covering his face. The scar at the corner of his eye was still visible. "Are you here to collect elixirs?" Chen Fei approached the stall and spoke in a hoarse voice. The art of disguise was indeed remarkable. After mastering it to perfection, he could effortlessly alter both his appearance and voice, and even make subtle adjustments to his physique. With a mask and a conical hat donned, he truly became a person of 1,000 faces, free from the worry of being recognized. Observing the quality of the elixirs, he noted their excellence and was naturally inclined to acquire them. The stall owner glanced at Chen Fei and noticed the scar at the corner of his eye, then casually remarked, "Here you go." Chen Fei tossed the vial, which the stall owner caught deftly. Upon uncorking it, a subtle fragrance of medicinal herbs wafted into the air. The quality of the Chao Huan Dan approached the pinnacle of perfection, revealing no discernible flaws. Upon closer inspection, one might even observe that it surpassed the offerings of local apothecaries. Such mastery in alchemy could only be achieved through years of diligent practice. Indeed, the stall owner's eyes glimmered with intrigue as he gazed at the contents of the vial. After resealing it, he lifted his gaze to Chen Fei, his tone considerably softened. "The elixir is impressive. If all your wares are of this caliber, I shall gladly accept any quantity you present. You need not worry about quality, as you may verify it each time. Now let us discuss the price. If it is agreeable, we can establish a future arrangement." Chen Fei crossed his arms and inquired, "What is the available quantity?" "In a span of 3 days, between 10 to 20 pieces. With this quantity, at 7 taels each, we shall accept it." The vendor pondered for a moment and remarked, "It is too low." Chen Fei shook his head. "It is already quite a lot. We have received them, yet we still need to sell them, and we must ensure a profit." The stall owner insisted. Chen Fei remained silent, pretending to take the medicine bottle from the stall, signaling his unwillingness to continue the discussion. "Oh, do not be hasty. The price is still negotiable," the stall owner exclaimed, quickly stopping Chen Fei. Moments later, Chen Fei departed from the dark market, with the final price settled at 8 taels. While not entirely satisfied, it was still acceptable. After all, compared to Qingjing Yuan, this sum was considerably substantial for Chen Fei. Alchemy, cultivation, and honing skills, Chen Fei's life seemed to have returned to tranquility. However, on the 5th day, while in the medical hall, he encountered that physician Qin. This physician Qin wandered around the hall for a while, and then Sun Shu appeared. The two exchanged a few words and seemed to engage in pleasant conversation. Half an hour later, physician Qin left Beijing Iguan. Chen Fei remained impassive, knowing that Zhang Xinan was about to take action, and the coming days were likely to be eventful. After some contemplation, Chen Fei decided to refrain from visiting the medical hall for the time being. It would be an opportune moment to diligently enhance his skill in the art of startling suspense while exploring Pinyin County. Having been in this world for quite a while, he had initially been preoccupied with making a living, followed by relentless cultivation, and thus he knew little about the city in which he lived. As a mere errand boy in his former life, he naturally had few opportunities. Early the next morning, Chen Fei feigned illness to take leave, and then he thoroughly explored Pinyin County. Indulging in food and entertainment, the silver he possessed now felt like a fortune to an ordinary person. With wealth at his disposal, he could indulge in whatever he desired. He even visited the brothels and listened to music several times. The experience was exceedingly delightful. Fine wine in taverns and street snacks made Chen Fei feel like a bird released from its cage, bringing a sense of tranquility to his mind and spirit. However, matters in Pinyin Mountain were rather complicated, and recently, the gathering of medicinal herbs had become increasingly difficult. In the dark market, Qi Defeng observed Chen Fei, sensing a slight change in his demeanor. The scarcity of herbs could not justify the use of counterfeit medicines. Chen Fei felt somewhat helpless. The first time he encountered 40% counterfeit herbs, he had been honest the second time with entirely genuine materials. Yet, astonishingly, today marked his third encounter, and again, He faced 40% counterfeit herbs. The difference this time was that the technique of counterfeiting had noticeably improved compared to the previous occasion. Chapter 23. Assassination as an Alchemist. Chen斐was well acquainted with the medicinal herbs he encountered daily, and regardless of how counterfeit they were, he would discern their authenticity. What? More counterfeit medicines again? CHDF appeared to have just realized the situation, exclaiming, "My young brother, fret not. I am well aware that those individuals are not to be trusted. Hence, I deliberately instructed them to gather an additional portion this time. Consequently, your 10 portions of medicinal herbs shall remain intact." As he spoke, CHDF retrieved some herbs from another room and presented them before CHNFI. Observing CHDF CHNFI realized that he had prepared for both contingencies and felt fortunate not to have detected the subterfuge. Even if the deception were uncovered, there were still alternative herbs at his disposal. Such ingenuity in CHDF was truly remarkable. CHNFI approached to inspect the newly acquired herbs. After a brief moment, his expression darkened, for he discerned a portion of counterfeit herbs among them. Rising from his seat, he fixed his gaze upon CHDF and inquired, "Are there more fakes?" "It is utterly excessive, truly excessive." Chi Defeng, his head shaking like a rattle drum, produced a package of medicinal herbs from behind his back and presented it to Chen斐, saying, "Take another look. Fortunately, I prepared quite enough." A quarter of an hour later, Chen斐departed from the dark market with his bundle. Indeed, the merchants within this clandestine market shared a singular trait. They were all driven solely by profit. Aware of this reality, Chen斐had no intention of replacing Chi Defeng. At the very least, the herbs provided by Chi Defeng were of commendable quality and were delivered punctually. Upon returning to his rented courtyard, Chen斐entered the alchemy chamber, dedicating over an hour to refining all the herbs into Chao Huan Dan. As his proficiency approached perfection, the yield of Chao Huan Dan increased significantly. From 10 portions of herbs, Chen斐successfully produced 31 pills. Selling these would enable him to simplify the path of the immortal's guidance. A smile inevitably graced Chen Fei's face. He had long coveted this particular sword technique. At that moment, Chen Fei would possess a lethal technique, granting him the possibility of combat even against foes stronger than himself. Early the next morning, before Chen Fei could step outside, Lu Jun arrived at his door, visibly flustered. "What has happened?" Chen Fei inquired, offering a cup of tea with a smile. "Manager's son has fled, and he has killed many." Lu Jun trembled as he spoke, the bloodstains on the floor of the medical clinic seemingly flowing before his eyes once more. "Do not panic. Speak clearly." Chen Fei's expression shifted to one of seriousness. "This morning, someone from the main house came and said Manager's son was to meet with the Zhang family. Yet, Manager's son attempted to escape." After taking a few sips of tea, Lu Jun gradually calmed down and recounted the events of the morning, illuminating for Chen Fei what had transpired. Indeed, Sun Shu had secretly excavated a hidden passage within the residence, seemingly prepared for discovery. However, the guard from the Zhang family were exceedingly cautious and quickly sensed something amiss. They burst into the room and engaged Sun Shu in combat. Sun Shu exhibited remarkable prowess, killing 2 of the 5 guards before making his escape. Enraged, the Zhang family reported the incident to the authorities and offered a bounty for Sun Shu. They even promised a handsome reward for any information leading to his capture. As the deputy manager of the clinic, upon learning of the incident, Chen Fei felt compelled to go to the medical facility. Dr. Qin is dead? Just after arriving at the clinic, another piece of news struck. Dr. Qin, who had visited the Beijing Medical Clinic a few days prior, had just been murdered in the street. The assailant wore a conical hat, obscuring his features, yet Chen Fei recognized the killer as Sun Shu. Such a fierce desire for revenge. Chen Fei murmured to himself, realizing Sun Shu must have suspected that his exposure was linked to Dr. Qin, as the latter had indeed recently visited Beijing Medical Clinic. What Chen Fei did not anticipate was that Sun Shu, after fleeing the clinic, would not depart the county immediately, but would instead assassinate Dr. Qin. Revenge is swift, a ruthless individual indeed. The news of this incident quickly spread within the clinic, and the Zhang family was undoubtedly informed even sooner. They were now truly incensed. Sun Shu's actions were a direct affront to their dignity. Unsurprisingly, the bounty was instantly doubled, reaching a sum that tempted even Chen Fei. However, Considering Sun Shu's current capabilities, he dismissed the thought. Earlier, the 5 guards comprised 1 from the bone-forging realm and 4 from the flesh-training realm. Yet Sun Shu had managed to slay 2 amidst their siege and depart unscathed. Chen Fei's current physique was insufficient to withstand Sun Shu's might. Throughout the day, the Beiqing medical clinic was in disarray, with everyone preoccupied with their thoughts. As night fell, Chen Fei left the clinic, heading home. After navigating through several alleys, just as he was about to step into his courtyard, he suddenly halted, hesitatingly glancing around, and took a few steps back. "You're quite perceptive, yet you failed to notice earlier." A voice echoed, and a shadow appeared atop the courtyard wall, looking down at Chen Fei with a gaze that sent chills down his spine. "Manager Sun?" Chen Fei's pupils constricted slightly, although the newcomer obscured his face. Chen Fei recognized him by his stature, particularly since the voice bore no disguise. "I'm no longer a manager, merely a hunted dog." Sun Shu chuckled darkly, his voice grating like countless tiny needles piercing into one's neck. "You're mistaken, Manager Sun." Chen Fei retreated quietly, fixing his gaze on Sun Shu. "What brings you here today?" "I pondered why the Zhang family discovered my affairs. One reason is that Qin fellow, and the other is you." Sun Shu's icy gaze bore into Chen Fei. "Thus, before I leave Pinyin County, I must pay you a visit, otherwise I would feel somewhat unsatisfied." "Manager Sun, you misunderstand. What I deem correct is simply that. Your thoughts are of no concern to me. Should I wish to slay you, what does it matter to you?" Sun Shu erupted into laughter. "You speak with a semblance of reason, Manager Sun. Farewell." With that, Chen Fei's figure swayed and vanished from sight. "Trying to flee? Have you consulted me?" Sun Shu scoffed, immediately pursuing Chen Fei. However, after a brief pursuit, Sun Shu's arrogant smile gradually faded. He had expected to capture Chen Fei within moments. Yet the distance between them only widened, spanning several dozen meters in a short time. As time passed, the gap continued to grow. Sun Shu's eyes widened in disbelief. Had Chen Fei not just recently broken through to the flesh-training realm? Was this the agility of one in that realm? Chapter 24. The performance. Sun Shu's expression darkened as he contemplated, deciding to let Chen Fei go for the moment. Otherwise, such a lengthy chase would attract too much attention. Especially with the Zhang family offering a bounty, he risked being captured. Just as Sun Shu was about to halt, he suddenly noticed that Chen Fei's pace had slowed. Although still faster than an ordinary practitioner of the flesh-training realm, it was now within Sun Shu's tolerable range. Was it a secret technique? Sun Shu mused, acknowledging the rationale behind it. Otherwise, such speed would be unfathomable for someone at the flesh-training realm, even for him, a bone-forging practitioner. "Kid, let us see where you think you can run." Sun Shu sneered, quickening his pace to close the distance, having it in mere moments to about 20 meters. At this speed, he would capture Chen Fei in just a few breaths. Observing Chen Fei's expression, a sinister grin crept across Sun Shu's face. He relished seeing others in such a state, akin to lowly servants whose lives rested entirely in his control, as if spurred by the pressure of impending death. When Sun Shu drew within several meters, Chen Fei's movements quickened slightly, gradually widening the gap between them once more. A desperate struggle. Sun Shu scoffed, waving his right hand, a flash of cold light gleaming. Chen Fei's form swayed as he evaded Sun Shu's hidden weapon. Yet the impact on his speed brought them back to a distance of mere meters. Chen Fei ran with all his might, his neck flushed red from exertion, as if on the verge of collapse. Yet he managed to maintain the distance, preventing Sun Shu from closing in. Gritting his teeth, Sun Shu's anger surged. Initially, he had thought killing Chen Fei would be no more challenging than slaying a chick. However, Chen Fei's display of agility had taken him by surprise. Realizing it was a secret technique and that they were nearly within reach, he found that this small gap felt insurmountable, akin to a chasm. How could this not ignite his fury, even causing him to lose his rationality? No, this place is too close to the Zhang family. As he chased Chen Fei, Sun Shu felt a surge of madness. The tantalizing closeness to capturing Chen Fei intoxicated him, but suddenly he became acutely aware of his surroundings. A few hundred more meters, and he would reach the Zhang family's estate. At this moment, Sun Shu appeared bold and fearless, ready to kill at will. Yet, once he arrived at the Zhang family, it would be he who met his demise. In fact, should he wish for death, it would be a challenge, inevitably subject to torment. Sun Shu abruptly halted, casting a venomous glance at Chen Fei, deciding to withdraw. This position was too perilous. Even if he wished to kill Chen Fei, he would not wager his own life in such a gamble. As Chen Fei ran forward, noticing the silence behind him, he glanced back just in time to see Sun Shu stop, fixating him with a cold, piercing gaze. Chen Fei executed a graceful flip, landing upon the eaves of building, where he leaned forward, hands resting on his knees, gasping for breath as if he were on the brink of collapsing from exhaustion. Consider yourself fortunate. Our next encounter will mark your demise. Sun Shu observed Chen Fei's disheveled state, a temptation to advance and extinguish him looming in his mind. Yet, after a moment of hesitation, Sun Shu turned and vanished into the alleyway. As Chen Fei watched Sun Shu depart, his labored breathing subsided, and he gradually straightened his posture. It was almost enough. Sun Shu remained overly cautious. Breathing steadily, the reddened skin from his earlier exertion returned to its normal hue. Indeed, all of this was but a ruse orchestrated by Chen Fei, intended to lure Sun Shu towards the Zhang family estate. Thus, he had been acting throughout their encounter, maintaining a distance designed to entice Sun Shu into his trap. To enhance the authenticity of his performance, Chen Fei had even employed techniques of disguise, allowing him to convincingly deceive Sun Shu. Nevertheless, he fell just short of success. Had he proceeded another 100 meters and called out loudly, Zhang family guards would undoubtedly have surged forth, leaving Sun Shu with no means of escape. Alas, it was a missed opportunity. Ultimately, it was a shortcoming in Chen Fei's own strength that prevented him from capturing Sun Shu and claiming the substantial bounty. Reporting to the Zhang family could have yielded some reward as well. After contemplating this, Chen Fei turned and hurried towards the Zhang family estate. A quarter of an hour later, several guards erupted from the Zhang residence, racing towards the direction Sun Shu had vanished. Chen Fei, clutching a pouch of coins, sauntered out of the Zhang family estate. The Zhang family, being of respectable standing, rewarded him with 20 taels of silver for the intelligence on Sun Shu. Chen Fei had intended to seek out Zhang Xinan to inquire about the recipe for the Qingling Dan, but with nightfall approaching, he feared he might be turned away at this hour. Wandering through a few alleys, he emerged with a completely altered appearance. A scar traced from his eye to the corner of his mouth, rendering him a fearsome sight. Donning a mask and a conical hat, Chen Fei found himself amidst the dark market. This was the moment for his elixir. Upon reaching a stall, he presented the vial of medicine. The quality is improving splendidly. The stall owner noted with a smile after glancing at the contents of the vial. Though Chen Fei only visited every few days, his consistency and the high quality of his elixirs made them highly marketable. Here is your payment. The stall owner counted out the silver and handed it to Chen Fei, smiling as he said, "Our master is quite pleased with your elixirs and wishes to pursue further transactions with you." "That sounds agreeable." Chen Fei nodded, not declining the offer. "Could you concoct other elixirs? While the Chao Huan Dan is commendable, it is somewhat inexpensive. If you could provide higher-tier elixirs, we can negotiate a better price." "Qingling Dan?" "Indeed, Qingling Dan would be excellent, and perhaps even Changfu Dan." The stall owner fixed his gaze intently on Chen Fei, stating, "If you can supply these two elixirs, we can be flexible with the pricing, and we can also assist you with other troublesome matters." Chen Fei's brow furrowed slightly. He rarely encountered Changfu Dan in the county, yet he knew of several sources for Qingling Dan. Why was the stall owner so eager for these two elixirs? "I lack the recipe and have never concocted them before. If you can provide the recipe, I might be willing to attempt it." "You jest. The recipe for Qingling Dan is negotiable, though it is quite valuable. However, who in Pinyin County would sell the recipe for Changfu Dan?" The stall owner chuckled, shaking his head. "Then it seems there is no other option. I shall sell it to you once I learn to concoct it." Chen Fei waved his hand and turned to leave. After mastering Qingling Dan, he would indeed sell it, as it was far more valuable. As for Changfu Dan, even if he mastered it, he would not sell it. An innocent man bears no guilt. The one who possesses wealth bears the burden of danger. Chen Fei realized that his current ability to protect himself was insufficient. It would be all too easy to be captured and reduced to merely a pill maker. Exiting the dark market, Chen Fei successfully evaded the few tailing him. As he sold Chao Huan Dan in the dark market, the number of followers increased. Fortunately, his agility had improved, outpacing the average pursuer. A mere Chao Huan Dan would not attract formidable opponents. Opening the pouch, he gazed at the shimmering silver within, a smile creeping onto his face. Close to 600 taels of silver, a substantial sum in the eyes of any ordinary person, had been amassed by Chen Fei in just a few days. His alchemical skills were undeniably commendable, yet his own cultivation and agility were equally crucial. Without strength, one could not safeguard their wealth. Chen Fei's ultimate goal in earning money was to continuously enhance his own power. Otherwise, foolishly hoarding wealth would only lead to uncertainty over when it might vanish. The interface simplified the technique Xianrenji Lu. The simplification succeeded, and Chen Fei lightly tapped the surface of the table. In the next moment, insights into the sword technique Xianrenji Lu flooded Chen Fei's mind, causing his eyes to involuntarily close. This was the most profound and exquisite sword technique he had ever encountered. The revelation immersed him deeply. As his fingers unconsciously tapped, the experience points for Xianrenji Lu steadily increased, and a smile graced Chen Fei's face, reflecting the joy of enlightenment. The following morning, Chen Fei felt invigorated as he made his way to the Zhang family estate. Skill: Xianrenji Lu, proficient 201-1000. In just one night, Xianrenji Lu had reached proficiency, a level of swordsmanship suitable for practical combat. Had it not been for the technique's allure captivating Chen Fei, causing him to forget to continue tapping, his proficiency would have been even higher. Nevertheless, he was content. In a few more days, Xianrenji Lu would likely reach perfection. By that time, few in Pinyin County's martial realm would pose a threat to him. This was a technique from the Xianyun sword sect, though merely one of their techniques. Its intricacies far surpassed those of the local martial artists. Should he unleash such a strike upon those in the bone-refining stage, it would surely be devastating. Chen Fei speculated about his previous encounters with Jian Liang and Sun Shu from the night prior. If either were to underestimate him, they could indeed sustain grave injuries. Repeated use of Xianrenji Lu could even lead to a fatal outcome. While frequent application of a technique often reveals vulnerabilities, those who were severely wounded would scarcely have the opportunity to scrutinize for flaws. A newfound sense of security began to blossom within Chen Fei, yet he understood that it was still insufficient. He resolved to continue striving for greater strength. Entering through a side door and reaching the courtyard, Chen Fei spotted Zhang Xinan lost in thought at a pavilion and called out to her. "You've arrived. Please take a seat." Upon seeing Chen Fei, Zhang Xinan seemed to understand his purpose. Her brows furrowed slightly as she inquired, "Is it regarding the recipe for Qingling Dan?" "Yes, I humbly request the recipe," Chen Fei replied, cupping his hands in respect. "Regrettably, I cannot provide the recipe for Qingling Dan." Zhang Xinan hesitated before stating, "Why not? Wasn't it previously promised?" Chen Fei's brow furrowed in disbelief. This contradicted their earlier agreement, given that he had been pursued by Sun Shu just the night before. Zhang Xinan should have been aware of the situation. There are several family elders who believe that since Sun Shu's issue remains unresolved, it may be excessive to grant you the recipe for Qingling Dan simply based on a single statement. Zhang Xinan seemed aware of her own shortcomings and proceeded to explain herself in a gentle manner. Chen Fei's expression darkened as he remained silent. The Zhang family was shifting their frustration regarding Sun Shu onto him. Initially, he had thought the Zhang family to be respectable, but perhaps he had overestimated them. The Zhang family does not treat people unjustly. Should I give you the recipe for Qingling Dan now, you would still be unable to concoct it. It would be wiser to exchange it for another reward. Chen Fei's silence left Zhang Xinan somewhat dissatisfied, causing her tone to grow increasingly aloof. What kind of reward could it be? Chen Fei refrained from throwing a tantrum or arguing his case, for he understood that such efforts were futile. The techniques and weapons could be proposed, and as long as they were suitable, one could be rewarded. Noticing Chen Fei's lack of persistence, Zhang Xinan nodded slightly, acknowledging that he was behaving appropriately. After all, although Chen Fei was not a servant of the Zhang family, he still depended on them for his livelihood. Thus his position needed to be properly established. "I require a set of sword techniques." The option for martial arts cultivation was conspicuously absent, leaving only techniques and weapons. The Zhang family indeed held a tight grip on this aspect. However, considering they were even unwilling to provide alchemical formulas, it was somewhat understandable. Zhang Xinan nodded and summoned a servant, giving a few instructions. In a short while, 4 sword technique manuals were presented before Chen Fei. These manuals were quite impressive. He could choose one. "May I peruse each of them?" Chen Fei inquired thoughtfully. "Certainly," Zhang Xinan replied with a nod. Chen Fei picked up the first manual, Li F Ing Jian, and began to flip through its pages. Perhaps it was due to a celestial guidance in this sword technique. But Chen Fei found that many principles of swordsmanship clicked into place for him. In just a quarter of an hour, he completed his review of the Li F Ing Jian. Unconsciously, Chen Fei glanced at the interface, and his eyes brightened. Martial art, Li F Ing Jian, not yet mastered. Could I acquire 3 manuals for free? This thought spontaneously emerged in his mind. Looking up, he saw that Zhang Xinan's attention was elsewhere, causing a subtle smile to appear on his lips. Setting down the manual in hand, he began to examine the second sword technique. A quarter of an hour later, Chen Fei laid down the second manual and picked up the third. After another quarter of an hour, he finished the fourth manual. Have you completed your review? Which one do you desire? Zhang Xinan inquired upon seeing Chen Fei set the manuals down. Zhang Xinan had not anticipated that Chen Fei could master 4 manuals in such a short time. Over 90% of martial artists would struggle to achieve this. Mastery of martial arts requires meticulous study, and often one cannot learn it without guidance from a mentor. A quarter of an hour per manual would merely allow for a cursory glance. I will take this one. Chen Fei selected one of the manuals, and Zhang Xinan nodded in approval. Chen Fei cupped his hands in respect and took his leave from the Zhang residence. On his way, Chen Fei gazed at the information on the interface, nearly bursting into laughter. Martial arts. Li Fing Jian, not yet mastered. Kuyu Jian, not yet mastered. YWNGN, not yet mastered. SHUDNGN, not yet mastered. Although he did not obtain the formula for QNGLNDN, he had not left empty-handed. In fact, it seemed he had even gained a little. Chapter 26. Multiple versions of martial arts. Each of these 4 sword techniques was on par with Chen Fei's QNGSH-NGN, if not slightly superior. Fusion. The QNGSH-NGN and Li F Ing Jian vanished, giving rise to a new technique, Li SH-NGN. Simplification. The Li SH-NGN was successfully simplified into Li SH-NGN QNGSH-NGN. As Chen Fei had anticipated, after simplification, practicing the QNGSH-NGN would enhance his proficiency. The next step would be to accumulate experience. As for the formula for QNGL-NGN, Chen Fei contemplated and decided to inquire with the vendors in the dark market. During the day, he visited the North City Medical Hall as per his usual routine. With Sun Shu's predicament, Chen Fei had inadvertently become the most influential person within the hall. If it were someone else with a strong desire for power, they would likely be striving to consolidate their influence and build a faction. However, Chen Fei had no interest in such matters, as he understood that the Zhang family could reverse any situation with a mere word. Ultimately, the medical hall belonged to the Zhang family, and its state was entirely dictated by them. Lu Jun approached Chen Fei with eager greetings. After a moment's thought, Chen Fei arranged a change in Lu Jun's position. It was a minor promotion, with less work and more pay. This small authority was still within Chen Fei's grasp. Thank you, Manager Chen, Liu Yun exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement, bowing deeply, while envious glances were exchanged among those nearby. To them, it seemed Lu Jun, having been one of Chen Fei's earliest followers, was destined for great success. The proficiency of the CEO who Indian was nearing perfection, and Chen Fei planned to elevate it today, allowing him to devote any remaining time to refining other techniques. With full dedication to the task, by evening, a faint smile finally appeared on Chen Fei's face. Alchemy, CEO who Indian perfection, one showcase talent, while the current Qsudi in held no value for Chen Fei. As for selling in the dark market, its worth was negligible. A single CEO who Indian could fetch the equivalent of many Qsudi yen. As night fell, Chen Fei disguised himself and ventured into the dark market. This time he was earnest in his inquiries, having already gleaned considerable knowledge about the undercurrents of the dark market, and he successfully uncovered a wealth of information. Previously, he had thought the dark market sold only basic formulas, but he discovered that high-level formulas were indeed available, albeit in very limited quantities and often requiring trade of other items in addition to silver. However, the conditions were exceedingly harsh. The easiest requirement was 2,000 taels of silver and 100 QNGLNDN at half price. Chen Fei could not help but exclaim in disbelief at the blatant lack of intent to sell. Such prices were clearly skewed and reminiscent of a phishing scheme. Initially, Chen Fei had contemplated disguising himself as a typical herbal vendor to inquire at the apothecary stalls. Now, it appeared that there was little to be gained, as each vendor guarded their formulas as if they were precious treasures. Given my current alchemical prowess, I wonder if I can reverse engineer the formula for QNGL-ING-DN. Chen Fei stood in the dark market, brows furrowed. Having consumed QNGL-ING-DN, he recognized that some of its ingredients were similar to those used in COHU-NDN, with only a few substitutions, as well as some differences in the alchemical techniques employed. With his mastery of COHU-NDN now at perfection, he began to ponder the QNGL-ING-DN and found numerous inspirations emerging in his mind. However, relying solely on these inspirations to produce the QNGL-ING-DN felt somewhat fanciful. He decided to check the bookstall. Chen Fei stepped into a shadowy corner, and when he emerged, his appearance and demeanor had slightly changed. After traversing a narrow alley, he arrived at Ch Defeng's stall. "Ah, what brings you here today?" "The herbs won't arrive that quickly," Ch Defeng remarked, reclining on a bench, surprised to see Chen Fei. Having collaborated for some time, they had grown familiar enough to speak casually. "Do you have the formula for QNGL-ING-DN?" Chen Fei asked. "Indeed, let me find it," Ch Defeng replied. He rummaged through his stall and eventually produced an ancient-looking formula tucked within the pages of a book. "Do you also want the formula for CHNGFDN?" Ch Defeng added, pulling out another formula to hand to Chen Fei. The last manual, JNGL-IGNJN, was quite good, though it had too many errors. "Do you have a more complete version?" Chen Fei glanced at the formula without scrutinizing it further, instead inquiring about the previous manual. "You managed to glean something from it?" Ch Defeng looked at Chen Fei in surprise, wondering if he had indeed practiced it. Those familiar with their own affairs knew that the manuals at Ch Defeng's stall were all sourced wholesale from elsewhere, and their content was often nonsensical, to put it mildly. Most visitors only sought basic manuals here. High-level techniques were merely regarded as entertainment, a diversion during idle moments. Ch Defeng occasionally glanced at these manuals, but did not take them seriously. "You might want to be cautious," Ch Defeng warned, as he continued to search through his stall, eventually handing Chen Fei a new technique. Chen Fei looked down and was taken aback to see JNGL-IGNJ annotated. A grin spread across Chen Fei's face. Who would have the leisure to create an annotated version? "Are there other versions available?" Chen Fei asked with curiosity. Indeed, the Jing Lei Jianjin, the quintessential foundational technique of the Xian Yun Jian Pai, is a source of longing for many. "Do you require other versions?" Ch Defeng regarded Chen Fei with a peculiar expression, pondering whether this fellow had truly undertaken the path of cultivation, and now, in a state of confusion, intended to piece together a comprehensive understanding of the Jing Lei Jianjin. "How many versions do you possess?" "I wish to acquire them all," Chen Fei affirmed. While it was improbable that each tome would yield explicit content, the sheer abundance might lead to unexpected discoveries. "This is essentially all I have. If you desire them, I shall sell them to you at a reasonable price." It was not in Ch Defeng's nature to forego profit. Naturally, Chen Fei's interest compelled Ch Defeng to comply. "Very well, thank you." Chen Fei tucked the text into his satchel and, after a brief negotiation, relinquished a few taels of silver. "Just ensure you do not truly embark on cultivation," Ch Defeng cautioned as Chen Fei departed the dark market. A moment later, Chen Fei found himself in his courtyard, contemplating the spoils within his satchel. An overwhelming amount of tasks lay before him, and he sensed a scarcity of time. Mastery of sword techniques required fusion. The Jing Xianjin must reach consummation, and the integration of various forms of Jing Lei Jianjin awaited him. Furthermore, he could not neglect the restoration of the Qing Ling Dan. In Chapter 27, the pressure arose. The endeavor to recreate the Qing Ling Dan posed considerable challenges. For the time being, he resolved to prioritize the cultivation techniques while relegating the restoration of the elixir to the end of his agenda. This was not due to a lack of importance, but rather the magnitude of its difficulty, given that all three pursuits bore equal weight in enhancing his prowess. The choice was clear. As time passed languidly, Chen Fei spent his days concocting elixirs at the medical hall, though the frequency of his alchemical endeavors was minimal. After a few batches of Qi Shui Dan, he would cease his work. Subsequently, he focused on honing his proficiency in the Xian Renji Lu, for it was the most apparent means of augmenting his strength. Once he perfected the Xian Renji Lu to its zenith, his lethal technique would be complete. Fortunately, the act of striking 1's fingers was straightforward, primarily testing 1's speed. In just 2 days, Chen斐had mastered the Xian Renji Lu technique, Xian Renji Lu consummation. With a swift motion, a blade of energy sliced through the air, leaving a silent hole in the rockery. Chen斐sheathed his sword, approaching the newly formed opening with a smile gracing his face. "Chen Guanshi, are you there?" Lu Jun's voice echoed from outside. Chen斐opened the door, somewhat perplexed. "Zhou fin Liu Yun pensing heavily. Has there been an incident at the medical hall?" He had refrained from visiting the hall today to test the sword technique, as a new steward had taken charge and summoned everyone back. Lu Jun whispered, "Most believe that the position of steward at the North City Medical Hall would fall to you, given your connections to the eldest daughter of the Zhang family, Zhang Xinan. Yet, unexpectedly, a new steward has arrived, and you have not been promoted." Lu Jun anticipated Chen Fei's anger, but found him remarkably calm. Chen Fei was indeed unperturbed. The Zhang family could renege on the elixir formula, and thus, the position of steward at the North City Medical Hall was unlikely to be his. Moreover, Chen Fei had no desire for the role, as it would bring little monetary gain, but an abundance of responsibilities. This arrangement suited his preferences perfectly. "Let's proceed to meet the new steward together," Chen Fei suggested with a slight smile, and Lu Jun cautiously followed, imparting the information he had gathered. The new steward, Zhang Yuzhan, hailed from a collateral branch of the Zhang family, and had previously operated in another county, which had now been conquered, rendering its inhabitants refugees. Zhang Yuzhan and her family had sought refuge in Pinyin County. "I've heard that Steward Zhang shares a close relationship with the eldest daughter," Lu Jun remarked. Chen Fei nodded slightly. Indeed, their connection must be significant for her to oversee the North City Medical Hall. However, having just fled to Pinyin County, her immediate assumption of authority suggested a tumultuous period lay ahead for the medical hall. "Prior to my arrival, I reviewed the financial records of the hall. The revenues pale in comparison to those of the Qing Zheng Medical Hall. This situation has occurred before, and while I do not seek to dwell on it, I hope we can catch up and even surpass the Qing Zheng Medical Hall in the future." Upon entering the medical hall, a commanding voice rang out. Chen Fei looked up to see Zhang Yuzhan scrutinizing all present, her presence exerting a palpable pressure over the assembly. With a wave of her hand, the assembled staff dispersed in haste, as though granted a reprieve. "Greetings, Steward Zhang." Chen Fei stepped forward and bowed respectfully. "You must be Chen Fei." Zhang Yuzhan assessed him with an unabashed gaze before continuing. "Sinan has spoken of you. Your talent in alchemy is commendable. The eldest daughter is too kind." He replied, "I have been entrusted by Sinan to rejuvenate the North City Medical Hall, which necessitates the assistance of many. Contributing to the medical hall is our duty." Chen Fei replied with a smile. "If it is our duty, then surely you can produce more than just a handful of elixirs daily." Zhang Yuzhan's tone turned stern as she fixed her gaze on him. "I have reviewed your alchemical records from the past few days. Producing just a few qi shui dan per day is your contribution. I have been somewhat under the weather following recent events." Chen Fei offered an explanation. "I require no such excuses. I ask you plainly, can you produce 30 batches of qi shui dan and 30 batches of healing elixirs daily from tomorrow onward?" Zhang Yuzhan interjected, cutting him off. "That may not be feasible," Chen Fei replied, shaking his head slightly. "As the steward commands you to concoct elixirs, you should comply without excuses. Your reluctance to exert yourself is evident." Shan Xiang, a maidservant of Zhang Xinan, chimed in. Although Chen Fei held the title of deputy steward, Shan Xiang showed no hesitation in reprimanding him. The intricacies of alchemy were not easily conveyed, and Chen Fei raised his hands in surrender. Zhang Yuzhan's eyes narrowed slightly, her impatience growing. "Then tell me, how many batches can you realistically produce in a day?" "I shall strive to produce 5 batches of qi shui dan starting tomorrow," he asserted. "Just one more than you currently manage?" Zhang Yuzhan's presence bore down on him. She was young, yet had attained the Duangu realm through her family's influence. "I will endeavor to recover swiftly and produce more elixirs," Chen Fei replied with a smile. Zhang Yuzhan remained silent, her gaze locked onto Chen Fei's, who met her stare without flinching. "Very well. Remember your commitment today," she declared with a cold huff before turning on her heel and departing. Shan Xiang shot Chen Fei a fierce glare before following Zhang Yuzhan. "Chen Guanshi." Lu Jun approached with concern once Zhang Yuzhan had walked away. "Is it wise to clash with the new steward on her first day?" Chen Fei patted Lu Jun's shoulder and proceeded toward his alchemical chamber. Zhang Yuzhen, as the new steward, had evidently chosen Chen Fei as her first target. Should he acquiesce to her demands, his time would be wholly consumed, leaving him little energy for his personal pursuits. Zhang Yuzhen would undoubtedly assign him further tasks in the future. Although Chen Fei held the title of deputy steward, his foundational skills were quite shallow. Others believed he was shielded by Zhang Xinan, yet she had never truly regarded him as one of her own. Conversely, Zhang Yuzhen was a genuine relative of Zhang Xinan. If she could dominate Chen Fei, the rest of the medical hall would likely fall in line. Fearing to shirk their duties, since even Chen Fei complied readily, Chen Fei had effectively become a tool in Zhang Yuzhen's hands to reform the North City Medical Hall. There was no need to trouble Xinan over such matters. Zhang Yuzhen's eyes narrowed as she coldly mused, if Chen Fei had outright refused, I might have respected him as a man. However, this evasion is more contemptible than that of a woman. I find him beneath my notice. Shan Xiang chuckled at her side, remarking, what courage does Chen Fei possess to refuse her face-to-face? He would likely be toppled with a single slap from Zhang Yuzhen. After all, he is merely in the Pai Jing realm. Chapter 28 traces 10 days swiftly passed. During the day, Chen Fei made every effort to avoid encounters with Zhang Yuzhen. After refining 5 batches of qi blood pills, he would commence his practice of the Jingxian technique. In the alchemy chamber, Chen Fei slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of stale air. In contrast to his previous practice of the Fengxian breathing method, the Jingxian technique now provided him with a remarkable progress of 17 points daily, nearly doubling his previous gains. Chen Fei murmured softly to himself, noting that this was merely an integration of the Jing character technique. He wondered what surprises the complete Jinglei sword technique might bring. However, he had no time to delve into those manuals at present, as he still had sword techniques to fully integrate. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted from outside the medical hall, mingled with a throng of voices. Curious, Chen Fei exited the alchemy chamber and witnessed refugees streaming through the entrance. His brow furrowed. Could these refugees now enter the city? Previously, the county office of Pinyin had prohibited their entry, fearing it would disrupt the stability of the entire region. Only those hired as laborers were permitted to pass through the city gates. Currently, many of the medical hall's workers were sourced from among those refugees, earning wages significantly lower than what Chen Fei had received in the past. Yet, this meager compensation had driven the refugees to desperation, for only by entering the city could they hope to secure food. Outside the city, their survival was perilously uncertain. In the past couple of days, strange occurrences had transpired outside the city. Dozens of refugees had perished overnight, prompting the county office to open the gates and accommodate the refugees in the northern part of the city. Speaking of the bizarre, Lu Jun instinctively recoiled. Such phenomena, when encountered by ordinary folk, often spelled doom. Lu Jun, an ordinary man devoid of any cultivation, naturally felt trepidation upon hearing such news. The county office's allowance for refugees to enter the city stemmed not only from their fear of a potential uprising due to excessive fatalities, but also from concerns that the bizarre occurrences might continue to claim lives, leading to an uncontrollable situation. While humans could strengthen themselves through cultivation, the bizarre entities thrived on devouring human lives to grow stronger. Typically, the treasures of the county office would suppress such phenomena within the city, causing them to avoid this area. The effectiveness outside the city walls was somewhat diminished, yet still generally safe. However, it was evident that the bizarre had breached this boundary, instilling fear in the county office personnel. Throughout the day, aside from practicing internal energy, Chen Fei devoted every other moment to refining his sword techniques, even continuing into the night. The emergence of the bizarre heightened his sense of urgency. While the entities had not yet infiltrated the city, the future remained uncertain. As night descended upon Pinyin County, the usual tranquility was replaced by an unusual clamor, with distant sounds reaching Chen Fei's ears periodically. The following morning, upon arriving at the medical hall, Chen Fei observed everyone engaged in hushed conversations, clearly indicative of further developments. 19 individuals had died within the city last night. Chen Fei regarded Lu Jun with surprise. While he had anticipated unrest, he had not expected such a high death toll, comprising both refugees and local residents. A prominent family had lost 7 members, who had subsequently offered a ransom to spare the remaining members. Lu Jun spoke in fear. Chen Fei's brow furrowed deeply. Those refugees should not possess such strength. Typically, wealthy families employed guards for protection. If the refugees were capable of overcoming these guards, they would have entered the city for work long ago, rather than waiting until now. Could it be that bandits were masquerading as refugees once more? The image of Jian Liang and his associates flashed through Chen Fei's mind. If this were the case, Pinyin County would soon descend into chaos. With the number of refugees so great, the county office personnel would struggle to distinguish between bandits and commoners. That night, Chen Fei made his way to the black market. Recently, gathering medicinal herbs had become exceedingly difficult. It's truly a challenge, Qi Defeng lamented upon seeing Chen Fei. The market price has increased by 50%. Chen Fei replied calmly. I enjoy doing business with you. It's straightforward. Qi Defeng's demeanor shifted instantly, a smile replacing his previous frown. Chen Fei remained silent, focusing on inspecting the herbs. The difficulty in gathering herbs stemmed from the refugees' growing reluctance to venture into Pinyin Mountain, especially now that safer, better-paying jobs awaited them within the city. After a moment, Chen Fei rose and pointed to several herbs, looking at Qi Defeng. Without hesitation, Qi Defeng exchanged the selected herbs for fresh ones. Chen Fei felt a sense of resignation. It seemed that Qi Defeng had taken a particular interest in challenging him lately, as each batch of herbs contained a few flawed specimens, seemingly intended to catch Chen Fei off guard. However, having perfected the practice of Chaohuan Dan, Chen Fei had become intimately familiar with the various properties of herbs, rendering any mistakes impossible. Observing Qi Defeng's lack of an explanation, Chen Fei couldn't help but chuckle softly. Was this his final display of stubbornness? As he exited the wooden hut, Chen Fei prepared to leave the black market when he caught sight of an individual ahead, causing him to momentarily pause. Yet, he quickly resumed his stride. It was the bandits. Stopping at a stall, Chen Fei feigned interest in the goods while directing his attention to the right. In the black market, most individuals concealed their true identities, including the bandits, who had employed disguise techniques. However, it was evident that this disguise had been arranged by others for the bandit. Chen Fei, having mastered his own disguise techniques, easily discerned the flaws in their appearance. Having inadvertently gazed at the bandit a moment too long, Chen Fei remembered his features. They had indeed returned. The events of the previous night were likely orchestrated by them. Chen Fei wandered aimlessly in the black market for over half an hour before the bandit finally departed, allowing him to trail at a distance. Chen Fei's agility surpassed that of typical practitioners at the bone forging stage, and although the bandit was cautious, Chen Fei successfully located their residence. Not only did he identify their dwelling, but the bandit also removed their hood and hat midway, allowing Chen Fei to clearly see their current appearance. This seemed to be the visage they had recently adopted within the city. From a distance, Chen Fei scrutinized the individual's features before vanishing from sight. In Pinyin County, night had already fallen, yet the county office remained busy addressing the events of the previous night. If such occurrences continued within the city, Pinyin County would undoubtedly face upheaval. Chen Fei stood at a distance, hefting a stone in his hand before casting it forcefully towards the county office. With a swift movement, he vanished from the spot. Having done all he could, it now rested on the county office's response. Chapter 29. A celestial's guidance throughout the day, Pinyin County remained eerily tranquil. Chen Fei felt a flicker of doubt. Did the county office doubt the authenticity of his message? This was indeed a possibility, for such covert methods were difficult to trust. However, at the very least, the county office should have dispatched someone to investigate. If they genuinely committed to the inquiry, they could still uncover some clues. During the day, Chen Fei practiced the Lianshan sword, occasionally studying the formula for the Qingling pill to refresh his thoughts. The formula he had obtained from Qi Defeng was somewhat nonsensical. While it contained some exaggerations, it also offered little of value. Fortunately, Chen Fei possessed a panel that allowed him to simplify the formula, resulting in a coherent method for refining the Qingling pill. Each type of pill requires numerous considerations during its refinement, necessitating the use of specific techniques to adjust the changes within the alchemy furnace. Consequently, this method for refining the Qingling pill proved beneficial to Chen Fei. However, the herbs needed for the next batch of Qingling pills would require Chen Fei's own deductions. Chen Fei had contemplated whether he could acquire several similar formulas. attempting to simplify them further in hopes of discovering additional insights. Unfortunately, compared to martial arts manuals, the demand for pill formulas was minimal, and it was unlikely that any alchemist would purchase such obscure recipes. Without trade, there would be no idle minds to concoct alchemical recipes. Those martial arts manuals may provide some amusement, but the recipes for elixirs are devoid of any entertainment value. Thus, in addition to practicing his swordsmanship, Chen Fei would diligently analyze the composition of the finished Qing Ling Dan. Occasionally, he would even brew a few batches to observe their effects. As night fell, Chen Fei practiced in the courtyard of his residence. This courtyard was no longer the original one, as that dwelling had been discovered by Sun Shuji. Not knowing where Sun Shuji currently was, Chen Fei preferred to relocate for peace of mind. With his long sword in hand, Chen Fei moved gracefully within the courtyard, the glint of the blade shimmering as the sword energy subtly enveloped him. Suddenly, a voice cried out from a distance, "Kill!" Chen Fei halted, turning his gaze towards the southeast, where flames were leaping into the sky. His brow furrowed slightly. That direction was where the mountain bandits had concealed themselves. It appeared that the county officials had taken action. As Chen Fei fixed his eyes on the distant flames, the sounds of battle intermittently reached his ears. Though sporadic, he could discern the ferocity of the conflict. Beyond the flames, the lights of all nearby homes had extinguished, clearly indicating that the commotion had frightened many ordinary people into silence. The mountain bandits had successfully broken through. Chen Fei frowned as he noticed the sounds of the clash beginning to spread in all directions, indicating that the encirclement by the county officials had failed. The sounds of pursuit grew nearer, with bandits rushing towards his location, closely followed by the officials. Gradually, the sounds faded, leaving uncertainty as to whether the bandits had been slain or if the officials had suffered casualties. 3 individuals spotted Chen Fei in the courtyard and paused momentarily. "It's him." Jian Liang recognized Chen Fei, the physician from before, and was astonished to encounter him here, a truly strange twist of fate. "Who are you?" Chen Fei asked, stepping back nervously, seemingly overwhelmed by fear, which caused him to stumble and fall to the ground. "Kill him," Jian Liang commanded, then turned to cautiously survey the area beyond the courtyard walls. If there was any disturbance outside, they would likely need to flee again, as the officials were still in hot pursuit. Jian Liang had long since dismissed any gratitude for Chen Fei's earlier assistance. Having spared their lives before was merely an act of leniency. Encountering him again, Jian Liang had no intention of revealing his true intentions, deciding instead to eliminate him outright. Help Chen Fei's voice, strained by terror, came out hoarsely. The 2 bandits laughed derisively as they approached Chen Fei, their blades raised to strike at his head. With a sickening sound, the blades met flesh, and the 2 bandits froze momentarily, instinctively clutching their throats, which were now gushing blood. Their attempts to staunch the flow utterly futile. Gurgling sounds mixed with blood escaped their lips, but they could utter no further words. They collapsed to the ground with a dull thud. Jian Liang turned sharply, observing Chen Fei wielding a long sword. The earlier fear in his expression replaced by an unsettling calm. Looking at the convulsing figures on the ground, Jian Liang narrowed his eyes and raised his gaze to Chen Fei, exclaiming, "I did not foresee this." "Now you may take a closer look," Chen Fei replied, lightly tapping his sword to flick away the blood. "Impudent!" Jian Liang shouted in fury, his form blurring as he closed the distance to Chen Fei. His blade a mere shadow poised at Chen Fei's neck. With a clang, the blades collided, forcing Chen Fei to step back. Just as Jian Liang prepared to pursue, Chen Fei thrust his sword towards Jian Liang's face. With a swift motion, Jian Liang barely evaded, a thin line of blood appearing on his cheek as a few strands of hair floated away. Shock flickered in Jian Liang's eyes. He had nearly been struck down by that sword energy. The memory of his earlier mercy for what he had deemed a mere ant now turned into a source of profound rage. "D!" he roared, veins bulging on his forehead as his blade transformed into a crashing wave, surging towards Chen Fei. With a resounding thud, their blades clashed once more, sending Chen Fei crashing against the courtyard wall, blood trickling from his mouth. "I will peel your flesh from your bones, piece by piece." Jian Liang's eyes burned with fury, his vitality reaching a fever pitch as he closed the distance to Chen Fei once more, his long knife ready to descend. The air reverberating with the sound of crashing waves. Sword energy unleashed. Chen Fei shouted, threads of sword energy manifesting along the blade. Jianliang's heart skipped a beat. Remembering the sword energy he had just witnessed, the name of this formidable technique caused him to hesitate momentarily. However, he was ready to respond to any sudden developments. In an instant, Chen Fei's foot struck the ground, propelling him onto the courtyard wall. In the next moment, he was sprinting away into the distance. Jianliang's eyes widened in realization. He had been outwitted. His anger exploded, and he could almost feel blood seeping from his pores as he raced after Chen Fei. Jianliang raised his blade, ready to strike, when a flash of light danced before him. It was as if a celestial being had pointed the way. A chill ran down Jianliang's spine as he desperately attempted to evade, but it was too late. The sword was too swift, too bright, disappearing in a mere flash of light. Chen Fei's strength and reactions were merely at the level of a trained warrior, yet his swordsmanship, especially with the manifestation of sword energy, was astonishing. However, at this juncture, it should have reached its peak. How could such a technique possibly emerge from Chen Fei in Pinyin County? Even the prominent families in Pinyin County could not have such a legacy. With a sickening sound, a gash appeared in Jianliang's chest, small but lethal. His offensive faltered, and he tumbled from the wall, crashing to the ground. What sort of swordsmanship is this? Jianliang struggled to raise his head to look at Chen Fei, who stood before him, expressionless, as he lunged forward with his sword aimed at Jianliang's head. Suddenly, 3 hidden weapons flew from Jianliang's sleeves. Chen Fei skillfully deflected them with his sword, only to find Jianliang desperately fleeing into the distance. Chen Fei's feet moved swiftly, closing the distance in mere moments. Jianliang felt the stirrings behind him and bitterly realized that his plan to buy time had failed. He had intended to launch the hidden weapons, but was taken aback by Chen Fei's relentless advance. This was not the decisive action one would expect from a mere alchemist. It was far more calculated than that of seasoned veterans. Most would falter at the brink of victory, yet Chen Fei remained resolute in his intent to eliminate him. "Spare my life. I will comply with any terms you propose," Jianliang shouted, but the only response was the piercing thrust of Chen Fei's sword through his throat. Despite his desperate attempts to evade, he was powerless to escape. As Chen Fei withdrew his sword, Jianliang collapsed weakly to the side of the road, his eyes fixated on Chen Fei, filled with profound resentment. Chen Fei met his gaze without a hint of fear or hesitation. The philosophy of a killer is to perpetually eliminate those who threaten him. This was Chen Fei's creed, one he would steadfastly uphold. As long as Jianliang lived, Chen Fei felt no fear. Now, facing death, what power can mere gaze wield over him? Jianliang raised his finger, pointing at Chen Fei, seemingly on the verge of uttering something, but ultimately his head drooped helplessly to the side, expiring completely. Chen Fei stepped forward, searching Jianliang's belongings. As one of the leaders of the mountain bandits, Jianliang's wealth was undoubtedly substantial. In addition to the silver, Chen Fei developed a keen interest in Jianliang's martial arts techniques. Moments later, a glimmer of joy crossed Chen Fei's face as he uncovered a piece of leather, densely inscribed with numerous characters. This reminded him of the faint sound of crashing waves that resonated when Jianliang attacked. Warriors typically keep their incomplete martial arts techniques close at hand, fearing to store them elsewhere, and often review them to enhance their understanding and cultivate their skills. Chen Fei tucked the leather into his bosom and continued his search when suddenly, a sound of footsteps reached his ears. Lowering his head, Chen Fei's expression changed rapidly. His eyes elongated into the shape of phoenix eyes, and several wounds appeared on his face, while his figure quietly grew slightly larger. "Third brother," a pained voice cried out, as Ling Hanjun stared incredulously at the sight of Jianliang, drenched in blood, lying lifeless on the ground. Moments ago, they had broken through the encirclement, splitting into several paths. In their group, it was just him and Jianliang, having sought refuge in a few courtyards. They had agreed to support each other in case of an emergency. But just as Ling Hanjun had concealed himself, he heard a commotion from Jianliang's direction. Rushing to investigate, he discovered Jianliang had met his demise. Not at the hands of the officials, but here instead. "I will kill you." Ling Hanjun went into a frenzy, brandishing his large knife and charging toward Chen Fei. The other bandits also rushed toward Chen Fei, ready to support Ling Hanjun. The fact that Chen Fei had killed Jianliang elevated his threat level in their eyes to the utmost. Chen Fei, having taken Jianliang's silver, glanced at Ling Hanjun, his figure flickering as he dashed away into the distance. In essence, Chen Fei remained merely a martial artist in the flesh refinement stage, relatively inferior in strength and reaction compared to those in the bone forging stage. Had it not been for the sword technique Xianrenji Lu, Chen Fei would have found it impossible to kill Jianliang. Even in a war of attrition, Jianliang could have exhausted Chen Fei. Now, confronted by the more formidable Ling Hanjun and the other bandits, Chen Fei's mind faltered, compelling him to confront them head-on. Over there, pursue. The officials' voices suddenly echoed from behind. Chen Fei's expression shifted slightly as he contemplated whether to impede the bandits, allowing the officials to join in the ambush. However, he quickly dismissed this thought. Not only was Ling Hanjun in a state of furious vengeance, likely willing to risk being surrounded to slay Chen Fei, but the officials also did not recognize him and would most likely see him as a bandit and attack him as well. Chen Fei leapt onto the eaves, the tiles unscathed, enabling him to sprint several meters. Such agility would make over 90% of bone forging stage warriors feel ashamed. At this moment, the bandits trail behind, but the distance between them and Chen Fei only widened. Ling Hanjun's eyes turned crimson, filled with a desire to tear Chen Fei apart. Yet he could only watch as the gap continued to grow. "Wherever you go, I shall hunt you down." Ling Hanjun roared in rage before turning to sprint in another direction. Continuing the chase would yield little result and could endanger his men instead. Reluctantly, Ling Hanjun had to swallow his anger. Sensing the dissipating presence behind him, Chen Fei contemplated for a moment before landing in an alleyway, swiftly altering his appearance and reducing his stature. Moments later, he dashed out of another alley, heading toward the direction where Ling Hanjun had vanished. Until the bandits were eliminated, Pinyin County would never be at peace. What Chen Fei needed most was time. Given sufficient tranquility, his strength would continue to grow. Currently, to slay those in the bone forging stage, he still relied on Xianrenji Lu. Once he ascended to the bone forging stage himself, eliminating these foes would no longer be so troublesome. For his own sake, Chen Fei was determined to eradicate the bandits from Pinyin County. After a while, he found himself distanced from the bandits, perhaps having overestimated his own abilities. Returning to the courtyard with the Dan room, Chen Fei sat beneath the eaves, gazing up at the starry sky. The last time he had managed to follow the bandits was due to a fortunate turn of events. Today, however, the bandits were aware of the pursuit and would undoubtedly employ various means to evade capture. Apart from his superior agility, Chen Fei's vision and tracking abilities were rather mediocre. If he were to remain a tail, the bandits would have likely been caught by the officials long ago. Should he seek a technique to enhance his sight or tracking? Chen Fei felt a twinge of desire, but considering his current tasks, he sighed. Time was indeed a constraint. This matter could only be addressed when he found some leisure later. Chen Fei retrieved Jianliang's coin pouch, opening it to find only a handful of silver, which left him somewhat disappointed. It seemed the bulk of the stolen wealth was hidden elsewhere, as this pouch contained merely a few dozen taels of broken silver. Had it been in the past, Chen Fei would have rejoiced, but now, with his accomplishments in alchemy, these few taels were hardly satisfactory. He tossed the pouch into the flames to incinerate it and unfurl the piece of leather. Chapter 31. Zhen Long Xiang. The leather appeared quite old, having been smoothed by countless hands over the years. Yet remarkably, its material remained intact. It seemed not to be ordinary cowhide, but rather that of a magical beast. Chen Fei's mind flickered with tales. In this world, besides the eerie, there were indeed magical creatures. Like humans, these beasts could cultivate themselves, possessing both intelligence and formidable strength. Yet, magical beasts were absent in Pinyin County, while eerie phenomena frequently occurred. An hour later, Chen Fei rubbed his eyes and lifted his head. He had finished examining the martial arts technique inscribed on the leather, though it left him feeling somewhat bewildered. No matter how he looked at it, it seemed vastly different from conventional cultivation methods. If he were to practice it normally, he would find himself at a loss as to where to begin. He wondered how Jianliang had derived that set of techniques, Jing Tao Hai Lang, from this leather. Perhaps Jianliang's martial arts did not originate from this leather at all, but rather from another source. It could be that Jianliang recognized the value of the techniques recorded on the leather, which is why he carried it with him and reviewed it periodically. Chen Fei examined the leather, tugging at it slightly, but it showed no signs of weakness. His expression shifted as he took his sword and pressed it against the leather, applying force. Despite using all his strength, the leather remained unscathed. It was no wonder Jianliang kept it close to his heart, as he must have known of its defensive properties. Chen Fei realized that ultimately, Jianliang had not utilized the leather's defense. The first strike from Chen Fei had pierced through his chest, and the second had struck his throat. Chen Fei's instinctive thought was that many people would take care to protect their hearts, and he had unwittingly struck true. Martial art. Zhen Long Xiang, not yet initiated. 50,000 taels of silver, such an outrageous, simplified cost. Chen Fei winced at the information displayed on the panel. However, it also reflected the strength and difficulty of this martial art. Chen Fei's current lethal technique, Xianrenji Lu, had only cost him 500 taels initially. This represented a staggering 100-fold difference. At the rate Chen Fei was currently earning, it would take an exceedingly long time to accumulate such wealth, and he could not afford to spend it. It seemed he would be unable to cultivate for the foreseeable future. Chen Fei shook his head in resignation. The following morning, several severed heads, including that of Jianliang, were hung at the north city gate of Pinyin County. The entire county reacted strongly, especially the newly arrived refugees, some of whom appeared particularly pale. Among them were bandits and petty thieves. The county magistrate's stance was unmistakable. It was a display of intimidation. Having recently completed a case, it was no surprise that within a couple of days, the county office dispatched men to hunt us down. Although many managed to escape, a significant number met their demise. The sight of Jianliang's severed head struck terror into the hearts of the mountain bandits. He was the third leader, and despite having broken through the encirclement last night, he ultimately could not evade death. Brother, perhaps we should withdraw from Pinyin County for the time being. Last time, Sandy was cornered, and now the situation has escalated. It seems there is a skilled tracker in Pinyin County. Our rudimentary disguises cannot deceive their keen eyes. Sandy's vendetta remains unavenged. Do you expect me to retreat now? Ling Hanjuan's gaze hardened. I merely expressed concern. A sudden thud interrupted him as Ling Hanjun struck the speaker down, silencing him. Investigate by any means necessary to unveil that person's identity. I demand blood for blood. Ling Hanjun bellowed. Observing the trepidation in his companions, he inhaled deeply and instructed. Leave a few behind. The rest shall exit the city in batches. The others dared not defy him, responding promptly as they began to search for Jianliang's killer. As night fell, Chen Fei altered his appearance and ventured into the black market, yet he found no trace of the mountain bandits. His focus was drawn only to a few individuals, while the others, having deliberately disguised themselves, proved challenging to identify. Despite failing to gather the desired information, Chen Fei unexpectedly encountered a bounty poster bearing a familiar visage, his own, transformed the previous night. A reward of 1,000 taels was offered for useful information, and 5,000 taels for capturing him alive. Such a substantial sum was bound to attract attention. The black market evidently had ties to the county office, as the mountain bandits had placed the bounty there. Chen Fei shook his head, realizing how desperate they were to eliminate him. Upon leaving the black market, he noticed someone tailing him. To shake off the pursuer, Chen Fei took several winding routes. Back in his courtyard, he began practicing his swordplay. With the mountain bandits currently elusive, he had no other recourse. Thankfully, their attention was consumed by the hunt, and with the county office on high alert, he could expect a few days of relative peace. As time passed, the refugees gradually transformed into true residents of Pinyin County, which stabilized. No more murders occurred at night. The only constant was the bounty on the mountain bandit, which had shockingly risen to 8,000 taels. It seemed every martial artist had been captivated by the offer. What would they possibly be after? Surely not just that skin of leather? Observing this trend, Chen Fei meticulously recorded the Zhen Long Xiang technique onto parchment. To his astonishment, he discovered that the characters on the paper inexplicably vanished a day later. What was the underlying principle? Chen Fei found himself perplexed. It was no wonder that the technique had to be inscribed on such leather. It made sense why it needed to be kept close. Until he mastered the technique, he would need to revisit the leather's inscriptions repeatedly. I have the panel, and the technique is recorded. Could I not sell this leather? Chen Fei pondered, gaining a deeper understanding of this world. However, in Pinyin County, it seemed there were no buyers for such leather. Even if there were, how would he safeguard the silver earned from a sale? For now, it would serve as a protective talisman. Chen Fei shook his head. Casting aside these thoughts, and immersing himself in the art of swordsmanship. As time progressed, he seamlessly integrated into the third set of sword techniques, his proficiency steadily increasing. His cultivation advanced steadily, yet he could not break through to the bone-forging realm in the short term. "Come out and follow me." The door to the alchemy chamber was kicked open as Zhang Yuezhen entered, witnessing Chen Fei's alchemical concoction explode. Alchemy requires undisturbed focus. This is a rule of the medical clinic. Chen Fei's expression darkened. "At the North City Medical Clinic, my word is the rule." Zhang Yuezhen interrupted, showing no respect. "Enough with the trivialities. We must go to the Zhang family residence. Move quickly, or else the young lady will hold you accountable." Sun Xiang watched Chen Fei, urging him impolitely. Chapter 32. The peculiar individual. The three traveled in silence. Zhang Yuezhen held no desire to converse with Chen Fei, and he was equally disinclined to engage. Should I simply leave the clinic? A thought flickered through Chen Fei's mind, only to be swiftly dismissed. He had already been marked by the Zhang family. Could he expect to leave unscathed by merely paying a penalty? Unless he fled Pinyin County, severing ties with the Zhang family would only invite more troubles. Alternatively, he could adopt a new identity and continue living in Pinyin County. In such a scenario, self-sufficiency would pose no problem, given his alchemical skills. However, acquiring any techniques or manuals thereafter would become exceedingly difficult. The damaged manuals available in the black market appeared unreliable. Chen Fei had previously harbored high hopes for the Jing Lei sword technique, believing he might find some valuable insights among the numerous tomes. Yet, after reviewing a dozen, not a single one was acknowledged by his panel, failing even to meet the most basic criteria. It could be said that his prior acquisition of the Xianrenji Lu and Jingzi Ju techniques had been sheer luck. But luck is not something one can rely on indefinitely. As for leaving Pinyin County, the surrounding area was rife with rebel forces, and with the heavens seemingly enraged. Strange occurrences had multiplied. The trading caravans that once frequented Pinyin County had diminished significantly. With unfamiliar terrain and inadequate strength, Chen Fei had yet to determine his next destination. "I will observe for now." Chen Fei glanced at Zhang Yuezhen, wondering why the Zhang family had summoned them so suddenly. He would certainly assess any potential dangers. Within less than an incense stick's burn, the three arrived at the Zhang family residence, entering through a small door into the main hall. Numerous individuals were already gathered there. Chen Fei lingered at the back, while Zhang Yuezhen stood in the center, a clear indication of Chen Fei's standing within the Zhang family. "Are we nearly all here?" Zhang Ting, the current head of the Zhang family, surveyed the assembly and spoke in a grave tone. "I shall dispense with idle chatter. We are gathered here for a singular purpose, to capture and slay Sun Shu." A collective hush fell over the crowd. Many had believed that Sun Shu had long departed from Pinyin County. Alive or dead, we must see him. Whoever can accomplish this shall be handsomely rewarded by the Zhang family. Zhang Ting's voice resonated throughout the hall, serving as a guarantee. With so many witnesses present, whoever succeeded in capturing Sun Shu could expect substantial rewards from the Zhang family to satisfy the assembly. 15 minutes later, the crowd dispersed. Chen Fei and the others arrived at Zhang Xinan's courtyard. "As my father has stated, if any of you can find a way to eliminate Sun Shu, the Zhang family will not disappoint you." Zhang Xinan raised a cup of tea and sipped thoughtfully. "Isn't Sun Shu already gone from Pinyin County?" Zhang Defeng queried with confusion. "There are matters that cannot be elaborated upon. I hope for your understanding, old Zhang." "Not at all." Zhang Defeng quickly waved his hands. "If Sun Shu dares to show his face, I alone could take him down." Zhang Yuezhen narrowed her eyes, her determination evident. She felt it imperative to succeed. Her status within the Zhang family remained precarious, having sought refuge there. If she could eliminate Sun Shu and gain the approval of others, her standing within the family would undoubtedly solidify. Sun Shu is like a rat in the street. How could he dare to appear? Zhang Xinan shook his head. While Sun Shu possesses strength in the bone-forging realm, which is formidable, the Zhang family still has the means to deal with him. The issue lies in locating him. He is currently hiding in the shadows. Just yesterday, 2 direct family members of the Zhang family were killed. Otherwise, the family would not be in such a state of fury. Chen Fei remained silent, standing quietly to the side. The matter at hand is indeed quite enticing. Yet, given Chen Fei's current display of strength, he hardly appears capable of eliminating Sun Shu. Ultimately, even if Chen Fei were to exert himself, it is likely that he would merely be sewing garments for others. Moments later, the crowd departed from Zhang Xinan's courtyard. Along the way, Zheng Defeng patted Chen Fei on the shoulder. He was aware that the Zhang family had not previously bestowed the formula for the Qingling Dan upon Chen Fei. This situation seemed somewhat unjust, yet despite being an esteemed alchemist, Zheng Defeng was powerless to alter the Zhang family's decision. After all, to the Zhang family, anyone who was not a direct descendant was merely a servant. Chen Fei offered a faint smile and bid farewell with a clasped fist. The Zhang family's bounty swiftly spread throughout Pinyin County. Previously, they had issued a reward for Sun Shu, but to no avail. However, this time, the Zhang family was indeed serious. The reward was substantial and included additional benefits. If an outsider were to discover Sun Shu, not only would they receive monetary compensation, but they would also gain entry into the Zhang family's establishments, ensuring their personal safety. This undoubtedly heightened the allure for the common folk. In the North City slum, conditions were notably poor compared to other areas, with sanitation lacking and disorder prevailing. Zhou Shi occasionally cast a glance at a shadow beneath the courtyard wall. This person had been lingering nearby for several days. Typically, they did not venture out to work or consume food, appearing as if they were frozen in place. Yet, such peculiar individuals were not uncommon in the slums. Zhou Shi had not paid much mind to this until the Zhang family's bounty was announced, which shifted his perspective. Perhaps this individual was the one the Zhang family sought? Zhou Shi could not shake off the thought, though he had no means of proving it. He could not simply assume that someone looked odd and conclude they were Sun Shu. As night fell, Zhou Shi gnawed on a hard, black bun, and the image of that stranger from earlier resurfaced in his mind. After some contemplation, he sought out Zhou Li, his childhood companion. Should we report that person to the Zhang family? Zhou Li gazed at Zhou Shi in astonishment. I specifically asked others, and that person is indeed strange. They rarely leave to work and only venture out occasionally. Unless they are wealthy, why would they remain here? Zhou Shi whispered. Zhou Li furrowed his brow, sensing the validity in Zhou Shi's words. The most compelling factor was the Zhang family's reward, which was exceedingly tempting. By providing useful information, one could earn a handsome reward, and even secure a position within the Zhang family's shops. Even if the Zhang family were merely putting on a show for others, they would likely arrange decent work. Then shall we give it a try? Of course we must. Zhou Shi's face lit up with a radiant smile. His brother currently worked as a laborer in a clinic. Though he had food and shelter, it was insufficient to support their entire family. If that peculiar individual truly was Sun Shu, they could escape the slums and lead a normal life. Let us go. Zhou Li nodded and was about to pull Zhou Shi toward the exit when he suddenly noticed Zhou Shi's posture stiffen, his gaze fixed intently behind him. I overheard you speaking of the Zhang family. It seems I am connected to you. Sun Shu grinned widely, revealing a hint of crimson on his teeth, leaving one to wonder what he had consumed. This place is occupied. If you seek shelter, you must go elsewhere. Zhou Li gulped, raising his voice. Do not fear. It won't hurt. Just a moment. Sun Shu disregarded Zhou Li's words and, in a flicker, appeared before him, pressing his hands against Zhou Li's head. Chapter 33. Pursued. Zhou Li's eyes widened in terror, about to struggle when a sharp pain shot through his neck, and the next moment, darkness enveloped him. Seeing Zhou Li collapse to the ground, Zhou Shi screamed in fright. However, as he opened his mouth, a hand swiftly covered it, rendering him silent. So it was you watching me during the day. Sun Shu gazed down at Zhou Shi, one hand over his mouth and the other gripping his neck, pulling him closer. Zhou Shi's eyes filled with tears as he kicked desperately. He was unable to break free, watching Sun Shu's face draw nearer. Every decision comes with a price. Do you understand? Sun Shu suddenly erupted into an inexplicable laugh, tightening his grip around Zhou Shi's neck. Zhou Shi's eyes bulged in horror, and the next instant, a crimson mist engulfed the dilapidated courtyard. The price, Sun Shu murmured, releasing his hands as Zhou Shi's lifeless body crumpled to the ground. Outside the courtyard, a small figure peered through a hole in the wall, witnessing the gruesome scene unfold. Zhao Qi clamped his mouth shut, stifling any sound. Each day, Zhao Qi would look through this hole, observing the neighboring courtyard. Sometimes, when the courtyard was empty, he would watch with keen interest. But today, he regretted it. He had witnessed a murder. His teeth chattered in fear, yet he dared not make a sound, knowing that any noise would draw the killer to him. Zhao Qi's gaze remained fixed on Sun Shu as he exited the courtyard. Breathing a sigh of relief, he released his tightly clasped mouth. only to find an eye staring back at him through the hole. Ah! Zhao Qi shrieked, retreating in panic. It turned out there was also a little mouse hidden here. In the North City Clinic, within the alchemy chamber, Chen Fei's hands moved skillfully as a fragrant aroma wafted from a cauldron. Suddenly, a dull thud echoed as the cauldron shook, the pleasant fragrance transforming into a burnt odor. Chen Fei furrowed his brow, lifting the lid to reveal a charred mess inside, shaking his head in resignation. It was unclear which ingredient had gone awry, seemingly stuck. Chen Fei stood and exited, just as a laborer approached with an agitated expression. Manager Chen, Lu Jun stood nearby, hastily coming forward to greet him. What has happened? This laborer has encountered a family crisis. It appears a family member has been murdered. He is imploring us to advance some wages. Chen Fei glanced at the laborer, whose pale face indicated clear malnutrition, likely recruited from the refugees. This money comes from my own pocket, Chen Fei declared, producing several silver coins before turning to leave. Such acts were all he could offer, as giving more would likely not ensure the laborer's safety in retaining that sum. Setting aside recent events, Chen Fei resumed his study of the Qingling Dan. An hour later, Chen Fei rubbed his temples in frustration, yielding minimal results. However, this was to be expected, as deducing ingredients from a finished elixir was inherently a daunting task. Nevertheless, Chen Fei found joy in the challenge, and with satisfactory progress. He was confident he would eventually restore the formula for the Qingling Dan. He picked up a nearby sword and began to practice martial movements within the alchemy chamber. Chen Fei's life now revolved around this routine. Aside from his unyielding daily training, he either honed his swordsmanship or refined elixirs. This relentless schedule, devoid of rest, did not wear him down. Rather, he felt invigorated each day. Time passed, and 10 days slipped by in the blink of an eye. During this span, Pinyin County was anything but tranquil. Outside its borders, tumult brewed. The imperial forces tasked with suppressing the rebel army had suffered defeat and were now retreating, gradually pulling back their defenses. The rebels' morale surged as they pressed against the imperial troops, slowly encroaching upon them. Furthermore, several other counties had also witnessed the emergence of rebels, leading to a significant increase in their numbers. Within Pinyin County, yet another member of the Zhang family's direct line had perished. However, the Zhang family has become increasingly adept at tracking Sun Shu's movements. On one occasion, they nearly caught him, but he managed to escape. Chen Fei has already integrated his swordsmanship into the fourth set, with the technique known as Hua Wen Jian, fire pattern sword, reaching a remarkable level of perfection. Compared to the Qing Shan sword of earlier days, the power of the fire pattern sword has increased by at least 70%, just as Jian Liang once did. Chen Fei can now contend with him using his current swordsmanship. Should the fire pattern sword reach the realm of full mastery, it may not be able to kill, but it would certainly be sufficient to defeat Jian Liang. The excellence of this sword technique is evident, allowing one to battle beyond their rank. In comparison to the legacies of the noble families within Pinyin County, Chen Fei's sword technique is indeed second to none. In the main hall of the medical clinic, Chen Fei was engaged in a leisurely discussion with a physician about the properties of various medicinal herbs. The Qingling Dan had been stuck in a particular spot for quite some time. Conversing about herbal properties often sparks new ideas for Chen Fei. Just as they were enjoying their conversation, Zhang Yuezhen entered the clinic. "All guards, follow me. Chen Fei, you come along too," Zhang Yuezhen called out, having spotted Chen Fei in the hall and deciding to include him. With some proficiency in the realm of skin training, Chen Fei could be considered an asset compared to those physicians who were utterly defenseless. The key was that Zhang Yuezhen aimed to continue pushing Chen Fei to improve. Chen Fei's expression shifted slightly. After a moment's thought, he followed behind. In just a short while, all the guards in the clinic had gathered. With a wave of her right hand, Zhang Yuezhen did not offer any explanation and charged ahead. The others, though confused, followed closely behind. "Is Sun Shu still over there?" Zhang Yuezhen asked anxiously. "Yes, he is still there and indeed injured, but we need to act swiftly. Otherwise, others may receive word and arrive quickly," Zhang Chong replied, shaking the coin pouch Zhang Yuezhen had handed him with a grin. "It's just one Sun Shu. I'll remember this favor." Zhang Yuezhen laughed heartily and hurried forward. The guards behind realized they had found Sun Shu, understanding that Zhang Yuezhen intended to be the one to eliminate the recent distress for the Zhang family. Chapter 34. Arrogance. The group traversed through the dense forest, With Zhang Yuezhen observing the occasional bloodstains on the ground, her spirits lifted. The Zhang family harbored a deep-seated hatred for Sun Shu. If Zhang Yuezhen could seize this opportunity to eliminate him, her position within the Zhang family would be secure, and no one would dare speak ill of her management of the clinic. Ahead lay a dilapidated temple, a common sight around Pingying County where such crumbling structures abound. They had not completely collapsed, as passing merchant caravans sometimes paused here to tidy them up a bit. "Everyone, take the antidote," Zhang Yuezhen commanded, prompting the guards to quickly produce their antidote pills. Chen Fei, standing at the back, swallowed one as well. "Whoever kills Sun Shu will receive half of the family S bounty, and their future wages will triple." Zhang Yuezhen turned to the guards, speaking in a serious tone. "Sun Shu is heavily injured, so be careful, and there should not be too much trouble. You three go first." Zhang Yuezhen selected 3 guards who exchanged glances, steeling themselves before charging into the ruined temple. The promise of half the bounty was too enticing. They had not anticipated Zhang Yuezhen would be willing to offer such a sum, particularly with the prospect of tripled wages ensuring their future livelihoods. Most importantly, Sun Shu was wounded. As long as they proceeded with caution, they might very well have the opportunity to kill him. If they succeeded, their futures would be secure. Other guards were breathing heavily, some eager to rush inside, fearing that the initial trio might eliminate Sun Shu before they got their chance. Chen Fei remained at the back, watching as the first 3 guards kicked open the temple door and surged inside. Moments later, shouts and roars emanated from within. "Indeed, you 5 go in." Zhang Yuezhen's eyes gleamed as she called out 5 more individuals to rush inside. Those 5 appeared invigorated, and the sounds of fighting continued to echo from within the temple. It seemed that the first trio had engaged Sun Shu, and the newcomers would likely have the chance to finish him off. The other guards, realizing that Zhang Yuezhen had not selected them, felt a sense of urgency. Zhang Yuezhen closely monitored the temple entrance. Exercising caution, she refrained from allowing everyone to charge in, fearing potential ambushes inside. At this moment, it appeared that Sun Shu was indeed in dire straits, as the guard struggle had not yet resolved. "Manager, should we not enter as well?" 2 remaining guards approached Zhang Yuezhen, speaking with palpable urgency. They clearly wished to reap the rewards, and if they delayed, they feared they might only witness Sun Shu's lifeless body, which would leave them unsatisfied. Chen Fei's gaze was fixed on the temple when he suddenly felt a chill in his wrist. Looking down, he noticed the peculiar mark from earlier was now quite active. Chen Fei's pupils constricted. This affliction had generally been dormant, and as his cultivation progressed, it had gradually diminished. Why, then, was it behaving this way now? "Let them all in." Zhang Yuezhen pointed to the last 2 guards, who eagerly responded and rushed inside without hesitation. "You too." Zhang Yuezhen turned to Chen Fei, stating, "Don't say I didn't give you a chance. The situation inside should be nearing its conclusion, and you might have an opportunity to deliver a final blow. Something feels off inside. Listen, the sounds coming from within. Don't they seem somewhat repetitive?" Chen Fei observed the temple, instinctively taking a step back. Moments ago, he had felt no particular unease, but upon noticing the peculiar behavior of the affliction, he began to carefully listen to the sounds emanating from within. What terrified Chen Fei was that while the temple echoed with fervent cries, a closer inspection revealed many of the sounds were merely echoes of the same calls. During fierce combat, one might subconsciously overlook such details. However, with careful observation, one could discern the oddity. "I'm telling you to act, not to voice your opinions. Now, charge in immediately, or do not compel me to take action." Zhang Yuezhen shouted, turning to glare at Chen Fei. "Either you go in obediently, or I will throw you in myself. In this clinic, my word is law. There is something wrong inside. Listen closely." Chen Fei exclaimed, looking at Zhang Yuezhen with urgency. "Be silent." Zhang Yuezhen barked back, drawing her sword halfway from its sheath, her presence imposing as she directed her ire toward Chen Fei. "This is the last time. Will you enter or not? I'm the alchemist of the clinic and have no obligation to engage in direct combat. You do not have the authority to command me. Allowing Sun Shu to escape is enough reason for me to end you right now without consequence. Since you refuse my offer, do not blame me." Zhang Yuezhen sneered coldly, swiftly moving to grab Chen Fei by the collar. In the North City Medical Clinic, Zhang Yuezhen would not tolerate anyone defying her orders. She demanded absolute obedience. With the opportunity to eliminate Sun Shu at hand, she had no qualms about reminding Chen Fei who was truly in charge within the clinic. "Damn you!" Chen Fei shouted, drawing his sword and lunging toward Zhang Yuezhen. Seeing Chen Fei's action, a triumphant smile spread across Zhang Yuezhen's face. How dare he be the first to draw a weapon against her? If she could only teach him a lesson before, now she felt justified in severely injuring him without fear of repercussions. A mere practitioner of the skin training realm was utterly unaware of his own recklessness. As this thought crossed her mind, Zhang Yuezhen accelerated her grip, only to suddenly find Chen Fei's sword had vanished, leaving nothing but a flash of light in her vision. Not good. Zhang Yuezhen's heart raced as she instinctively sidestepped, but then a sharp pain pierced her chest, followed by a complete loss of sensation in that area. In disbelief, she looked down to see a wound that had penetrated cleanly through her chest, blood gushing forth uncontrollably. Despite her instinctive attempt to cover the wound, she could not stem the flow of blood. Zhang Yuezhen lifted her gaze towards Chen Fei, her eyes brimming with disbelief. How could a mere practitioner of the Pai Jing possess such exquisite sword techniques that even she could not react in time? Chen Fei, however, did not focus on Zhang Yuezhen, but rather directed his attention towards the decrepit temple. As Chen Fei engaged with Zhang Yuezhen, the previously bustling temple fell into an unsettling silence. In the dim light, Chen Fei discerned a scarlet gaze emanating from within the temple, fixated intently upon him. This was indeed ominous. Chen Fei delivered a swift kick to Zhang Yuezhen's abdomen, causing her to involuntarily tumble backward towards the temple. "No, don't." At this moment, Zhang Yuezhen seemed to sense the danger lurking behind her, crying out in a desperate struggle before being entirely consumed by the temple's entrance. Chen Fei swiftly retreated, his heart racing not from the act of killing Zhang Yuezhen, but from the dread of whether he could evade the looming menace. Chapter 35. Cycle. Chen Fei's thoughts raced, yet no one could provide him with answers to these pressing concerns. Was Sun Shu still there? Yes, he was, albeit injured, and it was imperative to resolve matters swiftly. Otherwise, others would soon arrive upon receiving news. Just a single Sun Shu, this favor would be remembered. A vague sound suddenly reached his ears from ahead, and Chen Fei's heart leaped at first, only to sense something amiss. The content of the conversation felt eerily familiar. Upon reaching the source of the voices, he was struck with a chill as he beheld a group of familiar faces. Zhang Chong, Zhang Yuezhen, and others were engaged in conversation, with a cadre of guards trailing behind Zhang Yuezhen, and he found himself at the tail end of the procession. "Sun Shu, he has appeared. Kill him." Zhang Yuezhen suddenly turned to Chen Fei, exclaiming with fervor. Not only Zhang Yuezhen, but also the guards, and even Zhang Chong gazed at Chen Fei with bloodshot eyes. Chen Fei deftly maneuvered, creating an arc as he dashed past these indistinguishable entities. "Chen Fei, you cannot escape." Zhang Yuezhen, bearing a sword wound on her chest and missing her left arm, pursued him relentlessly, her icy glare instilling terror. With urgency, Chen Fei unleashed his secret technique, significantly enhancing his speed. The chilling presence that had been closing in was suddenly shaken off. "Chen Fei, it hurts so much. You will pay for your defiance." Fortunately, Chen Fei's agility was remarkable, particularly in this heightened state, allowing him to surpass even those eerie figures. In mere moments, he spotted the city walls of Pingning County ahead, and the oppressive presence behind him vanished. Once within the city walls, a wave of warmth enveloped Chen Fei, prompting an involuntary sigh of relief. He had to visit the Zhang family. This situation had escalated considerably. Taking a moment to collect himself, Chen Fei reflected on the recent upheaval. The Zhang family would surely have a headache over this incident. Had it not been for the presence of others witnessing his departure with Chen Yuezhen, he would have preferred to distance himself from the turmoil. However, with so many witnesses, any attempt to deny involvement would only heighten suspicion. Chen Fei found an unoccupied alley, striking his chest with a palm, causing a mouthful of blood to spill forth before he forcefully collided with the ground, leaving him bruised and battered. That should suffice. Rising to his feet, he grimaced slightly. It would be hard to explain his lack of visible injuries. A quarter of an hour later, Chen Fei arrived at the Zhang residence, where he met Zhang Sinan. "What did you say?" "Everyone is dead." Zhang Sinan stood abruptly upon hearing Chen Fei's words. That Sun Shu may have transformed into something sinister. Chen Fei recounted most of the events, omitting only his confrontation with Zhang Yuezhen. The possibility of Sun Shu becoming an aberration significantly complicated matters. "Come with me," Zhang Sinan commanded, proceeding ahead with Chen Fei following closely. Moments later, they arrived at Zhang Ting's study. Chen Fei narrated the occurrences once more, and Zhang Ting's fury erupted, though he refrained from directing his ire towards Chen Fei. The alchemist remained a vital asset to the Zhang family's clinic. Conversely, Zhang Yuezhen's pursuit of glory, accompanied solely by guard from Beichang Clinic to confront Sun Shu, had led to her demise and possibly stir trouble with Sun Shu's faction. In Zhang Ting's eyes, Zhang Yuezhen's fate was regrettable yet unsurprising. Zhang Ting glanced at Chen Fei, waved him off, and turned to Zhang Sinan, instructing, "Summon the clan elders." "Understood." Zhang Sinan nodded, escorting Chen Fei out. "What reward do you seek?" Zhang Sinan whispered, as the Zhang family had always prided itself on rewarding merit. "I wish for a manual on movement techniques." Chen Fei contemplated. The recipe for the Qingling Dan was beyond reach, and the internal energy techniques were family heirlooms that would not be shared. He had already exhausted the sword techniques previously, yet he could still enhance his movement skills. Given the recent encounter with the aberration, had it not been for his exceptional agility, he might have perished. Thus, seeking to bolster his movement skills was not an unreasonable request. "Very well." Zhang Sinan, perceiving Chen Fei's apprehension, nodded in agreement. "May I choose as I did last time?" "All right." Zhang Sinan frowned slightly, displaying some impatience but did not refuse. He summoned his personal maid, Dan Xiang, instructing her to retrieve the manuals with his token, while he proceeded to gather the clan elders. After a stick of incense burned, in the courtyard of Zhang Sinan, 3 movement technique manuals were presented. "The eldest lady has decreed that you must make your choice within a quarter of an hour." "A quarter of an hour?" Chen Fei furrowed his brow. This was insufficient time to transcribe the manuals. Observing Dan Xiang's demeanor, he understood the urgency and retrieved 5 taels of silver, placing it in her hand. "What are you doing?" Dan Xiang's eyes widened, attempting to reject the silver. However, feeling its weight, she hesitated. As Zhang Sinan's maid, her wages were modest, and 5 taels represented a significant sum she would need to save for months. "Just an extra 15 minutes. I hope you can accommodate me, Miss Dan." Chen Fei produced another 10 taels, placing them into Dan Xiang's hands. Rendered speechless, she accepted the coins, her gaze averted. A smile spread across Chen Fei's face as he hastily seized the manuals. Half an hour later, Chen Fei departed the Zhang residence. Techniques: Yi Du, not yet mastered. Deng Yun Bu, not yet mastered. Fengxing Sanja, not yet mastered. Gazing at the movement techniques recorded on the panel, Chen Fei felt a surge of excitement. In comparison to the manuals available in the black market, these were undoubtedly far more profound. Integrating them into his current techniques would undoubtedly elevate his capabilities to new heights. Though today had been fraught with peril, it was not in vain. Chapter 36. The situation in his alchemical chamber. Chen Fei consumed a Qingling Dan and sat cross-legged, circulating his Jing Xianjin. After a full hour, he opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of stagnant air. The formula for the Qingling Dan had yet to be fully deduced, stuck at the final step, leaving him to rely on time for resolution. Chen Fei estimated that it would take approximately another month to fully derive the recipe. Although the formula remained elusive, it did not hinder Chen Fei from utilizing the Qingling Dan for his cultivation. With the sale of medicinal herbs in the black market, he still had sufficient funds for minor expenditures. The 15 taels of silver for a single Qingling Dan posed no financial strain on him. With his perfected Jing Xianjin combined with the Qingling Dan, the panel indicated that it would take nearly a year to advance his cultivation to the Duangu realm. Compared to the previous year, this timeline had significantly shortened. If Chen Fei wished to further compress the time to reach the Duangu realm, he would need to acquire higher-tier internal energy techniques or consume a Changfu Dan. The advanced inner string cultivation techniques are preserved exclusively within the various clans of Pinyin County, typically accessible only to direct descendants. Even with Chen Fei's marriage into a prominent family, the likelihood of acquiring such techniques remains exceedingly low. Consequently, it is improbable for Chen Fei to gain access to superior inner strength methods within Pinyin County. His only recourse is to seek his fortune in the black market, where he might obtain simplified versions of the techniques. As for the Changfu Dan, it is primarily intended for practitioners at the marrow stage. Presently, Chen Fei's Qingling Dan is typically purchased by those at the bone refining stage, making it a rarity for someone of his current standing. Therefore, Chen Fei is already partaking in a higher-tier medicinal elixir. Fortunately, the Qingling Dan does not impose a significant burden on the practitioner's body, allowing him to consume one daily without issue. He estimates that he could also take the Chongfu Dan, yet, regrettably, it is nearly non-existent in Pinyin County. Even when available, it is monopolized by the disciples of various clans. Chen Fei has not encountered the Chongfu Dan in any apothecary or medical establishment. Even in the black market, it vanishes quickly whenever it appears, leaving him no opportunity to acquire it. Rising from his seat, Chen Fei stepped into the courtyard, his longsword beginning to sway with energy. Wisps of sword qi enveloped the blade, and, as the sword light flickered, it appeared as if a flame was rising within the courtyard. Moments later, as he withdrew his sword, a straight gash appeared on the ground, a testament to the sword qi's power. Technique. Huowenjian, great perfection. It has been 2 days since the encounter outside the city, and Chen Fei has successfully cultivated the Huowenjian to the pinnacle of its potential. To his delight, this mastery has subtly enhanced the efficacy of his Xiangrenji Lu technique. Logically, the Xiangrenji Lu should have already reached its own peak, its power fixed. However, it dawned on Chen Fei that his overall growth has unlocked certain limitations within the Xiangrenji Lu. After all, his cultivation level is merely at the skin stage, and his swordsmanship is rather average. No matter how formidable the Xiangrenji Lu may be, it can only manifest based on one's existing conditions. This illustrates the exaggerated claims of the Xianyun sword sect, where a single technique from their repertoire surpasses the myriad sword techniques that Chen Fei has painstakingly amalgamated. Yet, it has also ignited within him a yearning for the Xianyun sword sect, a truly colossal entity. 2 days prior, the Zhang family took significant action. Aware that Sun Shu had transformed into a nearly otherworldly being, with the animosity directed at the Zhang family, they found themselves in a state of unrest. That day, the Zhang family summoned their forces, even drawing in officials from the magistrate's office, and all surged towards the dense forest outside the city. Whether the two sides ultimately met remains shrouded in secrecy. Chen Fei refrained from involvement in this matter, presenting himself externally as merely a skin-stage alchemist. Had it not been for Zhang Yuezhong, he would have remained entirely uninvolved in such conflicts. As night fell, Chen Fei donned a disguise and appeared in the black market. The situation in the south has been somewhat bleak lately. You must exercise caution, advised Qi Defeng, the scent of herbs permeating the small room. Will the rebels reach Pinyin County? Chen Fei inquired, astonished. Ever since the imperial troops suffered a significant defeat, various rumors have circulated within the county. Some say the army will regroup and engage the rebels in a decisive battle, while others claim the rebels have surrounded the imperial forces and are systematically exterminating them. It remains uncertain, yet the imperial army is currently retreating towards Pinyin County, though their final position remains unknown. Are the rebels pursuing them? Chen Fei asked. Not at the moment, Qi Defeng replied, shaking his head. The rebels have acquired substantial territory and are currently focused on stabilizing their hold. They have no immediate intention to pursue further. Chen Fei felt a slight relief. Battles between armies are the most perilous scenarios, given his current fragile state. Even preserving his life in such circumstances is questionable. Do you have a connection to the Xianyun sword sect? Chen Fei suddenly asked. In terms of safety, aside from the imperial rear, the vicinity of such top sects seems to be the most secure. The transition from skin to organ stage is commonly referred to as the 5 realms of body refinement. Beyond body refinement, there exist even more profound levels of cultivation, marking the true beginning of transcending the corporeal form. The Xianyun sword sect possesses such exceptional powerhouses, which contributes to the tranquility surrounding their domain. Rumors abound that the realm of the imperial court is engulfed in conflict, yet the precise cause remains elusive. Chen Fei believes that aligning himself with the top sect is his best option. Once he elevates his cultivation, he will possess the capability to confront any arising challenges. There is none. The external chaos is perilous and strange. Traversing such a distance is exceedingly difficult and dangerous, Qi Defeng stated, shaking his head. We have not yet reached that juncture. Chen Fei furrowed his brow and began to inventory today's herbs. Moments later, he handed a plant to Qi Defeng. who expressionlessly produced another herb from behind and returned it to Chen Fei. Chen Fei's eyes twitched slightly. This game of discerning truth from falsehood was far from over. The most troubling aspect was that Qi Defeng displayed no hint of shame, merely an expression that suggested, "Oh, you discovered it. Well done. By the way, if I encounter something strange, is there a reliable method for preserving my life?" Chen Fei asked suddenly as he prepared to leave, carrying the herbs. In dire circumstances, Chen Fei would not venture out of Pingyin County alone. However, if that day were to come, he was particularly concerned about encountering something insurmountable. That would indeed pose a serious dilemma. "Oh, have you recently encountered something strange?" Qi Defeng scrutinized Chen Fei from head to toe, noting he was unscathed. "I've been out of the city a few times and encountered some. How did you handle it?" Qi Defeng asked curiously. One was exhausted by internal qi, and for the other, "I simply fled." Chen Fei recalled the perilous encounter with Sun Shu, relieved he had managed to escape swiftly. Chapter 37. Fleeing in Anticipation. Indeed, that is a prudent approach, Qi Defeng nodded. When faced with the strange, one must either possess sufficient cultivation to outlast it or retreat, if escape is not possible. There are no alternative options. Can the strange invoke hallucinations? Chen Fei inquired suddenly. "You've encountered such a level?" Qi Defeng looked at him with surprise. "I'm unsure," Chen Fei replied, shaking his head. "The strange can indeed vary in strength. Those capable of inducing hallucinations are the most troublesome." Qi Defeng pondered for a moment, then rushed to another room. Moments later, he re-emerged, presenting a manual to Chen Fei. Chen Fei regarded him with confusion. "Qing Xinju, from a Xianyun sword sect? What cultivation technique is not associated with the Xianyun sword sect?" Qi Defeng jested. "I cannot identify its origin. It offers no practical assistance in cultivation or combat. It merely aids in calming the mind. If you encounter difficulties, it may help you remain composed. Can it help one escape the hallucinations caused by the strange? Only upon reaching a high level of cultivation can that be achieved," Qi Defeng affirmed. "However, mastering the Qing Xinju is exceedingly challenging. Even if one manages to begin, progressing further is immensely difficult, so prepare yourself mentally." Chen Fei accepted the manual with some delight, finally acquiring another method to evade the strange. How do disciples of the Xianyun sword sect avoid falling into hallucinations? Chen Fei remained curious about the sect. The Jinglei sword technique, once cultivated, inherently possesses the power of thunder, rendering one impervious to the strange. The Xianyun sword sect has numerous similar techniques, Qi Defeng shrugged. Chen Fei grinned. Truly, as a top-tier sect, their techniques are well systematized, eliminating the need for excessive consideration. It is only individuals like Chen Fei, as a rogue cultivator, who must piece together various methods. The Qing Xinju, remarkably, Qi Defeng did not mention a price. One wonders whether this is a moment of conscience or an understanding that such auxiliary manuals are seldom sought after. Generally, practitioners find the cultivation of inner strength techniques and combat skills to be sufficiently arduous. The arduous cultivation of this introductory technique, which is difficult to master and incapable of directly inflicting harm upon foes, is unlikely to attract many martial artists. Without the panel, Chen Fei would also lack the willingness to engage. It is not a matter of effort. Rather, it is a limitation of innate talent, insufficient time, and dwindling energy. The simplification of Qing Xinju has yielded a successful adaptation. Cold water for the head. Chen Fei blinked, considering this a form of physical cooling for his overheated mind. Days slipped by unnoticed. Apart from the consistent time dedicated to internal energy practice, Chen Fei invested the majority of his time in assimilating new movement techniques. The ability to derive the formula for Qingling Dan remains beyond reach for the time being, yet the capacity to run swiftly is of paramount importance. Recently encountered events have demonstrated that, had Chen Fei not possessed the requisite speed, he would be in dire straits by now. Thus, aside from his cultivation level, Chen Fei prioritizes the mastery of movement techniques. With the continuous integration of new skills, he senses his agility accelerating, even approaching the velocity of his previous rapid state. Although he has yet to witness a practitioner of the marrow refinement realm, he surmises that their speed would be comparable to his own, perhaps even slightly superior. As for Qing Xinju, he has not neglected it. In addition to its peculiar threats, he has discovered that his mental state has become significantly more stable. Previously, Due to his lack of strength and the myriad dangers surrounding him, he perpetually lacked a sense of security in this world. This absence of security manifested in his relentless quest for experience, devoid of any semblance of leisure or free time, as he tirelessly pursued the mastery of various techniques. This tension induced an involuntary exhilaration, yet the underlying fatigue accumulated relentlessly. However, after practicing Qingxinju, Chen斐has become vigilant toward external crises without allowing them to dominate his thoughts as before. In simpler terms, he has developed a newfound composure in facing circumstances. This transformation has resulted in a spontaneous sense of relaxation within both body and mind. His efforts continue, but his mindset is gradually shifting. The Beijing Medical Hall remains operational, with the Zhang family having summoned additional guard from other regions. Yet, the position of managing the hall is currently unoccupied, with no intention of having Chen斐take over, merely allowing him to temporarily assume the responsibilities while awaiting further arrangements from the Zhang family. In the alchemy chamber of the medical hall, Chen斐has been concocting Chao Huandan, having largely ceased the production of qi and blood dan to showcase his proficiency in crafting Chao Huandan, to maintain the FAAD of a relative genius. It is impossible for him to continually produce qi and blood dan. Upon realizing Chen Fei's capability to refine Chao Huandan, he has distinctly sensed a shift in the Zhang family's attitude. Clearly, they have elevated him from a moderately talented alchemist to a subject of considerable interest. The army has entered the city. A sudden commotion erupted outside the alchemy chamber. Upon stepping out, Chen Fei was greeted by Lu Jun, who exclaimed loudly, "The Imperial Army has arrived?" Chen Fei's brow furrowed. Indeed, the army had ultimately reached Pinyin County. However, it remained uncertain whether they intended to garrison here or merely pass through. That evening, the most bustling tavern in Pinyin County was ablaze with light. Both the county officials and various noble families gathered to host a banquet for the military leaders. Chen Fei was also invited, albeit relegated to a corner on the ground floor. As cups were raised and exchanged, the atmosphere within the tavern was jubilant. Chen Fei sat quietly in the corner, observing the people around him without uttering a word or engaging in conversation, rendering himself almost invisible. The banquet concluded near the midnight hour. The following day, various noble families began supplying provisions to the army, including an array of medicinal herbs, elixirs, grains, meats, and substantial amounts of silver. Concurrently, they were conscripting young men into the army to replenish the ranks. The arrival of the military rendered Pinyin County exceedingly boisterous. As the deputy manager of the medical hall, Chen Fei was tasked with overseeing the supply of various elixirs and the refinement of Chao Huandan. Privately, he overheard some grievances from the Zhang family, indicating that the extent of their contributions had exceeded their willingness. Yet, the might of the army left them no choice but to comply. Through alternative channels, Chen Fei inquired about the cultivation techniques practiced among the soldiers, only to be met with disappointment, as the majority employed exceedingly rudimentary methods. Only the leaders practiced more sophisticated techniques, which were certainly not meant to be disseminated. As resources flooded into the military by the fifth day, the garrison troops outside the city suddenly withdrew. This unexpected retreat left the people of Pinyin County bewildered, soon followed by news that the rebel forces had appeared 10 miles outside the county and were surging toward it. Chapter 38. The rebels entered the city hearing this news. The people of Pinyin County were thrown into a state of panic. The Imperial Army had fled without warning. They had previously assured that they would fight if the rebels approached, prompting the noble families to contribute so many resources to prevent the rebels from pillaging their homes. After all, the Imperial Army sometimes adhered to certain protocols, while the rebels would not. Now, the Imperial Army had deserted them, with no military presence in Pinyin County. Only the county officials and constables remained, and the defenses were rudimentary at best. Resisting the advancing rebels would prove to be exceedingly challenging. Furthermore, if they chose to resist stubbornly and the city fell, the entire Pinyin County would undoubtedly be plundered. Reports from other towns indicated that any community that resisted faced destruction and looting. Countless refugees arose from such circumstances. Conversely, surrendering without resistance might yield a somewhat better outcome. Though only marginally, the rebels sought resources above all else, neglecting any considerations of governance. The people of Pinyin County found themselves at a loss. with both choices presenting grave difficulties, one leading to death standing, the other to death kneeling. 10 miles away, the Imperial army has retreated. Tan Zhenin sat upon his steed, observing the scout below. Yes, they have entirely evacuated, and in recent days they have taken many resources from Pinyin County, the scout reported, bowing his head. What a bunch of cowards! With such cowardice, they dare to lead an army. Hua Shizhong mocked. Without these individuals, how could we rise? Moreover, should they choose to engage Pinyin County, even if we emerge victorious, the cost would be devastating. Tan Zhenin gazed at the distant, hazy outline of the city and waved his hand, signaling the army to accelerate. With the Imperial army absent, Pinyin County has now become theirs for the taking. Whether the county resists or surrenders holds no significance in his eyes. Having resolved to plunder Pinyin County, Tan Zhenin was fully prepared. While the people of Pinyin County remained indecisive, the southern city gates swung open, and the guards were swiftly dispatched, leading to a complete surrender. There was no choice but to yield. A master of the marrow refinement realm is an overwhelming force against these constables, who are mostly at the flesh refinement realm. It is unclear when rebel forces infiltrated Pinyin County, but they now erupted into action. Had the county officials been resolute in their defense, they would have dispatched heavy troops to guard the gates. However, such foresight was lost on them, rendering the city gates' defense a mere farce. Chen斐lingered in his courtyard, listening to the commotion outside, feeling a sense of agitation. Just days prior, he thought the rebels would not come, yet now they stood before him. Following the news of the rebels' approach, the medical hall had already closed its doors. Chen斐contemplated whether to seek refuge at the Zhang residence, but eventually decided against it. With the rebel forces entering the city, their primary targets would undoubtedly be the prominent families. Hiding within would likely render Chen斐a casualty as well. Furthermore, the Zhang family had not invited him to their estate, indicating a lack of intention to shelter him. As for whether the rebels would pillage the commoners, it depended on the depths of their depravity. If the situation grew dire, Chen斐would have to make a hasty escape. At this juncture, the art of disguise proved invaluable, ensuring he would not be readily recognized. Of course, to a discerning eye, his disguise might still reveal flaws. Should an opportunity arise in the future, he would seek a more advanced technique in the art of disguise. Presently, Chen斐had refined his Qingxinju to a proficient level, nearing perfection. Under its influence, his mindset had grown increasingly calm and composed, enabling him to make swifter decisions when faced with challenges. His relentless pursuit of mastery was driven by the thought that, should he find himself unable to remain in Pinyin County, he would embark on a long journey to the Xianyun Jianpai. Whether he could gain entry to the sect was uncertain, yet the stable environment there would surely facilitate his continued cultivation. Moreover, in such a grand city, the quality of elixirs and manuals would undoubtedly exceed that found in Pinyin County. While Chen斐diligently honed his skills, the local authorities and noble families of Pinyin County convened, their gazes fixed upon Tan Zhenin. Unlike the harmonious interactions they shared with the imperial forces, the townsfolk now appeared visibly anxious and restrained in the presence of Tan Zhenin. Now that everyone is gathered, I shall speak a few words, Tan Zhenin declared, a faint smile gracing his lips. You are all well aware of my purpose here. We will do our utmost to fulfill General Tan's requests. The county magistrate responded, a sycophantic grin on his face. With your assurance, I can rest easy. Otherwise, we would face blame should anyone fail to meet expectations. Tan Zhenin's gaze swept over the various noble families, addressing them directly. Zhao family, 100,000 taels of silver and 1,000 pieces of fine iron blades. Li family, 80,000 taels of silver and 1,000 sets of half-body wrought tan armor. Zhou family. As Tan Zhenin continued to enumerate demands, the faces of the noble families paled, realizing their very foundations were being stripped bare, leaving them with no room for negotiation. Our Zhou family has faced mismanagement in recent years and cannot produce such a sum. We hope General Tan can show us some leniency. Indeed, our Zheng family is but a small household. How could we possibly? A flash of steel erupted within the hall, and before anyone could comprehend what transpired, blood drenched the room. The two speakers have been severed in two. This was no negotiation, it was an edict. If there are any families that cannot comply, now is the time to speak. Hua Shizhong leisurely returned his blade to its sheath, his expression tinged with mockery as he surveyed the assembly. Deliver the funds in 2 days and the supplies in 10. You may disperse. Tan Zhenin waved his hand dismissively, departing the hall. This discourse had merely served as a means of issuing orders. The noble families exchanged glances, particularly casting wary eyes toward the corpses on the floor, shuddering at the brutality displayed. A mere disagreement had led to carnage, with no room for further dialogue. In the courtyard behind the county office, Tan Zhenin practiced a series of martial movements. The force behind his strikes resonated like a war drum, tightening the hearts of those who witnessed. After a time, he ceased, turning to Hua Shizhong. Have you verified the situation? Indeed, those individuals are unlikely to comply. We should find a pretext and collaborate with a few of the noble families. Surely, some will be willing to act as our vanguard. Excellent. Hua Shizhong's face broke into a cruel smile, relishing the prospect. Extracting resources from these families was merely the first phase. The second would involve encroaching upon a portion of their assets, leaving them with nothing. This would minimize resistance while maximizing profit. By the way, several friends from the underworld wish to join us. Shall we accept them? Proceed as you see fit. Tan Zhenin sipped his tea. Once we acquire those manuals, send them directly to me. The following morning, the Zhang family approached Chen Fei, requesting he concoct Chao Huandan. The rebels demanded not only silver, but also vast quantities of elixirs and provisions. Having already been pillaged by the imperial forces, the Zhang family found themselves cornered, struggling to meet the new demands within a tight time frame. This predicament extended beyond the Zhang family. All noble families in Pinyin County faced a similar plight, their expressions marked by worry and despair. In the face of such overwhelming power, these once mighty families appeared little different from ordinary folk. After a moment's consideration, Chen Fei agreed to the Zhang family's request. Although their previous interactions had been somewhat unsatisfactory, particularly regarding the Ling Dan formula, he deemed it prudent to maintain relations. Ultimately, Chen Fei was uncertain of when he might depart from Pinyin County. The dangers outside instilled a sense of caution within him. Though his combat abilities had grown to rival those at the Duanga realm, he understood that this was still insufficient in the broader world. Chen Fei's understanding of this realm was limited to what he had gleaned in Pinyin County. Venturing forth without any wilderness survival experience felt perilous. The task assigned by the Zhang family was indeed demanding for most alchemists, yet Chen Fei had already mastered the craft of Chao Huandan, producing the maximum yield from each batch within a mere 2 hours. As for the remaining ingredients, he claimed them for himself. With the blockade imposed by the rebels, obtaining additional materials or hiring refugees to leave the city had become impossible. In a shadowy market, after 3 days of closure, it quietly reopened. Yet, compared to its previous vibrancy, the atmosphere now felt desolate, with food and elixirs being the most sought-after commodities. The necessity for sustenance outweighed all else. Is there truly no way to escape Pinyin County? Chen Fei inquired, looking at Qi Defeng for answers. Though Qi often provided him with subpar wares, their relationship was amicable. Chen Fei believed Qi, having spent years as a trader in the shadow market, possessed far greater knowledge of potential routes. There are indeed methods to leave Pinyin County, but currently, there are no merchant caravans heading to Xianyun Jinpai. Qi Defeng reclined in his chair, a hint of exasperation evident. It need not be a direct route to Xianyun Jinpai. Any alternative would suffice, Chen Fei replied softly. Due to the noble family's resource contributions and the rebels' restraint on their soldiers, Pinyin County was merely quieter than usual, devoid of major violence. Yet perhaps due to the influence of the Qingxinju, Chen Fei sensed an impending storm. In 10 days, unforeseen events might unfold. Before then, he still harbored hopes of departing Pinyin County. There is no option, Qi Defeng shook his head. Merchant caravans have dwindled to almost none. And what are your plans? Chen Fei questioned, perplexed by Qi's apparent lack of contingency. A man as astute as him surely had some backup strategy. Wait for the rebels to leave. Rose from his seat, rubbing his waist, and remarked, the rebels are targeting those noble families. As for us commoners, we are of no concern to them. As long as we remain cautious, we can navigate through this ordeal. Chen Fei cast a skeptical glance at Qi Defeng, but chose not to elaborate further, turning to exit the dark market. Days passed, and the Zhang family continued to collect herbs for their medicinal concoctions. The law and order in Pinyin County began to deteriorate gradually. The restrained soldiers started to unleash their true natures, leading to acts of robbery and murder within the county. A significant portion of these crimes was attributed to the rebels. while some were perpetrated by the locals themselves. In such an environment, the latent malevolence in some individuals was unleashed. Cries of despair occasionally echoed through the air. Yet Chen Fei remained motionless, recognizing that these occurrences exceeded his capacity to intervene. Instead, he devoted himself to his training, seizing every moment available. Perhaps it was this mounting pressure that led to a breakthrough on the 5th day, as Chen Fei successfully deciphered the formula for Qingling Dan and produced it for the first time. Alchemy, Qingling Dan, Entrilithal Seribu Seratus. Qingling Dan simplifiat into Qingling Dan Zhouhuan Dan. A smile graced Chen Fei's face. Recently, there had been no available medicinal pills on the market. Now, with the ability to refine Qingling Dan, he could finally rely on the herbs he had diligently gathered prior, achieving a level of self-sufficiency. On the 8th day, he fully integrated the 3 martial arts manuals acquired from the Zhang family. Martial arts, Dangyun Xing, great perfection. Compared to his earlier technique, Dujianjian, Chen Fei's ordinary speed had significantly improved to match his previous swift state. Now, when he employed that swiftness, it felt as if he were flying. While it may sound exaggerated, Chen Fei's agility had indeed ascended to a new echelon. On the evening of the 11th day, Chen Fei submerged his head in cold water. At one moment, the world seemed to fall silent. Unconsciously, he rose, observing his surroundings, attuning himself to every fleeting thought in his mind. A profound sense of self-mastery surged within him. Instinctively, he grasped the long sword nearby, unleashing the Huowen sword. Although he had perfected the Huowen sword, he had never experienced such clarity before. In a fleeting thought, he executed the Immortal's guidance technique. In the next instant, 3 sword lights flashed and merged into one, shimmering in mid-air for a moment before gradually dissipating. Chen Fei gazed at the sword light with delight. He had just executed the Immortal's guidance 3 times in an instant, a feat previously deemed impossible. 3 immortal swords? As he murmured to himself, a sudden wave of dizziness washed over him, causing Chen Fei to brace himself against the wall. After a brief pause, he opened his eyes, only to find that the sensation of control had vanished. Chapter 40. Thoroughly consumed, martial arts. Qingxin Ju, great perfection. To his surprise, upon reaching great perfection in the Qingxin Ju, he could induce a special state. Reflecting on the recent events, the mastery over his body and surroundings had been intoxicating. However, this state appeared to have limitations. It was short-lived and came with considerable aftereffects. After resting for a moment, Chen Fei's dizziness subsided slightly. The special state of Qingxin Ju evidently enhanced his combat prowess. Notably, the 3 immortal swords he had just executed could serve as a new lethal technique. The 3 immortal swords were a sword technique recorded in the Xianyun sword. However, Chen Fei had initially acquired a fragmented manual, filled with nonsensical explanations. Thus, the 3 immortal swords could only be regarded as a technique he had innovated. Compared to Immortal's guidance, the 3 immortal swords combined 3 strikes, significantly amplifying their power. Perhaps they could pose a slight threat to practitioners at the marrow refining stage, albeit only a minor one, as Chen Fei's own internal energy level was still too low to contend with opponents 2 ranks above him. It was an unexpected delight. A smile spread across Chen Fei's face as he dried his face with a towel, when a sudden, urgent knocking echoed from the courtyard. Chen Guanshi, are you there? Lu Jun's anxious voice called out. What is it? Chen Fei opened the courtyard door to find Lu Jun gasping for breath. Upon seeing Chen Fei, Lu Jun hurried inside and cautiously closed the door. Chen Fei regarded Lu Jun with curiosity, but refrained from pressing him for information. The Zhang family is no more. Lu Jun turned to Chen Fei, whispering, What? Chen Fei froze, astonished by the news from Lu Jun. The Zhao family surrounded the Zhang family. The head of the household was slain, and many young masters and ladies perished as well. Lu Jun trembled as he recounted the events. Having worked in the medical clinic since childhood and treating the Zhang family as his own, hearing of their destruction felt as if the world was collapsing around him. Chen Fei inquired further to grasp the situation's details. Yesterday, the rebels allied with the Zhao family, finding some pretext to attack the Zhang family directly. It seemed there was no opportunity for rebuttal. Zhang Ting was killed on the spot, along with several clan elders. All direct descendants were slaughtered, leaving only a few collateral relatives barely alive. The resources of the Zhang family were plundered, and the collateral members were expelled from the estate, rendered homeless. Moreover, it was not just the Zhang family. Two other noble families also faced a similar fate, all devoured under the guise of rebellion and alliance. Truly thorough in their consumption, Chen Fei murmured, realizing that after the noble families had surrendered their resources, the rebels had mercilessly unleashed their blades. To mitigate backlash, they had likely allied with the noble families within Pinyin County to minimize their losses. There had always been friction and grudges among the various families within the county, though they usually exercised restraint. Now, with the addition of a more formidable rebel force, and having suffered substantial losses, they would undoubtedly seize this opportunity to replenish their ranks through the slaughter of others. Chen Guanshi, will we be in danger? Lu Jun asked, his face pale, clearly anxious about the matter. With the Zhang family gone, would the Zhao family also seek to eliminate them? We are merely workers in the clinic, not direct descendants of the Zhang family. We should be safe, Chen Fei considered, though uncertainty lingered. Logically, the Zhao family should not target them, but in such turbulent times, was logic ever reliable? Bang, bang, bang. The sound of knocking echoed like a hammer against the door, causing Chen Fei to frown slightly as he approached to open it. Three individuals stood outside. One held an image, comparing it to Chen Fei. Are you Chen Fei? Yes. May I inquire your name? Chen Fei glanced at the image, recognizing his own likeness. The preparations were indeed meticulous. I am Zhao Xia. The Qingzheng Medical Clinic now belongs to the Zhao family. You must accompany me. The head of the family wishes to see you, Zhao Xia declared with a hint of arrogance. Chen Fei pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Very well, I appreciate your assistance. At this moment, the Zhao family's influence was at its peak, and Chen Fei saw no need to provoke them. Moreover, he was curious to learn more about the unfolding events. Well said. Zhao Xia laughed heartily upon seeing Chen Fei's compliance. Liandan Shi, or alchemist, held considerable value for the Zhao family. In contrast to the previous days of silence, the Zhao family buzzed with activity today. Chen Fei observed the surroundings. Many were familiar faces from the medical clinic. Zheng Lao. Chen Fei approached Zheng Defeng and called softly. Chen Fei, you have arrived. Zheng Defeng turned to Chen Fei, letting out a soft sigh as he patted Chen Fei's shoulder. Be cautious in the coming days. If you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to seek me out. Thank you, Zheng Lao. Chen Fei raised his gaze to observe Zheng Defeng, noting the fatigue etched upon his features. The abrupt downfall of the Zhang family had evidently struck him hard. After all, Zheng Defeng had collaborated with the Zhang family for many years, and there was a semblance of camaraderie between them. Now, as they turned to the Zhao family, it was unlikely that they would neglect Zheng Defeng, especially considering his ability to concoct the exquisite Qingling Dan, arguably the most esteemed alchemical elixir within Pinyin County. No noble family would overlook such a lucrative asset. The head of the Zhao family soon entered the hall, offering some comforting words that slightly eased the anxiety of the medical clinic and rice shop personnel. Chen Fei feigned attentive listening, yet his focus was drawn to another individual, Ling Hanjun, the notorious bandit leader who had once roamed the city with impunity. Chen Fei was taken aback to encounter him here, now a distinguished guest of the Zhao family. Chen Fei harbored no intention of concealing his thoughts. The visage previously seen was a mere fade. He now appeared as a harmless alchemist of the Lianpi realm. Ling Hanjun had been rumored to be searching for someone, and Zhao Chengji, with a jovial demeanor, inquired whether there were any recent leads. Should the Zhao family be of assistance, he urged Ling Hanjun not to hesitate. Zhao Chengji had been thoroughly impressed by Ling Hanjun's prowess during the siege on the Zhang family the previous night. The peak cultivation of the Duangu realm and the sophistication of his techniques rendered him a standout even among the rebels. Zhao Qingji presumed that Ling Hanjun sought a sparring partner to hone his skills in preparation for a breakthrough to the Lian Sui realm. I am seeking a nemesis who has slain my brother. Ling Hanjun's expression turned cold, his eyes gleaming with a sinister chill. Who would dare be so audacious? If you possess an image of this individual, I can mobilize the Zhao family to hunt down this scoundrel, Zhao Chengji proclaimed loudly. I have pondered this matter for quite some time. That individual likely possesses skills in disguise, and the appearance I witnessed that day was undoubtedly a ruse, Ling Hanjun mused, his brow furrowing as this possibility dawned upon him. It was plausible that the culprit had already vacated Pinyin County, thus evading capture. Chapter 41. No returns regardless of the vendetta against Jian Liang or the elusive piece of cowhide paper. Ling Hanjun was determined to locate this individual and exact his revenge. This guy's skills? That complicates matters, Zhao Chengji remarked thoughtfully. However, I can refer you to someone well-versed in such arts, who may prove beneficial to your quest. Who might that be? Ling Hanjun inquired, intrigue flickering in his eyes. The former head constable of Pinyin County, Xing Wenxiang, Zhao Chengji replied with a smile. The banquet hosted by the Zhao family concluded swiftly, and the guests departed. Within the North City Medical Clinic, there were no changes in position. Chen斐remained the deputy manager, as the Zhao family evidently lacked suitable personnel for management, opting to maintain the status quo. Given the current circumstances, no one dared to be cunning, for the consequences faced by the Zhang family were still fresh in everyone's memory. As days turned into weeks, to everyone's astonishment, the rebels did not vacate Pinyin County after securing ample resources. Instead, they chose to remain and began to seize control of all affairs within the county. The county office had become a mere shadow of its former self, with the rebels now wielding authority. Unexpectedly, the rebels initiated limited trade as the city gates swung open, and shops in Pinyin County resumed operations, seemingly unchanged. Yet everyone understood that nothing was as it once was. Incidents of arson, murder, and plunder had diminished compared to recent days, yet they still occurred, perpetrated by the rebels themselves. Despite Tanjinin's attempts to impose discipline, the complex nature of the rebel organization rendered strict enforcement impossible. Even when rebel soldiers erred, it was their comrades who enacted judgment, casting doubt on any semblance of fairness. As for the others daring to commit heinous acts, they faced immediate execution. All alchemical products within Pinyin County, particularly those for cultivation, were subject to mandatory requisition. Each month, families were required to submit a sufficient quantity of elixirs, with any surplus allocated to noble families. Other resources, while not as exaggerated as elixirs, were also prioritized for the rebels. The rebels offered a token amount of silver, but little more. The noble families were utterly befuddled, having never anticipated such an outcome. They found themselves effectively herded, forced into servitude for the rebels. No one envisioned this scenario, and the already weakened Pinyin County, having previously absorbed other noble families, now found itself in a state of utter exhaustion. The prospect of resistance was inconceivable. Relocating one's entire family from Pinyin County? No noble family would dare undertake such an action. Akin to a household slave attempting to flee, capture would lead to execution. Any noble family daring to leave Pinyin County faced the same grim fate. The guard at the four city gates had all been replaced by rebel soldiers. In Pinyin County, anyone possessing a skill was barred from departure. Only those utterly lacking in talent could freely enter and exit. The rebels seemed to regard Pinyin County as a logistical base or testing ground. After all, one cannot thrive solely through destruction. The Zhao family began to deploy personnel within the medical clinic, urging it to supply elixirs. Chen斐found himself inundated with tasks, and the monetary compensation he received was far from the previously lucrative shares, merely offering the most basic wages. The noble families, now facing reduced incomes, could hardly afford to provide more. The rebels exploited them, and in turn, they exploited others. Chen斐offered no resistance, diligently producing elixirs. Each time Zhao family representatives visited, they found him appearing utterly drained, his complexion pale and steps unsteady, as if he might collapse at any moment. Yet, remarkably, Chen斐consistently delivered the required quantities of elixirs without delay. The Zhao family members, moved by a sense of compassion and perhaps fearing his potential collapse, began to offer him slightly higher wages and provided him with ample food, hoping he could withstand the demanding pace of alchemical production. They also arranged for him to conduct his work in the privacy of his own courtyard, delivering materials and collecting finished elixirs daily. At night, after wearily bidding farewell to Zhao family members, Chen斐straightened his back the moment he closed the door, the weariness on his face vanishing. To the outside world, Chen斐presented himself as an adept yet ordinary alchemist, achieving a standard yield of elixirs. Thus, he completed his daily tasks in a little over an hour, subsequently reserving the remaining materials for his own use. This lifestyle seemed rather pleasant. Yet Chen斐remained in search of a way to escape Pinyin County and venture to other cities. Recently, the bone-embedded plague on his arm had become increasingly active. This phenomenon had previously occurred while pursuing Sun Shu, indicating that something sinister lurked nearby. Despite Chen Fei's prolonged stay within Pinyin County, where no such anomalies were present, the resurgence of the plague left him feeling uneasy. He had even contemplated altering his appearance to infiltrate the rebels and escape Pinyin County. However, with the rebels' unexpected decision to remain, his plans had been thrown into disarray. Had the supernatural occurrences outside the city increased recently? In the shadowy market, Chen Fei inquired of Qi Defeng. Indeed, the situation has become rather unusual. Qi Defeng nodded, expressing his difficulties in hiring refugees to venture outside the city. Aside from the increased payments offered by noble families, many had grown too fearful to approach Pinyin Mountain. The rebels had organized expeditions into Pinyin Mountain multiple times, but had yielded little success. At this rate, something is bound to happen, Chen Fei said gravely. Recently, there have been reports of individuals organizing departures from Pinyin County. If you wish to leave, I will notify you when the time comes, Qi Defeng suggested thoughtfully. What will be the cost? Certainly not cheap. Payment will be required on-site, and you may find yourself taken advantage of, so prepare yourself accordingly. Understood. Chen Fei nodded, feeling a slight sense of relief wash over him. As long as one can walk, it suffices. As for money, many matters concerning Chen Fei are best left unspoken, yet he can surely afford the travel expenses. Presently, Chen Fei has amassed a considerable stock of Chaohuan Dan and plans to sell it in the dark market. Given the current market conditions for elixirs, prices have risen to a relatively high level, prompting Chen Fei to take action without further delay. Recently, he has discovered a peculiar feature on the panel that allows for the deposit of real currency, albeit with no possibility of withdrawal, once funds are added. They cannot be refunded and are solely for simplified consumption. Truly, one creates joy through toil. Chapter 42. Profitable ventures. Are you selling Chao Huandan? In the dark market, Chen Fei transformed his appearance and approached a stall, tentatively inquiring. Yes, 25 taels each, the stall owner replied lazily, casting a glance at Chen Fei. That's rather expensive. Chen Fei remarked in surprise, having previously investigated and found the price to be 20 taels just days ago. He had not anticipated such a surge. Before the arrival of the rebels, the market price for Chao Huandan was merely 10 taels each. Don't complain about the price. You are aware of the current situation in Pinyin County. Most elixirs have been submitted. It is quite rare to find any remaining, the stall owner explained, seeing that Chen Fei was about to leave. That makes sense. Chen Fei nodded, a smile gracing his face as he asked, Do you buy Chao Huandan? You wish to sell? The stall owner, who had been lounging, sat upright, eyeing Chen Fei. What is the quality? Never mind, the quality is not crucial. How many can you provide daily? If the quantity is substantial, we can negotiate the price. I can guarantee 20 to 30 pieces a day. Excellent. If you can assure that quantity, I will offer you that price per piece. The stall owner gestured, but Chen Fei shook his head slightly. You sell at 25 taels and only offer 15 taels for purchase. That is too little. 15 taels is a fair price. We have our own expenses. The stall owner chuckled. Fine, I will consider it, Chen Fei replied, smiling as he prepared to leave. Wait, the price is negotiable, the stall owner quickly interjected, realizing the potential loss of a deal. In Pinyin County, all alchemists are working at full capacity to produce elixirs, and those available on the market are exceedingly rare. If he could acquire 20 to 30 pieces of Chao Huandan daily, it would indeed be a significant achievement. Chen Fei paused, regarding the stall owner in silence. State your price, the stall owner said, sensing Chen Fei's focus on him. 23 taels. That price is unacceptable. The stall owner shook his head vehemently. The price of elixirs fluctuates daily. Perhaps in a few days, you will find it profitable. Rarely does anything maintain a constant rise, and few can afford 25 taels. What I collect is primarily for submission to the main house, just in case. And what do you propose? 16 taels, that seems fair. Chen Fei countered after some back-and-forth bargaining, ultimately settling on 20 taels. Though he feigned disappointment, internally he rejoiced. Previously, before the rebels arrived, he sold Chao Huandan for merely 8 taels each, and he had to procure the herbs himself. Now, with the Zhao family providing the herbs and the price of Chao Huandan soaring, he was indeed profiting immensely. Compared to the past, this represented a significant leap forward. Examining the elixirs, he found approximately 100 pieces. From his package, he extracted a vial. The stall owner, not daring to be negligent, had stated that quality was unimportant, but he would certainly prefer better specimens. As the vial was uncorked, a fragrant aroma wafted through the air. The stall owner carefully poured out a piece, admiring the smooth, lustrous surface of the Chow Huan Dan, a smile spreading across his face. For Chow Huan Dan of this quality, the price was indeed reasonable, and he would surely receive commendations from his superiors for his keen eye. "Here is your payment," the stall owner declared after verifying the quantity and ensuring everything was satisfactory. He promptly counted out the silver, placing 2,000 taels before Chen Fei. The weight of the silver was substantial, causing the countertop to emit a dull thud. Transactions in the dark market are typically conducted in cash, with few opting for silver notes. Due to the rebels' presence, silver notes had become virtually obsolete. Chen Fei slung the bundle of silver over his shoulder and inquired of the stall owner, "Do you buy Qingling Dan?" "You have Qingling Dan." The stall owner's eyes widened in surprise. This was indeed a delightful revelation. Previously, the market price for Qingling Dan was 15 taels, but it had since skyrocketed. Consequently, few martial artists now utilized Qingling Dan for training. Even those at the bone forging stage opted for Chow Huan Dan instead. Yet the demand for Qingling Dan remained robust among the rebels. If one had an ample supply, it could potentially offset some of the requirements for Chow Huan Dan and Qi Blood Dan. "I can produce it, but my technique is average, and the yield is not high. If you trust me, you can prepare the herbs, and we will divide the profits proportionally." Chen Fei's stock of herbs for Qingling Dan was nearly depleted, and with no sources available in Pinyin County, he had turned to the stall owners, many of whom were connected to local noble families. "One portion of herbs for one Qingling Dan. That is my bottom line." The stall owner pondered for a moment and proposed, "How about this? We provide the herbs, and in exchange for each portion, you give us one Qingling Dan, along with a fee of 3 taels for your efforts." "That's a bit low. Let's make it 6 taels. I prefer that figure," Chen Fei responded with a smile. "Agreed. Consider it a favor to a friend," the stall owner conceded after deliberation. The number of alchemists capable of producing Qingling Dan in Pinyin County was quite limited. Even if they wished to train more, it was too late, as herb supplies were too scarce to waste. "Let us start with 3 portions of herbs. I will return tomorrow." "Very well, please wait a moment." The stall owner went to the back room to notify his staff to gather the herbs and report the arrangement. After a short while, the herbs were delivered to Chen Fei. He inspected them to ensure their quality and, finding them satisfactory, clasped his hands in gratitude to the stall owner before departing the dark market. On his way, he deposited all the silver into the panel, feeling a lightness behind him. The expected pursuers had not appeared, which surprised Chen Fei. It seemed the noble family behind the stall owner genuinely wished to collaborate with him, or perhaps they were simply not in a hurry on the first day and wanted to observe further. Having refrained from immediately producing elixirs, Chen Fei took a moment to rest before retrieving a manual titled Gui Yuan Bao Technique. This archery manual was one of 3 he had purchased from Qi Defeng, and none were available anymore. The number of martial artists utilizing bows and arrows was inherently small, and those that circulated were even rarer. Within military ranks, archery was more prevalent, yet the manuals found they were even less likely to surface. In truth, practicing hidden weapons was also commendable, yet their range was somewhat limited. Having achieved proficiency in movement techniques, Chen Fei was committed to investing in this aspect of his training. Therefore, in short-range engagements, he could easily compensate with his agility. Conversely, in situations where the distance was too great or the enemy too formidable, and he was reluctant to engage in close combat, archery would prove invaluable. Another motivation for Chen Fei to practice archery was that he had recently perfected all the martial arts he possessed. The time for cultivating internal energy was fixed, and he could not spend all day concocting elixirs. Even if he had the herbs, he would not continuously refine them. Earning money brings joy, and the panel also requires silver. However, all of this is for the sake of enhancing strength. Chen Fei would not allow himself to become distracted from his primary goal. Hence, after managing his other affairs, he must ensure that his strength continues to progress without stagnation. Enhancing proficiency and witnessing the gradual strengthening of one's abilities has become an integral part of Chen Fei's current existence, an addiction he cannot shake off. Chapter 43, Reflection. Contemplating the possibility of simplifying the Guiyuan archery technique, he pondered whether to invest a mere 2 silvers for this endeavor. The outcome of the simplification was unexpectedly astonishing. Guiyuan archery technique, now likened to a noodle dish. Chen Fei blinked in bewilderment. What connection could there possibly be between archery and noodles? Perhaps both possess a singular focus? Yet, noodles are not akin to bowstrings. With a wry smile, he rummaged through his food reserves but found no noodles. However, this trivial matter could easily be resolved by requesting Zhao's household to send some over the following day. To the Zhao family, Chen Fei has become a valuable asset, a golden worker, and thus his request for noodles would undoubtedly be fulfilled. Unable to practice his skills for the time being, Chen Fei took out the materials for the Qingling pill he had acquired that day. The proficiency required for the Qingling pill was still a tad short of perfection, but he estimated that in a few days he would achieve it. Nonetheless, he was now adept at refining the Qingling pill, and the yield was commendable. Presently, he could produce at least 2 pills in a single batch, and on lucky occasions, 3. Consequently, in the black market, trading one set of materials for a single Qingling pill, along with an additional 6 taels of silver, constituted a lucrative deal for Chen Fei. Ultimately, mastering a skill equated to possessing the key to wealth. The more advanced the skill, the greater the fortune it could yield. In contrast, if another alchemist's proficiency in the Qingling pill was merely at the intermediate level, they would only be able to produce 1 pill per batch, earning only a meager subsidy for their efforts. The following afternoon, upon hearing Chen Fei's request, the Zhao family delivered an entire crate of noodles. With a busy schedule of mixing noodles, refining pills, and cultivating inner strength, Chen Fei's days were filled to the brim. Meanwhile, he awaited news from Qi Defeng. Due to the peculiar increase in activity, the rebel forces were gathering more frequently towards Pinyin Mountain, seemingly intent on establishing a firm hold over Pinyin County. Perhaps due to the rebels' efforts, the strange occurrences around Pinyin Mountain began to diminish, no longer manifesting with the same intensity as before. The locals' attitude towards the rebels seemed to improve somewhat, for the common folk harbor an innate fear of the bizarre. However, Chen Fei felt no joy, as the affliction lingering on his arm showed no signs of abating. Instead, it gradually intensified over time. Were it not for the fact that he was acutely aware of his own insignificance and the lack of any solid evidence, Chen Fei would have seriously contemplated reporting the situation. Alas, the rebels would hardly heed the words of a mere alchemist. With a swift motion, Chen Fei shattered the gently swaying wooden stick in the courtyard with an arrow. He set aside his longbow, having effortlessly mastered the Guan archery technique to its pinnacle. As for mixing noodles, there was no specification on the quantity to be prepared. Thus, Chen Fei decisively mixed one strand at a time, rapidly maxing out his proficiency with the entire crate of noodles. However, he noted that he had indulged in the noodles a bit too much recently, finding them somewhat salty. Regarding the archery technique's effectiveness, it was rather mediocre, considering that the simplification had only cost him 2 silvers, a clear indication of its fundamental nature. In comparison, it was akin to the Jishan fist style he had learned previously. Chen Fei felt quite satisfied. After just a few days, he had transformed from an absolute novice into an archer capable of hitting any target, and such efficiency left little room for complaint. As night fell in the black market, Chen Fei placed the Caohuan pill and Qingling pill on the counter. The stall owner inspected them briefly before beaming with satisfaction, handing over silver coins along with 5 sets of Qingling pill materials. After gathering his belongings, Chen Fei turned to leave. However, not far from the black market, he halted. "Excuse me, the master requests your presence. Might you be willing to oblige?" A group of individuals in black encircled him, their blades glinting ominously under the moonlight. Chen Fei maintained an unperturbed demeanor. Given the current climate, he had anticipated some trouble while selling pills in the black market. As a self-taught alchemist was indeed a sought-after commodity. "It is too late. Let us discuss this another day." As soon as Chen Fei spoke, he vanished from sight, his disguise concealing his identity as he struck out at the nearest assailant. Aim for his feet, do not injure his hands. The black-clad leader seemed to have anticipated Chen Fei's resistance. With a command, several blades lunged toward him. A smile crept onto Chen Fei's face as he activated the Qingxin Ju, perceiving the surroundings as if time itself had momentarily frozen. The next moves of the 5 assailants became crystal clear to him. A feeling of complete control enveloped Chen Fei. With a seemingly casual flick of his long knife, a surge of energy erupted, and the 5 assailants suddenly winced in pain, their weapons slipping from their grasp. Fear gripped their hearts as they instinctively retreated, only to be struck by excruciating pain in their calves, blood gushing forth. Unable to contain themselves any longer, they cried out and collapsed to the ground. Chen Fei let out a hearty laugh and vanished into thin air. Regardless of who had dispatched these individuals or whether others lingered at the periphery, he had already achieved his objective of instilling fear. The intention was to convey to those powerful families that this alchemist was not easily controlled. A practitioner of such formidable skill could easily retaliate, making the current cooperative arrangement far more prudent. Chen Fei had foreseen this outcome, opting not to wield a sword to further distance himself from his former identity. To earn wealth, one must always be willing to take some risks. Keen eyesight, but average swordsmanship, commented Ling Hanjun, observing Chen Fei's technique from a distance, shaking his head slightly. Let us follow him. His disguise is impressive, as I could not discern his original appearance. If you provide a likeness, he may reveal something. Xing Wenxiang interjected. Agreed. Ling Hanju nodded, and the two figures swiftly pursued Chen Fei. Just as Chen Fei was about to shake off his pursuers, he sensed two remarkably swift figures closing in. His brow furrowed slightly. Contemplating whether to utilize his agility to escape, he finally discerned the identities of Ling Hanjun and Xing Wenxiang. In the black market, these two had not concealed their appearances, boldness born of skill. Several thoughts raced through Chen Fei's mind. He quickly dismissed the notion of his identity being discovered, especially since the demeanor of Ling Hanjun and his companion did not suggest a murderous intent. After a moment's deliberation, he decided to ascertain their purpose. Primarily, he recognized that continuing his dealings in the black market would be unavoidable with these two individuals. Moments later, Ling Hanjun and Xing Wenxiang approached Chen Fei. Pardon the intrusion. We seek your assistance, Xing Wenxiang said, cupping his hands in greeting, while Ling Hanjun scrutinized Chen Fei. Height, gaze, countenance, none bore resemblance. Of course, if one mastered the art of disguise to an exquisite degree, these aspects could be altered, though few possessed such skills. Moreover, the finesse with which Chen Fei had displayed his agility starkly contrasted with the individual from that night, being far more graceful and fluid, indicating they were not of the same caliber. It would be nearly impossible for a rogue cultivator to achieve such proficiency in a short span of time. Chapter 44, Spatial Grid. Chen Fei remained silent, merely observing the two. Take a look at this image. Can you detect any anomalies? Xing Wenxiang inquired, noting Chen Fei's cautious demeanor. We suspect this individual employed a disguise. We kindly request your assistance. Chen Fei remained impassive, donning his deer leather gloves before accepting the image. The artistry of the depiction was commendable, closely resembling the visage Chen Fei had adopted. This underscored how deeply Ling Hanjun had impressed upon this matter. It was challenging to discern any discrepancies based solely on an image. After glancing at it a few times, Chen Fei lifted his gaze toward the two. He spoke candidly, acknowledging that the image was a processed rendition, based on Ling Hanjun's descriptions, executed by other artists. Even if there were peculiarities, capturing them would prove difficult for the artist. Therefore, to ascertain whether someone had indeed employed a disguise, one must observe them in person. Just as Xing Wenxiang discerned Chen Fei at a glance, it was evident that his appearance had been altered through disguise. Such a pity, thought Xing Wenxiang as he cast a glance at Ling Hanjun. In truth, Xing Wenxiang was aware that relying solely on a portrait would yield little insight, and Ling Hanjun merely suspected that someone had employed a disguise. Had it been anyone else who had requested assistance, Xing Wenxiang would have declined outright, knowing it to be an impossible task. However, Ling Hanjun was different. He could not refuse and felt compelled to observe the dark market from time to time. Now that he had tracked Chen Fei down, it allowed Ling Hanjun to scrutinize this individual closely for any signs of suspicion, and that was all. My friend, do you typically wield a blade? Ling Hanjun inquired, glancing at Chen Fei's longsword. The swordsmanship he had just witnessed was rather mediocre. Of course, it was quite ordinary for a casual practitioner to exhibit basic skills, which was not particularly surprising. What do you wish to ask? Nothing much. I merely observed you dispatch 5 opponents with a single move earlier and felt a twinge of competitive spirit. Might we exchange a few techniques? Ling Hanjun fixed his gaze intently on Chen Fei. Forgive my lack of skill. I cannot afford to embarrass myself. Chen Fei replied, shaking his head and taking a step back. Engaging in combat was out of the question. This sword served merely as a facade to conceal his true identity. Naturally, To complement this ruse, Chen Fei had taken the time to learn a fundamental sword technique, mastering it to the point of perfection. Is that so? What a shame, Ling Hanjun remarked, noticing Chen Fei's readiness to flee. He did not press the matter further. Moments later, Chen Fei vanished from sight, executing his movements with remarkable fluidity to assuage Ling Hanjun's suspicions. That night, Ling Hanjun had only glimpsed Chen Fei's appearance and agility, not even witnessing his swordplay. Thus, Chen Fei resolved to completely sever ties with his past. Thanks to the 3 martial arts manuals he had acquired from the Zhang family, Chen Fei's lightness skill had evolved significantly, alleviating any concerns of being entangled with his former identity. What do you think? Xing Wenxiang asked, observing Ling Hanjun's contemplative expression with a smile. I believe this individual is not the one we seek, Ling Hanjun pondered before shaking his head. No matter. I will continue to seek out several masters within the county. If we still find nothing, it is likely that the person has already left Pinyin County. Ling Hanjun nodded slightly, opting not to elaborate further. Chen Fei furrowed his brow, taken aback by Ling Hanjun's persistence. Fortunately, he had made ample preparations for selling medicinal pills. Upon returning to his room, Chen Fei removed the package from his back and smiled at the sight of the gleaming silver coins within. Over 500 taels had accumulated, and at this rate, the 50,000 taels from Zhenlongxiang would be within reach in just a few months. However, Chen Fei knew he could not remain in Pinyin County for long. With his alchemical skills, he could replicate this success in other cities. Storage. A spark of inspiration ignited within him as the silver coins on the table vanished in an instant, causing the balance displayed on the panel to surge past 5,000 taels. Chen Fei admired his newfound wealth for a moment. But just as he was about to close the panel, a notification appeared in the upper right corner, marked by an exclamation point. Intrigued, Chen Fei opened the alert, and a message manifested in his mind. Space compartment? After processing the information, Chen Fei was momentarily stunned. The panel informed him that since his store value had exceeded 5,000 taels, he could now spend 5,000 taels to exchange for a space compartment. This compartment measured 1 cubic meter and could hold items. The panel possessed such an ability. After a moment's hesitation, Chen Fei decided to proceed with the exchange. There was no immediate need for substantial expenditures, and the 50,000 taels from Zhenlongxiang was still a distant goal. As for simplifying other techniques, given Chen Fei's current earning pace, it would be more than sufficient. More importantly, the space compartment would allow for item storage. If it functioned as Chen Fei anticipated, it would prove immensely convenient, far surpassing the value of 5,000 taels. Instantly, the balance on the panel diminished to a mere few dozen taels. Simultaneously, a compartment materialized in Chen Fei's perception. A look of excitement spread across his face as he began to explore the functionality of this space compartment. After half an hour of investigation, Chen Fei's initial delight faded, replaced by a furrowed brow as he stroked his chin thoughtfully. Indeed, the space compartment could hold items, but only one at a time. After placing a longbow inside, he found that arrows could not be added unless he removed the bow first. It truly was a space compartment. No wonder it could be purchased for 5,000 taels. Chen Fei scratched his head, realizing that although the compartment was only a cubic meter in size, its single item limitation diminished its practical utility. Was this meant to encourage him to save money and continually purchase compartments? As he paced within the confines of his room, Chen Fei mulled over the panel's description of the space compartment. After a moment's pause, he made his way to the kitchen, spotting a full bag of rice. He focused his thoughts, and in the next instant, the rice vanished, appearing within the space compartment. Chen Fei's expression shifted with delight. When the rice reappeared in the kitchen, he approached and opened the bag, revealing the golden grains within. Attempting the same mental focus with the entire bag of rice yielded failure, as it remained immobile. Thus, it seemed that as long as an item was contained, it was regarded as a single entity. Chen Fei wasted no time, filling a sack with pots and pans from the kitchen, sealing it tightly. In the next moment, the entire sack appeared within the space compartment. So, it could be done this way. Chen Fei could no longer contain his laughter, though retrieving the entire bag remained somewhat cumbersome. After a moment's contemplation, his eyes lit up with inspiration. The following morning, after receiving the medicinal herbs sent by the Zhao family, Chen Fei stepped outside. The streets were predominantly filled with men, and he hardly noticed any women. Reflecting on the actions of the rebel forces, he let out a soft sigh. Chapter 45. Custom Order after traversing several alleys. Chen Fei arrived at a carpenter's workshop, commissioning a cabinet nearly a cubic meter in size, divided into numerous compartments, each equipped with drawers or small doors. It won't be difficult, but since you require it by tomorrow, the cabinet might be somewhat rough, the carpenter chuckled. Roughness is not an issue. Just fulfill the other requirements. Chen Fei replied. Very well, then there's no problem. The carpenter nodded in agreement. Chen Fei left to deposit and departed, uncertain if the design for the wooden cabinet could be realized until the following day. However, just after he had walked a few alleys, Chen Fei's brow furrowed slightly. Without pausing, he continued onward. A figure lingered in the shadows after Chen Fei vanished at the alley's end, glancing around before slowly following his footsteps. Yet, upon turning the corner, Chen Fei's figure had completely disappeared. The individual hesitated, about to give chase when suddenly, a dark shadow appeared behind them. What do you want? Chen Fei's voice rang out, causing the person to freeze momentarily before slowly turning to face him. Who is following you? I merely happened to pass by, the individual stammered. Chen Fei did not respond, but observed the person before him. After a moment, he raised an eyebrow, exclaiming, Dan Xiang, is that you? How did you recognize me? Dan Xiang blurted out, then quickly covered her mouth, her expression tinged with regret. What do you want with me? Chen Fei inquired, noting that although Dan Xiang had been disguised, her physique had remained unchanged, and the disguise had been poorly executed, allowing Chen Fei to see through it. Dan Xiang, slightly embarrassed by her earlier reaction, responded to Chen Fei's question with a hint of irritation. Do you not acknowledge the Zhang family support for you? Support? Chen Fei was taken aback. Support? Before the Zhang family was dismantled, their relationship had been more of a partnership, and he had also been denied a recipe for a Lingling pill. The rewards he had received for his martial achievements had been earned through his own efforts. Certainly, if one were to insist, there are indeed a few matters to discuss. For instance, the daily dosage of COHIDN, utilized for Chen Fei's alchemical trials. Was it Zhang Si and who sent you? Chen Fei inquired in a hushed tone. Recently, he had come to grasp some of the intricate details surrounding the downfall of the Zhang family. Although the majority of the direct descendants had perished, it remained uncertain whether the Zhang family had received prior intelligence, allowing certain individuals, including Zhang Xinan, to escape. To this day, the Zhao family harbored intentions of eliminating the remaining direct descendants of the Zhang clan, yet it appeared that those individuals had already vacated Ping'an County, leaving the Zhao family without opportunities to act. The eldest miss has long since left the county. What are you thinking? Dan Xiang remarked, her gaze somewhat evasive. So, your visit to seek me out is for what purpose? Chen Fei sighed softly, discerning that Dan Xiang's demeanor hinted at underlying issues. Of course, it was primarily Chen Fei who had seen through Dan Xiang's facade. However, if those gathered around Zhang Si and were all of similar ilk, the likelihood of their success appeared rather dim. Nonetheless, the success of this group bore little relevance to Chen Fei, as he had no desire to entangle himself in their affairs. The few items in Zhang Xinan's possession that piqued Chen Fei's interest were already scarce. The solitary internal energy technique was unlikely to be granted to him. We require some detoxification and healing pills. Dan Xiang raised her gaze to Chen Fei, stating, you are proficient in crafting both types of pills. The Zhao family imposes significant daily tasks, leaving me little spare time. Chen Fei pondered for a moment and replied, I can only provide a limited quantity of these two types of pills. That is acceptable. Any amount is appreciated. A smile graced Dan Xiang's face. As for the medicinal materials, how will you supply them to me? We possess no materials. Could you possibly devise a means to procure some? Chen Fei's eyes widened slightly, astonished that this group sought to gain without offering anything in return. He had already resolved to assist with the crafting, yet they had not even prepared the necessary materials. Currently, the apothecary was not selling medicinal materials. Did they expect Chen Fei to request them from the Zhao family? Chen Fei felt a twinge of softness in his heart, questioning whether Zhang Xinan and her group considered him a fool. I apologize. It seems I cannot assist with this matter, Chen Fei said, bowing slightly before turning to leave. He resolved to avoid any entanglements with these individuals, for their attitude remained as aloof as ever. You're ungrateful, Dan Xiang shouted angrily as she watched Chen Fei depart. Chen Fei did not halt his steps, merely breaking into a quiet laugh. Indeed, some individuals are simply beyond reason, forever ensconced in their own worlds. Upon returning to the courtyard, he resumed his usual practices of pill crafting and cultivation, honing his skills. As night fell, Chen Fei refrained from visiting the dark market, choosing instead to retain the pills he had crafted, primarily out of concern for encountering Ling Hanjun. Ling Hanjun emanated an aura of chilling coldness, making it difficult to predict his actions. Although the latter currently held no suspicions regarding Chen Fei, the latter deemed it prudent to exercise caution. After all, delaying the sale of the pills for a few days would bear no adverse effects. Chen Fei added a little extra payment to ensure that the carpenter's shop delivered the goods to his door. Nervously, he gazed at the wooden cabinet, channeling his mind, and in the next moment, the entire cabinet vanished, appearing within the spatial compartment. It worked. Completing the first step, a smile crept onto Chen Fei's face. However, the experiment was not yet concluded, as the subsequent trials were crucial. Within the spatial compartment, Chen Fei utilized his mental focus to pull one of the drawers outwards. As a slight gap emerged, the medicinal materials stored within the drawer vanished, reappearing in Chen Fei's hands. Excellent. Chen Fei's spirits soared as the anticipated functionality was entirely realized. By creating a gap through the drawer, the spatial compartment detected the presence of additional items, allowing Chen Fei to select one to withdraw from the compartment. While the explanation may sound intricate, it ultimately boiled down to a mere thought. There remained a distance to traverse before achieving a truly boundless space for storage. Yet Chen Fei felt a sense of satisfaction, as the spatial compartment he designed could already accommodate numerous items. He summoned the wooden cabinet, placing some items not meant for public view within the drawers. Following a meticulous order, he had devised a detailed arrangement for what each drawer would hold. In fact, to store bows and arrows, he had allocated a relatively large space within the cabinet. No longer would he need to worry about an excess of pills with nowhere to store them. Half an hour later, individuals from the Zhao family arrived. Zhao Xia regarded Chen Fei and spoke in a solemn tone. How could Zheng Lao have sustained such severe injuries? Chen Fei refrained from making demands initially and instead inquired about Zheng Defang's situation. A group had stormed into Zheng Lao's residence, although there were guards. They ultimately could only prevent Zheng Lao from dying. Zhao Xia gritted his teeth, still unaware of the assailants' identities. The Zhao family was intensifying their investigation, and should they uncover even the slightest clue, their retaliation would be merciless. Chen Fei remained silent, his thoughts drifting to Zhang Xinan and her companions. Since Dan Xiang sought out Chen Fei, it was evident that the elderly practitioners at the medical hall would not be spared either. Chen Fei had simply not anticipated that they would go so far as to seriously injure Zheng Defang. According to Zhao Xia, the assailants had even contemplated killing Zheng Defang outright. Was it a matter of killing the chicken to warn the monkey, or had they truly crossed all boundaries? Or perhaps their aim was to ensure the Zhao family faced a shortage of medicinal pills, rendering them unable to meet demands and incurring the wrath of the rebels? I have heard there are remnants of the Chong Fu Dan formula within the estate. Might I have the opportunity to observe it? The Zhao family had increased their workload and stated that requests would be entertained. To Chen Fei, such requests seemed merely performative. If he were to propose significant demands, the Zhao family might not acquiesce. The internal energy technique was an unattainable dream, and even the formula for Qingling Dan would not be relinquished for fear of waste. Only the rather insubstantial remnants of formulas would be offered, of little value, yet not entirely devoid of worth, making them somewhat suitable. Most of the alchemists capable of crafting Qingling Dan had been assigned to the Zhao estate. Since they had families to support, the estate quickly became overcrowded. Others who preferred not to be constrained were provided with protection by the Zhao family. There had originally been arrangements for protection, as seen with Zheng Defang's case. But those who attacked were exceptionally skilled and could not be thwarted. Thank you for your efforts. The guards outside had slightly interfered with Chen Fei's activities, and should he relocate to the Zhao estate, such interference would only intensify. Fortunately, Chen Fei was on the verge of departing from Pinyin County, and this disruption would not last long. Chen Fei glanced at the mark on his wrist. The activity of the Guguji had been steadily increasing. He resolved to seek an opportunity in the coming days to inquire with Qi Defeng about when the team would depart. The pervasive sense of urgency was quite taxing. The fragrance of medicinal herbs began to waft from the alchemical chamber, After crafting several batches of pills, Zhao Xia returned, handing Chen Fei a formula along with an increased quantity of medicinal materials for the day. Chen Fei gazed at the remnants of the formula in surprise. The Zhao family had indeed been accommodating, directly providing the remnants as promised. He wondered what kinds of rewards might arise after the simplification process. After spending the entire morning crafting pills, Chen Fei halted his activities, having completed all the required medicinal materials. He placed the pills designated for submission into a separate drawer within the wooden cabinet, while the remaining pills were stored in another drawer. Subsequently retracting the cabinet into the spatial compartment. Contemplating the cabinet filled to the brim, a smile once again graced Chen Fei's face. Previously, he had worried that upon leaving Pingyin County, he would be unable to carry many of his belongings. Now, with the addition of the spatial compartment, he could transport various pills and medicinal materials. Even in the wilderness, should unforeseen circumstances arise, Chen Fei now possessed some capacity to resolve them. Unbeknownst to him, this bolstered his safety in the wild. He practiced internal energy cultivation and refined his techniques, and before he knew it, night had fallen. While Chen Fei was in the alchemical chamber contemplating the nuances of archery techniques, a sudden rustling sound emanated from outside the door. Chen Fei's expression shifted slightly as he stepped out of the alchemical chamber, sword in hand, only to behold a shadow standing in the courtyard. The two guards of the Zhao family lay crumpled on the ground, their necks gushing with blood, clearly beyond salvation. "You are Chen Fei?" Zhang Xianping observed from a lofty position, looking down at him. "Who are you?" "Sent by Zhang Xinan." Chen Fei furrowed his brow. "You are quite astute, but alas, you squander the opportunity I've granted you." Zhang Xianping brandished the dagger in his hand, still glistening with blood, and advanced towards Chen Fei step by step. Upon recognizing Zhang Xianping's identity, Chen Fei could not help but sigh inwardly. It was disheartening that refusal to assist led Zhang Xinan to murder. Starting with those in the medical hall, the people of the Zhao family were yet to perish, while those from the medical hall had already succumbed. Is refusing to help a death sentence? Yet, should he choose to assist, the Zhao family would discover it, leading to a similar fate. In this world, survival had become exceedingly difficult. Are you only now feeling fear? Do not worry. You are the fourth, and others shall follow you soon, Zhang Xianping chuckled, his laughter laced with arrogance. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Xianping lunged towards Chen Fei, aiming a swift strike at his neck. Clang! A dull thud resonated as Chen Fei's sword intercepted Zhang Xianping's dagger. Zhang Xianping raised an eyebrow in surprise. Was he not merely an ordinary practitioner of the skin refinement realm? How could he withstand such an assault? Just as Zhang Xianping prepared to change tactics, an urgent alarm rang within him, and a flash of white light appeared before his eyes. Ding! The tip of Chen Fei's sword pressed against the dagger, instilling a flicker of dread in Zhang Xianping's gaze. Had it not been for his exceptional lineage and mastery of movement, he would have been unable to evade that strike. Casting a wary glance at Chen Fei, Zhang Xianping recognized the formidable prowess of his opponent. He stepped back like a willow in the wind. Suddenly, Chen Fei's swordplay transformed, erupting like flames, enveloping Zhang Xianping entirely. With his movements obstructed, Zhang Xianping was compelled to defend against the incoming onslaught. Moments later, he exhaled a sigh of relief. Though the swordplay was extraordinary, it remained within his capacity to counter. He merely needed to guard against another unexpected strike like the one before. In mere moments, the two exchanged dozens of blows, and Chen Fei gained a more comprehensive understanding of his current strength. The Immortal's guidance was undoubtedly a formidable killing move. Yet against a true practitioner of the bone-forging realm, if the ambush failed, it could be easily anticipated. After all, a single move without subsequent follow-up could easily lead to a situation akin to Zhang Xianping's, where a single sword strike sufficed to neutralize the threat. While the fire pattern sword was also commendable, Chen Fei's limitations in cultivation made it difficult to deliver a fatal blow. Observing Zhang Xianping gradually extricate himself from the predicament, Chen Fei chose not to prolong the engagement. Qing Xinju, Sanxian sword. As Zhang Xianping found himself comfortably responding to the exchanges, he suddenly noticed the surrounding sword qi dissipate, followed by the approach of a white light. I have been waiting for this move. Believing Chen Fei had exhausted his options, Zhang Xianping bellowed, positioning the dagger defensively. If he could withstand this strike, he could leverage the impact to escape. After witnessing Chen Fei's 3 signature moves, Zhang Xianping was even convinced that, if this continued, victory would be his. In the next instant, the white light vanished, and Chen Fei stood still. Zhang Xianping, dagger in hand, stared blankly at Chen Fei, staggering backward, suddenly struck by a gaping wound in his chest. His dagger had failed to intercept Chen Fei's sword. Such exquisite swordsmanship. Zhang Xianping murmured in awe before collapsing to the ground. The soil quickly saturated with his blood. Chapter 47. As Thunderbolt initially, Chen Fei had thought that the Sanxian sword could contend with practitioners of the essence refinement realm, but he realized this assumption was somewhat naive. Without practical experience, mere conjecture can lead to significant miscalculations. Jian Liang and Zhang Xianping were both practitioners of the bone forging realm, yet their combat prowess differed vastly. One must never underestimate one's adversary. Otherwise, one might find oneself unseen, for one would already be dead. Gazing upon the disarray of the courtyard and the bodies strewn across the ground, Chen Fei felt his plans unraveling. When the Zhao family arrived tomorrow, he would struggle to explain. 3 individuals dying together? Such a narrative would be hard to believe, especially given the clean nature of the guards' neck wounds, clearly revealing a lack of resistance before their demise. It appeared his current identity was no longer tenable. With a heavy sigh, Chen Fei discreetly disposed of the 3 bodies, casting them into an uninhabited, dilapidated courtyard. Zhang Xianping possessed some silver, yet it did not yield the manuals Chen Fei had envisioned. Zhang Xianping's lineage was evidently remarkable, but alas, it offered no opportunity for Chen Fei to acquire cultivation techniques. After altering his appearance, he ventured into the dark market. I was just looking for you. In 3 days at the hour of the dragon, the Fengdong stone will convene. Do not be late, Chidfeng said, pulling Chen Fei into a room as he spoke in a solemn tone. Excellent. Without needing to inquire further, Chen Fei's face brightened with a smile at the valuable information he received. Finally, he would depart from Pinyin County. Chen Fei's deadline was 7 days. If he did not receive news within that time, he would leave alone. Previously hesitant, he now felt emboldened by the spatial pouch that allowed him to carry many items. More importantly, the mark of the bone affliction gnawed at him, compelling him to distance himself as far as possible from impending troubles. Remember, 3 days at the hour of the dragon, Chidfeng reiterated as Chen Fei prepared to leave. Chen Fei waved his hand dismissively and exited the building. He ambled through the darker corners of the market, altering his appearance once more before arriving at the potion vendor's stall. You finally made it. The stall owner had been vocally berating those who tested his patience, and upon Chen Fei's arrival, he sighed in relief. Chen Fei nodded in acknowledgement and retrieved the potions from his bundle. A quarter of an hour later, the transaction concluded, and Chen Fei's package swelled with over 1,000 taels of silver. He refrained from depositing the silver into his panel, as he would need liquid currency in 3 days. Once deposited, it could not be withdrawn. Having no intention of lingering in the dark market, Chen Fei turned to leave. Just as he stepped out of the shop, an unsettling sensation of being followed crept over him. Chen Fei furrowed his brow. This felt different from the typical tailing, as the hostility emanated a palpable intent to kill. A glance revealed someone observing him, their gaze lingering just out of sight. Chen Fei recalled the seemingly casual remarks made by the stall owner earlier and felt a shift in his heart. Without uttering a word, he meandered through the dark market, navigating several alleys before re-emerging with a completely transformed appearance. The prying eyes vanished in an instant. After wandering the dark market for 2 more rounds, he finally exited. Several hundred meters away, brother, we lost him. A lackey exclaimed. Fool, were you not instructed to be more cautious? Ling Hanjun kicked the man over. In the dark market, Ling Hanjun had been apprehending anyone he deemed suspicious for days. Today, despite the low probability of catching Chen Fei, his exceptional disguise was worth the risk of a wrongful accusation. He had waited in vain for the opportunity to confront the individual selling potions, only to find that his subordinates had lost track of him. The profit from selling potions was immense. He could not believe that the individual would remain elusive indefinitely. Ling Hanjuan's eyes were cold as ice. To find that person, he was indifferent to the plight of others. Chen Fei stood atop a high vantage point, observing Ling Hanjun from a distance. After training in archery, his eyesight had naturally sharpened significantly. Even in the darkness of night, he could discern the unfolding scene far away. In the next moment, a longbow materialized in Chen Fei's grasp. Having narrowly escaped an ambush, it was impossible for Chen Fei to remain indifferent. The bowstring snapped taut, and in an instant, an arrow soared through the air, embedding itself in the chest of a rebel archer. Enemy attack! A startled shout rang out, causing those near Ling Hanjun to spring into alertness. The previous incident had been so sudden that many had not observed where the arrow had originated. A cry of agony echoed, and yet another fell, this time another archer. Thus, both archers accompanying Ling Hanjun lay lifeless on the ground. Over there! Charge! Ling Hanjun swiftly turned, his figure vanishing from sight as he lunged toward Chen Fei. The other rebels dared not hesitate, trailing Ling Hanjun closely. From a high vantage point, Chen Fei remained impassive, loosing arrow after arrow towards the rebels while seemingly disregarding Ling Hanjun. The screams of pain became incessant, and veins bulged on Ling Hanjun's forehead in fury. Before they could flee, over half of his men lay dead. These men had once been his subordinates, now turned rebels. If they were to perish, Ling Hanjun would find it much more challenging to assert his dominance, as he currently did. Stop! Ling Hanjun bellowed, continuing his relentless pursuit of Chen Fei. With mechanical precision, Chen Fei drew and released arrows, the quiver behind him rapidly depleting, only to be replenished with fresh arrows in no time. His hands never faltered. The rebels halted, forming a protective circle, thereby significantly diminishing the threat posed by Chen Fei's arrows. The most they could inflict were minor injuries, unable to achieve kills as before. Chen Fei's gaze shifted, focusing on the increasingly close Ling Hanjun, and arrows flew towards him. Clang! Ling Hanjun deflected the arrow with a swift slice of his blade. The threat of such arrows posed little danger to him. However, inevitably, Ling Hanjun's pace slowed. Chen Fei cared not whether he could harm Ling Hanjun, as arrows continued to rain down upon him. The intricacies of archery danced in Chen Fei's mind, causing Ling Hanjun's speed to dwindle further. After a dozen heartbeats, Chen Fei's quiver was finally emptied. A sinister smile crept across Ling Hanjun's face, ready to charge at Chen Fei, only to witness a smile of his own on Chen Fei's face. In a swift movement, Chen Fei vanished from sight, like thunder descending in wrath. He departed as if the serene waters of a river had suddenly calmed. In Ling Hanjun's bewildered gaze, Chen Fei vanished at an incomprehensible speed. Such agility rendered Ling Hanjun's desire to pursue utterly futile. Even with his newly acquired secret techniques and elixirs, he could not keep up. This was sheer humiliation. Chapter 48. All as prepared, Ling Hanjun remained rooted in place, seething with rage as he watched Chen Fei depart, utterly helpless. Had the two archers still been alive, they might have offered some resistance. Alas, they had been the first to perish. Within Pinyin County, Chen Fei had rented numerous courtyards, anticipating unforeseen circumstances and ensuring he had new refuges. This archery technique proved effective, though the longbow lacked a bit of strength. Chen Fei smiled at the memory of recent events, while the arrow's power was somewhat lacking against practitioners of the body refinement stage. They struggled against those of the bone forging stage, particularly exceptional individuals like Ling Hanjun, rendering them nearly ornamental. Once he reached other territories, he would seek a superior bow, while also ensuring his cultivation did not lag. Chen Fei contemplated that ultimately his internal energy cultivation was paramount. Without it, even a fine bow would be rendered useless. He retrieved a wooden cabinet from the spatial compartment, allocating his silver coins into various slots for convenient access when needed. The following morning, the Zhao family, as per their usual routine, delivered medicinal herbs, only to discover several alchemists slain. Upon arriving at Chen Fei's courtyard, they found only bloodstains on the ground, with no sign of the individuals. Alive, there were none. Dead, there were no corpses. The Zhao family was consumed with fury, joining forces with the rebels to conduct a thorough search throughout Pinyin County. Chen Fei remained oblivious to whether Zhang Sinan and others had been located, proceeding as an ordinary individual to procure supplies. He gathered food and clean water, acquiring anything he deemed essential. Within a single day, Chen Fei filled the wooden cabinet in the spatial compartment to the brim, particularly with provisions, as he prepared for unforeseen circumstances. The following morning, Chen Fei gazed at the steaming buns in his hand with a peculiar expression. Having placed them in the spatial compartment yesterday, after 7 or 8 hours, they remained as warm as when they were stored. This spatial compartment was rather remarkable. It seemed to suspend time. Various thoughts swirled in Chen Fei's mind. Yet with only one spatial compartment at present, any experimentation was futile. Knowing time was indeed suspended, there was no need to fret over food spoilage. Chen Fei resolved to indulge himself, retrieving all the rations he had previously stored and set out to purchase fresh food once more. Due to the Zhao family's frantic search, the entirety of Pinyin County was in disarray. The once quiet streets were now deserted, with everyone hiding indoors. Chen Fei had initially intended to visit Zhang Defeng, who had shown him kindness at the clinic, even considering urging him to leave Pinyin County. However, given Zhang Defeng's severe injuries and his family in tow, the rebels would never allow such an alchemist to depart. After confirming the supplies within the spatial compartment were in order, Chen Fei settled into a meditative posture to cultivate his internal energy. The soft rhythm of his breathing permeated the stillness of the night, passing quietly into dawn. In the morning, Chen Fei disguised himself as an ordinary person and exited the city. At the city gate, he encountered no unforeseen complications, as few possessed the ability to see through his disguise, which he had perfected to a high degree, making it difficult for ordinary individuals to detect any flaws. Several miles outside the city, Chen Fei spotted the designated meeting place, the Windstone. He refrained from approaching immediately, opting instead to observe from a higher vantage point. As the hour of Chen approached, figures began to materialize. Chen Fei scanned the surroundings, detecting no signs of ambush, indicating it was likely not a trap. Glancing at the time, he wasted no further moments and leapt through the treetops, shortly arriving at the location of the Windstone. The individuals present regarded Chen Fei with curiosity. His earlier display of agility suggested he was no ordinary practitioner of the bone forging stage. Sometimes, without engaging directly, one could gauge another's strength through such demonstrations. Chen Fei spotted Qi Defeng, and the two exchanged nods of acknowledgement without a word. Each individual silently appraised those around them. Chen Fei glanced around before shifting his focus. All present were martial artists, none ordinary people. As time drew near, it seemed only those present would proceed. 300 taels, Qian Zhijiang announced, causing a stir among the crowd. This price exceeded the expectations of most. Even as martial artists, accumulating such a sum posed considerable difficulty. 300 taels is rather steep. Could we negotiate a lower price? Someone ventured. Indeed, this is a bit excessive. As we journey together, we ought to support one another. To start with 300 taels seems rather unreasonable, another chimed in. A smile played on Qian Zhijiang's lips as he raised a hand to silence the murmurs, stating, "It is indeed a bit expensive. Those unwilling to part with this, some may choose a different path. I do not compel anyone to pay. It is entirely voluntary." Several exchanged glances, and given the chaos outside and the absence of merchant caravans, venturing alone to other cities felt daunting, even for martial artists. Qian Lauda, if we pay this sum, can you guarantee our safety along the way? Someone inquired in a hushed tone. This is beyond guarantee. All I can say is that we shall advance and retreat together when the time comes. Qian Zhijiang chuckled, shaking his head. If I have this money, I would exercise caution and continue my life in Pinyin County. Why embark on a long journey to distant lands? Someone snorted coldly and turned to leave. A few hesitated and also withdrew from the group. Moments later, only 6 individuals remained. Chen Fei looked at Qi Defeng with surprise. A man so greedy for wealth that he would wish to stuff all the counterfeit medicine into Chen Fei's arms. Yet he was willing to part with 300 taels? With fewer people, safety was ironically enhanced. In light of the other's departure, a smile emerged on Qian Zhijiang's face as he said, "Gentlemen, it's time to settle the payment. Here, 300 taels." Qi Defeng was the first to step forward, placing the silver into Qian Zhijiang's hands. Upon witnessing this, others followed suit and handed over their silver as well. Chen Fei had deliberately tucked away 500 taels in his large bundle behind him, just in case. At this moment, he counted out the silver and presented it to Qian Zhijiang. "Good. Since we are to journey together, let us introduce ourselves, so we may look out for one another along the way." Qian Zhijiang pocketed the silver, his smile broadening. Chapter 49, Mountain Village. Yanqing, Yanding, Shuangjian. A couple brandished their long swords. Qi Defeng, staff technique. Feng Yu with a cane. An elderly woman tapped her cane. Chen Fei glanced at the old woman, his nostrils twitching slightly as a faint, sweet, and fishy scent wafted near, a sign of deadly poison. Shenmu, archerie technique. Chen Fei patted the longbow strapped to his back. All right, it's getting late. Let's depart. The journey to Xingfen City should take about 5 days if all goes smoothly. Qian Jijiang nodded and took the lead, with the others following suit. Being martial artists, their stamina and agility surpassed that of ordinary folks. While they could not match the speed of horses, they certainly moved swiftly. After spending months in this county, from a lowly servant unable to afford meat to now possessing skills, Chen Fei felt a mix of emotions. He glanced at the mark on his arm. The further they strayed from Pinyin County, the less active the mark became. Previously, he had worried that this mark might attract formidable anomalies. It now appeared that this mark merely imposed a negative state upon him. If an ordinary person bore such a mark, they would likely have been drained dry by now. Chen Fei's rapid progress had suppressed the mark. Of course, another possibility existed, compared to the vast bounty of Pinyin County. Someone like Chen Fei was merely a speck of dust, hardly capable of attracting that anomaly's attention. After over an hour of relentless travel, they paused briefly to rest. There's no one around. Let us quickly divide the money. In the dense forest, Qi Defeng looked at Qian Jijiang, his face brimming with excitement. What's the rush? It's not like I'm withholding it from you. Qian Jijiang chuckled, scolding him lightly. You old fellow are actually willing to leave Pinyin County. I thought you would die here. There is something peculiar about the mountains of Pinyin. I no longer feel safe here, Qi Defeng replied, shaking his head as he accepted the several hundred taels of silver handed to him by Qian Jijiang. Especially in the past few days, I've been restless. Something significant is likely about to happen in Pinyin County. Qian Jijiang's expression shifted. He trusted the words of this old friend. No wonder he had been urging him to lead the departure from Pinyin County. When we reach Xingfen City, will you continue on? Qian Jijiang inquired. Let us see then. We'll decide when we get there. Qi Defeng contemplated before shaking his head. Although Chen Fei was unaware of their discussion specifics, it was evident that financial matters were at play. Chen Fei had suspected the two knew each other because Qi Defeng had handed over the money so readily. Such behavior was not typical of a greedy person. However, he did not lament the loss of that sum, for in comparison to the necessity of leaving Pinyin County, that amount was inconsequential. Having mastered the art of alchemy, Chen Fei could easily recover that sum through the production of medicinal pills. After a brief rest, the group resumed their journey. Initially, a clear path lay ahead, but as they progressed, the trail became increasingly indistinct. It was evident that commerce had ceased here for quite some time, as wild grass had overgrown many paths. Despite their haste, they encountered little in the way of trouble, though they did see a few refugees from a distance, which they carefully avoided. There should be a dilapidated temple nearby. We can rest there tonight. Qian Jijiang scanned the surroundings, assessing their location. In his earlier years, he had worked for a courier service, traversing the land, but had only recently retired. He had hoped to enjoy his twilight years in Pinyin County, yet fate had compelled him to venture out again amidst these events. After circling a few times, Qian Jijiang finally located the decrepit temple. Upon seeing it, Chen Fei felt a tightening in his chest. The previous encounters with the anomalies had occurred in similar places. However, shelter from the elements was a necessity. The temple appeared ancient, its interior chaotic, clearly having been visited by many recently. They lit a fire and gathered around, quietly consuming their rations. Chen Fei remained vigilant, scanning the surroundings for any signs of abnormality. He sensed the mark on his arm and found nothing unusual. This affliction had now become a peculiar sensor for anomalies, proving effective most of the time. Chen Fei pondered whether, when his internal energy grew stronger, he should retain a trace of the mark on his body. A peaceful night passed without incident. They encountered no strange occurrences. Chen Fei breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that while the outside world may be tumultuous, not every place was plagued by anomalies. In the blink of an eye, 3 days swiftly elapsed. Compared to their initial freshness, the group now appeared worn and travel-stained. Over the journey, they began to grow more familiar with one another, and the smooth progress of their travels calmed their spirits considerably. Qian Jijiang displayed remarkable navigational skills, and Chen Fei felt fortunate to be part of this group. Had he embarked on this journey alone, he would have been utterly lost, not to mention exhausting the supplies within his spatial pouch. Tonight, we must find shelter in the forest. Let's quicken our pace as dusk approaches, Qian Jijiang urged, glancing at the darkening sky. The others, without a word, instinctively quickened their steps, adhering to Qian Jijiang's command. Ahead, a flickering light appeared. Under the night sky, Yanqing unexpectedly pointed towards the front. The group looked up and indeed saw distant lights twinkling. Is there a village nearby? Qi Dafeng turned to Qian Jijiang. I don't recall, Qian Jijiang replied, furrowing his brow. It had been many years since he had ventured out, and he could only remember a few general details. Should we seek shelter in the village? The elderly woman, Feng Yu, whispered, noting that a village would undoubtedly be safer than the wilderness. If given a choice, they would certainly prefer the village. The others looked to Qian Jijiang for his decision. No, the outside world is chaotic. The sudden appearance of multiple villages here is rather strange. We shall circumvent them. Qian Jijiang decisively shook his head, and no one opposed him. The group veered in an arc and continued forward, their pace unconsciously quickening, as if subconsciously wishing to keep their distance from that village. Under the night sky, Yanqing pointed towards the front again. The group looked up and saw the flickering lights in the distance. Is there a village nearby? Qi Dafeng turned to Qian Jijiang. I don't recall, Qian Jijiang replied, frowning slightly. Should we seek shelter in the village? The elderly woman, Feng Yu, whispered. Chen斐, who had been listening in silence, suddenly felt his mind clear as the Qingxin Ju naturally activated, and his expression changed dramatically. This dialogue, this scene, had just occurred moments ago. Why was it being repeated? And hadn't they just decided to avoid that village? Good heavens, was everyone experiencing collective amnesia? Chen Fei surveyed his surroundings, perplexed by the gradual encroachment of a thin veil of white mist, which rendered visibility exceedingly low. Paradoxically, the distant village became increasingly discernible. Chapter 50. Desperate Flight. Just as Chen Fei was about to awaken the others, he suddenly noticed a sphere of red light emanating from Qian Jijiang's chest, followed by a plume of acrid black smoke. Qian Jijiang shuddered in pain. Something is amiss. We have been here before. With clarity returning to his eyes, Qian Jijiang surveyed the scene around him, particularly the distant mountain village, his complexion paling. How can I awaken him? Chen Fei inquired, realizing that Qian Jijiang indeed possessed some remarkable qualities. Had it not been for the Qingxin Ju, Chen Fei would likely have succumbed to the strange allure and remained oblivious. Are you all right? Qian Jijiang cast a surprised glance at Chen Fei, but did not pursue the matter further. Instead, he retrieved a stick of incense from his bag and lit it. A thin stream of blue smoke wafted around them, causing Yanqing and the others to regain their senses. Upon glancing at the distant mountain village again, their expressions shifted dramatically. That village is peculiar. We must leave at once. Qian Jijiang, witnessing the others regain their composure, had no time to explain and sprinted ahead. The others dared not linger and closely followed him. Chen Fei trailed behind, continuously channeling the Qingxin Ju, the chilling sensation gradually helping him regain his composure. As he observed the encroaching mist around him, he endeavored to gaze further ahead, the cold feeling surging towards his eyes. It's working. Chen Fei felt a flicker of joy in his heart, but his expression soon turned grave. Though he could see farther, what lay ahead was not another path but that very mountain village. Compared to their first encounter, the group now found themselves alarmingly closer to the village, able to discern the houses within it quite clearly. The land was flat, the houses orderly, with fertile fields of mulberry and bamboo, resembling a picturesque paradise. Even amidst the subtle murmurings, he could see numerous silhouettes facing them, seemingly awaiting their arrival. A shiver coursed through Chen Fei, prompting him to shout, "Stop! We're getting closer to that village." Everyone was taken aback, and Qian Jijiang recalled that Chen Fei had been the first to awaken. A flicker of belief ignited within him, prompting him a halt. "What do you see?" Qian Jijiang asked urgently. "Houses and fields, and many people standing and facing us." Chen Fei's expression darkened. The chilling grip on his arm felt as if it would freeze him solid, and the icy dread within his heart intensified. If we cannot pass this ordeal, we may never reach Xingfen City. Lao Qian, think of something. Qi Dafeng turned to Qian Jijiang, aware that only the experienced Qian Jijiang could lead them out. "Stay close to me. I will run with all my strength." Qian Jijiang painfully extracted a half-burned red candle from his pack. The candle resembled those typically used in households. He carefully ignited its wick. A circle of red light radiated, enveloping them all. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but under the red glow, the pervasive coldness dissipated, replaced by a sense of tranquility. Simultaneously, the surrounding mist seemed to disperse, as if intimidated by the brilliance of the candle. "Run!" Qian Jijiang commanded, his figure darting forward, and the others dared not delay, closely trailing him. The six of them moved with commendable agility, and although Qian Jijiang exerted himself fully, the others remained right behind him. The mist ahead began to recede, and the village finally vanished from sight, causing a slight easing of tension among the group. Had they encountered that village once more, they would surely have succumbed to madness. No, stop. Everyone halt. Qian Jijiang suddenly shouted, his face a ghastly pale. The others looked at him in confusion. But Chen Fei noticed the red candle in Qian Jijiang's hand. Astonishingly, it had burned down significantly in mere moments. As Chen Fei observed, the candle continued to shrink at an alarming rate. At this pace, it would be completely consumed within a quarter of an hour. "What's wrong?" Qi Defeng asked, perplexed. "The candle burns too quickly. We are not moving away from the strange, but rather drawing closer." Qian Jijiang held the candle, experimenting with its direction, noting that only the southeast seemed to slow its burn. "This way," Qian Jijiang declared, rushing forward. Chen Fei surveyed the area, his heart trembling. The Qingxinju was indeed effective in keeping him alert, but mere clarity seemed insufficient. If they did not escape soon, they might end up as prey despite their vigilance. Especially with the chilling gaze lurking behind them, Chen Fei felt goosebumps rise along his spine, as if those eerie beings were poised to pounce at any moment. That village reappeared. "This is disastrous." Qian Jijiang glared at the red candle, then at the distant village, gritting his teeth as he retrieved another candle from his pack. Unlike the previous red candle, this one was pure white. "This strangeness is overwhelming. Now we have no choice but to take a gamble. Otherwise, we shall all remain trapped here." Qian Jijiang spoke solemnly. "What must we do?" "I will ignite this white candle and throw it behind us. Its purpose is the opposite of the red candle. It will attract the strange beings, making our rear exceedingly perilous." "Run as fast as you can," Qian Jijiang whispered, knowing this decision was akin to risking their lives. Yet, without such a course of action, they would likely continue to circle endlessly until the red candle extinguished, sealing their fates. Yin Xing and the others exchanged glances, but did not hinder Qian Jijiang, as they had no better alternatives and could only follow his lead. Qian Jijiang lowered his head and ignited the white candle. An indescribable scent wafted from the white candle as he gathered all his strength and hurled it backward. The flame of the white candle flickered, but did not extinguish. In the next moment, Qian Jijiang, holding the red candle, sprinted forward with wild abandon. Compared to moments ago, his speed had increased by more than half. The others were startled by Qian Jijiang's sudden burst of speed, but Chen Fei maintained a steady pace behind him, followed closely by Qi Defeng. Yin Xing and Yin Ding exchanged a low growl, stabbing each other with their blades, blood spilling as their forms abruptly vanished. Closely trailing Qi Defeng, the old woman Feng Yu tossed a pill in her mouth, her face turning a sickly green. As she moved, she surpassed Yin Xing and Yin Ding, pursuing Qi Defeng. A sinister laughter echoed through the forest, the surrounding mist thickening, yet fortuitously, it surged toward the rear, while the fog ahead gradually diminished. The group's spirits lifted slightly. The white candle was indeed effective, and the sensation of being watched faded away. Chapter 51. Devouring Cloud Force. Feng Yu's face bore a greenish hue, which was not alarming. However, her eyes had inexplicably turned pitch black, devoid of any human emotion. Only a frigid void remained. Perhaps sensing the stares, a grotesque grin slowly spread across Feng Yu's face, stretching unnaturally to the base of her ears, sending a chill straight to the heart. "Draw your bows, loose your arrows." While everyone exerted their utmost in their flight, only Chen Fei retained some reserves. He pivoted and released an arrow towards Feng Yu. Bang! Before the arrow could reach her, Feng Yu's head exploded in a gruesome display of blood and green mist. Saturating the air, Chen Fei instinctively held his breath, yet a wave of dizziness washed over him. Observing his exposed skin, it was already tinged with a sickly green. Emerging from the shrouded green mist, Chen Fei produced a vial from his hand, swiftly swallowing 3 or 4 detoxification pills. He then tossed the remaining pills to the others, who instinctively caught them and promptly swallowed them upon realizing their nature. The sudden assault by Feng Yu had caught everyone off guard. Yet their extensive experience in the martial world prompted an instinctive reaction to hold their breath. Consuming the detoxification pills at that moment helped to suppress the toxins within their bodies. Silence enveloped the group. No one was aware of when Feng Yu had been possessed by the malevolent entity. All they could do was press on, heads down, forging ahead. Time passed, though its measure was uncertain, until Qian Zhejiang was the first to halt. A spurt of blood mist escaped him, alleviating the crimson hue that had overtaken his face. The red candle in his hand burned steadily, while the surrounding fog dissipated entirely. Qi Duffing's complexion was ashen, as if he might faint at any moment. Yin Qing and Yin Ding were drenched in blood, their faces ghastly pale. Chen Fei, too, felt an unusual fatigue. The relentless torment of the parasite had drained his energy more than usual. However, compared to the others, Chen Fei was in the best condition. Taking a deep breath, Qian Zhejiang felt relieved to have escaped danger. Yet he sensed they were still too close to the previous location. For safety's sake, it was prudent to distance themselves further. No one objected. The group had developed sufficient trust in Qian Zhejiang. The 300 taels spent were not in vain. Had it not been for Qian Zhejiang, the casualty count might have been staggering, potentially leading to their complete demise. Chen Fei glanced at the red candle in Qian Zhejiang's hand and resolved to inquire about it later, intending to procure several to store in his spatial pouch. For the outside world was perilously treacherous. After traversing for half an hour, Qian Zhejiang finally brought them to a stop. He meticulously inspected their surroundings and nodded at the group, finally allowing them to release the tension that had gripped their hearts. Surviving the ordeal left a lingering unease. Finding a suitable spot to set up camp, the weary group began to rest. Chen Fei sat cross-legged, gradually recovering his strength through practice. The night passed without incident, and when dawn broke, they resumed their journey. Unlike the relaxed demeanor of the previous days, every individual was now alert and vigilant. I believe I have exhausted myself. I can smell the enticing aroma of roasted meats from Zue Xianglu. Qi Defeng murmured, his expression one of helplessness. Chen Fei cast a sidelong glance at him, impressed by his keen sense of smell. What is Zue Xianglu's roasted meat compared to what awaits us in Shingfen City? I shall treat you all, Qian Zhejiang exclaimed, laughing heartily. Although they had consumed most of the red candles, and the white ones were entirely used up, as long as they safely reached Shingfen City, it would be considered a victory. Qi Defeng chuckled and waved a hand in acknowledgement, choosing to remain silent. They journeyed and rested, then journeyed again. At long last, the silhouette of a city emerged on the horizon. A collective thrill surged through them. They had finally arrived at Shingfen City. 5 days had not been excessively lengthy, had it not been for the encounter in that village. The journey would not have been particularly arduous for martial artists. Yet the haunting experience had terrified them, and the demise of the old woman Feng Yu had been a grave loss. Unconsciously, the 5 quickened their pace, and after half an hour, they arrived at the city gates of Shingfen. Compared to Pingyin County, Shingfen City was undoubtedly much larger, as evidenced by the towering walls. In stark contrast to the lifeless atmosphere of Pingyin County, Shingfen City bustled with activity. After paying the entrance fee, the 5 stood on the street, exchanging glances. Having arrived in Shingfen City, we shall not impose further. Until we meet again. Yin Qing and his spouse clasped their hands in farewell, then vanished around a corner. What are your plans? Qi Defeng inquired, directing his gaze towards Chen Fei. I intend to proceed to Xianyun City. Chen Fei replied thoughtfully. Regardless of whether I can join the Xianyun sword sect, the serene environment there is conducive for my gradual development. Moreover, the availability of more profound techniques and scriptures is certainly preferable to the stringent regulations of Pingyin County. There will undoubtedly be merchant caravans heading towards Xianyun City. If you accompany one, it will be much safer, Qian Zhejiang suggested with a smile. It is said that the Xianyun sword sect is unparalleled in the world. Now that we have departed from Pingyin County, I too wish to see it. Qi Defeng remarked playfully, why don't we travel together? That would be splendid. Chen Fei replied, clasping his hands in agreement. Let us not linger here. Come, let us find a fine inn and enjoy a hearty meal. The trio erupted into laughter, making their way down the bustling street. As night fell and they settled into their inn, Chen Fei sat cross-legged. After a satisfying meal, Qian Zhejiang had ventured outside and returned with news. A merchant caravan named after Xianyun signified formidable connections, and thus the caravan was likely powerful. Securing a ride with them to Xianyun City would ensure their safety. As for the fare, it would undoubtedly be steep, but Chen Fei was willing to part with the silver. I need to resume selling my pills and see if there are any promising formulas or techniques available here. Chen Fei mused softly before closing his eyes. The following morning, Chen Fei appeared before a shop brimming with weapons, pills, and even techniques. Internal strength techniques? Certainly, esteemed guest. How about this one? Chen Fei's interest peaked as he examined the text. Tunyunjin, will learning this technique bring trouble? Chen Fei inquired quietly, aware that many sects pursued rogue techniques, especially those related to internal strength. During his time in Pinyin County, it had been inconsequential, given the locale's insignificance. Yet now, in Xingfen City, and with plans to head to Xianyun City, he felt it prudent to exercise caution amidst greater options. Rest assured, esteemed guest, that sect has fallen into decline, and you are its sole inheritor. Learning this technique will not bring any trouble. Rather, you will be aiding in its preservation. The shopkeeper assured him with a smile. Chen Fei nodded slightly, taking the text to peruse it thoroughly. After a quarter of an hour, he set the text down. Though it was only a third of the complete technique, it revealed much. While it could not compare to Jing Lei's sword technique, it was significantly more powerful than Jing Xianjin. Moreover, a remarkable aspect of Tunyunjin was that, after cultivation, the daily consumption of pills could be increased. In simpler terms, Tunyunjin allowed practitioners to absorb pills more efficiently without straining their bodies. This feature alone captivated Chen Fei. Currently, he could only consume 1 Qing Ling Dan daily. Any more would lead to discomfort in his meridians and unusual sensations throughout his body. Such occurrences might be tolerable on a few occasions, but prolonged indulgence would inevitably harm his physical form. Thus, he had limited himself to 1 Qing Ling Dan daily. What is the price? 1,000 taels, the shopkeeper beamed. Excuse me, but I must take my leave, Chen Fei replied curtly, placing the text down and turning away. Did he appear to be such an easy target? Wait, esteemed guest. The price is negotiable, and we also have pills and weapons available for your consideration. The shopkeeper hurriedly called after him. Do you have crossbows? Chen Fei paused and asked. Of course, esteemed guest. Please come inside, the shopkeeper replied, leading Chen Fei into the inner chamber. The selection of weapons was even more diverse, and the shopkeeper guided Chen Fei to a wall lined with various bows and crossbows. May I handle them? Please do, the shopkeeper nodded. Chen Fei stepped forward, grasping a longbow and testing its draw. He remained impassive as he set it down and picked up another. Half an hour later, Chen Fei exited the shop. The longbow originally brought from Pinyin County has been sold, replaced by a more potent bow. Compared to the former longbow, the new one is undoubtedly superior. And according to Chen Fei's estimates, it is more than capable of reaching the Duangu realm. Chen Fei has also familiarized himself with the prices of elixirs. The price of Chao Huan Dan in Pinyin County is typically 10 taels each, while in Xingfen City, it is 8 taels. The price of Qing Ling Dan has decreased from 15 taels to 13 taels each. The cost of goods has undoubtedly dropped significantly, which explains why merchant caravans are bustling about. The profit from such price differences can be quite substantial if the quantities are sufficient. Unfortunately, Xingfen City does not sell the formula for Changfu Dan, leaving Chen Fei somewhat disappointed. However, the formula for Qing Ling Dan is available, albeit at a hefty price of several thousand taels. Initially, he had taken it for granted that formulas are of high value everywhere. Chen Fei murmured to himself, attempted to swallow a Changfu Dan. After an hour, he opened his eyes with a hint of disappointment. The potency of Changfu Dan is indeed strong, but he felt a throbbing pain in his meridians, even more intense than the effects of taking 2 Qing Ling Dan. Clearly, Changfu Dan is a bit excessive for someone at his current cultivation level. He wonders if the Tunyunjing, as described in the manual, can alleviate this condition. After visiting a dozen shops, Chen Fei spent 300 taels of silver to acquire this technique. Indeed, almost every moderately sized shop in Xingfen City offers this manual for sale. It remains unclear whether a disciple from a particular sect sold it to multiple shops, or if the merchants are simply trading among themselves. The first shop, likely seeing Chen Fei's unfamiliarity, quoted a price that was exorbitantly high. After spending an hour, Chen Fei thoroughly read through the Tunyunjing and then attempted to practice it. After a moment, he looked at the panel. Technique, Tunyunjing, entry level 1100, fusion, technique. Jing Tunju, Mastery 811-1000. Discover the technique Jing Tunju. Will you spend 100 taels of silver to simplify Jing Tunju? Successfully simplified Jing Tunju into Jing Xianjin. A smile involuntarily appeared on Chen Fei's face. Next, he must diligently enhance his proficiency to elevate Jing Tunju to its zenith. However, before that, he needs to test whether this new technique is indeed effective in absorbing elixirs. Sitting cross-legged, he practiced Jing Tunju, and after half an hour he opened his eyes, joy evident in his gaze. The previously swollen meridians had returned to normal. The residual potency of the elixir had fully integrated into Chen Fei's body. The effect was astonishingly pronounced. Glancing at the nearby Chong Fu Dan, he hesitated for a moment before choosing to swallow a Qingling Dan instead. As the elixir's power began to disperse, discomfort arose in his meridians, prompting Chen Fei to quickly activate Jing Tunju. The qi and blood within him surged rapidly, gradually alleviating the discomfort until it vanished entirely. The frown that had previously creased Chen Fei's brow relaxed as Jing Tunju flowed through his body, expeditiously absorbing the elixir's potency and reintegrating it into his flesh. After a stick of incense's time passed, Chen Fei opened his eyes and slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, unable to conceal his joy. Having reached his limit, the combination of one Chong Fu Dan and one Qingling Dan nearly doubled his inner strength. What once took over 9 months to reach Duangu now requires just over 4 months. Chen Fei murmured to himself, calculating the time needed for his cultivation breakthrough. Moreover, since Jing Tunju has yet to be cultivated to perfection, he can increase the number of elixirs consumed daily thereafter. Chen Fei clenched his fists involuntarily, compared to others. His cultivation growth rate was already commendable. Yet, if given the choice, who wouldn't wish to progress swiftly, especially in such a perilous world? A thought suddenly crossed Chen Fei's mind. Could the original sect of this technique have been impoverished by its own students? As night descended, Chen Fei strolled through the streets of Xingfen City. Compared to Pinyin County, the nightlife in Xingfen City was undoubtedly more vibrant. Observing the bustling human activity around him, Chen Fei felt a calming tranquility. If he had a choice, he would prefer to live such a peaceful existence. Unfortunately, this world does not offer opportunities for choice. Many things are thrust upon you, including danger. Chen Fei walked past the lively streets and turned into a quieter alley. At the end of the alley stood a shop. Dim lights flickered from within, casting eerie shadows on the alley walls. Chapter 53, Night Owl. The shop, which only opened at night, elicited a desire to comment from Chen Fei. Yesterday, he had specifically sought out an opportunity to ask Qianjijiang where he could purchase the 2 candles, and Qianjijiang directed him to this very shop. Chen Fei scanned his surroundings, feeling no sense of abnormality, before stepping inside the shop. "Welcome, what do you need?" A raspy voice called out. Chen Fei turned to see a person less than a meter tall, standing on a stool, grinning at him. Chen Fei surveyed the surroundings, finding nothing out of the ordinary. The shop lacked any ominous aura. "I heard you sell items that counter the uncanny?" Chen Fei inquired, observing the shopkeeper, who exuded no martial aura, yet felt distinctly peculiar. "You come to the right place," the shopkeeper replied, producing a red candle from beneath the counter and placing it before Chen Fei. When encountering the uncanny, light this candle to ward it off. However, it only offers temporary protection. If the uncanny remains nearby, the candle will burn faster. Once it is consumed, the uncanny will still claim lives. "How much?" Chen Fei examined the red candle, confirming it to be identical to the one Qianjijiang had previously produced. Had it not been for the red candle in the mountainous village, several lives could have been lost. 1,000 taels each. So expensive. Chen Fei exclaimed, shocked, looking up at the shopkeeper. His entire fortune likely barely sufficed to purchase this single red candle. In comparison to life, what is wealth worth? The shopkeeper chuckled softly. "These candles are difficult to manufacture. Only I sell them in all of Xingfen City. Do you have anything else?" Chen Fei asked in a hushed tone. "Of course." The shopkeeper nodded, then retrieved a white candle from beneath the counter and placed it before Chen Fei. "This candle attracts the uncanny when lit. It is 500 taels each. Without the red candle, the white candle would likely be a suicidal weapon, especially when faced with multiple uncanny beings. The thought alone is chilling. Is there anything more?" Knowing he could not afford to buy anything today, Chen Fei decided to broaden his knowledge, intending to return to stock up when he had more money. The Peixier sword. Even an ordinary person can wield it to injure or even slay the uncanny. A sword with a deep crimson blade appeared on the counter, thin and seemingly designed specifically to combat uncanny beings. What's the price? 10,000 taels of silver. Please show me the next item. Chen Fei felt a twinge of bitterness at the price. While he could eventually save enough, it would certainly take quite a while. If one claims the blade is useless, it can slay the uncanny. Yet if one claims it is useful, it is only effective against the uncanny. The shopkeeper remained patient as another vial appeared on the counter. Huang Shui, when applied to the eyes, allows one to see through the illusions of the uncanny. Priced at 1,000 taels. Chen Fei curiously glanced at the vial, recalling the legendary cow's tears from his past life, which had a similar effect. Had he possessed this item a few days ago, he wouldn't have needed to worry about wandering through the mist. Xingxiang, when lit, can dispel illusions. Priced at 300 taels. A stick of incense appeared on the counter, which Chen Fei had seen before. Is there anything else? No, that is all. The shopkeeper shook his head and, gazing at Chen Fei, inquired, Is there anything that catches your fancy, esteemed guest? Chen Fei hesitated, feeling somewhat embarrassed to admit his limited funds. He could afford a candle and some aromatic incense, yet he still needed to purchase a quality alchemy furnace for refining elixirs. If he made a purchase now, his finances would dwindle. May I ask why the shop only opens at night? Chen Fei could not suppress his curiosity before departing. He genuinely saw no necessity for the shop to operate solely during the night. I sleep during the day, the shopkeeper replied, somewhat bashfully. Chen Fei regarded the shopkeeper with a perplexed expression, this reasoning striking a discordant note against his preconceived notions. So, how does one acquire the goods in this shop? Chen Fei spent the entire night in cultivation. The following morning, he set out to survey various shops once more. This time, in addition to seeking a furnace, he sought to promote his elixirs. After a round of exploration, Chen Fei's expression grew somewhat intricate. Various shops were indeed willing to purchase elixirs, but the buying prices were exceedingly low, nearly around 40% of the market value, akin to the division ratio offered by the Zhang family, essentially treating Chen Fei as their own alchemist. This starkly contrasted with the prices in the underground market of Pinyin County, which were dramatically higher. However, back then, the demand in Pinyin County for elixirs was evidently abnormal, making direct comparisons rather difficult. Selling elixirs to shops at such prices left Chen Fei feeling somewhat reluctant. Besides selling to shops, there was another avenue, setting up a stall to sell directly. In Xingfen City, there were streets designated for loose cultivators to sell various goods. Chen Fei had ventured there before, and the array of items was indeed vast. As for quality, it would depend on his own discernment. He could refine elixirs and sell them there, but this would undoubtedly consume precious time. The Jingtuanju required cultivation to perfection for Chen Fei to swiftly advance to the bone-forging realm. Moreover, he had to deduce the formula for the Chongfu Dan, with the remnants he obtained from the Zhao family containing considerable information. Chen Fei anticipated that, at best, he could complete the formula's deduction within a month. Additionally, in terms of archery techniques, while Pinyin County had scant resources, Xingfen City boasted a wealth of archery manuals. Chen Fei aspired to elevate his archery skills further. All these endeavors consumed significant time, making the idea of setting up a stall seem somewhat counterproductive. I need someone to assist me with the stall. Sharing some profits in return, Chen Fei contemplated, and the figure of Qi Defeng sprang to mind. In Pinyin County, Qi Defeng was adept at stall operations, making him a suitable candidate. Do you want me to help you sell elixirs? Qi Defeng looked at Chen Fei in surprise. Why not just sell them yourself after refining? The shop offers too low a price. I need you to set up the stall for sales. I will give you half of the profits. Chen Fei replied with a smile. Half? That seems a bit low. How about 2/10? Qi Defeng instinctively countered. Very well, 2/10 it is. It's settled. Chen Fei readily agreed, stepping forward to clasp Qi Defeng's hand in a pact. Qi Defeng, somewhat bewildered by Chen Fei's enthusiasm, reflected on how familiar this arrangement felt, realizing that he had perhaps undervalued his offer. Chapter 54. Profiting Chen Fei entrusted Qi Defeng with sourcing medicinal materials, knowing that their interests were now aligned. Qi Defeng would certainly not attempt to deceive him with counterfeit materials. Upon learning that Chen Fei was an alchemist, Qi Defeng finally comprehended why his previous counterfeit materials had been so easily discerned by Chen斐. An alchemist who cannot accurately identify the materials for their elixirs is hardly competent in their craft. Chen斐did not concoct the Chao Huan Dan. Instead, he directly set to work on the Qingling Dan, as it commanded a higher price and had a broader customer base in Xingfen City. Unlike the small county of Pinyin, Xingfen City had a greater number of martial artists, many of whom possessed advanced skills. While bone forging practitioners were not exceedingly common, they were certainly more prevalent than in Pinyin County. Chen斐had already cultivated the Qingling Dan to perfection in Pinyin, enabling him to fully utilize the medicinal properties of the materials for each batch, yielding 4 Qingling Dan per refinement. The materials for the Qingling Dan were not expensive. Claiming they were ubiquitous would be an exaggeration, yet they were indeed easily gathered. Many individuals even cultivated them themselves. As they matured relatively quickly, it was precisely because of the simplicity of the materials that elixirs like the Qingling Dan and Changfu Dan became widely circulated, while those requiring rare ingredients have been phased out through history. In the early morning, Chen Fei bid farewell to Qian Jijiang with a respectful gesture. Qi Defeng patted Qian Jijiang's shoulder without uttering a word. Initially, according to their plan, Qian Jijiang would accompany them to Xianyun City, ensuring mutual support among the three. However, unexpectedly, Qian Jijiang encountered individuals from his former escort agency in Xingfen City. Recalling the glorious days of yore, Qian Jijiang pondered through the night and decided to join the group from the escort agency once more. There will be plenty of opportunities to visit Xianyun City in the future. We shall drink together again then. Qian Jijiang laughed heartily, clasping his hands to Chen Fei and Qi Defeng before turning to leave. As they planned to remain in Xingfen City for over a month awaiting the merchant caravan, while simultaneously refining elixirs and cultivating, continuing to stay at the inn became somewhat inconvenient. Thus, Chen Fei and Qi Defeng rented a courtyard within the city for 6 months. Even though the duration was short, others were reluctant to accept anything less. Chen Fei paid little heed to the rental cost, agreeing without hesitation. This is the medicinal material for today. Please check if there are any issues. Qi Defeng handed over a package, which Chen Fei inspected and found satisfactory. He then produced a list for Qi Defeng, stating, "Please gather these materials. I wish to attempt refining a new elixir." "These are the ingredients for the Changfu Dan?" Qi Defeng glanced at the list, astonished as he turned to Chen Fei. "Do you recognize them?" Chen Fei was equally surprised. "Have you forgotten what I did in Pinyin County?" Although those Changfu Dan formulas were counterfeit, they still bear some relation. Qi Defeng chuckled. Yet the astonishment in his gaze lingered. In recent days, Chen Fei's success rate in refining Qingling Dan had left Qi Defeng thoroughly impressed. As an experienced individual, Qi Defeng understood much about the world and recognized the high level of skill required to achieve Chen Fei's success rate. In all of Pinyin County, he had never heard of anyone achieving such standards. Now, Chen Fei was poised to attempt the Changfu Dan. While the recipe for the Qingling Dan might be considered precious, it was accessible to ordinary individuals through various channels. However, the Changfu Dan was non-existent in Pinyin County and scarce in Xingfen City, with no one willing to part with the recipe. Given that they had recently arrived in Xingfen City, it was implausible for them to acquire the Changfu Dan formula. Thus, it was highly likely that Chen Fei had deduced it himself. Such alchemical talent was indeed formidable. Do not overthink it. I am merely experimenting for now. Whether it succeeds remains uncertain. Chen Fei gently shook his head with a smile. Having spent considerable time with Qi Defeng, he had come to understand his character well and felt no need to be reticent. Furthermore, if they were to continue collaborating, some aspects of alchemical technique would inevitably need to be revealed. Qi Defeng smiled, recognizing Chen Fei's trust in him, and took the Qingling Dan prepared for sale. Stepping out of the courtyard, Chen Fei began organizing the medicinal materials in the courtyard, transferring them to the alchemy chamber to prepare for refining Qingling Dan. In recent days, Chen Fei dedicated his mornings to the full process of refining Qingling Dan. Thanks to the high success rate, he could produce 60 to 70 Qingling Dan within just a few hours. Qi Defeng set the stall prices between 11 and 12 taels, adjusting according to the quantity purchased. Except for the initial 2 days, the number of buyers has been somewhat sparse. In recent days, all the elixirs refined have been effortlessly sold out. After all, Chen Fei has not compromised on the quality of the Qingling Dan, and with his mastery at the peak level of perfection, Both the appearance and efficacy of the elixirs are of the highest caliber. Once consumed, one can easily discern their benefits, ensuring that customers will naturally return a purchase from Qi Defeng. Consequently, after accounting for Qi Defeng's share, Chen Fei is left with approximately 600 taels daily. He can also increase his alchemical output, as the materials for Qingling Dan are readily available in Xingfen City. Achieving daily earnings exceeding 1,000 taels is easily within reach for Chen Fei. However, he ultimately restrained this ambition, recognizing that excess could lead to complications. Of course, he also was not inclined to accept too little. Thus, he settled on a moderate figure. Profit inherently carries risk, and it depends on the willingness of each individual to bear it. Having spent nearly 10 days in Xingfen City, not only has the sale of Qingling Dan become routine, but the development of Chongfu Dan has also reached its conclusion. This progress has been far smoother than Chen Fei had anticipated, likely correlating with his current level of alchemical skill. Of course, the remnants of the Zhao family's formula have also contributed significantly. As a result, Chen Fei is now ready to attempt refining Chongfu Dan. A single successful attempt would exponentially accelerate his accumulation of wealth. The technique displayed on his panel, Zhenlong Xiang, has long been a source of envy for Chen Fei, but the 5,000 taels required remain a daunting obstacle. The advancements in elixir refinement have been substantial, but what brings Chen Fei the utmost joy is that the Jingtuan Ju has finally reached perfection. Upon achieving this level, not only has the cultivation value provided by the technique increased, but the most delightful surprise is that the number of elixirs he can consume has also risen. Previously, at the proficiency level, he could only ingest 1 Qingling Dan and 1 Chongfu Dan. Now, at the perfected level, Chen Fei can consume 2 Chongfu Dan daily. In a single day, this results in a remarkable advancement of 85 points in cultivation, reducing the time required for him to break through to the Duangu realm by an entire month. The effectiveness of Jingtuan Ju has exceeded expectations, and Chen Fei can sense that as his experience with the technique progresses towards peak perfection, the number of elixirs he can consume each day continues to gradually increase. The original Tunyanjin likely did not offer such remarkable benefits. Otherwise, that sect would not have fallen into disrepair. It is probable that the unique fusion of Tuanyunjin and Jingziju has resulted in this extraordinary transformation. After spending an entire morning refining elixirs, Chen Fei dedicated himself to the cultivation of internal energy. With each breath, his body rose and fell rhythmically, as the high temperature surged through his flesh and gradually began to permeate into his bones. The day he fully penetrates will mark his breakthrough into the Duangu realm. Throughout the afternoon and evening, Chen Fei did not squander his time. He neither indulged in entertainment nor wandered through pleasure houses. He attempted to integrate sword techniques, only to discover that the Huowen sword remained at the perfected state, indicating that new techniques could no longer yield progress. This is not to say that the Huowen sword is particularly powerful. Rather, it reflects the mediocre quality of sword manuals available for sale in Xingfen City. The same fate befell the manuals of body techniques. Thus, Chen Fei shifted his focus to archery. The 3 archery manuals he had initially obtained in Pinyin County were exceedingly basic, but the archery manuals available for purchase in Xingfen City each offered him opportunities for advancement. Tirelessly, he practiced drawing the bow and shooting arrows. To outsiders, Chen Fei's current state might appear somewhat frenzied, as he pushes himself relentlessly. Even Qi Defeng, upon observing Chen Fei's rigorous training regimen, could not help but counsel him. Yet, Chen Fei always listened with a smile, continuing to execute his plan. How can one understand the joy of a fish if one is not a fish? Chen Fei is not particularly diligent by nature. However, the insecurity of this world fuels his urgent desire to strengthen himself. He does not perceive his efforts as arduous. Rather, he finds joy in the process. Only by finding joy can one persistently dedicate oneself to a task. In the blink of an eye, another 10 days have passed, and Chen Fei has been in Xingfen City for over 20 days. In the alchemical chamber, Chen Fei gazes at the cauldron before him, sensing the changes in the medicinal properties within as he adjusts them with his internal energy. As time passes, a faint aroma of herbs begins to waft through the chamber, even seeping through the cracks of the door into the courtyard. A quarter of an hour swiftly elapses, and Chen Fei executes his technique, striking the lid of the cauldron. With a muffled thud, He leans in to observe as an elixir materializes before his eyes. It is complete. A smile involuntarily spreads across Chen Fei's face, prompting Qi Defeng, who has been waiting nearby, to step forward and witness Chen Fei retrieve the elixir. Shall we sample it? Chen Fei offers the elixir to Qi Defeng, who cautiously takes it. It is evident that the elixir still contains unblended residues, rendering it somewhat impure. Such an elixir would not attract any martial artist's interest unless sold at a steep discount. Qi Defeng seeks Chen Fei's approval with a glance, and upon receiving no objection, he tastes a small portion of the elixir. Moments later, Qi Defeng opens his eyes and gazes at Chen Fei with an expression of disbelief. What do you think? Chen Fei inquires. It is indeed Changfu Dan, Qi Defeng affirms with a nod. Clearly, it will not be long before they can sell Changfu Dan. A smile spreads across Chen Fei's face. Indeed, observing Chen Fei's journey from nothing to the successful refinement of Changfu Dan, Qi Defeng has no doubt about Chen Fei's capability to produce high-quality elixirs in the future. However, Qi Defeng adds, we may not be able to sell elixirs in Xingfen City for the time being. He returns the Changfu Dan to Chen Fei, his brow furrowing. Have troubles come knocking? Chen Fei expresses little surprise, understanding that wherever there is profit, troubles are sure to follow, especially since they're dealing with elixirs. Those who comprehend the situation know this is a highly lucrative enterprise. The quality and potency of the Qingling Dan Chen Fei has refined are evident, indicating the presence of a formidable alchemist behind it. The troubles have only just begun to surface, suggesting that individuals in large cities tend to act with greater caution. They must have discerned that Qi Defeng lacks substantial backing, emboldening them to confront him. In Xingfen City, there exists a gang called the Qianshui Gang, and they have set their sights on our business. Qi Defeng takes a seat, looking at Chen Fei as he explains. I've been tailing their followers for a few days now. They're likely running out of patience. Then let us halt sales and patiently await the arrival of the Xianyun merchant convoy, Chen Fei suggests after contemplating. They have already sold elixirs for over 20 days, amassing a considerable profit. Along the way, Chen Fei visited a shop in that alley. Aside from a sword he did not purchase, he acquired one of everything else, even buying 2 red candles. A portion of the remaining silver was deposited into his panel, while another portion was exchanged for silver notes, leaving only a small amount for daily use. This money will suffice for the short term. Afterward, once they reach Xianyun City and enter a sect, they will have a stronghold and no longer be so passive. Indeed, I wish to convey the same to you. Qi Defeng smiles as he observes Chen Fei's acquiescence. As an experienced individual, Qi Defeng has witnessed numerous conflicts born from greed. Being outsiders in Xingfen City, any clash with local gangs could easily lead to misfortune. Qi Defeng is indeed greedy for wealth, but he would never jeopardize his life for money. Naturally, Chen Fei could sell the elixirs to shops. But now that the Qianshui gang has set their sights on him, it is uncertain which shops are affiliated with them. He could easily be betrayed. With limited resources and unyielding dangers, Chen Fei would naturally refrain from taking action. Another month has elapsed since his arrival in Xingfen City, and the Xianyun merchant group has yet to make an appearance. Within his spatial compartment, he has already arranged hundreds of Qingling Dan. The refining process of Changfu Dan has been simplified, allowing him to enhance his proficiency simply by concocting Qingling Dan, which has now reached an expert level, progressing towards perfection. Chen Fei has become self-sufficient in the consumption of Changfu Dan. More crucially, as his mastery of the Jingtuan Ju approaches a grand completion, he is now capable of consuming 4 Changfu Dan in a single day. This has culminated in him nearing a breakthrough in the Duangu realm, an achievement that would typically require close to 3 months. Upon glancing at his status panel, Chen Fei retrieved a Changfu Dan and swallowed it. The pill dissolved instantly in his mouth, unleashing a surge of warmth that expanded within him. The Jingtuan Ju operated swiftly, channeling the energy from the pill into every part of his body, particularly his flesh, which now radiated an extraordinary heat. Internally, he could observe strands of energy within his muscles, relentlessly crashing and compressing against his bones. As time passed, the intensity of this compression grew ever stronger. With a resonant hum, akin to a tremor of the soul, Chen Fei's eyes snapped open. Rising from the ground, the sound of cracking bones echoed throughout the alchemy chamber. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Fei's stature had elevated slightly, exuding an aura of grandeur. Compared to his previous frail and dark appearance, he was now a transformed individual. Is anyone there? Is anyone present? A knock echoed from outside the courtyard. Chen Fei exited the alchemy chamber and opened the door. Are you Chen Fei? A small boy stood outside, licking a candied treat, gazing up at Chen Fei inquiringly. What is it? Uncle Chi told me to tell you to run quickly. Chapter 56. Closed the door. Chen Fei's expression shifted, but he maintained his composure, ushering the boy into the courtyard and securing the door. Do you know where Uncle Chi is now? Chen Fei inquired as he settled across from the boy. I don't know. Uncle Chi just didn't come to find me today. The boy licked the remnants of candy from his fingers and continued. Uncle Chi said that if he didn't come looking for me one day, I should come find you and tell you to run. Very good. Here is something for you. Chen Fei produced a couple of silver coins, causing the boy's eyes to widen. He quickly tucked the coins into his pocket. After bowing in thanks to Chen Fei, he skipped away. Within the courtyard, Chen Fei's brow gradually furrowed. This child must be a contingency left by Qi Defeng, a means to alert Chen Fei, and it seemed that it was indeed necessary. The pressing concern now is who has captured Qi Defeng. In the past month, Chen Fei has quietly remained within his abode, practicing diligently, avoiding any conflicts apart from rare outings. Similarly, Qi Defeng had been reclusive, only assisting Chen Fei with the occasional herb procurement. Could it be the Qianshui gang? Chen Fei recalled a month ago when he had been targeted by the gang for selling pills. If one were to assign blame, the Qianshui gang would be the prime suspect. Yet they had seemingly gone into hiding. Why then were they still pursuing him? A quarter of an hour later, Chen Fei erased any traces within the courtyard and departed. What news might you seek? I wish to find someone. Within a narrow alley, Chen Fei donned a conical hat, concealing much of his visage. This establishment specializes in gathering intelligence in Xingfen City. Provided one pays sufficiently, most non-secretive information can be unearthed. There are several such venues within Xingfen City. Uncertain if this place could assist him, Chen Fei approached with a tentative mindset. Could you describe the individual's features? Chen Fei briefly detailed Qi Defeng's appearance after his disguise, opting not to provide any portraits. Primarily, he held a low level of trust in such establishments. They could sell information to him, but they could equally vend his information to others. Please hold on momentarily. I shall inquire. The proprietor handed a note to someone behind him, and after a quarter of an hour, another note was returned. Any news? Chen Fei leaned forward in anticipation. I have found it. The proprietor glanced at the note and looked back at Chen Fei, stating, for 50 taels, you can learn of this person's whereabouts. Agreed. Chen Fei nodded, producing 50 taels of silver to place on the counter. The proprietor beamed as he accepted the coins, simultaneously handing Chen Fei the note. Upon unfolding the note, Chen Fei found it contained just 3 words, Qianshui Gang. Chen Fei's eyes narrowed. He had not anticipated that the Qianshui Gang was indeed involved. Was it still related to the pill incident, or were there other motives at play? Someone witnessed your friend being apprehended by the Qianshui Gang. He appears to have sustained some injuries. The proprietor leisurely sipped his tea, adding, if you wish to rescue your friend, we could facilitate a connection. However, we make no guarantees of success. Is information about the Qianshui Gang for sale? Chen Fei did not engage with the proprietor's last remark. Certainly, if the price is right, any information can be bought. What is the price? 300 taels. We can provide detailed information regarding the Qianshui Gang, and even the location where your friend is currently held. The proprietor nodded with a smile. Very well. Chen Fei placed a banknote on the counter. The proprietor inspected the note, finding no discrepancies. He lightly tapped the table, and another paper was promptly delivered from behind. Chen Fei took the paper and quickly scanned it, his brow furrowing slightly. Do you require anything else? No. Haha. The customer is jesting. Our establishment does not engage in such affairs. Please rest assured. The proprietor laughed heartily and asserted firmly. Since you say so, I shall be at ease. A smile graced Chen Fei's face as he nodded slightly and turned to exit the shop. Once Chen Fei had distanced himself, the proprietor struck the counter 3 times, and immediately someone appeared behind him. The alchemist the Qianshui Gang is after has arrived. Sell this information to them, and remember to charge a premium. The proprietor, recalling Chen Fei's earlier words, wore a mocking grin as he continued. That person was probably an amateur. Send someone discreet to follow them, and we can sell the location for a good price. I will take care of it. The individual bowed and hurried to the back, soon leading out a person of ordinary appearance, Someone who could easily blend into a crowd and remain unnoticed, perfect for stalking others. Go on. The proprietor nodded in satisfaction at the individual. The person wore a sycophantic smile as they bowed to the proprietor and then exited the shop. Another sum of money in the coffers. A smile crept onto the proprietor's face as he comfortably leaned back in his chair, raising his teacup to drain its contents. Integrity? What is that? Is money not more enticing? In high spirits, the proprietor hummed a little tune, rising to relieve himself. Suddenly, a loud shout erupted from the back hall. Abruptly, silenced moments later. The proprietor's expression shifted slightly, his nostrils flaring as the scent of blood wafted into his nose. At this moment, the proprietor's face turned pale. There were several experts in the Duangu realm in the back hall, and now they had fallen silent. With only his own training in the Lianro realm, the proprietor dared not linger. Just as he prepared to flee, he spotted a figure emerging from the back hall. "It's you," the proprietor gasped, recognizing Chen斐as if encountering a specter. Chen斐regarded the proprietor coldly, stepping forward to shut the shop's door, plunging the establishment into darkness. Save for the faint light seeping through the cracks, casting a mottled shadow upon the proprietor's face. As Chen斐closed the door, the shopkeeper contemplated fleeing, but his legs felt as if they were weighed down by lead, rendering him unable to move. "What do you intend to do?" The shopkeeper gulped nervously, pointing a trembling finger at Chen斐and attempting to shout with a facade of bravado, yet his quaking hand betrayed his fear. "You promised you wouldn't sell my information. You have broken your word," Chen斐remarked, shaking his head as he regarded the shopkeeper. "Do you know who stands behind this establishment? We can negotiate this matter amicably." The shopkeeper's eyes widened with fear at Chen Fei's demeanor, hoping to leverage his backing to stabilize the situation. He was not lying. In such a business of information trading, it was inevitable to make enemies. Without a solid backing, this shop could not possibly thrive in Xingfen City. Chen Fei nodded, and just as a smile began to form on the shopkeeper's face, a cold gleam flickered in the room. The shopkeeper's body stiffened, his heart pierced, and he stared intently at Chen Fei, who maintained an expressionless gaze. The shopkeeper's hand fell uselessly to his side. If Chen Fei advanced just a little further, he could activate the mechanism hidden beneath the counter. Yet, Chen Fei remained at a distance. Chapter 57. Torment. Chen Fei shook the blood from his blade and proceeded to the back hall. There lay several individuals, including those who had been tailing him and two others who had gone to report to the Qianshui gang. This place boasted a number of capable fighters. For the Duangu realm, such establishments existed in several locations within Xingfen City, and having a few Duangu fighters was indeed a considerable investment. However, against Chen Fei's assault, their combat prowess appeared somewhat mediocre. Having absorbed numerous martial arts techniques, Chen Fei now surpassed his peers of the same realm significantly. After a brief search for silver, Chen Fei sought information on the Qianshui gang. He felt uneasy regarding the information he had just acquired, suspecting the shopkeeper's trustworthiness. In the back hall, he rummaged through a room filled with various documents. Soon, he found information pertaining to the Qianshui gang. Initially intending to depart immediately, he hesitated, collecting all he deemed necessary. Summoning a cabinet from his spatial pouch, he stuffed a thick stack of papers inside before finally leaving. To his surprise, there was a martial artist at the Lianshui realm included in the first version of the information, which he had not anticipated. Chen Fei quickly scanned through the details on the Qianshui gang, his brow furrowing slightly. Although this Lianshui master was aged and had suffered a severe injury in the past, resulting in diminished strength, he still represented a fundamental difference from the Duangu realm. Exiting the market, Chen Fei glanced toward the residence of Su Zaichuan, the leader of the Qianshui gang, pausing momentarily before striding forward. Su Zaichuan's residence. "Good sirs, why have you brought me here? I assure you, I will divulge everything I know, so please do not harm me," Qi Defeng pleaded, his hands bound behind him as he knelt on the ground, trembling in fear as he looked at those gathered in the hall. "Where's the alchemist?" Su Zaichuan demanded, perched high above, gazing down at Qi Defeng. "What alchemist?" Qi Defeng responded, bewildered. Bang! Su Zaichuan delivered a kick to Qi Defeng's chest, causing him to gasp for breath as he slammed against a stone pillar in the hall, blood spurting from his mouth. "Even now, you dare to feign ignorance?" Su Zaichuan sneered, gesturing to his subordinates. "Beat him until he is willing to speak." "Yes," two members of the Qianshui gang responded. lunging at Qi Defeng to rain down blows. Spare me, spare me. I will tell you, I will tell you. Within moments, Qi Defeng cried out in agony, his body drenched in blood. Speak, Su Zaichuan urged, a smile lingering at the corners of his mouth. I do not know the alchemist. He always comes to me for transactions, entrusting me to sell his elixirs. After each sale, he gives me a small sum for my troubles, Qi Defeng whispered. Fear etched on his face as he looked at Su Zaichuan. Su Zaichuan's smile gradually faded as he approached Qi Defeng, suddenly drawing a long sword and stabbing it into Qi Defeng's thigh. Ah! Qi Defeng screamed, unable to evade the attack. You think me easily deceived? Continue spinning your tail. I am eager to see how far you can go. Su Zaichuan twisted the sword embedded in Qi Defeng's leg, and within moments, the wound had become a grotesque mess. Qi Defeng could only gasp in pain, his cries silenced. I speak the truth. You may verify it, he managed to utter, his face pale with terror. Have you uncovered who he has been closely associated with? Su Zaichuan inquired, turning to his subordinates. This old fox is exceedingly cautious. Every time our people approach, he manages to slip away. We have yet to discover where he resides or with whom he associates, they replied. Such caution. Su Zaichuan leaned closer, withdrawing the sword from Qi Defeng's thigh, then pressing his foot onto the wound, grinding it mercilessly. The already mangled injury became even more unbearable, quickly reducing to a pulp. I swear, everything I say is true. Qi Defeng murmured weakly, nearing unconsciousness. Administer the drugs. Snap each of his fingers. Qi Defeng, having slipped into a dazed state, suddenly found clarity. Yet this clarity only intensified his awareness of the excruciating pain coursing through him. I will see how resilient your tongue truly is, Su Zaichuan commanded, and someone produced a massive pair of pincers, coated in a dark brown crust, a testament to the blood that had dried upon them. A foul odor emanated, suggesting that this implement had inflicted torment upon countless victims before. After breaking 10 fingers, we shall move on to your toes. I have all the time in the world to toy with you. Su Zaichuan's cold gaze bore into Qi Defeng, whose terror gradually faded. Suddenly, he spat a mouthful of blood at Su Zaichuan. Come on, let us see if you can bring me some satisfaction, you wretched scoundrel. Realizing that pretense was futile, Qi Defeng instead erupted into laughter. Su Zaichuan's eyes narrowed, his fury igniting. Inflict punishment. I want to witness him begging for death. Yes, the Chen Shui gang members echoed, seizing Qi Defeng's fingers and preparing to use the pincers. Whoosh! An arrow suddenly struck one of the Chen Shui gang members, the force propelling him to the ground, causing the pincers to clatter away. Everyone froze momentarily, and 2 more arrows flew in, piercing the hearts of 2 more individuals, who immediately fell lifeless. An ambush! The realization struck everyone, and they scrambled for cover to evade the arrows. Some, nestled in the corners, sought to rush out and retaliate. The sound of arrows continued to ring out. Those attempting to emerge were met with arrows piercing their foreheads, while others who had yet to find cover were struck as well. In a matter of moments, over a dozen individuals in the hall had perished, and the remaining members dared not show their faces. Yet some arrows, propelled by sheer force, curved around cover and found their marks in the bodies of those inside. This archery skill had transcended that of ordinary warriors. A single archer was capable of suppressing dozens. Who dares to disturb this place? A thunderous voice boomed, as a figure approached with remarkable speed, soon hovering above the hall. It is Yilao. Yilao has arrived. The Chen Shui gang members, struck by arrows, rejoiced upon hearing the voice. Chen Fei stood atop the eaves, watching as the Yuanqiu leapt gracefully towards the hall. Chen Fei swiftly turned his bow and shot an arrow, striking down a member of the Chen Shui gang who had foolishly exposed himself. You dare! He exclaimed, furious as he witnessed another death at Chen Fei's hands. His right hand transformed into an eagle's claw, aiming for Chen Fei's head. The claw sliced through the air with a piercing sound, yet failed to seize its target. Chen Fei gracefully floated back, releasing 3 more arrows that felled the hidden members of the Chen Shui gang one by one. The morale that had surged with the Yuanqiu's arrival plummeted into silence. Chapter 58. The rift. The archery techniques Chen Fei acquired in Xingfen City not only enhanced his skills, but also brought about a significant transformation. He could now shoot arrows effortlessly while executing agile maneuvers. The 2 abilities complemented each other, neither hindering the other, and his accuracy remained unscathed. Thus, even as He Yuanxiu pursued him, Chen Fei continued to eliminate the members of the Qianshui gang below without hindrance. Gradually, some among them began to crumble under the unbearable torment of waiting for death. A few individuals even leapt forward in desperation, charging at Chen Fei, only to be met with a swift arrow. For the majority of the Qianshui gang members, who were merely at the flesh training stage, Chen Fei's arrows proved fatal. Even those who had reached the bone-refining stage found themselves pierced by multiple arrows from Chen Fei, ultimately collapsing. "Is that person here to rescue the old fellow?" Someone murmured beside Su Zaichuan. "Then you should go and capture that old man." Threatening him, Su Zaichuan replied, casting a glance at his subordinate, who instinctively shrank back, silenced by fear. The question of whether they were here to save someone was irrelevant. They could not afford to reveal themselves, for even the slightest exposure would invite arrows. Moreover, lacking adequate cover meant they could still be struck by projectiles. Su Zaichuan had not seen anyone master archery to such an extent in many years. There had once been a person in Xingfen City who claimed to shoot half the city, and it appeared that Chen Fei was equally formidable. That individual had ultimately departed Xingfen City in search of higher archery skills. Su Zaichuan refrained from ordering his subordinates to seize Qi Defeng. Venturing out now would be tantamount to courting death and served little purpose. As he surveyed his surroundings, he suddenly noticed an iron hook with chains nearby. This was a pipa hook, typically used to ensnare someone's pipa bones. In Su Zaichuan's residence, such torturous implements were never in short supply. His expression shifted as he grasped the pipa hook and hurled it towards Qi Defeng. Regardless of whether Chen Fei was here to rescue someone, it presented an opportunity Su Zaichuan was willing to exploit. Chen Fei, vigilant and observant, immediately spotted the pipa hook, drawing his bow and releasing an arrow in an instant. It struck the hook, driving into the ground. Simultaneously, another arrow flew towards Su Zaichuan's direction, sending dirt and debris flying. Su Zaichuan's face paled as he beheld the quivering arrow at his feet. Fortunately, the cover was substantial enough that Chen Fei's blind shot had missed its intended target by a fraction. Otherwise, the arrow would have embedded itself in Su Zaichuan's forehead. Chen Fei swiftly approached Qi Defeng, his expression darkening as he assessed the man's injuries. If he delayed any longer, even if he managed to save Qi Defeng, the latter would likely be rendered incapacitated. "You must leave," Qi Defeng urged, his eyes filled with gratitude yet tinged with concern for Chen Fei's reckless venture into danger. Su Zaichuan was momentarily taken aback by Chen Fei's sudden appearance, but then his spirits soared. From a distance, he had been powerless against Chen Fei, and recklessly charging forward would mean certain death. However, now that they were mere meters apart, if he could intercept just one of Chen Fei's arrows, he could close the distance. With a brief entanglement, he could buy time until He Yuanxiu arrived. Should Chen Fei attempt to flee, Su Zaichuan would feign an intention to kill Qi Defeng, thereby disturbing Chen Fei's judgment through the threat of collateral damage. What foolishness! Su Zaichuan chuckled inwardly, astonished at how easily he had forced Chen Fei's hand. As thoughts raced through his mind, he saw Chen Fei draw his bow, quickly becoming vigilant, only to realize Chen Fei aimed his first arrow at He Yuanxiu, neglecting Su Zaichuan entirely. Seeking death, Su Zaichuan's eyes glinted coldly as he darted forward, brandishing a large knife towards Chen Fei's neck. Chen Fei remained composed, focusing his mind. Everything around him seemed to come to a halt as he rapidly processed the information flooding his mind. He Yuanxiu was deflecting arrows with his claw, but the force made him falter momentarily, halting his advance. In the corners of the hall, 5 or 6 more individuals were hiding, their breaths quickening with fear. Despite their efforts to suppress it, Chen Fei could discern their precise locations. Su Zaichuan's visage twisted in rage, his eyes bloodshot with excitement as he gripped the knife tightly, veins bulging with exertion. The members of the Qianshui gang behind him hesitated, torn between advancing to subdue Chen Fei or remaining back, their faces contorted in conflict. In the next moment, the world resumed its motion. Chen Fei's demeanor transformed into one of serene focus as he released his bow, and in his right hand appeared a long sword. With the fiery sword technique unleashed, he struck the edge of Su Zaichuan's blade. The sharp clang of metal echoed, and despite merely utilizing the sword's tip, Su Zaichuan found himself unable to maintain his grip on the knife, as if his strength had faltered. Threatening to dislocate his wrist if he continued. Nevertheless, Su Zaichuan was a seasoned fighter, having trained in the art of the blade for over a decade. While he was not a master, such a lapse in control was unfathomable. Yet, it was precisely what occurred. Su Zaichuan, recognizing the dire situation, disregarded the risk of injuring his wrist and fiercely grasped the hilt, continuing his assault on Chen Fei. Yet his once fluid technique faltered, resulting in a momentary pause that greatly diminished both power and precision. Before the blade could touch Chen Fei, Su Zaichuan caught a glimpse of a flash of white light, darting towards his throat from an unthinkable angle. His eyes widened in shock, and instinctively, he attempted to retreat. However, having already committed to a full-bodied swing, the conflicting forces rendered him rigid, helplessly watching as the sword pierced through his neck. With a swift motion, Chen Fei retracted his sword, leaving a slender gash across Su Zaichuan's throat. Instinctively, his muscles contracted to staunch the flow of blood as a trickle seeped forth. Su Zaichuan stared blankly at Chen Fei. Disbelief and terror etched across his features. Zaichuan, He Yuanqiu gasped in shock upon witnessing Su Zaichuan wounded by the sword. If anything were to happen to Su Zaichuan, He Yuanqiu knew his own fate would be no better. Yet, Chen Fei's strike had been so swift that He Yuanqiu remained unaware of the extent of Su Zaichuan's injuries. In a matter of moments, He Yuanqiu closed the gap and reached for Chen Fei with his right hand. Three immortal sword, in complete mastery of his own body. Chen Fei unleashed 3 arcs of sword light from his long sword, which fused together in a heartbeat, crashing into He Yuanqiu's palm. The sound was akin to metal clashing, yet He Yuanqiu's eagle claw had been trained to withstand such impacts. Although the 3 immortal sword was formidable, it merely left a shallow hole in the center of He Yuanqiu's palm, the force of the impact causing him to take a small step back. This retreat was initiated by He Yuanqiu himself, as the power of the 3 immortal sword instilled a sense of trepidation within him, prompting concern over Chen Fei's subsequent moves. However, that concern dissipated almost instantly. Chapter 59. Sword 5. Chen Fei unfurled the whole one sword. Although his swordsmanship was remarkable, he had ultimately cultivated it to the level of consummation. Nevertheless, there remained a gap in realms between him and He Yuanqiu. Such a divide could not be bridged merely by a singular Hua Wen sword technique. Unless he wielded the complete Xian Yun sword rather than relying solely on a solitary move like Xian Renji Lu. At this moment, relying on the Qing Xin Ju for control over his body, Chen Fei matched He Yuanqiu blow for blow. However, in terms of strength and stamina, if the battle continued in this manner, it was certain that Chen Fei would emerge as the loser. Clang! Another clash of swords echoed as Chen Fei was propelled backward by the force, landing near Su Zaichuan. Su Zaichuan's eyes widened in shock. He had remained motionless, not out of desire, but from an inability to move. The slightest motion would cause the wound on his neck to rupture instantly, leading to his demise without exception. "How dare you?" He Yuanqiu exclaimed, startled, and charged at Chen Fei. Chen Fei's eyes reflected He Yuanqiu's movements. Due to his concern for Su Zaichuan, He Yuanqiu's exertion was evidently excessive. What was once a balanced eagle claw technique now appeared more formidable. Yet in Chen Fei's eyes, it was quite the contrary. At times, excessive force is not advantageous. It is a mastery of balance that holds the utmost significance. Chen Fei stepped back with his right foot, a flash of sword light igniting in He Yuanqiu's gaze. Yet again, it was this move, having been cautious of Chen Fei's Sanxian sword. He Yuanqiu's heart momentarily eased upon witnessing the technique employed again, without any subsequent follow-up. While this move was indeed extraordinary, it remained but a single strike. Once witnessed, one would naturally develop a defense against it. A lone stroke would not suffice to dominate all. Swish! The sound of the blade slicing through flesh and bone rang out as Chen Fei's sword pierced through He Yuanqiu's eagle claw, driving deep into his armpit. Sword 5. Having broken through to the Forge Bone realm and under the Qing Xin Ju, he combined sheer force and speed to unleash 5 strikes. The overwhelming impact shattered He Yuanqiu's seemingly invincible hands. He Yuanqiu stared in disbelief at his own arm, bewildered by the stark contrast in effectiveness between the similar sword techniques. He turned to Chen Fei, his mouth opening to speak, but Chen Fei offered no opportunity, delivering a swift slice across He Yuanqiu's neck. His head flew off, his eyes filled with confusion and resentment. Chen Fei took a breath, approached Qi Defeng, and glanced at the still-standing Su Zaichuan before turning back to Qi Defeng. No need. Qi Defeng understood Chen Fei's intent, which was to inquire if he desired to exact revenge himself. However, Qi Defeng could see that Su Zaichuan was in a state worse than death. Though he appeared to have a chance at life, the delicate balance of his neck meant he was beyond saving. Chen Fei nodded, but did not leave immediately. He picked up the longbow from the ground, and in a flash, drew back the bow 6 times, sending arrows flying to various locations within the hall. Cries of despair erupted. Not a single foe escaped unscathed, and aside from Su Zaichuan, all others fell to the ground. Before departing, Chen Fei searched Yuanqiu's body. He found no martial arts tomes, only some silver notes and coins, leaving him somewhat disappointed. As for Su Zaichuan, he was dressed in a simple garment in his own residence, indicating he possessed nothing of value. Given enough time, Chen Fei would not have minded scavenging this estate. However, such an action was far too perilous. The commotion that had just transpired had been considerable. Someone would surely come soon, making it unnecessary for Chen Fei to take such risks. We must leave Xingfen City immediately. It is no longer safe here. Qi Defeng regained his breath and spoke gravely to Chen Fei. It is indeed unsafe. I learned at the marketplace that a merchant caravan will depart from Xingfen City in 2 days. We should leave the city and wait for 2 days. Then seek an opportunity to join the caravan en route to Xianyun City. With the demise of the leader of the Qianshui gang, one would expect the situation to be manageable. Yet, Chen Fei had received word that Su Wangliang, Su Zaichuan's father, was a powerful figure in the Zhuang realm, wielding immense influence throughout Xingfen City. Su Zaichuan was only able to establish the Qianshui gang due to Su Wangliang's support. Otherwise, with only a forged bone cultivation, it would have been utterly impossible to establish a respectable faction in Xingfen City. Moreover, the likes of Yuanqiu in the marrow refining realm would not have held a position within the Qianshui gang. Not only was there Su Wangliang, but Chen Fei had previously dismantled a network for trading information, which had its own formidable backing. Clearly, the priority for both was to escape Xingfen City as swiftly as possible. Upon hearing Chen Fei's information, Qi Defeng frowned deeply. Exiting the city is one matter, but joining that caravan may prove challenging. It is possible that the caravan may secretly inform Xingfen City, leading to either pursuers on our tails or the caravan detaining us. Given Su Wangliang's significant power in Xingfen City, he would undoubtedly launch a massive manhunt for Chen Fei and his companion. The notion that they could simply join a merchant caravan and depart unscathed was not only an unrealistic ambition, but also an exceedingly perilous endeavor. Lingering outside the city would render them conspicuous, clearly indicating that something was amiss. The two fell silent, contemplating various potential strategies. Wait, it seems we are not required to leave Xingfen City. Chen Fei suddenly raised his head and looked at Qi Defeng. Both of us have adopted disguises. While these disguises are effective, they may be glaringly obvious to some. What if we reveal our true selves here in Xingfen City? Qi Defeng was momentarily taken aback, but quickly grasped the implication. Disguise techniques can be useful, yet at times they attract excessive attention, particularly when a manhunt is underway in Xingfen City, creating a sense of not a single silver piece hidden here. However, appearing as their authentic selves might grant them a sense of transparency. With so many outsiders in Xingfen City, especially those awaiting the Xianyun caravan, the number of individuals remaining in the city was astonishing. Su Wangliang and his forces would be utterly incapable of searching through such a multitude, nor could they realistically conduct such an exhaustive search. This was the essence of darkness beneath the lamp. At Su Zaichuan's residence, several figures leaped over the outer wall, their expressions shifting upon witnessing the scene in the courtyard. Upon seeing Su Zaichuan standing there unharmed, they collectively sighed in relief. Young master is unharmed. Hurry and inform the master. One of them dashed off, while the others approached Su Zaichuan, surrounding him and vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Seeing no further danger, one of them cautiously turned to Su Zaichuan, only to find his eyes vacant, bloodshot, and his breathing barely perceptible. A gentle breeze wafted through, and suddenly a stream of blood gushed from Su Zaichuan's neck, splattering those nearby. Chapter 60. The killing sore in the grand courtyard of the Su family estate. The atmosphere was heavy with vigilance and solemnity. Within the hall, Su Zaichuan's lifeless body lay in a coffin, while Su Wangliang stood beside it, his gaze fixed on the wound on his son's neck, his expression dark and brooding. What a swift sword, what a ruthless sword. Su Wangliang's words escaped through clenched teeth, and the temperature in the room seemed to drop. The maids and servants within the hall held their breath, fearful of provoking the currently enraged Su Wangliang. Master, you must seek vengeance for my son. Su Zaichuan's mother cried out, her voice hoarse and piercing to the ears. Whoever has taken my Su family's descendant shall not escape justice. Su Wangliang turned to his steward, who hastily stepped forward and whispered, Master, I have just instructed that anyone with grievances against the young master is currently being investigated for their whereabouts today. Any irregularities will result in immediate capture. Slap! Su Wangliang struck the steward's cheek, sending him crashing against a pillar, blood spurting from his mouth. The steward gazed at Su Wangliang in horror, bewildered as to where he had erred. The surrounding servants trembled, lowering their heads even further. As long as there are those who bear grudges, all must be apprehended for interrogation, regardless of whether their movements today have changed. Su Wangliang gazed down upon the steward, his voice dark and foreboding. Also, seize anyone loitering around the Fu family's estate. It is better to wrongfully execute than to let any suspicious individual escape. Do you understand? Yes, yes. I shall attend to it at once. The steward immediately scrambled to his feet, his swollen cheek evident as he hurried away. You all seem utterly unperturbed by the death of the young master. Su Wangliang suddenly turned his gaze to the surrounding servants. All servants shuddered, and a cacophony of wailing erupted within the hall, even reaching beyond the estate's walls. In the heart of Xingfen City, what audacity to dare disrupt my establishment. My lord, everyone inside is dead, slain by a single stroke. Can anything be discerned? The remaining traces have been wiped clean, and for now, nothing can be ascertained. My lord, it is said that Su Zaichuan died today, also by a sword wound, as did He Yuanqiu. Oh, this is quite intriguing. What shall we do now? Very well. I shall handle it. The atmosphere in Xingfen City had suddenly grown tense. Searches and arrests ensued, and those with knowledge hurriedly took refuge in their homes, avoiding unnecessary entanglements. Cries and sounds of struggle occasionally echoed through various parts of the city, though they soon subsided. Su Wangliang was notorious for his vengeful nature. If misunderstandings arose, there might be no immediate repercussions, but one could never tell when Su Wangliang might strike. Some prominent families were unafraid, but did not wish to attract such troubles. By the following day, the Su family began to scrutinize the outsiders within Xingfen City. All those who employed disguises were seized for questioning. The use of disguises indicated ulterior motives. If one harbored deceit, they would be taken to the Su family dungeons for a thorough interrogation. However, the sheer number of outsiders in Xingfen City was overwhelming, making it exceedingly difficult for the Su family to investigate them all, and they would inevitably create numerous enemies. Not all outsiders were easily intimidated. Some were formidable experts. Thus, after merely 2 days, the large-scale search for outsiders gradually subsided. Investigations continued, but they could no longer proceed with reckless abandon. Xingfen City had not witnessed such turmoil in many years, instilling fear among its inhabitants. The streets and taverns had become significantly less crowded. Within the Su estate, are any of these individuals involved? Su Wangliang turned to Wu Changli, a supplicant from the Qian family, who had been sent to assist him. Wu Changli's cultivation was mediocre, having just crossed into the bone-forging realm after years of struggle. Nevertheless, his standing within the Qian family was comparable to that of an average bone refinement realm warrior, for he possessed a unique skill, the ability to control certain insects. The types of insects he commanded were peculiar, one of which could locate individuals based on the scent of their blood. The Qian family maintained a neutral relationship with the Su family, but following the uproar in Xingfen City, they sent Wu Changli to prevent further escalation. These individuals are not involved. Wu Changli shook his head. Many in the dungeons have been tortured to the point of unrecognizability, some gravely injured and near death. They had overheard the conversation between Su Wangliang and the other party, gaining a general understanding of the situation. Therefore, upon hearing Wu Changli's words, some could not help but weep tears of joy. They might finally be released. You all seem rather pleased. Su Wangliang, already somewhat disheartened, felt his anger grow upon witnessing the expressions of those in the dungeons. He had lost a son, and these people dared to display such joy. The prisoners fell silent, as if their throats had been grasped tightly. There must still be some accomplices. We need to interrogate thoroughly. Those deserving of death can be executed, Su Wangliang declared curtly, turning to leave the dungeons. Wu Chongli shrank his neck and hurried to follow. Wu Chongli had heard of Su Wangliang's capricious temperament and now bore witness to it firsthand. The prisoners had truly drawn the short straw by encountering him. One could say that in this world, surviving well sometimes required more than merely avoiding trouble. Can you track down the murderer of my son? Upon entering the hall, Su Wangliang seated himself upon a high chair, casting a downward gaze upon Wu Chongli. Although he did not exert any overt pressure, it nonetheless caused Wu Chongli's body to tense involuntarily. If that person has not yet left Xingfen City, I can give it a try, Wu Chongli replied in a low voice. Then I shall trouble you, Wu Chongli. Su Wangliang's lips curled slightly. Not at all. Wu Chongli quickly waved his hand, casting a glance at the insects concealed within his sleeves. He retrieved a piece of black soil, roughly the size of a fingernail, and hesitantly fed it to the insect. The creature leaped eagerly, consuming the soil in moments. Its wings trembled slightly, and it began to fly forward. Half an hour prior, this insect had licked the blood of Su Zhaichuan, and now it sought the same scent. The sword that had committed the murder still bore traces of that scent. Even though several days had passed, this scent remained distinctly perceptible to the insect. In contrast, blood that had spilled upon a person clashed with the essence of the living, causing residual scents to dissipate rapidly. The insect flew swiftly, matching the pace of an ordinary human. After a quarter of an hour, it halted before a courtyard, preparing to enter. Wu Chongli swiftly shielded the insect and turned back to Su Wangliang. Su Wangliang observed the courtyard before him, a typical dwelling of common folk. He strained to hear, but no sound emerged from within the yard. In a swift motion, he leaped atop the courtyard wall, finding it utterly deserted within. Two supplicants from the Su family landed in the yard, kicking open the door to find it impeccably clean, devoid of any remnants, as if no one had ever resided there. Wu Chongli, seeing no immediate danger, approached the courtyard and pointed to a certain spot. There the essence is most concentrated, indicating a prolonged stay. Summon the local guards to inquire about the situation here, Su Wangliang commanded solemnly. Soon, the guards responsible for the courtyard were summoned. Upon seeing Su Wangliang, their expression shifted to one of terror. Who in Xingfen City was unaware of the Su family's affairs? Who rented this courtyard originally? Su Wangliang inquired. The guard, though frightened, recounted the appearance of the individuals who had occupied the courtyard with remarkable clarity. Wu Chongli remained silent. It was unlikely they would uncover any identities, most likely due to disguises. Su Wangliang understood this as well, yet he would not overlook any potential leads. Once the guard departed, Su Wangliang turned to Wu Chongli. The weapon has not been discarded. This is fortuitous. As long as the perpetrator remains in Xingfen City, we shall unearth them. Wu Chongli hastily affirmed. I must trouble you further, Wu Chongli. Of course, of course. Wu Chongli grinned sheepishly and summoned the insect once more. He gestured forward, and the insect circled the courtyard before flying outward. The group followed closely behind, but after a brief moment, the insect found itself circling another courtyard without exiting. His expression shifted dramatically as he emitted a peculiar, elongated sound reminiscent of a goo insect. The intelligence of these goo insects is rather limited, thus could only engage in rudimentary communication. The outcome of their recent interaction revealed that they had reached the final resting place of the sword, which seemed to have vanished. Hesitantly remarked that this conclusion was rather bizarre, yet it was the information relayed by the goo insect. S countenance darkened, appearing as though it could precipitate rain. In the courtyard, practiced his sword techniques with a simple branch. Due to the sensitivity of the spatial grid, after rescuing, he relocated to another courtyard to meticulously organize the items within the spatial grid. Refrained from alchemical pursuits, instead masquerading as an ordinary martial artist. When a search party from the arrived the previous day, they departed after receiving a bribe of several dozen taels of silver. The search team was well aware that each household could be persuaded with a few taels, allowing them to reap substantial rewards. Consequently, the search process was merely a formality, as they never anticipated discovering anyone through such means. In a direct confrontation, a sword could inflict severe injury or even slay a practitioner of the. However, a practitioner of this realm was somewhat lacking in genuine prowess. Over the past few days had been reflecting on the gains and losses from that day's battle, while simultaneously refining his martial arts techniques. It is only through genuine life and death struggles that one can uncover their own shortcomings. Suddenly, the sound of a creaking door pulled his attention upward, where he noticed brow furrowed slightly. "Has fallen," murmured, was momentarily taken aback. Although he had anticipated such a result, hearing it confirmed still stirred his emotions. "How do you know? Did someone from Escape too?" Inquired, nodded, placing his food on the stone table, pouring 2 cups of wine, and taking a sip before letting out a deep sigh. Joined him at the table, and they began to drink together. Faced with even slightly more formidable adversaries, knew he would struggle, let alone against such calamities. This was the lament of the weak, a reflection of the reality for the majority in this world. The wind carries the fragrance of willow blossoms, as the Wuji beckons patrons to indulge. "May I inquire of you, dear guest, about the flowing waters of the East? Who, pray tell, measures the length of parting?" Thoughts swirled in the minds of, and yet only their wine glasses remained steady. Seizing the moment, began recounting his tale. The story was quite ordinary, devoid of twists or entanglements. Simply the journey of a youth eager to explore the martial world. S. narrative was punctuated with laughter and listened intently until collapsed in mirth upon the table. 5 days drifted by, with the city remaining tumultuous as they persisted in their search. It was not until they arrived in that things began to shift. 1,000 taels per person? Exclaimed incredulously, to which nodded slightly. Looking up at the sky, contemplated that this could easily seize their goods. Yet they opted to exchange a ticket instead. Ultimately, the two decided to join not for any other reason, but for safety. The peculiarities encountered on the journey had left a profound impression on, and he was reluctant to endure such experiences again. A single red candle cost 1,000 taels. If they traveled with a smaller merchant group, the risk of mishaps would be far too great. They clearly understood their worth, which justified their exorbitant prices. Upon reaching this encampment, they found it bustling with activity. Most individuals were there to trade with while only a small fraction sought to accompany the caravan. Yet even this group numbered nearly 100. That is a windfall of 100,000 taels, remarked enviously. Despite his ability to concoct, which seemed profitable, accumulating such wealth would take him several months, and laziness was not an option. Indeed, attaining such earnings might invite trouble. However, to remain idle while wealth eludes him would be unbearable. They will depart in 3 days, mused, expressing his own affinity for wealth. He had saved a considerable sum. Yet compared to he felt utterly inadequate. Departure at the hour of the dragon in 3 days, no exceptions. Holding the token, they were informed that it would be recognized over individuals. At the payment point, the personnel from the glanced at and collected their payment and counted it without inquiring about names or origins, for such details held no significance to them. "Thank you," clasped his hands in gratitude, observing the cloud emblem on the token. While replicating such an item should not pose great difficulty, it was likely that there were distinguishing features that would allow to discern authenticity. Moreover, few would dare to present a counterfeit token, for the consequences of being discovered would be dire. As they turned to leave, the arrival of the seemed to revive the once quiet, restoring its former vibrancy. The streets buzzed with activity until suddenly a figure, seemingly rushing, collided with. He deftly sidestepped and seized the individual's hand. "Let go my hand. What do you want?" Gasped, his face paling as he struggled to escape, feeling as though his arm were caught in a vice, utterly immobilized. Stealing requires discretion. Shot a glance at, then tossed him to the ground, where he fell heavily, sustaining injuries. Realizing he had encountered a formidable opponent, refrained from further protests and scampered into the crowd, disappearing from sight. Perhaps he spotted our token, chuckled, shaking his head. The recognized tokens rather than individuals. To pilfer one of these tokens was to gain a value of 1,000 taels. One need not utilize it for oneself. Selling it could yield several hundred taels, an exceedingly lucrative transaction. Thus, it seems that thefts will surge in the coming days, remarked, shaking his head. Some martial artists might exploit their strength to steal outright, or even engage in direct robbery. The duo meandered through the streets, procuring various items. Their journey would take over 10 days. While they permitted them to accompany them, they did not provide food or water. Those provisions were their own responsibility. At the welcomed, expressing his gratitude, "It is indeed a privilege for me." He raised a cup in a gesture of courtesy. "The caravan has matters to attend to, so please feel free to voice any concerns." Appeared aloof, as he was merely fulfilling a favor for a friend by attending this banquet. Before arriving, he had also gathered information regarding the recent events concerning and had no intention of meddling unnecessarily. Revenge for my son's murder is a matter of utmost importance. I humbly request your assistance. Noticing demeanor, remained calm, producing a stack of silver notes and placing them before him. Instinctively glanced at the notes, each worth 1,000 taels, totaling no less than 10,000 taels. The magnitude of this offering softened S expression considerably, despite the charging a ticket price of 1,000 taels per person. Accumulating tens of thousands in 3 days, this wealth belonged to the caravan. As a supervisor would not see much of it. However, this 10,000 taels might soon become his. I have indeed heard of your son's plight. However, that villain is cunning, and despite your efforts over these past days, I cannot guarantee how I might assist. That rogue must still be in, waiting for an opportunity to flee. As long as I am sufficiently close, I could devise a means to locate him. Therefore, I earnestly hope that 3 days hence will permit me to delay the caravan for a brief period, allowing me to pursue the criminal. Su Wangliang's countenance darkened as he spoke, based on the deductions acquired from Wu Chongli. Recently, Su Wangliang had dispatched numerous merchant caravans in search of a particular individual, yet all efforts proved fruitless. The most plausible theory is that the individual in question is awaiting the arrival of the Xianyun merchant caravan. When the time comes for on-site verification, Wu Chongli claimed that under sufficiently close proximity, the goo worm could identify a person. Thus, Su Wangliang hosted a banquet for Dong Yi, hoping the latter could assist in this endeavor. If it were any other small merchant caravan, the matter would not require such convolutions, as Su Wangliang's own strength would suffice to compel compliance. However, the Xianyun caravan was a different matter. Su Wangliang lacked both the power and the courage to exert pressure, leaving him with no option but to seek connections. The individuals arriving in 3 days had already paid, and this situation placed him in a quandary. Dong Yi furrowed his brow slightly. The price of 1,000 taels per person was already exorbitant. Yet, given the assurance of safety, the Xianyun caravan felt justified in charging such a fee. However, now that the payment had been completed, reselling the individuals in 3 days would indeed appear rather unsightly. Although Dong Yi was in charge, engaging in actions that could tarnish the caravan's reputation was not a simple matter. He hoped that Dong's supervisor could show understanding. Su Wangliang then produced a stack of silver notes from his pocket and laid them upon the table. Dong Yi blinked. This stack amounted to 10,000 taels, bringing the total to 20,000 taels. Such a sum would require an extensive period for Dong Yi to earn. Now, with merely a nod, this wealth could be his. Dong Yi experienced an internal struggle, hesitating for a moment before shaking his head and saying, "I fear I cannot assist with this matter. It is likely to draw criticism. I am aware that the other members of the caravan have also endured hardships recently. I have no other means of expression. I hope this can be used to purchase some drink for the others in the caravan." As Su Wangliang spoke, he placed another 10,000 taels on the table, followed by an additional 5,000 taels on the other side. I feel guilty for delaying their time. This 5,000 taels shall serve as my apology. How can this be acceptable? Dong Yi exclaimed, shaking his head while swiftly gathering the 35,000 taels into his sleeve. Thank you, Dong's supervisor, for your understanding. Upon seeing Dong Yi accept the money, a smile broke across Su Wangliang's face. You're too polite, Dong's supervisor. He quickly waved his hand, pouring a cup for Dong Yi. This is a guest's fine brew. Please enjoy it. Very well, Dong Yi replied, his face beaming as he lifted the cup. After 3 rounds of wine, Su Wangliang took his leave, and Dong Yi's smile faded as he summoned his subordinates. In 3 days, Su Wangliang will bring people to investigate the culprit. You may take this 1,000 taels to distribute among those who purchase the waste tokens as a form of compensation. Supervisor is benevolent. His subordinates quickly praised. I do not wish to hear any idle gossip about this matter. All right, you may leave now. Dong Yi waved his hand, and his subordinates bowed and departed. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. The Su family ceased their citywide search for the individual, as if they had given up entirely. Chen Fei and his companion had not ventured anywhere, remaining in the courtyard. Chi Defeng took this opportunity to recuperate, having just recovered from an injury, and knowing that a long journey lay ahead. It was indeed a taxing endeavor. Chen Fei, on the other hand, seized every moment to cultivate. Before breaking through to the Duangu realm, He consumed 4 Chongfu pills daily. After entering the Duangu realm, while the proficiency of his techniques remained unchanged, he could now ingest 5 Chongfu pills. With the mastery of the Jingtuan technique reaching its peak, his daily limit soared to 7 Chongfu pills. Although the efficacy of the Chongfu pills slightly diminished after his breakthrough, consuming 7 pills a day, coupled with the inherent benefits of the Jingtuan technique, led Chen斐to estimate that he would need approximately a year and a half to reach the Lian Sui realm, a feat far beyond the imagination of ordinary wandering cultivators. From Chen Fei's observations, many martial artists, hindered by their innate talent and techniques, could never reach the Lian Sui realm in their lifetimes. Those who did often did so at an advanced age. Take Yuanxiu, whom Chen Fei dispatched just days ago. He was nearly 50 years old and barely achieved the Lian Sui realm. Yet, Chen Fei's rapid cultivation pace came at a steep price in terms of medicinal costs. 7 Chongfu pills amounted to over 200 taels a day, totaling more than 70,000 taels of silver in a year. Such wealth was unattainable for an ordinary wandering cultivator. It was only due to Chen Fei's ability to concoct his own pills that he could sustain himself and even amass a considerable fortune. Besides cultivating internal energy, Chen Fei did not squander his remaining time. He delved into books on medicinal herbs, not for any other reason but to deduce the formula for the Fei Ling Dan. The Fei Ling Dan, renowned as the most potent medicinal pill among the 5 realms of body refinement, was available in only a few shops within Xingfen City. The value of its formula is self-evident, and the difficulty of its refinement is immense. Many alchemists capable of concocting Chongfu pills find themselves unable to even approach the Fei Ling Dan. Naturally, the price of the Fei Ling Dan is staggering, reaching 100 taels per pill, over 3 times that of the Chongfu pills. Chen Fei no longer possessed any remnants of the formula, prompting him to commence studying medicinal texts. By gaining a deeper understanding of the properties of various herbs, he hoped to enhance the likelihood of reverse engineering the Fei Ling Dan. Furthermore, even if he did not succeed in deducing the Fei Ling Dan, a broader knowledge of medicinal properties would enable him to concoct other types of pills. In summary, there was no harm in acquiring more knowledge. On a bustling morning, the Xianyun merchant caravan's encampment was alive with activity as numerous scattered cultivators carried large and small bundles, all intending to purchase tickets. The Xianyun caravan did not provide food, yet it did offer transport via crowded horse-drawn carriages, though somewhat cramped, enduring it would lead them to Xianyun City. Chen Fei stood among the crowd, listening intently to the conversations around him. Suddenly, a hush fell over the entire caravan. Chen Fei turned to see Dong Yi arriving, accompanied by Su Wangliang and Wu Changli. The caravan accommodates the good, yet does not consort with the wicked. Someone has slain Su's offspring, and we come to inquire. Please bear with us for just a moment. The crowd exchanged glances, feeling a sense of discomfort. Yet under the circumstances, they dared not voice their grievances. Murderous scoundrel? We should investigate promptly, came a voice from the throng. Indeed, it is unsettling to be in the company of such a fiend. A brief delay is inconsequential. Let us investigate to ensure our peace of mind. Such sentiments echoed from a group of about 20 individuals, reducing the crowd's initial resistance. A smile crept across Dong Yi's face as he glanced at Su Wangliang. Su Wangliang signaled Wu Changli, who did not hesitate to summon the goo worm from his bosom. The blood taster, Qi Defeng's pupils dilated slightly, as he struggled to refrain from glancing at Chen Fei, aware that it would draw too much attention. Nevertheless, he felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. Chen Fei, upon hearing Qi Defeng's hushed words and the discussions around them, grasped the purpose of this goo worm, which could trace the scent left by a weapon through the blood. He was both astonished and relieved by his earlier decision. Sensing Qi Defeng's unease, Chen Fei subtly moved his fingers, sending a pulse of energy into Qi Defeng's sleeve. Startled, Qi Defeng quickly composed himself. This was the secret signal they had established. The goo worm hovered in the air for a moment, displaying no intention of flying into the crowd, but instead emitted a cry directed at Wu Changli. Wu Changli's expression shifted suddenly as he discreetly glanced at Su Wangliang. Swallowing hard, he began to lead the blood-tasting insects past the scattered cultivators, one by one. The appearance of the blood-tasting insects was rather peculiar, causing some scattered cultivators to furrow their brows slightly as they observed them pass. Soon, Wu Changli had guided the blood-tasting insects past half of the scattered cultivators. Yet the insects remained calm. Sweat was already beading on Wu Chongli's forehead, while Su Wangliang in the distance narrowed his eyes slightly. Qi Defeng, witnessing the blood-tasting insects pass by, feigned nonchalance, though he was exceedingly anxious internally. Fortunately, the blood-tasting insects exhibited no abnormalities, even in front of Chen Fei. Momins late. The blood-tasting insects had traversed before all the scattered cultivators. Su Wangliang clenched his fists tightly, ultimately having to release them. We depart in a quarter of an hour. Thank you all for your hard work, Dong Yi announced loudly, casting a glance at Su Wangliang, aware that he could assist no further at this juncture. Chen Fei observed Su Wangliang's retreating figure, a faint smile gracing his face. A quarter of an hour later, the Xianyan merchant caravan set off. With Chen Fei seated in the corner of the carriage, listening to an elderly gentleman speaking ahead. By the looks of you, you are all headed to the Xianyun sword sect, aren't you? However, entering the Xianyun sword sect is no easy feat. Chapter 64. Phoenix Crown and Rosy Dress. Have you been to Xianyun City before? Upon hearing the elder's words, the carriage fell silent. The Xianyun sword sect was the leader among sects within a radius of thousands of miles, its strength unfathomable. It was due to the presence of the Xianyun sword sect that Xianyun City gradually developed into the colossal entity it is today. Every young person within the carriage had grown up hearing tales of the Xianyun sword sect, naturally harboring a yearning for this legendary sect. Please tell us about the Xianyun sword sect. Are their recruitment standards very strict? Someone eagerly inquired. For those talented martial artists, strictness was hardly a concern. However, for ordinary individuals, it seemed somewhat out of reach. The elder shook his head and continued. To join the Xianyun sword sect, there are specific requirements for age, bone structure, and comprehension. You must either meet all the criteria or possess extraordinary talent in one aspect to attract attention. Otherwise, entry to the sect is impossible. Could you elaborate? Chen Fei produced a flask of wine from behind him and offered it to the elder. The elder glanced at Chen Fei, accepted the water pouch, inhaled its fragrance, and his eyes brightened. This young man is quite courteous. The elder laughed heartily, savoring a sip of the wine, and addressed everyone. These requirements can be easily inquired about upon reaching Xianyun City. However, since you are willing to listen today, I shall elaborate further. All fell silent, attentively gazing at the elder. He relished the attention and smiled as he spoke. First, concerning age, you must be under 15. If you exceed this age, you cannot be older than 20. And your cultivation must reach the Lian Sui realm. Lian Sui realm? The occupants of the carriage gasped in unison. A Lian Sui realm martial artist under 20? Even in a city like Xingfen, a Lian Sui realm practitioner could be regarded as a notable expert, enjoying a place of honor anywhere. In Xingfen, most Lian Sui realm practitioners were over 40, with those in their 30s considered exceptionally gifted, with a promising future in Lianzong realm cultivation. Yet, within the Xianyun sword sect, one must be under 20 to qualify as a Lian Sui realm practitioner. The mere thought of this was dizzying. Chen Fei's expression also shifted slightly. He was already 23 years old in this body, originally a villager before entering the medical clinic. He had turned to Pinyin County for survival. Indeed, a Lian Sui realm. The elders seemed to have anticipated the crowd's reaction, remaining calm. For individuals from other places, this requirement was indeed too high, so daunting that it extinguished all aspirations. Did you not mention that if bone structure and comprehension reach a certain level, the age restriction can be waived? Someone asked, unwilling to accept defeat. Yes, if one's bone structure and comprehension are exceptionally high, age is not an issue, the elder nodded, but then suddenly changed the subject. However, if one possesses extraordinary bone structure and comprehension, achieving Lian Sui realm before 20 is not particularly difficult for such individuals. Is it? The others fell silent. Of course, some might start their martial training later and have slightly lower cultivation, which could be understood. Thus, the Xianyun sword sect indeed provided opportunities for these individuals. As long as they passed their assessment, they could smoothly join the sect. How was the assessment conducted? This old man is not certain. After all, much of what I know is hearsay. You will discover the details upon personally visiting the Xianyun sword sect's mountain gate. The elder raised the flask again, taking another sip, his demeanor replete with satisfaction. Is there a recruitment period for the Xianyun sword sect? Chen Fei inquired. Naturally there is. However, the timeline is quite ample. with assessments concentrated once a month. Given the vast number of individuals wishing to join the Xianyun sword sect, they must provide some opportunities for newcomers, the elder affirmed. Chen斐ceased his inquiries and closed his eyes to feign sleep. As for age, it was a disqualifying factor. And regarding bone structure, it was better left unmentioned. Considering the original self had failed to enter training for 3 months, one could grasp the situation. Only comprehension remained. Thanks to the panel's simplified function, Chen Fei's current comprehension could be described as astonishing. Yet, whether this could outweigh the 2 unfavorable conditions was uncertain. In truth, you need not be fixated on the Xianyun sword sect. Surrounding Xianyun City, numerous other sects are also recruiting disciples. While they may not be on par with the Xianyun sword sect, their martial arts inheritance is by no means inferior. Noticing the young people's lack of enthusiasm within the carriage, the elder offered some words of comfort. He was not lying. Due to the clustering effect of the Xianyun sword sect, many disheartened sects from other areas had taken root in Xianyun City for various reasons. The legacies of these sects were prestigious elsewhere, only appearing weaker when compared to the Xianyun sword sect. The carriage fell into silence as it gradually distanced itself from Xingfen City, the road outside becoming increasingly rugged, causing the carriage to jolt slightly. Throughout the day, the Xianyun merchant caravan experienced no disturbances. This was the norm. Relying on the name and strength of the Xianyun merchant caravan, no bandits would dare to provoke them. As for the supernatural occurrences, while strange phenomena were indeed prevalent in the wilderness, they were not ubiquitous. Moreover, this route was frequently traveled by the Xianyun merchant caravan. If any supernatural occurrences existed, they had either been eradicated or were circumvented. Most of Chen Fei's time was spent perusing medicinal texts, as there was little else to occupy him. This exploration of medicinal literature and understanding of various herbs and their properties brought Chen Fei a sense of joy. Initially, he had studied medicinal texts primarily to devise the failing pill, but now that specific purpose had diminished. Sometimes, learning genuinely brings happiness, especially when one can acquire the knowledge they seek. Look, there are actually people living there. On the evening of the 7th day, someone suddenly exclaimed in surprise within the carriage. The others, intrigued, pulled aside the curtain of the carriage, and indeed, they beheld a solitary thatched cottage nestled in a distant valley. There were no towns nearby, and the entire valley held but this single cottage, which appeared rather peculiar. "Don't look, hurry inside." The elder's expression shifted slightly as he hurriedly called out. "What's wrong, sir?" Someone asked, puzzled. "The door has opened. Their S.A. bride." Before the elder could explain, someone exclaimed excitedly. Instinctively, everyone turned to see the door of the thatched cottage swing open, revealing a figure adorned in a phoenix crown and rosy dress, slowly emerging. "Absolutely beautiful," someone murmured softly, their expression dazed, and then, suddenly, they reached out to pinch their own cheek and fiercely dug at their own eye. Chapter 65, Living in Abundance. Bang. A voice resonant like a great bell suddenly emanated from the center of the merchant caravan, instantly reverberating throughout the entire procession. Everyone's minds cleared, and the previously dazed expressions vanished in an instant. "Oh, my eyes, my eyes." A chorus of agonized cries erupted within the caravan, rising and falling in intensity. In the carriage where Chen Fei resided, many individuals were already clutching their eyes with both hands, teetering on the brink of gouging them out. Fortunately, the elder's earlier warning had prompted a momentary delay in their reactions, just enough to preserve their sight. Inside the carriage, some trembled uncontrollably, engulfed by an overwhelming sense of being manipulated, causing a chill to spread through their bodies. The troubling aspect was that they had forgotten what they had witnessed moments ago that led to such a state. There seemed to be a thatched cottage, yet the subsequent events were completely shrouded in forgetfulness. From other carriages, anguished cries continued to echo as the guards of the Xianyun merchant caravan began to inspect each carriage, checking for any issues while sternly warning against gazing at anything outside, lest they bear the consequences themselves. It was indeed peculiar. A thatched cottage had appeared abruptly in the mountain hollow, undoubtedly something amiss. The elder sighed and remarked, when encountering such anomalies, "The best course of action is to neither listen nor look." With the protection of the Xianyun merchant caravan, safety can generally be assured. The group expressed their gratitude to the elder, who waved his hand dismissively. His actions were also a means of self-preservation, if truly ensnared by the eerie allure. Losing one's eyes would merely be the first step, followed by potentially more horrific occurrences within the carriage. A true calamity. Listening to the distant cries of despair, the group felt a lingering dread. Chen Fei, nestled in a corner, furrowed his brow. While others had gazed at the thatched cottage, he had deliberately looked away. After encountering such anomalies multiple times, he had nearly developed a strategy of his own. However, when someone made a move towards their eyes, Chen Fei's consciousness faltered as well. Although the Qingxin Ju had automatically activated, it did not immediately dispel the strange sensation. This implied that whether one looked at the anomaly or not, they would still be affected, albeit to varying degrees. As for the deliberately left mark on his arm, it only now began to register some sensation. The delay of this mark was utterly astonishing. Chen Fei glanced at the elder, realizing that the elder must possess some means to counteract the eerie forces, which had granted him immunity earlier. Conversely, while the Qingxin Ju still had its effects, it seemed unable to withstand stronger anomalies. This was understandable, as it was merely an ordinary technique. Fortunately, he had chosen the Xianyun merchant caravan. Otherwise, he might have faced dire consequences. Qi Defeng also felt a lingering apprehension, surmising that the anomaly had likely only recently emerged. Otherwise, even the Xianyun merchant caravan would not have been caught unprepared, nearly leading to disaster. Had they aligned with a smaller caravan, it was uncertain whether they could have evaded such a calamity. Perhaps it would have depended on luck. A noticeable change was evident. Typically, they would stop 3 or 4 times a day for rest, but now it had been reduced to merely 2 brief stops, indicating a swift resumption of their journey. Days 8 and 9 passed in the blink of an eye, and by evening, the entire caravan erupted in jubilant cheers as they beheld the silhouette of Xianyun City. However, this was not yet Xianyun City itself, merely a small town adjacent to it. A full day remained before they could truly enter the city. The elder gazed at the distant cityscape, explaining that, but his face bore a smile, for reaching this point almost guaranteed safety. The harrowing experiences from days prior were still vivid in their minds. Only by entering the city could they find some solace. After another half-hour of travel, the entire caravan finally entered the town. Some individuals began to depart from the Xianyun merchant caravan, as not everyone intended to head to the main city. Chen Fei's destination was naturally the main city, for the Xianyun sword sect was situated nearby, and most of the travelers shared the same goal. The Xianyun merchant caravan rested within the town for a day, during which Chen Fei took the opportunity to explore the area. He could distinctly sense the vibrancy of the town. The entertainment venues, not to mention the brothels, far surpassed those in Xingfen City. Moreover, the prices of medicinal herbs and weaponry had significantly decreased compared to those in Xingfen City, indicating an abundance of resources. While in Xingfen City, one might occasionally encounter practitioners of the refining marrow realm. Here they were not ubiquitous, but Chen Fei could sense numerous individuals on a single street. Reflecting on the Xianyun sword sect's requirement for practitioners under the age of 20 to be at the refining marrow realm, he felt a quiet resignation. Only with such a cultivation environment could the Xianyun sword sect dare to impose such standards. Chen Fei could not help but recall his experiences in Pinyin County and the subsequent rebel forces. Those rebels were merely a small faction among many, often targeting small counties like Pinyin. Now, pondering the current state of this dynasty, one could only wonder what events had transpired to allow such a large-scale rebellion to flourish. Truly a time of turmoil. The following morning, the Xianyun merchant caravan set out once more. The elder from their carriage had already departed, stating that while the main city was more prosperous, the pressures of life were also greater. He preferred the more relaxed lifestyle of the surrounding small towns, especially at his age. With no intention of joining the Xianyun sword sect, perhaps we can rent a courtyard within the city and continue selling medicine. During a rest stop, Chen Fei turned to Qi Defeng. Of course, I will continue selling medicinal herbs, Chen Fei affirmed, as it provided quick financial returns. And he relied on this to amass wealth. Naturally, this time he would proceed with greater caution. Ideally, he could gain entry into the Xianyun sword sect, at which point, leveraging the sect's reputation would likely alleviate many troubles. After all, the Changfu Dan was highly sought after elsewhere, but in Xianyun City, it would probably be just ordinary. Indeed, we shall persist in selling. Qi Defeng nodded with a smile. Given his age, it was improbable that any sect would take him in. If Chen Fei excelled in the medicinal trade, Qi Defeng would also enjoy a life free from worry. In the evening, upon catching sight of Xianyun City, Chen Fei was momentarily struck speechless. He had never conceived of witnessing such a grand and towering city, crafted by human hands, truly unfathomable. The guards at the city gate were all at the forge bone realm, with the captain surpassing the refining marrow realm. Despite his ability to sense their auras through the Qingxinju, Chen Fei found it challenging to gauge their exact levels. Moreover, their chilling presence suggested they had blood on their hands. After bidding farewell to the others in the carriage, the two sought a tavern. The prices were exorbitant, and the food was not cheap either, but they had mentally prepared for this. 2,000 taels a year? The following morning, the innkeeper led Chen Fei and his companion to a courtyard that met their satisfaction in all aspects, though the price was indeed daunting. Chen Fei had initially contemplated establishing multiple safe havens, only to realize that it was utterly impractical. Living large is no easy feat. Rest assured, it is not that I wish to charge you more, but the influx of people to Xianyun City has been overwhelming. If you wait a few days longer, this courtyard may be rented by someone else, the innkeeper smiled. Ultimately, Chen Fei rented the courtyard, negotiating the price down to 1,900 taels per year, though Qi Defeng struggled to secure a lower rate. After acquiring some basic furniture, the two finally settled into Xianyun City. Qi Defeng went to inquire about medicinal herbs to prepare for future alchemy, while Chen Fei traversed various shops and taverns, seeking information on the prices of medicinal herbs and the recruitment policies of the Xianyun sword sect. "What is the matter?" Qi Defeng inquired, puzzled, as he observed Chen Fei's demeanor. "Oh, it's nothing. I merely learned that the recruitment rules of the Xianyun sword sect have changed." Chen Fei replied in a hushed tone. "Once, within the merchant caravan, I overheard the elder speaking of the disciple recruitment regulations, a matter that transpired many years ago. Over the years, particularly with the influx of individuals into Xianyun City, the methods employed by the Xianyun sword sect for enlisting disciples have undergone numerous changes, almost to the point of transformation each month. What have they evolved into?" Qi Defeng inquired with a sense of curiosity. The last time he heard that those under 20 could practice the refinement of marrow stage, he was already taken aback. After a lifetime of cultivation, he found himself stagnant at the forging bone stage, never having glimpsed the refinement of marrow. Yet others were beginning their journey at the refinement of marrow stage. Such comparisons were profoundly disheartening. The new rules established 2 months prior state that if one has never been exposed to martial arts and passes the test for root bone and comprehension before the age of 13, they may enter the sect. If one comes with prior skills, they must reach the forging bone stage by 15 and the refinement of marrow stage by 18. Chen Fei explained. Qi Defeng paused momentarily, thinking he had misheard, then broke into a grin. The previous regulations were already quite outrageous, and now he realized that his perspective was limited. There were even more extreme standards. Achieving the refinement of marrow stage by 18 is a formidable challenge. Even in an environment like Xianyun City, Qi Defeng commented, one's martial accomplishments are influenced not only by their family background, but also by whether their parents are martial artists, as some talent is inevitably inherited. In a city like Xianyun, the presence of gifted martial artists is certainly more pronounced than in rural areas. However, reaching the 5 stages of physical refinement and the refinement of marrow is not an easy feat indeed. Most who join the Xianyun sword sect are the younger ones. Chen Fei nodded, noting that nurturing them from a young age fosters greater loyalty and adaptability compared to those who come with pre-existing skills. Has the Xianyun sword sect recently accepted many new disciples? Qi Defeng inquired, suggesting that the tightening of conditions likely resulted from an influx of recruits. Yes, there are too many seeking refuge here, Chen Fei acknowledged with a slight sigh. With such a plethora of options available, the Xianyun sword sect naturally selects the very best. Rumor has it that the regulations may change again this month. Although the Xianyun sword sect is a colossal entity, it requires instructors to impart knowledge and resources must be allocated. If the sect expands too rapidly, it may find itself overwhelmed. This situation, however, poses a challenge for older martial artists like Chen Fei, as the prospects of joining the Xianyun sword sect seem exceedingly bleak. The time for disciple enrollment this month has been set for 5 days hence. There is another rumor circulating, suggesting that the Xianyun sword sect may not recruit monthly anymore, but might extend this to every 3 months or even every 6 months to a year. For 2 consecutive days, Chen Fei and Qi Defeng scoured for information within Xianyun City. Qi Defeng finally discovered a promising source for medicinal materials, while Chen Fei traversed much of Xianyun City, particularly the bustling commercial districts. The prices of elixirs have significantly dropped compared to Shingfen City. In Xianyun City, the standard price for Qingling Dan is 10 taels of silver. Chongfu Dan is 25 taels, and Failing Dan is 95 taels. The price drop for Failing Dan is the least pronounced, as it is used for the refinement of organ stage, maintaining its value. Regrettably, Chen斐is not yet able to concoct it. Regarding recipes, the variety of those sold in Xianyun City has proliferated, and even the recipe for Qingling Dan is reasonably priced. Chongfu Dan, on the other hand, remains relatively confidential. To learn it, one must join a medical clinic or pharmacy and sign a contract for a considerable duration before the knowledge is imparted. The requirements for Failing Dan are even more stringent. Xianyun City also boasts streets lined with vendors, the scale of which far exceeds that of Shingfen City, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Among them are over 20 sellers of elixirs, leading to fierce competition. This indicates the multitude of people and talents that have converged upon Xianyun City, and those still selling elixirs possess considerable alchemical skills. Otherwise, they would have long been eliminated. On the third morning, Qi Defeng presented Chen Fei with a bundle of medicinal materials, all for crafting Qingling Dan. The proficiency required for Chongfu Dan, having been simplified, necessitates the refinement of Qingling Dan to gain experience points. Chen Fei estimated that with dedicated effort, he could achieve mastery in crafting Qingling Dan within about a month. Being newly arrived in Xianyun City, it would be prudent to initially sell Qingling Dan. Qingling Dan is exceedingly common in Xianyun City. While profitable, it does not provoke envy due to the city's distinct economic landscape. As long as the quantity is controlled, it would allow for a tentative exploration of the market. Of course, having a significant backing, such as the Xianyun Sword Sect, would be ideal. However, given the current recruitment conditions of the sect, Chen Fei cannot ascertain his chances of being accepted. On the fourth morning, Chen Fei entrusted Qi Defeng with 100 Qingling Dan, a portion of which had been crafted previously in Shingfen City and stored in his spatial compartment. Within the compartment, there still remained some provisions from Pinyin County, untouched, serving merely as a nostalgic reminder. This grand city is indeed remarkable. Someone wielding a needle examined the elixirs, promptly purchasing all of Chen Fei's Qingling Dan at 8 taels of silver each. Qi Defeng chuckled, then handed over the silver notes after the division. Chen Fei was somewhat surprised, not expecting that the inspection of elixirs in Xianyun City had become so advanced. In the afternoon, Chen Fei focused on alchemy and practiced his sword and archery techniques. Tomorrow, he would make his way to the Xianyun Sword Sect. It would be disingenuous to claim he was not anxious. If he could gain entry, it would significantly pave the way for his martial journey. Yet, the stringent requirements of the Xianyun Sword Sect filled him with apprehension. Early on the fifth day, Chen Fei arose, greeted Qi Defeng, and set out. Many others were also up at such an early hour in Xianyun City. The Xianyun Sword Sect is not located within the city. After half an hour of trekking, Chen Fei arrived at the foot of the mountain where the sect resides. Even at the hour of the rooster, a considerable crowd had already gathered, faces lit with excitement. Familiar faces engaged in conversation, while their gazes frequently darted towards the mountain gate of the Xianyun Sword Sect, filled with longing. Calmly, Chen Fei listened to the discussions around him. Unsurprisingly, a significant portion of the crowd had traveled from other cities. Besides those who aspired to join the Xianyun Sword Sect, many were also fleeing from calamity, just as Chen Fei was. Soon enough, the time reached the hour of the dragon, and several figures swiftly descended from the mountain, standing before the crowd in mere moments. Chen Fei narrowed his eyes slightly. Their speed was astonishing, rendering his own proud agility insignificant in comparison. Observing their leisurely demeanor made it evident that they had not exerted their full strength. Without further ado, those wishing to join the Xianyun Sword Sect must possess both comprehension and root bone. Those under 13 years of age should follow my junior brother up the mountain for testing. Those under 15 who have reached the forging bone stage should follow me. And those under 18 who have attained the refinement of marrow stage should also follow me for testing, Fan Shiyu announced, gesturing to his 2 junior brothers. This is the rule. Please commence. Wait a moment. What about those over 18? Someone exclaimed in surprise upon noticing the 3 rules. Just as Fan Shiyu was about to ascend. Those over 18 will not be accepted at this time, Fan Shiyu replied, shaking his head. Are there no opportunities for testing? Wasn't there an assessment for comprehension and root bone before? Many grew anxious, And Chen Fei, too, turned his gaze towards Fan Shiyu. It has changed today. It is as such, Fan Shiyu stated solemnly. How can this be? I have traveled a great distance to arrive here, yet I am denied even a chance. I may have started my martial journey late, but I have already refined my body for a year. In a few months, I will surely reach the forging bone stage. Is that not sufficient? Indeed, our late exposure to martial arts does not imply a lack of innate talent. Almost half of the assembly erupted in uproar. The atmosphere suddenly charged with indignation. Silence. A thunderous command rang out, and the ears of all present buzzed. Those with weaker cultivation even collapsed to the ground, as all noise vanished in an instant. Luck is indeed a component of the martial path. Your late engagement with martial arts signifies merely misfortune. Now, those eligible shall ascend the mountain for testing. The rest may disperse. Fan Shiyu's gaze swept across the crowd, her overwhelming presence suffocating many, compelling them to lower their heads involuntarily. Chen Fei exchanged a fleeting glance with Fan Shiyu, yet it garnered no attention from her. Taking a deep breath, he released it slowly. Life is seldom as one desires. Disappointment is often the norm. Regarding the matter of apprenticeship, Chen Fei had envisioned numerous scenarios, but never anticipated that the Xianyun Sword sect would deny even a testing opportunity. As Fan Shiyu articulated, luck is indeed a facet of martial arts. Or perhaps, luck encompasses the entirety of life. Sometimes, the absence of opportunity signifies an irrevocable fate. Those meeting the criteria began queuing to ascend the mountain for their assessments, while others, non-compliant, lingered in hopes of witnessing a miracle. Chen Fei's mind raced with thoughts, ultimately shaking his head. The Xianyun Sword sect had made its stance unmistakably clear. As an older martial artist, he had no prospects whatsoever. The Jiuxian was the only nearby sect where one could seek apprenticeship. Although it could not compare to the Xianyun Sword sect, its lineage was far from short, with many connections to the latter. The waiter handed Chen Fei a slip of paper, which he perused, revealing 3 sects listed along with their geographical locations and characteristics of their martial arts traditions. Your preparations are indeed thorough. Chen Fei gazed at the waiter in astonishment. He had merely intended to rest at the inn, yet the waiter discerned his purpose at a glance, exhibiting remarkable commercial acumen. A chance to earn a little coin, the waiter chuckled. What are your fees? 10 taels of silver. I assure you, all I know will be shared in full. The waiter's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Please sit. Chen Fei summoned a server and ordered tea for the waiter, who beamed with satisfaction, considering the deal sealed. Half an hour later, the waiter departed, and Chen Fei observed the bustling street below with a furrowed brow. The information the waiter possessed was indeed extensive, albeit all publicly available, saving Chen Fei considerable time. Beidou Tower, Changhong Sect, and Chenshui Pavilion were the names of the 3 sections. According to the waiter, these 3 sects were on par in strength, each with unique martial traditions. Moreover, aside from these 3, there existed smaller sects in the vicinity of Xianyun City. However, these smaller sects were significantly weaker. Some had once been glorious, but had since suffered from lost traditions or other misfortunes. Chenshui Pavilion only recruited female disciples, which Chen Fei could disregard. Changhong sect primarily focused on spear techniques, yet they only accepted students aged 13 and below, dismissing those with prior skills. Beidou Tower, the reclusive practitioners, vowed lifelong celibacy. As their techniques relied on childlike purity, marriage would inevitably disrupt their cultivation, leading to stagnation or regression. After hearing the introductions of these 3 sects, Chen Fei felt dispirited. It was clear why these sects could not rival the Xianyun Sword sect. With so many restrictions and inferior techniques, how could they possibly compete? He had hoped that if he could not secure a place in his first choice, the second would suffice, yet he was left with no option but the third. Chen Fei murmured to himself, before arriving in Xianyun City, he never anticipated such outcomes. The Yuanchang Sword sect, perhaps he should try this sect. Chen Fei recalled information about the Yuanchang Sword sect. Its heritage was robust and comparable to the other 3 sections. However, their most renowned technique, the Thunderstorm Sword, had not seen anyone reach its pinnacle in many years, resulting in a slight deficiency in overall strength and peak combat capability compared to the others. Furthermore, the current sect leader appeared to lack business acumen. Did the Thunderstorm Sword relate to the Thunderstorm Sword Chi? This was a question Chen Fei posed to the waiter, primarily due to the similarity in names and the famed thunderstorm sword Qi of the Xianyan sword sect. I don't know. The waiter began to shake his head, but upon noticing Chen斐produce 5 taels of silver, he quickly amended. I have heard that the founding master of the Yuanchang sword sect, after witnessing the thunderstorm sword Qi, deemed it lacking and thus created the thunderstorm sword to suppress it. However, it contained imperfections, making it difficult to cultivate? I truly cannot say. The waiter chuckled nervously, unwilling to elaborate further. Chen Fei drained his cup and left the tavern. An hour later, he stood beneath a mountain gate. Today was also the day the Yuanchang sword sect accepted disciples. Yet compared to the throngs at the Xianyun sword sect, the crowd here was decidedly sparse, though not entirely absent. A quarter of an hour later, Chen Fei held a waist token and a martial arts manual in hand. At the cost of 100 taels of silver, his current status was that of an outer disciple of the Yuanchang sword sect. If he could cultivate the sword technique in his possession to its peak within 6 months and pass the test, he would truly become an inner disciple of the Yuanchang sword sect. Chen Fei regarded the manual with a complex expression, feeling as though he had entered a grand martial arts school. Chapter 68, Chu Yuan Sword. Have you succeeded? Upon returning to the courtyard of Xianyan City, Qi Defeng eagerly inquired upon seeing Chen Fei. The Xianyan sword sect offered no opportunities, so I went to the Yuanchang sword sect, Chen Fei replied, shaking his head as he briefly recounted the day's events while displaying his waist token from the Yuanchang sword sect. They had become more stringent. Hearing that Chen Fei was unable to join the Xianyun sword sect, Qi Defeng expressed regret for him, as it was the most powerful sect in the vicinity, offering the best choice in terms of martial arts lineage and backing. There were simply too many people. Chen Fei lamented, having set his sights solely on the Xianyun sword sect, even having learned some of their techniques. It was precisely because he had studied the Xianyun sword sect's methods that he understood their strength. Regrettably, they were unwilling to accept him, leaving him powerless. The disparity in their standings was fundamentally unequal. The Yuanchang sword sect? I have heard of them. Do they not have a technique called the Great Thunderstorm Sword? Qi Defeng inquired. The Great Thunderstorm Sword? Is it not simply called the Thunderstorm Sword? Chen Fei responded in astonishment, wondering if the Thunderstorm Sword had ever been referred to in such a manner. Why had the word great before it? I also heard it from others outside. Qi Defeng admitted, perplexed. Chen Fei opened his mouth, unsure of how to respond. The name Great Thunderstorm Sword seemed to imply an intent to overshadow the Thunderstorm Sword Qi. After spending several hours concocting the Lingdan and presenting it to Qi Defeng, Chen Fei produced a manual provided by the Yuanchang sword sect. Now that he had joined the Yuanchang sword sect, his next consideration was how to obtain more powerful martial traditions within this sect. Although the Yuanchang sword sect resembled a large martial arts school, it was not without its merits. At least one could pay to be accepted. Once one demonstrated sufficient talent, they would be promptly ushered into true inheritance. Chu Yuan Sword. This was the name of the manual. Chen Fei devoted an hour to thoroughly reading through the Chu Yuan Sword, his expression revealing mild surprise. Though the Yuanchang sword sect accepted disciples for a fee, it had no intention of deceiving them. The Chu Yuan Sword served as the entry-level technique for the Yuanchang sword sect. Although foundational, its power was not diminished in the slightest, and it seamlessly connected with the advanced teachings of the Yuanchang sword sect. As Chen Fei perceived it, the Chu Yuan sword was merely slightly inferior to his own Hoenn sword, which he had crafted by merging multiple sword techniques into a cohesive form. In addition to illustrating that the Chu Yuan sword is not lacking in strength, it is also worth noting that the sword techniques acquired by Chen Fei in Pinyin County were indeed rather subpar, nearly eclipsed by an entry-level sword art. Upon discovering the skill, was it necessary to expend 80 taels of silver to simplify the Chu Yuan sword? The simplification of the Chu Yuan sword was successful, and Chen Fei wielded the sword with newfound vigor. He gazed at the results of the simplification with a hint of surprise, not because wielding the sword was particularly challenging, but rather due to the unexpected normalcy of the simplification process. With the long sword in hand, Chen Fei ventured into the courtyard. Having encountered the blood taster worm in Xingfen City, he had become more cautious. Upon arriving in Xianyan City, he deliberately purchased various medicinal herbs and concocted a potion capable of erasing any residual traces from the sword's blade. He even stored a large vial in his spatial compartment for future use. The techniques of the Hoenn sword unfolded in Chen Fei's hands, and he soon immersed himself in the practice of the sword art. After a stick of incense had burned, he paused and exhaled a breath of turbid air. Observing the information on the panel displaying his progress in the Chuyuan sword, Chen Fei could not help but smile. Engaging directly in the practice of swordsmanship was undoubtedly more enjoyable than mindlessly swinging the sword, allowing him to refresh his memories and deepen his understanding. Would he stand out too much? This question had crossed Chen Fei's mind initially, especially considering that the Yuanqing sword sect had allotted a full 6 months for training. However, would it be wise to squander time in mediocrity merely to conform? After all, it was merely a set of foundational sword techniques. Chen Fei's goal was to acquire more potent skills swiftly, thereby enhancing his strength expeditiously. As long as his cultivation level advanced rapidly, he would possess sufficient power to withstand any impending dangers. 7 days had swiftly passed, during which Chen Fei spent his mornings refining pills and his afternoons cultivating internal energy techniques, revisiting archery, and dedicating the remaining time to practicing the Chuyuan sword. So far, the trade of elixirs had not encountered any issues, and Chen Fei was quite prudent, consistently keeping the daily quantity below 100. It could be said that Xianyun City was expansive. Either they did not regard the profits from such elixirs with seriousness, or they were still probing into the background. Over time, it was inevitable that someone would take an interest in Chen Fei and his companion, as their daily earnings were substantial. Thus, Chen Fei had initially considered joining the Xianyun sword sect for a more permanent solution. Now that the Xianyun sword sect had not materialized, relying on the Yuanchang sword sect as a support was also a viable option. However, being merely an outer disciple was far from sufficient. Chen Fei aspired to ascend to an inner disciple, or even a true disciple. Early in the morning, Chen Fei arrived at the mountain gate of the Yuanqing sword sect. Having perfected the Chuyuan sword, he was set to participate in the assessment to officially become a disciple of the Yuanqing sword sect. The attendant disciple glanced at the waist token presented by Chen Fei, briefly surprised by the engraved number, and looked up at him, saying, "You joined us a few days ago?" "Yes," Chen Fei affirmed with a nod. "It seems you have previously learned the Chuyuan sword." "Very well, follow me," the attendant disciple replied, nodding in acknowledgement. Chen Fei felt a stir of emotion. Many had come for testing immediately after acquiring the Chuyuan sword. However, upon reflection, it seemed reasonable, as the Chuyuan sword could be learned for a mere fee, and the Yuanchang sword sect had not considered confidentiality a priority. Perhaps they intentionally cast a wide net to recruit disciples. Many aspirants of the Yuanchang sword sect could easily learn the techniques beforehand and then return, thereby circumventing the 6-month waiting period. Following the attendant disciple, Chen Fei admired the scenery of the Yuanchang sword sect before arriving at the Qianlong Hall. "Brother Yang, this is Brother Chen, here for the advancement test," the attendant disciple announced to Yang Chuan, bowing slightly. "Another one has arrived? Recently, our sect has seen a considerable increase in its membership," Yang Chuan remarked, having been meditating with his eyes closed. Upon hearing the announcement, he opened his eyes to reveal a warm smile directed at Chen Fei. "All thanks to the adept leadership of our sect master," the attendant disciple quickly replied with a smile. Yang Chuan nodded and approached Chen Fei, appraising him from head to toe. "The Chuyuan sword is the foundational sword technique of our Yuanchang sword sect, emphasizing fundamentals and practice. Are you prepared for today's test? If you fail, you will need to wait another 3 months for the next opportunity. Should you fail again, it will be a full year. Please, brother, guide me." Chen Fei earnestly bowed his hands. "Very well, please step onto the martial platform." Yang Chuan gestured with his right hand. Chen Fei stepped onto the platform with his right foot. Yang Chuan smiled slightly, and in a flash, found himself facing Chen Fei. Upon witnessing Yang Chuan's agility, Chen Fei's eyes brightened. This technique was impressive. If he could practice it upon entering the inner sect, it would undoubtedly elevate his own agility. "Brother, unleash the Chuyuan sword to its fullest. Do not hold back," Yang Chuan instructed. "Forgive me." Chen Fei did not defer, knowing that Yang Chuan possessed at least the cultivation of the bone refinement realm. Unless he utilized sword technique 5, he could not harm Yang Chuan. With a swift motion, Chen Fei approached Yang Chuan, and his long sword flashed as it aimed for Yang Chuan's chest. Good. Though Chen Fei merely executed a single strike, Yang Chuan's eyes lit up. Just from that one sword, he discerned Chen Fei's profound understanding of the sword path. Clang! Within moments, the two exchanged dozens of blows, neither gaining a distinct advantage over the other. The attendant disciple, initially relaxed, gradually adopted a serious demeanor. The reason for this newfound solemnity was not Yang Chuan, but rather Chen Fei. Although Yang Chuan had suppressed his cultivation to the bone refinement realm, his foundational understanding of swordsmanship was unparalleled among ordinary warriors, particularly his comprehension of the Chuyuan sword, which had reached an elevated level. Against a similarly ranked rogue cultivator, he could typically determine the victor in just a few strikes. However, during this bout, both utilizing the Chuyuan sword, Chen Fei appeared utterly at ease, leading the attendant disciple to suspect he was mistaken. No matter how much prior practice one might undertake without sect guidance, achieving such mastery of the Chuyuan sword was not merely challenging but fraught with obstacles. Among the outer disciples undergoing assessment, few could claim to have mastered the Chuyuan sword to such an extent. With a resounding clash of weapons, Chen Fei slid back several steps before coming to a halt, his long sword trembling in his grasp. "You have one. I was using the power of the bone refinement realm just now," Yang Chuan said, looking at Chen Fei with a broad smile. Had he continued to suppress his cultivation, Yang Chuan suspected he might have sustained injuries, which would have been rather embarrassing. "Congratulations, Brother Chen." The attendant disciple gestured with his right hand and smiled. "Brother Chen, please follow me." The attendant disciple's demeanor had noticeably softened. Becoming an inner disciple marked Chen Fei as a genuine member of the Yuanqing sword sect, far surpassing the status of an outer disciple. Furthermore, Chen Fei's display of swordsmanship was exceptionally impressive. Although his current cultivation was still modest, his future potential was undoubtedly promising. "Thank you for your guidance, brother." Chen Fei bowed respectfully to Yang Chuan and followed the attendant disciple as they departed the Qianlong Hall. Yang Chuan remained in place, his smile gradually fading to an expression of indifference, a stark contrast to his earlier warmth. After registering his name and receiving a new waist token, the attendant disciple led Chen Fei on a brief tour of the Yuanchang sword sect, introducing the purposes of various locations. Our Yuanchang sword sect once flourished, possessing the legacy of 4 peaks and 3 branches. The foundational technique, the Yuanchang sword canon, synthesizes the methods of the 4 peaks and 3 branches, possessing unparalleled power that commands respect across the realm. As they walked, the attendant disciple spoke with a hint of pride. Chen Fei remained silent, listening attentively. "However, in recent years, we have faced significant crises. Although the sect has endured, certain legacies have been lost." The attendant disciple's tone grew somber. "Which branch's legacy can I study?" "Regarding which branch's legacy, it is still too early to say. You must first become a true inner disciple before you can access the genuine legacies." The attendant disciple replied with a smile. Every new disciple aspires to learn profound techniques, but without undergoing tests, the sect will not entrust you with the highest legacies. It is a matter of ensuring the right person is chosen. "And what about me?" "In accordance with the established order, Master Feng Shishu has been designated as your mentor, and all future cultivation of skills will be overseen by him." The attending disciple introduced while guiding Chen Fei to a courtyard. "Is Master Feng present? I seek an audience." The disciple called out loudly from outside. "What is it?" A figure appeared silently at the entrance. Upon seeing Chen Fei, he slightly furrowed his brow and remarked, "Recently, the sect has assigned me 18 disciples. I can barely manage them all. Why must additional students be placed under my tutelage? Please, Master Feng, do not be upset. This is a decision made by the sect, and I, as a disciple, have no authority to question it." The attending disciple replied with a wry smile. "Humph." Master Feng Xiao Pu grunted in displeasure as he took the paper containing Chen Fei's information. The age and cultivation level, being at the initial stage of Duan Gu, deepened his frown. However, upon reviewing Chen Fei's performance in the promotion test, Feng's expression softened slightly. "Demonstrate the Chuyuan sword," Feng Xiao Pu directed, his gaze shifting from the attending disciple to Chen Fei. "Yes." Chen Fei nodded, drawing his long sword and practicing the Chuyuan sword right where he stood. Having achieved consummate mastery in the Chuyuan sword, each move had become second nature to him. As he executed the forms, the swordplay appeared remarkably ethereal and agile, nearly showcasing the essence of the Chuyuan sword in its entirety. Feng Xiaopu's previously furrowed brow gradually relaxed as he observed Chen Fei from a distance, a hint of surprise in his eyes. The performance Chen Fei displayed with the Chuyuan sword was commendable, even comparable to what Feng Xiaopu himself could achieve. The earlier frustration regarding the sect's insistence on assigning him more disciples had lessened considerably. Though Feng was still unaware of how long Chen Fei had spent mastering this sword technique, it was evident that his proficiency would make the subsequent learning of other sect sword techniques significantly easier. Nonetheless, Chen Fei's cultivation level remained rather inadequate. At his age, to be merely at the Duan Gu stage cast a shadow on his future prospects. All right, that will suffice. Feng Xiaopu finally, he said after a brief moment. Chen Fei sheathed his sword and stood aside. Master Feng, I shall take my leave now. I trust Qin Shidi to your guidance. The attending disciple, noticing Feng Xiaopu's demeanor had softened, took his leave hastily. The reputation of Feng Xiaopu's notoriously foul temper was well known, and the disciple wished to avoid any potential reprimands. Feng Xiaopu watched the disciple depart before turning to Chen Fei and said, You heard what I mentioned. I currently have many disciples under my charge, so I cannot provide constant guidance in your training. More often than not, you will need to exert yourself in your cultivation and approach me only when you encounter insurmountable challenges. I understand, Chen Fei replied with a respectful bow. Thank you, Master. Chen Fei glanced at the manual in his hands, a smile spreading across his face as he finally held the cultivation method. Although this manual was not the pinnacle of the Yuanchan sword sect's teachings, Chen Fei was no longer a solitary practitioner, free from a need to scour the streets for methods to cultivate. A quarter of an hour later, Chen Fei took his leave. Feng Xiaopu shook his head slightly as he observed Chen Fei's retreating figure. Due to the Chuyuan sword, Feng had involuntarily assessed Chen Fei's innate qualities, the results of which were disheartening. The mere fact that Chen Fei had reached the Duan Gu stage at such a young age surprised Feng Xiaopu. But given his current foundations, even with a slightly above-average comprehension, his martial journey would inevitably be limited. Tanyuan Gong. Chapter 70. Colossal Strength. Chen Fei dedicated 2 hours to thoroughly reading the manual in his possession. Rubbing his somewhat weary eyes, he set the manual aside and pondered deeply. Tanyuan Gong is the unified cultivation method practiced by all inner disciples of the Yuanchan sword sect. Only upon mastering Tanyuan Gong will one have the opportunity to vie for the true legacy of the sect. The Tanyuan Gong consists of 5 levels, and currently, Chen Fei only possesses the first level's cultivation steps. Yet, this first level is remarkably comparable to the Tunyan Ju he previously acquired. The only distinction is that the integration of the Jing Tun Ju is slightly stronger, particularly in its ability to bypass the restrictions of medicinal pills, where Tanyuan Gong falls short. However, the 5 levels of Tanyuan Gong progressively increase in difficulty, but each subsequent level also yields superior results. Upon reaching the 3rd level, Tanyuan Gong will automatically manifest a unique characteristic. Indeed, it is akin to the traits derived from the Jingxin Ju upon achieving consummate mastery. It was only today that Chen Fei understood that a good cultivation method is determined by the number of characteristics it can generate after practice. These traits are not merely ornamental. They elevate the power of the technique to new heights, just like the bullet time-like characteristic of the Jingxin Ju, which greatly enhanced Chen Fei's strength. Upon reaching the 3rd level of Tanyuan Gong, the first characteristic, colossal strength, will emerge. By the 5th level, a second characteristic, iron bones, will manifest. Chen Fei currently possesses only the 1st level's cultivation method, and in order to access the subsequent levels, he must first complete the 1st level. The criteria are stringent, contrasting sharply with the treatment accorded to the Chuyuan sword. Chen Fei sat cross-legged, attempting to circulate his internal energy according to the operational pathway of Tanyuan Gong. Initially, he encountered some difficulties, but after half an hour, he was able to fully execute the 1st level of Tanyuan Gong. Technique: Tanyuan Gong 1st level 11,000 Ah. The proficiency was not graded in the conventional manner of beginner to adept, perhaps due to the 5-tiered structure of the technique. Chen Fei observed the interface with surprise. Having initially thought that each level of Tanyuan Gong would reflect a progression similar to before. It may also be related to the fact that the version of Tanyuan Gong he obtained is not complete. Had it been the full set, it would likely have shown progress from beginner to consummate mastery. Integrating the Jing Tun Ju technique, Tanyuan Gong 1st level 693-1000. As Chen Fei felt the insights flooding his mind, he realized that most of the Jing Tun Ju had been discarded. leaving only the essence, such as the ability to refine medicinal pills and rapid circulation. The primary focus remained on Tongyuan Gong, hence the name of the technique did not change. Would discovering the technique cost 1,000 taels of silver to simplify Tongyuan Gong first level? It has become more expensive. Chen Fei grimaced at the price. Successfully simplified the Tongyuan Gong first level into the Jing Tunju, with the nesting dolls in place. Chen Fei could now operate the Jing Tunju to fully cultivate the first level of Tongyuan Gong, paving the way for the subsequent levels. Although this may have caused some inconvenience for Qi Defeng, it also provided a degree of safety. Others observing Qi Defeng's daily visits to the Yuanshan sword sect for medicinal pills would likely investigate further. Now that Chen Fei was an inner disciple of the Yuanshan sword sect, he had a certain degree of backing, which could deter some unscrupulous individuals. Of course, merely being an inner disciple was far from sufficient to ensure complete safety. Chen Fei needed to forge another layer of connections, such as with his current master, Feng Xiupu. However, there was no need to rush this matter. Chen Fei still had much to learn about the true nature of Feng Xiupu. If handled improperly, it could inadvertently invite danger, making it difficult to extricate himself later. Early the next morning, Chen Fei arrived outside Feng Xiupu's courtyard, finding a gathering of many individuals waiting. Several onlookers glanced curiously at Chen Fei as he approached. "Are you the new disciple of Master Feng? What is your name?" Someone inquired curiously. "Chen Fei. I just entered the sect yesterday and am fortunate to be accepted by Master Feng," Chen Fei replied with a smile. "So you're the little junior disciple? I am Luo Jun. You may call me Brother Luo." A look of delight crossed Luo Jun's face, relieved to no longer be the youngest. "Greetings, Brother Luo." Chen Fei stared at Luo Jun in some confusion, unsure of the source of his joy. "Ha ha, little junior disciple. It is a pleasure to meet you. If you have any questions in the future, feel free to ask me," Luo Jun said, patting Chen Fei's shoulder with exaggerated seriousness. "Thank you, Brother Luo." Chen Fei shook his head with a smile, observing that Luo Jun was indeed an intriguing character. Moments later, Feng Xiupu appeared before the crowd, introducing Chen Fei and subsequently elaborating on the key points of cultivating Tongyuan Gong. It was uncertain whether he was catering to Chen Fei or due to the presence of numerous new disciples. But Feng Xiupu primarily focused on the first level of Tongyuan Gong. Tongyuan Gong serves as our foundational cultivation method, emphasizing the importance of a solid base. If one's foundation is unstable, advancing through the subsequent levels will be impossible. I hope you all comprehend this. An hour later, Feng Xiupu stood up, surveyed the crowd, and solemnly declared, "Everyone else may disperse. Return in half a month. Chen Fei and Guolinshan, please remain." With a wave of his hand, the other disciples bowed and departed. Master, junior brother, Guolinshan, a burly man with sharp eyes and a bushy beard, greeted Chen Fei with a nod. As Chen Fei was newly initiated and likely to have many uncertainties regarding the cultivation methods, Feng Xiupu, often busy, found it difficult to provide guidance. If Chen Fei encounters any difficulties, please do your utmost to assist him. Given that you have already comprehended the characteristics of immense strength upon reaching the fourth level of Tongyuan Gong, you are qualified to guide new disciples in their training. Rest assured, Master, I will take good care of junior brother, Guolinshan replied with a hearty smile. Feng Xiupu nodded, then looked at Chen Fei and stated, "Tongyuan Gong values both talent and diligence. You must diligently contemplate the intricacies of the method daily. Whenever you encounter confusion, seek guidance from others. Only in this manner can you progress further along your martial path." "Thank you for your instruction, Master." Chen Fei bowed his head in response, realizing that Feng Xiupu had accepted him and no longer regarded him as an outsider. However, he understood that the expectations placed upon him were not exceedingly high, a sentiment that was comprehensible given the disparities in innate talent and age, which indeed pose a considerable hurdle for an ordinary individual. "Junior brother, you may begin your studies. Feel free to seek me out if you have any questions. Even if you don't, you are welcome to visit me anytime," Guolinshan said with a warm smile, giving Chen Fei's shoulder a hearty pat before turning to leave. "Junior brother, over here. I'm this way." Chen Fei had not ventured far when a voice called out to him. He turned to see Luo Jun's senior brother Luo. Chen Fei said, observing Luo Jun perched among the tree branches with a curious expression. "Did Master not instruct you to seek out your senior brother for any cultivation uncertainties?" Luo Jun jumped down from the tree, glanced around, and inquired with a smile. Chen Fei nodded, still puzzled by Luo Jun's intent. I was in the same situation. Remember to bring a token of respect when you visit your senior brother. I faced exclusion for quite a while simply because no one informed me about this. And it was truly unpleasant, Luo Jun said mysteriously. Chen Fei's brow furrowed slightly, pondering whether a token was truly necessary. How much should I offer? He asked curiously. 100 taels is the minimum. Anything less, and your senior brother will likely dismiss it, suggesting that we are all fellow disciples, and thus it isn't necessary. Offering it, however, could be detrimental to him. At the mention of this figure, Luo Jun appeared somewhat pained. Chen Fei narrowed his eyes. If the greeting gift was 100 taels, would there be subsequent charges for inquiries regarding cultivation methods? Does Master know about this? Chen Fei whispered. I am unsure whether Master is aware of this matter. Last time I offered, my senior brother hesitated for quite a while before reluctantly accepting, saying he would keep it for me. Luo Jun gave Chen Fei a knowing glance. Chen Fei's eye twitched slightly. The term keep was rather apt in this context. Observing Guo Linshan's honest and straightforward demeanor, Chen Fei did not anticipate misjudging him. Do not mention that I told you, Luo Jun said, winking at Chen Fei. I must take my leave now. Let's visit Zue Hong Lu together next time. Chen Fei watched as Luo Jun departed, standing in place for a moment before heading to welcome Qi Defeng. After exchanging some herbs and elixirs, Chen Fei inquired about the stall situation. Fortunately, there had been no tailing of Qi Defeng recently. The street had seen an increase in stalls selling elixirs. I specifically checked. Although the elixirs are varied, their quality is quite commendable. This was indeed beneficial for them, and Chen Fei couldn't help but smile. While the increase in elixir vendors might seem detrimental to business and even affect prices, Chen Fei welcomed more stalls, as it reduced the likelihood of others noticing Qi Defeng. Furthermore, the Qingling Dan that Chen Fei refined had reached near perfection in both appearance and efficacy. Anyone who purchased it once would surely recognize its quality. Thus, he found that he could sell all the elixirs he produced each day without issue. After sending Qi Defeng off, Chen Fei spent 3 hours completing the elixirs, most of which were Qingling Dan, with a few being Chongfu Dan for his personal use. Stepping outside, he glanced at the sky, hesitated briefly, and then made his way towards Guo Linshan's residence. Guo Linshan's living quarters were far superior to those of a new initiate like Chen Fei. Upon Chen Fei's arrival, Guo Linshan appeared somewhat surprised but warmly invited him inside. An hour later, Guo Linshan escorted Chen Fei outside. Junior brother, your perceptiveness is truly remarkable. Those points of confusion are imperceptible to anyone who has not practiced Tangyuan Gong for an extended period, yet you identified them in just one evening. Guo Linshan regarded Chen Fei with a look of admiration, but also a hint of regret, remarking, if only your cultivation level were higher. You have only just entered the bone forging realm. You must exert twice the effort to break through to the marrow refining realm soon. Otherwise, your future cultivation will become increasingly arduous. Thank you for your guidance, senior brother, Chen Fei replied with a bow. Please do not see me off any further. By the way, there is one more thing. In a few days, there will be a task assigned within the sect, and it coincidentally falls to our group. Although you are a new initiate, you will need to join us. I will explain the details to you later, Guo Linshan suddenly added. A task? Chen Fei was taken aback, but nodded nonetheless. Take care, junior brother, Guo Linshan said with a smile. Chen Fei waved goodbye and headed back to his quarters. There were no gifts, no complications, and no evasions. All the questions Chen Fei posed to Guo Linshan were met with thorough answers. Chen Fei attempted to offer some local specialties, but Guo Linshan's expression changed dramatically at that suggestion. He was a man who would not tolerate any nonsense. Lu Yun. What is he playing at? Is he trying to get me beaten by senior brother Guo? Chen Fei recalled Luo Jun's words from the morning, his brow furrowing slightly. If he insisted on offering gifts, it was indeed possible he would be thrown out by Guo Linshan. Chen Fei resolved to discuss this behavior with Luo Jun later. Such conduct was unacceptable. As night fell, a series of knocks resounded. Who is it at this late hour? Luo Jun's slightly irritated voice emerged. And as he opened the door, before he could even discern the visitor, a shadow lunged at his face. Startled, Luo Jun instinctively attempted to block it, but the figure seemed to anticipate his reaction, swiftly adjusting its approach to evade his arm. With a thud, Luo Jun felt a sharp pain in his cheek. his body involuntarily collapsing backward. Before he could rise, a burlap sack fell from above, enveloping him entirely. Simultaneously, Luo Jun heard the sound of his door being forcefully shut, and panic surged within him. Were they attempting to kill him? Who dares to harm me within the Yuanshan sword sect? You must be courting death, Luo Jun shouted, flailing his arms in an attempt to tear the sack apart. But in the next moment, a barrage of blows rained down upon him. Luo Jun had no chance to respond, rolling on the ground under the relentless assault. Stop! Who are you? I have never wronged you. Please cease. Initially, he cursed defiantly, but moments later, he screamed in terror as the assailant ruthlessly targeted his head and face. The injury was not severe, yet the pain was excruciating, compelling Luo Jun to plead for mercy. Initially, he cried out loudly, but as the beating continued, he was rendered too weak to scream, losing consciousness multiple times only to awaken in agony. Time slipped away, and when Luo Jun finally regained consciousness, he instinctively recoiled, realizing that the blows had ceased. He painfully removed the burlap sack covering him, revealing a face so disfigured it was hardly recognizable, even to his own mother. Who could be so cruel? Sitting on the ground, tears streamed down his cheeks uncontrollably. The tears, as they flowed over his wounds, caused his face to contort in pain, his features all scrunched together. It truly hurts so much. Chapter 72. The Alchemist Alliance. Since that fateful night, when Chen斐had a heartfelt conversation with Luo Jun. He had not seen Luo Jun for several days. It was uncertain whether Luo Jun was embarrassed to face others due to his wrongdoings. During this time, Chen斐diligently practiced the first level of Tanyuan Gong while occasionally consulting Guolinshan. Each time, he would inquire about the critical aspects of Tanyuan Gong, insights that only those with profound cultivation could comprehend. This not only showcased the abilities of others, but also fostered a sense of achievement in teaching, drawing them closer together. Thus, despite Chen Fei's frequent visits to Guolinshan, the latter displayed no signs of impatience. In fact, Guolinshan had begun to admire Chen Fei's perceptiveness while lamenting his innate talent. Just as Feng Xiaopu had sensed the extraordinary talent within Chen Fei and could not resist testing his aptitude, Guolinshan harbored similar curiosity. However, this time, there was no need for testing, as Chen Fei readily disclosed the results. Junior brother Chen, if only you possess the same innate talent as Luo Jun, your current cultivation would already be at the initial stage of the marrow refinement realm, perhaps even surpassing mine. After addressing the day's inquiries, Guolinshan looked at Chen Fei with a hint of regret. Isn't Tanyuan Gong supposed to enhance cultivation speed as one progresses? Chen Fei replied with a smile. Indeed, but the further one goes with Tanyuan Gong, the more challenging the cultivation becomes, particularly at the 5th level. I've been stagnant at this stage for nearly 2 years. Guolinshan murmured. Only by cultivating Tanyuan Gong to the 5th level while simultaneously reaching the marrow refinement realm can one contend for the position of a true disciple. At that point, one would genuinely access the legacy of the Yuanchang sword sect. The Yuanchang sword sect may not rival the Xianyuan sword sect in terms of elite heritage or combat prowess. Yet it would be inaccurate to deem Yuanchang weak. Rather, it is the Xianyuan sword sect that is exceptionally formidable. By the way, Senior Brother Gua, you mentioned a task we would undertake soon. What is this task? Chen Fei inquired without delving deeper into the topic. Oh, that task? It's nothing arduous. The Xianyuan sword sect requires some medicinal herbs for alchemical purposes, and they have asked our sect to gather and deliver them, Guolinshan explained. The Xianyuan sword sect needs us to gather herbs? Chen Fei questioned, puzzled. Indeed, Guolinshan affirmed. Since I joined the sect, the Xianyuan sword sect has often called upon us for various tasks. Chen Fei's eyelid twitched slightly. It was evident that this had been an ongoing arrangement. However, considering the strength of the Xianyuan sword sect, which could easily monopolize the resources surrounding Xianyan City, their allowance for sects like Yuanchang to exist was likely a means of ensuring assistance when needed. At least they are not directly providing us with medicinal pills. Chen Fei remarked softly. Xianyan City is adjacent to the mountains, so there is an abundance of herbs. Gathering them should not pose much difficulty. The Xianyan sword sect does not trust our refinement standards, so they only require the raw materials, Guolinshan countered. Chen Fei blinked, realizing that their reluctance to exploit further stemmed from a lack of faith in other skills. They deemed the refinement techniques of others inadequate and preferred to process the materials themselves. Senior Brother Gua, I have a persistent question I wish to seek clarification on. Since the topic of medicinal pills had arisen, Chen Fei contemplated asking about the commerce of alchemical products. After spending the past few days together, he had gained insight into Guo Linshan's character, which was undeniably straightforward and upright. What is it? Guo Linshan inquired, lifting his gaze. I can refine medicinal pills, and I usually have someone sell them in Xianyan City. Over time, I wonder if I might attract envy and encounter some trouble. Chen Fei spoke in a low voice. You can refine medicinal pills? Guo Linshan raised an eyebrow. But considering Chen Fei's demonstrated insight, the possibility of him being an alchemist was not entirely surprising. Moreover, alchemists were not in short supply. Many within the Yuanshang sword sect were dedicated alchemists, and some inner disciples also pursued alchemical practices. However, the talent required for martial arts was distinct, and the same applied to alchemy. Most who practiced both had mediocre alchemical skills. I can refine some Qingling Dan, Chen Fei nodded. You can already refine Qingling Dan. That is quite an impressive skill. Guo Linshan expressed genuine surprise. Among those who practiced both disciplines, this level of proficiency was commendable. After a moment of thought, Guo Linshan remarked, selling medicinal pills in Xianyan City generally poses no danger, especially under the protection of the Xianyan sword sect. However, if you remain concerned, there is indeed a reliable solution. What solution? Chen Fei sat up, slightly straighter. Joining the Alchemist Alliance, a place specifically formed by alchemists, Guo Linshan stated. Taking a sip of tea. The Alchemist Alliance was originally established by a rogue alchemist who, recognizing the oppression faced by wandering alchemists, created a mutual aid society. Now, over a century later, it has evolved into the Alchemist Alliance. Chen Fei's eyes brightened. During his research, he had focused on sect-related information and completely overlooked such an organization. After all, other cities lacked any similar alliances. Yet, it was primarily their own oversight, influenced by rigid thinking. Nonetheless, it was not too late to learn now. Once I join, will I receive protection from the alliance? Chen Fei inquired. Chen Fei's expression shifted. The background of this alliance leader seemed formidable. As for why a rogue alchemist alliance would eventually transition into one affiliated with a sect, it was almost a foregone conclusion. Do not get too excited. There are requirements for joining the Alchemist Alliance. Guo Linshan chuckled at Chen Fei's eager demeanor. It cannot be an age requirement, can it? What age limit could an alchemist have? Guo Linshan burst into laughter, saying, I heard that one must refine pills of certain standard to qualify for membership. Many within our sect cannot meet this criterion. Chen Fei nodded slightly and engaged in casual conversation with Guo Linshan for a while before taking his leave. If I can join the Alchemist Alliance, we will no longer need to worry about selling medicinal pills, he mused, observing the steady stream of people entering and exiting the Alliance's premises. Stop right there. Only alchemists are permitted entry. A guard suddenly obstructed Chen Fei and his companion at the entrance. I am an alchemist seeking to join the Alchemist Alliance, Chen Fei announced, cupping his hands in salute. The guard scrutinized Chen Fei for a moment and replied, to enter the Alchemist Alliance, one must undergo a test. Are both of you alchemists? I am not. I am his friend. Qi Defeng quickly interjected. Then you cannot enter. Please remain outside. Only if this young master passes the test can he bring someone else in. The guard stated firmly. Qi Defeng nodded and settled into a nearby tea house, while Chen Fei followed the guard into the main entrance. Chapter 73. Ninth grade alchemist, are you here for the entrance examination? The guard escorted Chen Fei to a designated area, where a female attendant awaited him. Yes. Chen Fei nodded and inquired about the requirements for the test. Of course. Qin Jinglan replied with a gentle smile. Recently, many individuals wish to join the Danshur Alliance. Thus the standards have been raised. One must successfully refine a Qingling Dan of excellent quality. Can a test be conducted today? Chen Fei's spirit lifted upon hearing the requirements. An application is necessary, along with a testing fee of 1,000 taels. Should you pass the test, the fee will be refunded. Otherwise, it will be used for the development of the alliance. Chen Fei's expression shifted slightly. Realizing this was a measure to prevent those lacking sufficient strength from wasting the alliance's resources. That is acceptable, he replied without objection. Qin Jinglan gestured with her right hand, leading Chen Fei to the counter where the application process, though somewhat cumbersome, was completed with payment and registration. After a brief moment, she guided him to a row of alchemy rooms, some of which were closed, indicating that others were engaged in refining elixirs. if you fail this initial test. The next one can only be taken 6 months later, and the testing fee will double. Have you considered this carefully? Qin Jinglan reminded him once more. Thank you for the reminder, Chen Fei replied with a faint smile. Qin Jinglan nodded, ushering him into one of the alchemy rooms. Please refine a Qingling Dan within half an hour. Exceeding the time will result in a failure. Chen Fei surveyed the surroundings, filled with various medicinal materials, which were jumbled together, clearly needing the alchemist to organize them. He glanced at Qin Jinglan, who raised the recording stone, indicating that he could begin. If he passed the assessment, the recording stone would remain in the Danshire Alliance, allowing for scrutiny to prevent favoritism or fraud. Chen Fei approached and effortlessly gathered the necessary materials for the Qingling Dan. After briefly cleaning the alchemy furnace, he ignited the fire and awaited it to heat thoroughly before adding all the materials into the furnace. Qin Jinglan observed with a slight furrow in her brow. While Chen Fei made no mistakes in his steps, his movements appeared a bit too vigorous, resembling a novice. Furthermore, the sequence of adding the materials had some flaws. It was not typical to pour everything in all at once. Moreover, a critical issue lay in the intensity of the flame beneath the furnace. It was too fierce. Refining elixirs requires precise control over the heat. While a larger flame may hasten the process, it significantly increases the difficulty of maintaining quality. The Alliance allotted half an hour specifically to encourage alchemists to remain calm, for slow and steady work yields the finest results. Qin Jinglan feared that Chen Fei's concoction might lead to a furnace explosion. This was a method Chen Fei had perfected through personal experience, allowing for rapid elixir production without compromising quality. Whether it suited others, he did not know, but it certainly matched his own pace. Otherwise, he could not produce nearly 100 Qingling Dan in a single day, even with a high success rate. Efficiency was his ultimate pursuit. As Qin Jinglan awaited the anticipated explosion, delightful aromas began to waft through the alchemy room. She inhaled, surprised. This fragrance did not suggest an imminent disaster. After years of experiencing various elixirs, she sensed that the quality of this batch might be outstanding. Qin Jinglan regarded Chen Fei with astonishment, her gaze subtly shifting. Refining elixirs is an endeavor where deception cannot thrive. Setting aside her initial biases, she observed Chen Fei's movements, which now appeared fluid and assured. With a resounding thud, Chen Fei struck the lid of the furnace just after a quarter of an hour, startling Qin Jinglan from a reverie. "Is this acceptable?" he asked as he retrieved the elixir and placed it onto a nearby plate, presenting it to her. Qin Jinglan beheld the plump, jade-like Qingling Dan, unable to hide her admiration. Such a standard of elixir could not be produced without thoroughly understanding the formula. Having witnessed numerous assessments, she had encountered this caliber of Qingling Dan only a handful of times, and the speed at which Chen Fei had worked was remarkable. "Verification is still required," she stated, slightly bowing as she secured the recording stone. Her demeanor shifted significantly as she said, "Please, follow me." Chen Fei smiled softly and followed Qin Jinglan to a counter. After presenting the plate and recording stone, the verification process was completed in the span of a single incense stick. The Alliance personnel confirmed Chen Fei's information and placed a jade token before him. "This is your identification within the Danshire Alliance. Please keep it safe." Qin Jinglan respectfully presented the token. As Chen Fei accepted it, he admired the intricately carved alchemy furnace on the token, a smile spreading across his face. Finally, he had a supportive foundation, allowing him to sell Chongfu Dan without fear of repercussions. "By the way, does the Alliance sell elixir formulas?" he inquired. "Not for sale." Qin Jinglan shook her head. "However, you may exchange contribution points for them." "Contribution points?" Chen Fei raised an eyebrow slightly. "By completing tasks assigned by the Alliance, you can earn contribution points. Alternatively, if you present a formula you have developed for evaluation, you will also receive contribution points as a reward." Qin Jinglan continued with a smile. "Contribution points can be used not only to exchange for formulas, but also, if sufficient, to post tasks. As long as the task does not harm others, it can generally be published." Chen Fei understood, noting the similarity to sect structures aimed at enhancing loyalty among members. After all, many free offerings rarely inspire genuine gratitude. "Is there a difference in status between being able to refine Qingling Dan and Chongfu Dan?" "Certainly," she replied. "If you can refine Chongfu Dan with satisfactory quality and efficacy, you may advance from a 9th-rank Dan Master to an 8th-rank Dan Master. Some alliance tasks may also require completion by higher-ranked Dan Masters. Qin Jinglan's eyes sparkled as she looked at Chen Fei, a hint of intrigue in her gaze. An 8th-ranked Dan Master at such a young age? He may be a bit dark, but his stature is quite impressive. Upon closer inspection, he is rather appealing. Chen Fei was taken aback, realizing that Dan Masters were classified by rank. Yet, upon reflection, it was reasonable since the materials used for Chongfu Dan far exceeded those for Qingling Dan, resulting in a significantly higher level of difficulty in refinement. This distinction facilitated easier management for the alliance. I wish to apply for the 8th-rank Dan Master assessment. It was time to showcase his skills. Please follow me, Qin Jinglan said with a slight bow, leading Chen Fei toward the alchemy room. They arrived to find an elderly Dan Master waiting. The assessment for 8th-rank Dan Masters was noticeably more stringent. Sir, you may begin, Qin Jinglan whispered inside the alchemy room. Chen Fei sensed a subtle softness in her voice compared to before. It was quite pleasant to the ear. In Chapter 74, the theme of drawing others closer is explored. Among warriors, Chen Fei was considered a late bloomer, having only recently entered the Duangu realm, and thus was looked down upon by the major sects surrounding Xianyan City, regarded as having little potential. However, in the realm of Dan Masters, he was seen as youthful. Dan Masters value both perception and experience. With age comes the opportunity to accumulate knowledge, honing skills through practice. Duan Jilya, while possessing mediocre talent for alchemy, had spent years mastering the refinement of Chongfu Dan and similar great elixirs. As for Fei Ling Dan, he could occasionally produce it, though with a low success rate and subpar quality. Chen Fei began by selecting the appropriate materials before, as usual, igniting the furnace and adding all the materials into it. The scorching flames licked the base of the furnace as he skillfully controlled the medicinal properties with his internal energy. In mere moments, the fragrant aroma of the herbs began to waft from the furnace. Compared to those who meticulously refine elixirs, this represents the true essence of alchemy. Duan Jilya inhaled the fragrant aroma of the herbs, his gaze subtly shifting. This batch of Chongfu Dan promised to be of exceptional quality, rivaling the standards he had honed over decades. In fact, from a certain perspective, it might even surpass them. Bang! Moments after a quarter of an hour had passed, Chen Fei struck the lid of the furnace with a firm palm, intensifying the delightful scent of the elixir. Unable to resist, Duan Jilya stepped closer, his eyes wide with astonishment as he beheld the several Chongfu Dan resting serenely within the furnace. Had success been achieved? Qin Jinglan whispered, her curiosity piqued. We should still conduct a test, but I believe there will be no issues, Duan Jilya remarked, accepting the porcelain dish and scrutinizing the appearance of the Chongfu Dan, which indeed exceeded his own craftsmanship. This particular elixir, one could argue, had fully harnessed the potential of Chongfu Dan in terms of efficacy. Will you continue your assessment, young friend? Duan Jilya inquired, looking up at Chen Fei. Given the remarkable quality of the Chongfu Dan, it was reasonable to assume that the failing Dan would also meet high standards, as a solid foundation had been established. Qin Jinglan's eyes widened in surprise as she gazed at Chen Fei. Could it be that he was on the verge of qualifying as a 7th-grade alchemist? A 7th-grade alchemist, even in the vast Xianyan city, held a prominent status, their position far more esteemed than that of an ordinary martial artist at the Lianzong realm. Without the formula for failing Dan, it would take Chen Fei at least half a year to derive it, assuming everything progressed smoothly. Duan Jilya nodded in realization. It was indeed rare for wandering alchemists from other regions to possess the formula for failing Dan. Those with such alchemical prowess were unlikely to reach Xianyan City, as they would be surrounded by influential families, making escape impossible. Would you be willing to sell the formula for failing Dan, esteemed elder? Chen Fei asked eagerly. However, Qin Jinglan quickly interjected. According to regulations, alchemical formulas exchanged for contribution points within the alliance cannot be traded privately. If discovered, both parties would face severe penalties. Chen Fei nodded, understanding the rationale. After all, allowing private transactions would render the contribution points within the alliance meaningless, dissuading alchemists from completing tasks for the alliance. If such situations were not prohibited, the alchemist alliance would surely become a laughingstock. Thank you, esteemed elder. I currently have no intentions of joining a family. Chen Fei replied after a moment's thought, shaking his head. A sect is merely an enlarged version of a family. As a member of the Yuan Chan sword sect, Chen Fei could exchange for formulas within the sect. Furthermore, the Alchemist Alliance also presented a viable path. Joining another family would inevitably impose various constraints, making it unwise to rush for a formula. Qin Jinglan slightly bowed to Chen Fei, guiding him to the counter where she presented the porcelain dish and the recording stone. After a brief exchange, she handed Chen Fei a different style of jade token. Observing the intricate patterns on the new token, which were more refined than the previous one, Chen Fei noted the surrounding cloud motifs were denser as well. I usually sell elixirs on North Street. Is it possible to display the Alchemist Alliance's emblem? Chen Fei asked, turning to Qin Jinglan. She was captivated by him, and upon his sudden gaze, her cheeks flushed. Yes, the Alliance provides exclusive potion vials that non-Alliance alchemists are prohibited from using. Thus, others will naturally recognize you as a member of the Alliance. Qin Jinglan replied softly. Lowering her head, Chen Fei regarded Qin Jinglan with curiosity. Was she perhaps enamored with him? Why else would she blush? A quarter of an hour later, Chen Fei exited the Alliance and sought out Qi Defeng. How'd it go? Qi Defeng inquired hastily upon seeing Chen Fei. Earlier, he had gathered information regarding the Alchemist Alliance and had gained a general understanding of its strength. Essentially, as long as one became a recognized alchemist within the Alliance, most factions would not deliberately create difficulties. Selling elixirs on North Street would not present the same risks as encountered in Qingfen City. The Alchemist Alliance held considerable prestige in the vicinity of Xianyan City. From now on, with my jade token in hand, you should be able to purchase potion vials from the Alliance without any issues, Chen Fei said, a smile gracing his face. Chapter 75. The emergence of insight. Although the transition from Qingling Dan to Chongfu Dan extended the time required for alchemical refinement and resulted in a slightly lower yield per batch, Chen Fei's daily earnings would exceed 1,000 taels after deducting the costs of the herbs. Crucially, this income came without the burden of complications. Calculating this, Chen Fei felt wealth was soon within his grasp. The long-stored Zhen Longxiang finally held the promise of cultivation. With just over a month of savings, Chen Fei would unveil the true nature of this technique. Excellent. Qi Defeng beamed at the jade token in his hand. Now, he and Chen Fei were in the same boat. As Chen Fei prospered, so too would he. Days passed swiftly, with most of Chen Fei's time dedicated to mastering the Tanyuan Gong. After much effort, he finally perfected the first level of the technique. Tanyuan Gong Level 1, 1000. Chen Fei decided to test the effects of practicing the perfected first level of Tanyuan Gong. As for the effects of consuming elixirs, there were no noticeable changes. By comparing the cultivation effects conferred by the technique alone, he estimated a roughly 10% increase. While this was not particularly remarkable, considering that he primarily relied on elixirs for rapid cultivation, it was understandable that the effects were less pronounced at the first level of Tanyuan Gong. Chen Fei knocked on Guo Linshan's door, a jug of wine in hand. This was a common brew from an ordinary inn in Xianyan City, which Guo Linshan preferred. More expensive wines did not suit his palate. Junior brother, Guo Linshan exclaimed with a smile upon opening the door and seeing Chen Fei with the jug. After several visits, Guo Linshan had developed a favorable impression of Chen Fei. Just come in. There's no need to bring anything. Guo Linshan welcomed him inside. Having asked so many questions of senior brother, it's only fitting to bring some refreshing wine, Chen Fei replied, placing the jug on the table. Guo Linshan fetched 2 bowls and poured some wine into each. As he inhaled the aroma, his smile grew even brighter. He truly enjoyed this wine. Senior brother Guo, since master only passed down the Tanyuan Gong, when will he impart other sword techniques and body techniques? Chen Fei seized the opportunity to voice his curiosity after a few sips of wine. There's no need to rush. Master treats everyone equally, Guo Linshan reassured him, thinking Chen Fei was concerned about favoritism. Every month, master assesses our progress in martial arts. If we perform outstandingly, he will naturally teach us additional techniques. What constitutes outstanding performance? Chen Fei asked. While it's hard to say for others, for someone like you, junior brother, who has just begun, simply mastering the Tanyuan Gong will suffice as exceptional, Guo Linshan explained, raising his bowl and finishing the contents in one gulp. Is it considered exceptional to perfect the first level of Tanyuan Gong? Chen Fei inquired. Yes, if you can achieve perfection, that would certainly be regarded as outstanding. Guo Linshan affirmed confidently. Is that so? Chen Fei extended his hand, his right index finger becoming slightly translucent, as if a layer of light were about to burst forth. Coughing, Guolinshan nearly spat out his drink at the sight of Chen Fei's fingers phenomenon. The Tong Yuan Gong emphasizes the connection between the body and mind. Upon reaching perfection at the first level, one could transmit energy to the fingertips, creating the effect Chen Fei had just demonstrated. Have you practiced Tong Yuan Gong before? Guolinshan's first reaction was to assume Chen Fei had prior experience, as such rapid progress was unlikely otherwise. In a matter of mere days, Chen Fei managed to master the first level of Tong Yuan Gong, a feat that left Guolinshan astonished. He recalled that it had taken him over a month to reach such proficiency. Even then, Feng Xiupu had commended Guolinshan for his commendable comprehension and compatibility with Tong Yuan Gong. If Guolinshan, with his respectable aptitude, required more than a month, what could be said of Chen Fei, who accomplished it in just a few days? Was he not a prodigy of extraordinary talent? Senior brother, surely you jest. Tong Yuan Gong is an inner sect technique. It cannot possibly be circulated outside. Besides, my master assessed my innate potential long ago. Had I practiced it, he would have recognized it at once. Chen Fei chuckled and shook his head. Indeed, Guolinshan nodded, acknowledging the improbability of Tong Yuan Gong being disseminated externally. If Chen Fei had truly learned it clandestinely, he would have concealed his abilities rather than expose them so openly. Furthermore, if they reported this to Feng Xiupu, he would undoubtedly reassess Chen Fei's internal strength. The internal energy cultivated from Tong Yuan Gong bore distinct characteristics, especially in the presence of someone like Feng Xiupu, who had achieved the 5th level. Thus, could it be that Chen Fei genuinely mastered the first level in just a few days? If so, his potential, even with slightly inferior innate qualities, might still hold great promise for the future. Let us seek out Master, Guolinshan declared, rising eagerly and making his way outside, with Chen Fei following closely behind. Before long, they arrived at the courtyard of Feng Xiupu. Master, your disciple Guolinshan requests an audience. Guolinshan announced loudly. What is it? Feng Xiupu, who happened to be in the courtyard, looked at Guolinshan and Chen Fei with a hint of curiosity. Master, junior brother has perfected the first level of Tong Yuan Gong, Guolinshan whispered as he approached Feng Xiupu. Feng Xiupu paused, turning his gaze to Chen Fei, who extended his palm, revealing his fingers shimmering faintly. A flicker of surprise crossed Feng Xiupu's eyes. His instinct was to assume that Chen Fei had previous knowledge of the technique, but he quickly dismissed that thought. Given Chen Fei's earlier demonstration of insight with the Chuyuan sword, the notion of him mastering the first level of Tong Yuan Gong in mere days became increasingly plausible. Of course, it is also possible that he simply possesses an innate compatibility with Tong Yuan Gong, he pondered. Throughout the years, there have been several instances of such occurrences within the sect. Both of you come inside. Feng Xiupu beckoned them into his study, where he retrieved the scripture for the second level of Tong Yuan Gong and began to elucidate the steps and key points for its cultivation. An hour passed as Feng Xiupu concluded his instruction. Chen Fei glanced at the panel before him. Technique, Tong Yuan Gong's second level, 12,000. In how many days do you believe you can fully cultivate the second level of Tong Yuan Gong? Feng Xiupu inquired softly. Chen Fei contemplated his pace of practice and replied, within 10 days, it should be achievable. Guolinshan, who had been listening for the past hour, suddenly perked up, his eyes widening in disbelief. If you truly believe that, I should no longer feel drowsy. Feng Xiupu gazed at Chen Fei with astonishment. For his own estimate was at least a month, a benchmark set by previous disciples who had demonstrated exceptional compatibility with the technique. Chen Fei had effectively halved this record. Junior brother, are you serious? Guolinshan could not help but ask, well aware of the records set by earlier disciples. Is it too swift? Chen Fei ventured tentatively. In truth, if given the choice, Chen Fei would prefer to quietly cultivate Tong Yuan Gong up to the 5th level. However, the method of instruction at the Yuancheng sword sect left him with no such option. In most sects, teachings were administered with care, ensuring the disciple's character and loyalty were assessed before imparting techniques. Unless Chen Fei was willing to delay his training, he had no means to conceal his progress. After observing Feng Xiupu over the past few days, Chen Fei realized that he had no need for secrecy. While strict, Feng Xiupu was not unkind. The fastest disciples before you took over a month, Guolinshan remarked, feeling a hint of pride mixed with skepticism. Ultimately, whether it is 10 days or a month, The results will speak for themselves. Feng Xiaopu waved his hand dismissively. After all, these were merely estimates. Master, may I learn other techniques as well? Chen Fei suddenly asked. What techniques are you interested in learning? Feng Xiaopu inquired with curiosity rather than immediate refusal. Sword techniques, body techniques, archery. I have dabbled in all three. Junior brother, you have quite the breadth of knowledge. Guolinshan chuckled. I have not delved into archery, but should an opportunity arise, you may explore the scripture repository. Now that you are progressing well with Tangyuan Gong, I can impart a set of sword and body techniques to you. Feng Xiaopu considered, retrieving 2 texts from the shelf and placing them on the table. The Starry Night Sword? Master, isn't this sword technique somewhat lacking in power? I haven't seen other disciples practice it in ages. Guolinshan expressed his confusion as he examined the scripture. The Starry Night Sword is not designed for aggressive combat. It emphasizes defense. Given your current level of mastery, no matter how formidable the sword technique, it is futile without sufficient cultivation. It is far wiser to focus on self-preservation in times of danger, Feng Xiaopu explained. Guolinshan, recalling Chen Fei's novice status, found merit in this reasoning. While the Starry Night Sword may lack offensive capabilities, its defensive strength was indeed more suitable for Chen Fei's current stage. The pursuit step is similarly structured. It may not excel in agility or elevation, but it is unparalleled for long-distance travel. When faced with peril, one should not always strive to confront. If fleeing is an option, then one should do so without shame, Feng Xiaopu added with a smile. Chen Fei's eyes sparkled at Feng Xiaopu's words, resonating deeply with him. When confronted with an adversary too formidable to overcome, fleeing was undoubtedly the wisest course of action. Chen Fei had been contemplating acquiring techniques that favored speed and escape, especially given the formidable opponents he faced, those trained in marrow and viscera, all seasoned practitioners from their sect. Compared to wandering cultivators, these sect members possessed significantly greater combat prowess. If Chen Fei continued to entertain thoughts of fighting above his level, the likelihood of success was exceedingly slim. Then, in such circumstances, the ability to run swiftly becomes paramount. Thank you, Master, Chen Fei expressed with a respectful gesture. Feng Xiaopu waved his hand and opened the scripture for the Starry Night Sword, noting, few disciples currently practice the Starry Night Sword, not only due to its lack of offensive power, but also because its complexity is quite elevated. You must pay close attention to my explanations, and feel free to ask me any questions along the way. Chen Fei nodded as Feng Xiaopu began to elucidate the steps for mastering the Starry Night Sword. Compared to the techniques Chen Fei had previously practiced, the Starry Night Sword indeed proved to be significantly more challenging, predominantly revolving around defensive stances, with only a handful of offensive maneuvers. As Feng Xiaopu's explanations deepened, Chen Fei gradually cast aside all distractions, immersing himself wholly in the learning process, eagerly posing questions whenever uncertainties arose. Before long, another hour had passed, and Feng Xiaopu completed his discourse on the Starry Night Sword. Have you grasped it? Feng Xiaopu inquired, observing Chen Fei. Chen Fei glanced at the panel, noting that he had indeed entered the foundational stage of the Starry Night Sword, albeit with a progression bar that differed from previous techniques, indicating a higher requirement for proficiency. Technique, Starry Night Sword, entry level 1300. I have learned it, Master, Chen Fei replied earnestly. Feng Xiaopu nodded slightly, glancing at Guolinshan, who appeared thoroughly engaged. He chose not to dismiss him and picked up the other text, the pursuit step. After nearly another hour of explanation, during which Feng Xiaopu paused occasionally to demonstrate specific steps, the session continued. In comparison to the arduous cultivation of the Xingye sword, the difficulty of mastering the Zuhin step remains unabated, if not more challenging. Chen Fei glanced at the interface and noted that he had already entered the initial stage of Zuhin's step, discovering that the required proficiency was identical to that of the Xingye sword. Contemplating this, Chen Fei realized that the panel's criteria for assessment dictated that as long as the techniques belonged to the same tier, the proficiency required would be equivalent. However, the subjective notion of cultivation difficulty might not be factored into the panel's considerations. This concludes today's session. Chen Fei, having gained limited insight into both the Xingye sword and Zuhin step under Lin Shan's guidance, expressed that should there be any uncertainties, he could approach him at any time. Feng Xiaopu handed over 3 manuals to Chen Fei, who promptly accepted them with gratitude, thanking his master for the imparted knowledge. Feng Xiaopu nodded slightly, engaging in conversation for a brief moment before Chen Fei and his companion took their leave. As Feng Xiaopu watched Chen Fei depart, a faint smile graced his features. Initially, he had assumed that Chen Fei's martial achievements would culminate in mediocrity, yet this unexpected revelation was indeed a pleasant surprise. Feng Xiaopu's decision to teach Chen Fei the Xingye sword and Zuhin step stemmed not only from previous motivations, but also from a desire to evaluate Chen Fei's comprehension and insight. If Chen Fei's success was merely a result of his physique and the compatibility with Tong Yuan Gong, his accomplishments, while commendable, would ultimately face limitations, such as in the practice of Lian Zongjing. Conversely, if Chen Fei's prowess was derived from genuine exceptional understanding rather than mere technique compatibility, then his future potential would undoubtedly soar to greater heights. Lian Zongjing represents the final stage among the 5 realms of body refinement. Yet the path of martial arts encompasses far more than merely the refinement of the body. I truly regret taking up so much of your time today, senior brother. Chen Fei remarked, turning to Guo Linshan. There is no need for such formality, junior brother. It is a rare opportunity to hear our master elucidate the intricacies of the techniques. I would be eager to absorb as much as possible rather than feel time wasted. Guo Linshan responded jovially, giving Chen Fei a hearty pat on the shoulder. Though the Xingye sword and the 2 techniques were not his primary focus, the principles of martial arts often share a commonality, and thus, listening attentively is never detrimental. By the way, the task has been scheduled to commence in 5 days. Junior brother, be prepared, as we will be stationed in the mountains for several days, Guo Linshan suddenly announced. Understood. I appreciate your guidance, senior brother. Chen Fei nodded. The 2 chatted for a brief moment before parting ways. Chapter 77. No one dares to oppress me within the span of a single day, having acquired 3 exceptional techniques. Chen Fei felt a sense of accomplishment not experienced in quite some time. Should he master these 3 techniques completely, his strength would ascend to a new level. His first step would be to integrate the 3 techniques with his existing knowledge. Do you wish to spend 500 taels of silver to simplify Tong Yuan Gong's 2nd level? Do you wish to spend 200 taels of silver to simplify the Xingye sword? Do you wish to spend 200 taels of silver to simplify the Zuin step? The cost to simplify Tong Yuan Gong had risen, and the prices for the Xingye sword and Zuin step were likewise considerable, yet they remained within Chen Fei's means. Simplify. Success was achieved in simplifying Tong Yuan Gong's 2nd level to the 1st level. The Xingye sword was simplified to the initial form of the sword, while the Zuhin step was transformed into a technique known as Dengyun Xing. Chen Fei took a deep breath. It was time to grind for experience once more. He set a modest goal to cultivate the Zuhin step to great perfection within 5 days. As the days passed, Chen Fei busied himself with alchemy in the mornings and practiced Tong Yuan Gong and Zuhin step proficiency in the afternoons. He remained steadfast, akin to a hermit devoted to his training. Even as night fell, he persevered, for martial artists of a certain caliber can sometimes replace sleep with cultivation. While it may not be as restful as slumber, the significance of such late-night endeavors made it an opportunity Chen Fei could not afford to miss. Before long, the 5th day arrived, and Chen Fei, accompanied by Guo Linshan and others, ventured into the mountains. Upon reaching the encampment, Guo Linshan addressed his fellow disciples, declaring that this task was one they could not refuse. Such missions were assigned annually within the Yuanchang sword sect, mandatory for every inner disciple to complete. Failure to fulfill the task due to laziness would result in severe penalties from the sect. Yes, senior brother Guo, the disciples replied in unison, dispersing to oversee the progress of the herbal gathering as per the prior arrangements. Junior brother, it has been a while since I last saw you. Luo Jun suddenly approached Chen Fei with a smile. Chen Fei turned to look at him, having noticed him earlier, but hesitating to greet him, especially after having just dealt with another matter. Although his intent was to ensure Luo Jun ceased such jesting, a hint of personal grievance lingered. I've been busy with my training and haven't gone out much, Chen Fei observed, scrutinizing Luo Jun's face for any signs of injury. Relieved to see he appeared mostly unscathed, Luo Jun, feeling Chen Fei's gaze, suspected that he was aware of the ambush he had suffered. It seems you're also aware of this incident, junior brother. I must find out who did this, for if I discover their identity, I will not let them go. This matter is far from over, Luo Jun exclaimed angrily. Though Luo Jun had briefly considered Chen Fei as a suspect. After all, he had just teased him earlier that day only to be attacked later. He quickly dismissed the notion upon witnessing the assailant's prowess, realizing he had no means to resist. Chen Fei was merely at the onset of the Duangu realm, and having come from a remote region, it was implausible for him to inflict such harm. Given Luo Jun's tendency to irritate others, he soon redirected his suspicions toward different individuals. Your words hold merit, senior brother, Chen Fei acknowledged with a nod. After conversing for a while, both returned to their respective stations to oversee the herbal gatherers. As daylight waned, the presence of supervision and generous compensation ensured a commendable yield of herbs. This mountain range seemed particularly fertile, allowing for the rapid growth of medicinal plants. Even with the increasing population around Xianyun City, the production of elixirs remained unaffected. As dusk approached, the harvested herbs were loaded onto carts for transport down mountain. The atmosphere among the group was relaxed, and if this trend continued, they would likely complete the task in just over 10 days, thus sparing themselves from further hardships. Chen Fei wandered within his designated area, not solely to supervise the gatherers but also to practice the Zuhan step. Although he had been training tirelessly, time was still of the essence. He was still a few hundred proficiency points away from achieving great perfection in the Zuhan step. Nonetheless, even without reaching that pinnacle, Chen Fei had already made significant progress in speed compared to before. Achieving great perfection would likely lead to further improvement. With just a few hundred proficiency points remaining, Chen Fei was determined to complete this today. As for Tan Yuangong's second level, he had surpassed the halfway mark, aligning closely with his initial estimate of 10 days. The Xingye sword, having been practiced alongside the Zuhan step, was also nearing great perfection. As Chen Fei roamed within the task area, his figure flickered intermittently when suddenly a tremendous uproar erupted from a distance. Turning to Luo Jun, Chen Fei inquired, "What is happening?" He noticed that when he arrived, Luo Jun was already present. Looking up, he realized that the senior brothers at the Lien Sui realm were absent, leaving only those at the Duangu realm, like himself, in attendance. On the ground lay Shi Dai, who, after consuming some elixirs, had stabilized his condition somewhat, but had succumbed to slumber. The convoy bore the insignia of the Yuanchang sword sect. Yet even so, there were those daring enough to launch an attack, clearly underestimating the sect and its disciples. "Spare me." A voice pleading for mercy suddenly emerged, drawing the attention of all present. A herbalist was being seized by a martial artist by the throat, racing toward the encampment. In mere moments, they arrived, and the herbalist was forcefully thrown to the ground. The emblem and distinctive long spear of the CHNGH I left no doubt regarding the identity of the assailant. "What have you done to my herbalist?" Luo Jun exclaimed, recognizing the fallen figure as one from his own territory. "You dare to trespass into my sect's mission area. I could kill him without consequence. I demand to know, do you think CHNGHPI is without defenders?" Kuang Dinghua's furious shout resonated as he grasped his spear, overwhelming the atmosphere with his imposing presence. The disciples of the Yuanch NGNP exchanged glances. For the task issued by the Shi New York NGNP, I included many sects, and CHNGHNP was among them. The areas designated for herb gathering were pre-established, albeit vaguely. While one could theoretically argue that the herbalist had overstepped boundaries, in practice, the delineations were often ambiguous. And herbalists were not foolish enough to venture into the domains of rival sects merely for a few extra coins. "Brother, I sense there may be a misunderstanding here." Someone said amiably. "A misunderstanding, you say?" I witnessed him crossing borders to pilfer herbs. "What I saw is just the tip of the iceberg," Kuang Dinghua retorted with a cold chuckle. "I did not." The herbalist, terrified, quickly protested, fearing the dire consequences that would follow if he were found guilty. "Have I asked you a question?" Kuang Dinghua abruptly appeared before the herbalist, delivering a kick to his chest. The herbalist coughed up blood and was sent crashing into a nearby table. With a thud, Chen Fei caught the herbalist's body, absorbing the tremendous force, thus saving his life. Nevertheless, the herbalist continued to bleed from his mouth and nose. Without prompt medical attention, he would likely perish within moments. Furrowing his brow, Chen Fei applied pressure to the herbalist's body several times, then placed a healing pill into his mouth, using his energy to assist in its absorption. He laid the herbalist down gently, realizing that only time would tell if the herbalist had the strength to survive. You have not clarified your intentions. Are you merely seeking to intimidate and kill? Quang Dinghua's actions ignited the ire of the Yunch NGNPI disciples. The ambushed herbalist convoy had already left them simmering with frustration. Quang Dinghua's brazen demeanor and his audacious pursuit for retribution pushed the disciples to the brink of indignation. Are we to engage in battle? Quang Dinghua, undeterred by their gazes, revealed a fervor for combat, asserting that if matters could not be resolved through discourse, then a duel was in order. The victor shall be deemed correct. What do you truly seek? When Ziqian stepped forward, fixing his gaze on Quang Dinghua. With Guolinshan and several other senior brothers absent, Wen Ziqian found himself the highest-ranking disciple present. Regardless of Quang Dinghua's demeanor, his cultivation level was undeniably at the Lien Sui realm, giving him a distinct advantage over the disciples of the Duangu realm, even in greater numbers. In martial arts, a single tier of superiority could be immensely significant, especially considering the superior martial techniques practiced within their sect. I seek only justice, Quang Dinghua replied with a slight smile. Surveying the crowd, let us do this. Each sect may send forth a champion, and we shall engage in a contest. To avoid monotony, let us wager several carts of herbs as stakes. Chen Fei raised an eyebrow slightly, realizing that after all that discourse, the true objective was indeed the herbs. It was unsurprising that CHNGH aimed to capitalize on Yunch NGNPI, given their superior strength. You, a Lien Sui realm practitioner, would bully us mere Duangu realm disciples? When Ziqian's brow furrowed deeply. I can suppress my level, Quang Dinghua declared. Finding a Duangu realm opponent for a brawl is not difficult. I shall gladly oblige. A thunderous voice echoed as Guolinshan's figure approached swiftly, arriving at the encampment in a matter of moments. Without further ado, he brandished a broadsword and struck at Quang Dinghua with a fierce slash. Come at me. Quang Dinghua laughed heartily, his spear darting forth like a dragon surging through the sea, meeting Guolinshan's sword blade. Yet, his expression shifted as he noticed the spearhead bending under the strain of the clash. With a loud crash, Quang Dinghua was forced to retreat, while Guolinshan, seizing the advantage, unleashed a flurry of sword techniques that enveloped Quang Dinghua entirely. Typically, a spear wielder would be unstoppable, excelling in aggressive combat. However, in this moment, it was Quang Dinghua who found himself overwhelmed. Guolinshan's swordplay was more audacious than Quang Dinghua's, leaving him with no room to retaliate. Another resounding impact echoed as Quang Dinghua skidded back several steps before regaining his footing. Guolinshan also took a step back, a faint scar appearing on his cheek. At a glance, the two appeared evenly matched. To determine a victor would likely require them to unleash their full might, a battle where neither party would relent until death. Such strength, such iron will. It seems you're on the verge of breaking through to the Lianzong realm. Congratulations. Quang Dinghua narrowed his eyes at Guolinshan and offered a slight bow. Spare me the pleasantries. Let us continue the fight. Guolinshan waved his hand, dismissing Quang Dinghua's attempt at cordiality. This shall suffice for today. We shall meet again to settle this matter. Quang Dinghua hesitated for a moment before uttering a perfunctory farewell and vanished from sight, feeling the weight of his inferiority in both cultivation and sect power. He was truly left feeling quite frustrated. We missed it. 2 of our junior brothers are dead. Guolinshan's voice turned somber. Although the time spent with these junior brothers was brief, they shared a common lineage, and now they were gone. The loss of herbs paled in comparison to the grief of their demise. The once cheerful disciples now stood in shock. Though they had mentally prepared for the possibility, hearing it spoken aloud was still difficult to bear. This task seemed devoid of danger, merely a matter of escorting herbs. And yet, 2 brothers had perished on the first day. Such a loss was simply unacceptable. Brother Gua, do you have any idea who might be responsible? When Ziqian asked through gritted teeth. Based on the evidence, it is likely the work of the SH New York NPI, Guolinshan replied gravely. SONI NPI. Are they not targeting Shi New York, NGNPI? Why would they suddenly attack us? The crowd murmured in confusion. Chen Fei's brow furrowed at the mention of SH New York NPI. This sect was known to be labeled as a nefarious faction, often clashing with Shi New York NGNPI, to the extent that it seemed as though they were engaged in an unending feud. The SH New York NPI is notoriously unpredictable. Guolinshan shook his head. Perhaps they see Yunch NGNPI as an extension of Shi New York NGNPI. Killing a few of you would be utterly ordinary. If it weren't for their fear of being besieged by all sects, I suspect they would have made our lives quite difficult. Brother Gua, do you think the CHNGH I might be implicated? Chen Fei inquired as he sat beside Guo Linshan. The attack on the convoy had occurred shortly before CHNGH I arrived to stir trouble, making the connection rather suspect. I cannot say, Guo Linshan replied, shaking his head. It might be them, or it might not. However, CHNGH I has a penchant for taking advantage during missions, viewing us as rather easy prey. After uttering this, Guo Linshan couldn't help but let out a wry smile. The Yuanshan sword sect is formidable, yet when compared to the other three sects, it is somewhat lacking. The exceptional talents near Xianyun City are first filtered through the Xianyun sword sect, and only then do the other sects have a chance to recruit. Those who are not selected naturally continue to seek out the best. The Changhong sect only accepts those under the age of 13, and their strength surpasses that of the Yuanshan sword sect, leading others to gravitate toward Changhong. As the selection process continues, those who eventually arrive at the Yuanshan sword sect, while not entirely unworthy, certainly display lesser talent compared to the disciples from the other sections. Although Kuang Dingbua spoke arrogantly earlier, he did not err in stating that among the eligible disciples of the Changhong sect, very few have reached the bone-forging stage, marking them as a rare exception. However, within the inner disciples of the Yuanshan sword sect, the number of those at the bone-forging stage is quite substantial. Chen Fei, being a bit older, is not the only one of his kind within the sect. Senior Brother Gua, have you perfected the 5th level of Tanyuan Gong? Chen Fei shifted the topic. Yes, I was fortunate to succeed these past few days, Guo Linshan replied with a soft smile, glancing at Chen Fei. I must thank you. You perfected the 1st level of Tanyuan Gong in these few days. If I had been any slower, you might have overtaken me. Chen Fei was left speechless. It seemed his progress had indeed spurred Guo Linshan. With a hint of anticipation in his tone, Guo Linshan continued. As martial artists, everyone aspires to cultivate profound martial arts to elevate their own realms, and Guo Linshan is no exception. Uncle Qian is here, a disciple suddenly shouted. Chen Fei and Guo Linshan quickly stood up to see a middle-aged man standing in the encampment, resembling a scholar, yet his countenance exuded an imposing authority. Uncle Qian, Guo Linshan hurried forward. Relay everything that has transpired, without omitting a single detail. Qian Lindu commanded in a grave tone. Yes, Uncle Qian. After a moment, Guo Linshan concluded his report, and Qian Lindu's brow furrowed with a serious expression. Continue gathering medicinal herbs. I will personally escort them a few times, Qian Lindu stated solemnly. If the Shenyang sect has truly set their sights on us, relying solely on our current disciples will not suffice for protection. If the Shenyang sect intensifies their actions, the disciples within this encampment may be in peril. However, this possibility is somewhat diminished. They rarely resort to such brutal measures against the other sects unless provoked by the Xianyun sword sect. Guo Linshan nodded in agreement, while Qian Lindu vanished within the encampment, intending to inquire with the other sects to determine whether they too had been targeted or if they were the only ones. As night fell, the herb gatherers returned. With visibility low and certain dangers lurking, they would no longer gather herbs after dark. A bonfire was lit, and the gathered individuals engaged in hushed conversations. While Chen Fei practiced his footwork in the nearby woods, his long sword glinting continuously. Guo Linshan sat on the ground, observing Chen Fei's training from a distance, nodding subtly. Such diligence made Guo Linshan feel somewhat inferior. Previously, he had heard that Chen Fei usually secluded himself in his quarters to train, rarely engaging in leisure activities. Initially, Guo Linshan thought the rumors were exaggerated, but now he realized they were, in fact, understated. It's truly unfair that some possess such innate talent, achieving excellence without much effort, while others toil tirelessly yet see little improvement. Many resign to despair, drifting through life, while some refuse to yield, striving relentlessly despite meager rewards, leaving the outcome to fate. Guo Linshan murmured to himself. Fortunately, my junior brother harmonizes well with Tanyuan Gong. He should have no trouble reaching the bone-forging stage. His comprehension is also commendable, and there remains the possibility of further advancement in the future. Guo Linshan whispered, then closed his eyes to begin his own practice of Tanyuan Gong. As he perfected the 5th level, breaking through to the bone-forging stage would become a seamless endeavor without hindrance. As the night deepened, Chen Fei continued to move with agility. In an instant, he vanished from his original spot, reappearing atop a distant treetop. Technique: chasing soul steps, great perfection. A smile graced Chen Fei's face as he finally mastered this technique. The enhanced chasing soul steps did not disappoint. His speed had increased significantly, living up to its name. Standing atop the treetop, the sword in his hand radiated a luminous glow, encircling him like a myriad of shields. As he maneuvered, any leaves or branches near him were swiftly torn apart. Swish! A beam of sword light shot forth from his shield, effortlessly leveling the treetop several meters away. Technique: Starry Night Sword, great perfection. Chapter 80. Mysterious Ambush. Chen Fei had yet to complete his internal energy training and also needed to enhance his proficiency in the second level of Tanyuan Gong. So he had no intention of resting. Tonight was destined to be one of sleepless toil. At dawn, the herb gatherers resumed their work, with disciples dispersed to supervise them. The Xianyan Sword sect holds other sects' alchemy in disdain, thus maintaining stringent requirements for medicinal herbs. Consequently, transporting herbs daily is an indispensable task. Uncle Qian, everything is ready. Guo Linshan approached Qian Lindu and whispered, You stay here. Just a few disciples in the bone refining stage will accompany me. Qian Lindu nodded. Yesterday, Qian Lindu had inquired with several other sects and learned that not all had suffered attacks. Only the Beta Tower had faced a similar encounter. Thus, Beta Tower had begun an extensive search, determined to unearth those responsible for the assaults. This effort might deter any further actions from the Shenyang sect today. In less than a tea's time, the convoy was prepared and set off, with Qian Lindu disguising himself as an ordinary disciple, blending in with the caravan. The others in the encampment remained as usual. An hour later, a carrier pigeon arrived, and Guo Linshan retrieved the message from its leg. Senior Brother Guo, what is the situation? Several disciples gathered around. The convoy has safely reached Xianyan City. Uncle Qian and the others did not encounter any attacks, Guo Linshan reported. Raising his head, That's good, the disciples nodded, their emotions somewhat complex. On one hand, they hoped such attacks would cease to prevent potential casualties. On the other, they desired the Shenyang sect to continue their assaults, for with Qian Lindu present, they might avenge the two disciples who fell yesterday. Chen Fei nearby observed Guo Linshan and the others' calm demeanor, indicating that no incidents had occurred. Days passed swiftly, and the gathering tasks proceeded methodically, with the convoy not facing any further assaults. Everything seemed to return to a semblance of normalcy. Qian Lindu inquired with other sects, finding that they too had not encountered any further attacks, as if the initial day's events were merely a whimsical strike from the Shenyang sect. However, such impulsive actions were characteristic of the Shenyang sect. Many of their attacks appeared without warning. At times, when the situation seemed favorable and others expected the Shenyang sect to press on, they would suddenly withdraw. Conversely, when defeat loomed, the Shenyang sect would recklessly send individuals to their demise, an inexplicable behavior. Under the night sky, as Chen Fei sat cross-legged in meditation, he suddenly felt a chill in his arm. Opening his eyes, he glanced at his arm and noticed the goo-goo condition becoming active. Chen Fei stood abruptly, surveying his surroundings for any anomalies, yet found nothing unusual, and the activity of the goo-goo condition was not severe. Nevertheless, given the nature of the mysterious occurrences, he deemed it prudent to report the situation. Senior Brother Guo? Chen Fei approached Guo Linshan and whispered, What is it? Guo Linshan opened his eyes, gazing curiously at Chen Fei. There might be some strange entities lurking nearby. Should we alert Master Qian? Strange entities? Guo Linshan stood up in surprise. Chen Fei nodded and extended his arm, revealing a faint dark mark upon it. Is this a poison? Guo Linshan examined it closely, finally discerning the nature of the mark. Yes, it was initially marked by a strange entity. Later, I discovered that this poison is highly sensitive to the aura of the strange. So I kept a bit on me. Chen Fei explained briefly. Junior brother, you are quite fortunate. Did the strange entity not pursue you? Guo Linshan inquired with curiosity. No, that entity had a greater target, Chen Fei replied, thinking of Pinyin County. As Guo Linshan spoke, he retrieved a red candle from his pack, stating, With this, we can withstand the strange entity for a while. Brother, I have one too. Chen Fei, observing the red candle, produced one from his sleeve as well. Huh, then there's truly nothing to fear, Guo Linshan laughed. Chen Fei nodded and began to search, guided by the intensity of the reaction from the poison. The response of the poison was indeed not strong. Compared to the strange entities Chen斐had encountered previously, it was significantly weaker. This was precisely why Chen斐did not oppose the idea of actively seeking it out. The two walked intermittently, and the strange entity seemed to be moving as well. Before long, they had traversed nearly 10 miles. We need not pursue any further. That strange entity is either just passing by or under someone else's control. At this distance, it poses little threat to our base. Guolinshan came to a halt. The strange entity does not necessarily seek to kill, as long as it does not endanger them. Chen Fei nodded, about to speak when he suddenly paused, his ears twitching slightly as he sensed a faint sound of conversation drifting from afar. Chen Fei turned to Guolinshan, who had evidently also heard the voices. "Brother, is it a temporary encampment of a sect over there?" "No. That area is shaded and not where this batch of medicinal herbs grows. No sect is stationed there." Guolinshan shook his head. "Could it be the Xinyan sect?" Chen Fei suggested suddenly. Guolinshan's eyes brightened. The possibility was indeed quite high. However, to confirm it, we must approach and investigate. "Brother Gua, are you planning to go alone? That is too dangerous," Chen Fei urged. "It's all right. I will merely observe from a distance and will not take any risks." Guolinshan replied with a smile. "We must gather some information. Otherwise, when Master Chen arrives, we will know nothing, which is far more perilous." Chen Fei opened his mouth to protest, but ultimately nodded. This was the most prudent course of action. With the swiftness of the wind, Chen Fei dashed several miles ahead. But his expression suddenly changed. The previously dormant poison was now agitated, indicating that another strange entity was nearby. Moreover, the activity of the mark was intensifying, and the entity was heading directly toward Chen Fei's position. Chapter 81. Bottomless Chen Fei cursed internally, bewildered by the sudden increase of strange entities on the mountain. It seems that either there are none or suddenly two appear at once. Assessing the direction of the approaching entity, Chen Fei took a detour and sprinted back toward the sect's encampment. After running a mile, he sensed the mark on his arm. Its activity diminished, indicating that the entity was retreating or unable to keep pace with Chen Fei's speed. Chen Fei let out a subtle sigh of relief. Facing the chaotic abilities of strange entities often left him feeling apprehensive. This was also due to his insufficient cultivation level. Otherwise, with his vital energy as fierce as fire, he could easily repel most strange entities. A voice, sultry and beguiling, emerged from the shadows, inquiring, "Young master, why the haste on such a long night?" A figure appeared on the distant hillside, blocking Chen Fei's path. Startled, Chen Fei sensed that the mark on his arm remained unchanged, indicating that the figure was not a strange entity. Realizing this, he quickly lowered his head, and upon raising it again, his appearance had transformed, bearing a resemblance to Su Wangliang of Xingfen City. "Young master, I am feeling a bit unwell. Might you come over to assist me?" Shuiqin let her shoulders garment slip, revealing her snow-white skin. A soft, seductive whisper filled Chen Fei's ears, and a wave of desire surged within him. His eyes became clouded, and he unconsciously stepped closer to Shuiqin. "Young master, you are truly kind-hearted, unlike others who would abandon the suffering. I express my gratitude to you." Shuiqin slightly bowed, a charming smile gracing her lips. In Chen Fei's eyes, it was the most beautiful smile in the world. For such a smile, he would brave any danger. Buzz. Cold sweat began to bead on Chen Fei's back, not merely from enchantment, but also because his recently altered appearance was reverting. Had he taken a moment longer to awaken, his visage would have returned to its original state. Chen Fei's demeanor and expression remained unchanged. Even his gaze retained the same dazed look as before. The frequency of his transformation mirrored the previous moment. After a brief interval, Chen Fei morphed into another face, resembling Kuang Dingbua of the Changhong sect. What a handsome visage! With such looks, why disguise oneself as an old man? Shuiqin chuckled softly, the allure making Chen Fei's heart flutter, and he could not help but display a greedy fervor on his face, quickening his steps slightly. In no time, he stood before Shuiqin, who raised her right index finger, its nail glinting with a sharp shine. "Young master, so late at night, are you out here for a reason?" Shuiqin leaned forward, and Chen Fei instinctively lowered his head, gazing into an unfathomable chasm, his breath quickening. Setting aside everything else, Chen Fei felt that the emotions stirred by her figure were undoubtedly compelling. A few of my senior brothers sensed something strange and came out to investigate. And moreover, Chen Fei's face contorted in struggle, as if attempting to break free from the enchantment. Do not rush, young master. Take your time, I am listening. Shi Shuiqin maintained her gaze on Chen Fei, her eyes dark as abysses, drawing one irresistibly into their depths. There is another junior brother. He is heading toward Chen Fei's forehead pulsed with veins, his left hand trembling as he raised it, seemingly indicating a direction. Where is he? Shi Shuiqin leaned in closer, her eyes darkening further. Here. The Qingxin Ju suddenly surged within him, forcibly interrupting Shi Shuiqin's enchantment, causing her to let out a muffled groan. In Chen Fei's perception, everything around him slowed. Shi Shuiqin's head tilted back slightly, her hair flowing through the air, yet her right hand instinctively swung toward him, attempting to crush his neck. Jianwu. All of Chen Fei's strength converged, surging from his toes upward as his right hand lunged forward. Insolence. Seeing that Chen Fei wielded no weapon, Shi Shuiqin merely formed a sword gesture with her fingers, and given the hue of his skin, she could tell he had not practiced any solid techniques. While the power of this finger gesture appeared impressive, Shi Shuiqin was confident her palm would only sustain minor injuries, even capable of effortlessly crushing Chen Fei's fingers. Chen Fei clearly discerned the mockery in Shi Shuiqin's eyes, just as his right hand was about to connect with her palm. A dagger unexpectedly materialized in his grasp. Whoosh! In an instant, this maneuver transpired in the blink of an eye. Chen Fei's dagger pierced through Shi Shuiqin's palm, its tip plunging into her chest. However, regrettably, at that crucial moment, Shi Shuiqin slightly shifted her body, preventing the dagger from fully penetrating her heart, only delivering a shock to it. Ah! Shi Shuiqin screamed in a frenzy, and before Chen Fei could manipulate the dagger, he saw her right hand sweeping toward his head. Bang! A muffled sound echoed as Chen Fei's Xingye sword shield intercepted Shi Shuiqin's strike. However, the immense force propelled him backward uncontrollably. Dare to injure me? I shall have your life. Shi Shuiqin glanced down her chest, where flesh and blood were already in a ghastly state. It was a mere hair's breadth away from her demise at the hands of a mere little warrior from the Duangu realm. Just moments ago, she felt everything was within her grasp. Logically, the alluring technique she personally wielded should have been sufficient to bewilder even those in the Duangu realm, or even the Lian Sui realm, leaving them dazed. Even among her peers in the Lianzong realm, a slight mental lapse could lead to failure. Yet today, in the presence of a mere Duangu warrior, she suffered such a significant loss. How could Shi Shuiqin endure this? You are injured. Tend to your wounds. Farewell. As Chen Fei observed Shi Shuiqin in her frenzied state, the previous charm and grace had vanished. He offered her a smile, then swiftly darted toward the sex base. Thinking of escaping? Shi Shuiqin swallowed a medicinal pill while applying ointment to her chest and forcefully stabilizing her wound. Logically, injuries of this nature, especially with the heart area affected, demanded rest. Otherwise, her condition would worsen. Yet, with Chen Fei coming and going as he pleased, how could Shi Shuiqin accept this? If she did not eliminate Chen Fei today, she would never be able to swallow this humiliation. Chapter 82. Frightening off Chen Fei executed the soul-chasing step with all his might, the trees on either side whisking by rapidly. Yet astonishingly, Shi Shuiqin remained closely on his heels. Chen Fei furrowed his brow. This was his first encounter with a master of the Lianzong realm, and it truly opened his eyes. Despite her injuries, Shi Shuiqin's agility remained remarkably swift. This indicated that had Chen Fei not injured Shi Shuiqin earlier, he likely would not have escaped even if he had wished to. Not only her speed, but had it not been for the perfected Xingye sword shield, Chen Fei might have been wounded by Shi Shuiqin's counterattack. Just that one blow had damaged his long sword, which he had wielded for a long while. A few more of such encounters, and while he might still manage to fend her off, his sword would surely be ruined. Absent a weapon, relying solely on his bare hands, Chen Fei would find it impossible to withstand Shi Shuiqin's onslaught, likely succumbing within mere moves. This serves to illustrate the vast disparity between the two, or rather, the chasm between the Duangu realm and the Lianzong realm. The martial arts hierarchy is structured in precise gradations, allowing no room for error. Swish, swish, swish. Hidden weapons flew from behind, and Chen Fei wielded his long sword as if surrounded by a multitude of shields. The projectiles striking him ultimately lent him momentum, propelling him forward without any impact. This exemplifies the seamless coordination between the perfected Xingye sword shield and the perfected soul-chasing step, where every ounce of energy flowed effortlessly. Shi Shuiqin, trailing behind, gritted her teeth. This little Duan-gu warrior had surprised her time and again. First, he resisted her enchantment, then produced a hidden dagger from seemingly nowhere, turning her defenses into a farce. Now his speed was astonishing, rivaling even that of ordinary Lianzong realm warriors. In certain aspects, he surpassed them considerably. Shi Shuiqin was already adept at agility. Despite her injuries, she believed herself swifter than most peers of her rank. Yet, she could not keep pace with Chen Fei, which was utterly unfathomable. Do you think you can escape like this? Shi Shuiqin inhaled deeply before suddenly spitting out a mouthful of blood. Amidst the crimson mist, her speed surged, having the distance between her and Chen Fei in an instant, as if she could seize him the very next moment. Accelerating, sensing the overwhelming aura approaching from behind, Chen Fei felt a jolt of alarm. His internal energy circulated, and he became remarkably agile, propelling himself far ahead in the next instant. A claw mark appeared where he had just been, and Shi Shuiqin, observing his sudden acceleration, tightened her grip. This brat had some secret technique. How had he cultivated such skills? His cultivation seemed inadequate, yet he possessed an array of techniques. With such vigor, should he not focus on elevating his cultivation instead? Had Chen Fei been at the Lian Sui realm, Shi Shuiqin would not have been so careless in her approach. It was precisely because of Chen Fei's lower realm that she had unwittingly relaxed her guard, resulting in this predicament. You. Shi Shuiqin watched as Chen Fei's figure receded into the distance, fury overwhelming her. She spat out another mouthful of blood, her complexion turning ashen. Already severely injured, using secret techniques only exacerbated her wounds. Master Qian, help! A demonist seeks to kill. Chen Fei's voice echoed from afar, extinguishing Shi Shuiqin's pursuit. Now gravely injured, if confronted by a fellow warrior of the same rank, it would mean certain death. Shi Shuiqin's figure flickered and vanished from sight. Chen Fei called out several times, feeling the aura behind him dissipate, and he let out a sigh of relief. Being pursued by a Lianzong realm warrior was an unbearable sensation. Even with an ambush planned and having wounded his opponent, Chen Fei still found himself unable to prevail, which was quite frustrating. Moreover, he had no knowledge of the secret techniques possessed by Lianzong warriors and feared that Shi Shuiqin, in a desperate attempt, would pursue him recklessly, putting him in a position from which he could not escape. Thus, Chen Fei began calling for help from a distance, successfully scaring her off. After sprinting for a mile, before reaching the base, Chen Fei spotted Qian Lindu rushing towards him, having genuinely heard his cries for assistance. Lianzong realm warriors, especially those of the highest caliber, possessed astonishing acuity. Was it you calling for me? Qian Lindu asked, his brow furrowed. Master Qian, it was I, Chen Fei replied, slightly out of breath. I was with Brother Gua when we sensed something amiss in the surroundings. Upon investigation, we discovered a group stationed 10 miles away, suspected to be from the Shunyin sect. Shunyin sect? Qian Lindu's eyes widened. Are you certain? Where exactly? No matter. I will take you there. Guide me. Master Qian, earlier, I encountered a demoness capable of enchanting others. Her cultivation should be in the Lianzong realm. On the way, Chen Fei hurriedly recounted the events that transpired. Shi Shuiqin was injured and likely not a match for Qian Lindu. But Chen Fei was uncertain if she was alone in the Lianzong realm, so it was wise for Qian Lindu to exercise caution. A demoness? Qian Lindu recalled hearing Chen Fei's earlier cries, distinctly noting the mention of a demoness, which had prompted him to come out to assist. She seems to have sustained injuries, allowing my disciple to escape by chance. Chen Fei refrained from mentioning that he had severely wounded Shi Shuiqin, as it seemed almost incredulous. The disparity between the Duan-gu realm and the Lianzong realm was substantial. Logically, Chen Fei should have been easily crushed. Instead, he had fought beyond his rank, which sounded utterly absurd. Thus, it was better to remain silent and simply state that the opponent had been injured. Qian Lindu nodded. If the location indeed belonged to the Shunyin sect, it was entirely normal for there to be formidable experts among them. He hoped Guolinshan would not act recklessly, lest he fall into danger. The distance of 10 miles, while not overly long, was traversed swiftly by Qian Lindu, and within moments they arrived. However, there was no sign of Guolin Shan. Instead, the distant encampment was in disarray, with sounds of fighting echoing chaotically. Stay here and assist the others. Qian Lindu instructed Chen Fei before charging forward. Clearly, he deemed Chen Fei's Duan Gu realm cultivation too low to be of any assistance, and worried he might need protection. Chapter 83. Who is this woman? Chen Fei stood in place, pondering for a moment before deciding to follow. In close combat, due to the limitations of his cultivation, Chen Fei could only assert his dominance among those of the same rank. When faced with practitioners of the Lien Sui realm, he would likely have to rely on stealthy tactics. However, with the Xuan step allowing him to maneuver freely, how could Chen Fei remain indifferent knowing that Guolin Shan was in peril? Aren't you supposed to assist the others? Upon sensing someone behind him, Qian Lindu turned to see Chen Fei, his brow furrowing slightly. Master Qian, my agility is commendable. I may be of assistance, Chen Fei whispered. Just as Qian Lindu was about to respond, Chen Fei's feet moved swiftly, leaping over him. The words Qian Lindu intended to say were abruptly halted. Chen Fei's display of agility was indeed remarkable. Even amidst chaos, he would have the means to protect himself and potentially rescue Guolin Shan. Standing at the edge of the battlefield, Chen Fei and Qian Lindu observed a cave in the distance, likely a hideout for the Shunyan sect. It's Beidou Lu, Qian Lindu remarked with surprise, not expecting the sect to have arrived first. Master Gua is over there, Chen Fei pointed out as he spotted Guolin Shan engaged in battle with the disciples of the Shunyan sect, a number of their bodies already strewn behind him. We are close to victory. There are no formidable opponents among the Shunyan sect here. Qian Lindu assessed the situation, resembling an eagle as he dove downward. Chen Fei, wielding his sword, joined the fray. Upon noticing the intrusion, the disciples of Beidou Lu grew alert. However, upon recognizing Qian Lindu, they visibly relaxed, having encountered him a few times in recent days. Master Gua, Guolin Shan's face lit up with a smile upon seeing Chen Fei and Qian Lindu. Yet, just as the smile appeared, his expression froze upon witnessing Chen Fei's swordplay. Xing Yijian, Guolin Shan blinked in confusion. If he recalled correctly, this technique had only recently been imparted to Chen Fei by their master. It had barely been 10 days, hadn't it? Guolin Shan was unsure if it had even been that long. Nonetheless, he was certain that the time frame was alarmingly brief, leading him to question whether he was experiencing a visual anomaly. Perhaps the intensity of the recent battle had induced a hallucination, making him believe that Chen Fei had perfected the Xing Yijian in mere days. Be careful. The sound of clashing weapons echoed as Chen Fei deflected an attack aimed at Guolin Shan. With a sudden roar, Guolin Shan leaped forward like a tiger, cleaving a Shun Yin disciple with his sword. The unfortunate man, still airborne, spewed blood and fell lifelessly to the ground. Impressive. Chen Fei marveled internally. After fully cultivating the Tong Yuan Gong to the 5th level, Guolin Shan's strength was significantly greater than that of his contemporaries. If Chen Fei were to receive a direct blow from Guolin Shan's sword, even with the protection of the Xing Yijian shield, the outcome would likely mirror his encounter with Shi Shuoqin. Ineffective defense requiring a retreat to dissipate the force. This was not to suggest that Guolin Shan was stronger than Shi Shuoqin. Rather, their specialties diverged. Guolin Shan would need to reach the Lianzong realm to contend with a master like Shi Shuoqin. With Qian Lindu's involvement, the resistance from the Shun Yin sect quickly crumbled, and within moments, the battle concluded. Thank you, Yuan Chun Sword Sect, for your invaluable assistance. The spokesperson from Beidou Lu approached Qian Lindu and exchanged pleasantries. After a brief conversation, they began to investigate the remnants left by the Shan Yin sect in hopes of uncovering more information. However, consistent with the sect's usual practices, the captured members succumbed to poison before revealing any details, leaving their mouths sealed and their secrets undisclosed. The scene bore no trace of information, as the Shunyan sect had left it meticulously clean. The disciples of Yuan Chen Sword Sect arrived late and were astonished by the situation. Half an hour later, at the Yuan Chen Sword Sect's encampment, Guolin Shan expressed confusion. A demoness? The disciples dispersed as Guolin Shan pulled Chen Fei aside into a corner. Master Gua, what is it? Chen Fei inquired, puzzled. Have you perfected the Xing Yijian? Guolin Shan whispered. No, you must be mistaken. Cultivating sword techniques cannot be accomplished so swiftly. Chen Fei shook his head. Guo Linshan rolled his eyes. He had witnessed it firsthand, yet Chen Fei still denied it. Brother, I have merely mastered a few forms of the Xingyi Jian, not the entirety, Chen Fei explained, manipulating his long sword to conjure several shields around himself. Unlike the full embodiment of the technique, these shields were limited to specific positions. Guo Linshan blinked, recalling his brief observation, and felt uncertain. However, if Chen Fei had only perfected a few forms, it was understandable. What nonsense! Your progress is still quite remarkable, albeit less exaggerated than before. Brother, do you recognize this person? Chen Fei asked, handing Guo Linshan a sketch he had drawn from memory, an image of Shi Shuichen. Who is this woman? Quite attractive. Guo Linshan commented bluntly. The demoness who is after me. Chen Fei replied in a hushed tone. She might have disguised herself. Guo Linshan furrowed his brow. I doubt it. Chen Fei countered. How can you be so certain? Guo Linshan gazed at Chen Fei, startled to find that Chen Fei's features bore an uncanny resemblance to his own. Almost like brothers. Because I possess the art of disguise. Thus, I can discern it. Chen Fei grinned, wiping his face to revert to his original appearance. Chapter 84. You are misunderstanding. Little junior brother, you can even perform disguise techniques. Guo Linshan exclaimed in astonishment, realizing that the sketch was also Chen Fei's handiwork. Beyond swordplay and agility, Guo Linshan knew that Chen Fei was skilled in archery and alchemy. Having joined the Alchemist Alliance through his mastery, an achievement many dedicated alchemists could not attain. Now, with the addition of disguise techniques, Chen Fei seemed remarkably versatile. Compared to him, Guo Linshan felt somewhat inadequate. Little junior brother, do you have some misconceptions about loose cultivators? Guo Linshan thought to roll his eyes. If all loose cultivators were this talented, what would become of disciples from established sects? Moreover, was the outside world so perilous that one needed to acquire such an array of skills? Versatility never burdens one. Chen Fei chuckled. Did that demoness see your face? Guo Linshan glanced at the lifelike sketch in his hands. With such artistic skill, would it not be easier for Chen Fei to draw whatever visage he desired? When I see someone blocking my path, the first thing I do is alter my appearance. Chen Fei replied, shaking his head. How prudent. Guo Linshan praised, then curiously asked, whose likeness did you assume? I transformed into him, Chen Fei said, rubbing his face to take on the form of Kuang Dingbua. While not an exact replica, it bore some resemblance, achieved through muscle manipulation. That looks splendid. Guo Linshan laughed heartily, immediately recognizing it as Kuang Dingbua. The thought that Kuang Dingbua might attract the attention of the Shen Yin sect lifted Guo Linshan's spirits. Brother Guo, you can keep this sketch. If you receive any news, please inform me, Chen Fei suggested. Of course, I will discreetly inquire, Guo Linshan nodded, realizing that if they could trace this lead back to the Shen Yin sect, it would serve well for the sect's precautions or to report to the Xian Yin sword sect. The night swiftly passed, and the following morning, many from the Yuan Shen sword sect arrived, including Feng Xiupu. Master, Guo Linshan and others, upon seeing Feng Xiupu, hastily bowed in reverence. I am aware of everything that has transpired, and you have all performed admirably. Feng Xiupu cast a glance over the disciples and solemnly stated, to prevent any retaliation from the Shenyang sect, we shall remain here for the next few days. A smile inevitably graced the faces of the crowd, for this arrangement alleviated their concerns regarding the Shenyang sect and ensured their safety. The gathering of herbs continued as usual, with the disciples tasked with supervision and escorting the supply convoy, while Feng Xiupu and a few others remained at the camp to guard against any desperate actions from the Shenyang sect. As the days swiftly passed and night fell, Feng Xiupu inquired, how has your training been of late? Have you been lax? With nothing pressing at hand, he began to assess the disciples' progress one by one. Soon, he arrived before Chen Fei, coincidentally with Guo Linshan standing by. Master, I have successfully cultivated the 5th level of Tanyuan Gong and am on the verge of breaking through to the Lianzong realm, Guo Linshan reported with hands clasped. Feng Xiupu's eyes brightened, given Guo Linshan's age. Achieving the 5th level of Tanyuan Gong and subsequently breaking through to the Lianzong realm suggested a promising prospect for him to vie for the position of an authentic disciple. Should he succeed, it would certainly bring pride to Feng Xiupu, who, as a mentor, always aspired for his students to excel and attain the status of true disciples within the Yuanchang sword sect, validating his years of guidance. Indeed, Master, Guolinshan nodded earnestly. How has your training been of late? Feng Xiaopu smiled while looking at Chen Fei. Both the Xingye sword and the Zuin step are exceedingly difficult to comprehend. If you have any uncertainties regarding the techniques, you may voice them now. Furthermore, while you have a natural affinity for the second level of Tanyuan Gong, there are still nuances that require attention. Master, I am uncertain about Zuin step, but the Xingye sword has been well practiced by junior brother, Chen Fei replied. Oh, in what manner is it commendable? Feng Xiaopu inquired with curiosity. Guolinshan nudged Chen Fei with a wink, prompting him to step aside to demonstrate. Please, master, offer your guidance, Chen Fei said as he brandished his long sword, moving to an open space. Feng Xiaopu nodded, signaling him to commence. With the sword angled towards the ground, in the next moment, it vanished, and a series of small sword shields materialized around Chen Fei, encircling him in a protective formation. Chen Fei had merely displayed the perfected level of the Xingye sword shield, concealing the grand perfection level. Feng Xiaopu's eyes widened slightly, gazing at the sword shields surrounding Chen Fei, nearly doubting his own perception. Much like Guolinshan's initial reaction, Feng Xiaopu found himself equally astonished, though he maintained a steadier demeanor than Guolinshan, betraying little of his surprise. After a short while, Chen Fei ceased his demonstration and looked towards Feng Xiaopu. Very well. Some of the sword techniques still exhibit a degree of stiffness, but with diligent practice, you should master them soon. Feng Xiaopu feigned calmness as he nodded. Guolinshan, observing Feng Xiaopu's composed demeanor throughout, couldn't help but admire his master's vast experience. Understood. Chen Fei clasped his hands. How about your progress with Zuin step? Feng Xiaopu inquired with a smile. Guolinshan regarded Feng Xiaopu with a hint of curiosity, noting the warmth in his master's attitude, which he hadn't witnessed in quite some time. I have also made some gains with Zuin step, Chen Fei announced. Feng Xiaopu's lips twitched slightly, struggling to maintain his composure. Guolinshan's eyes widened as he processed what he had just witnessed. The speed of Chen Fei's technique seemed to surpass his own, despite Chen Fei currently being at the Liangu realm. Is Zuin step capable of such speed? Has junior brother truly mastered it? Chen Fei smiled, acknowledging that he had yet to grasp all its intricacies, revealing only the perfected level while withholding some details. This was not due to a lack of trust, but rather Chen Fei's inherent modesty. He preferred not to display an overwhelming prowess, especially as he had no current intentions of pursuing new sword techniques or movement styles. The cultivation at this stage was insufficient in the Liangu realm. Chen Fei recognized that he could not yet unleash the full potential of the Xingye sword and Zuin step. His foundational skills were lacking, and the subtleties of these techniques could not be fully realized until he reached the Lian Sui realm. Given this, it was unnecessary to pursue new techniques. Instead, he could dedicate more time to other pursuits, such as inner strength cultivation and archery. Your training is commendable. Feng Xiaopu's face radiated joy, as he struggled to suppress a hearty laugh. Initially concerned whether Chen Fei would only excel in Tanyuan Gong, it now appeared that Chen Fei's aptitude was exceptionally high, rivaling even that of true disciples and perhaps even surpassing them. If this momentum continued, once Chen Fei cultivated Tanyuan Gong to the 5th level, achieving the Lianzong realm would come naturally, despite any potential delays due to age. His innate understanding could provide him with a greater likelihood of competing for the position of a true disciple compared to Guolinshan. The prospect of producing 2 true disciples among his students filled Feng Xiaopu with joy. However, he cautioned, do not become complacent, especially in terms of inner strength. You must strive to catch up. Though satisfied with Chen Fei, Feng Xiaopu reminded him, keep your rapid comprehension of the techniques confidential for the time being. Your current cultivation is still too low. Talents often attract envy, and with your cultivation still lacking, you may find it difficult to guard against potential threats from all sides. It would be prudent to remain concealed until the day you can truly spread your wings. Understood. Chen Fei nodded. How has your progress with Tanyuan Gong been? Feng Xiaopu now expressed greater interest in Chen Fei's inner strength techniques, prompting Guolinshan to recall that Chen Fei had previously mentioned a 10-day timeline. While this time frame seemed ambitious, both were now filled with anticipation. I still have a little way to go, I should be able to complete it by tomorrow. Chen Fei murmured. Though he expected this outcome, Guolinshan couldn't help but widen his eyes in astonishment when Chen Fei revealed it. Guolinshan felt as if his own limits were being tested. Chen Fei's performance was truly remarkable. Feng Xiaopu was equally taken aback by Chen Fei's talent in Tanyuan Gong, which far surpassed what he had demonstrated with his sword techniques and movement skills. Come find me tomorrow evening. I will teach you the third level of Tanyuan Gong. It is getting late. Rest now, Feng Xiaopu instructed solemnly. Yes, master. Chen Fei and Guolinshan clasped their hands, watching as Feng Xiaopu departed. Guolinshan rubbed his eyes, resolving to intensify his own training. Otherwise, he feared that in a few years, Chen Fei might surpass him in cultivation, leaving him uncertain of his position as the senior disciple. Nonetheless, the Yuancheng sword sect could not afford to be complacent, as the Xinyang sect had persistently held its ground against the Xianyun sword sect for many years, presenting a formidable challenge that could lead to even more severe reprisals in the future. Chen Fei dutifully oversaw the daily operations and later sought out Feng Xiaopu in the evening. The first two levels of Tanyuan Gong emphasized foundational skills. While the training was intricate, it could be gradually mastered. However, beginning from the third level, the awakening of the characteristic power would significantly elevate the difficulty. Feng Xiaopu meticulously explained the nuances of Tanyuan Gong to Chen Fei, even recounting stories from the technique's inception, enabling Chen Fei to better comprehend its essence. After 2 full hours, Feng Xiaopu completed the instruction on the third level of Tanyuan Gong. Have you retained everything? He asked softly. Chen Fei cast a glance at the panel, a smile gracing his face as he nodded. Cultivation method, Tanyuan Gong third level, 16,000. If you encounter anything unclear, feel free to seek me out in the coming days, Feng Xiaopu said with a smile. Thank you, master. Chen Fei replied with a respectful gesture. Do take care to rest. Haste makes waste, Feng Xiaopu advised. He had observed Chen Fei's diligent practice over the past few days and was genuinely impressed. If all his disciples were as industrious, even those with lesser talents would surely elevate their achievements. Alas, such individuals are but a rare breed. I understand, master. Chen Fei nodded before taking his leave. Upon reaching his usual meditative spot, Guolinshan approached and sat beside Chen Fei. Has master imparted to you the Tanyuan Gong, third level? Guolinshan inquired with a smile. Yes, I'm truly grateful for master's kindness. Chen Fei nodded, his heart filled with appreciation. Since becoming his disciple, Feng Xiaopu had treated him generously, never withholding guidance and always answering his questions earnestly. Chen Fei felt profoundly fortunate to have encountered such a mentor. Upon hearing Chen Fei's words, Guolinshan revealed a faint smile, his eyes glistening with nostalgia. Had master not encountered that incident back in the day, he would undoubtedly be flourishing now. Chen Fei looked at Guolinshan in confusion, uncertain of his thoughts. You must know that once the Tanyuan Gong reaches its 5th level, breaking through to the Lianzong realm becomes rather effortless. Guolinshan shifted the topic. Indeed, I have heard my fellow brothers mention it, Chen Fei acknowledged. The Tanyuan Gong, true to its name, when cultivated to perfection, allows one's energy to flow seamlessly throughout their being, rendering the Lianzong realm within reach. With this method, as long as one possesses sufficient comprehension and diligence, hope for attaining the Lianzong realm within a Yuanshan sword sect is indeed promising. This method has enabled the Yuanshan sword sect to establish a firm foothold in Xianyun City, which is also a reason many aspire to join the sect. In fact, if you cultivate the Tanyuan Gong to the 4th level, it will significantly expedite your journey to the Lian Sui realm, Guolinshan whispered. Chen Fei's eyes brightened at this revelation. Such a boon. He had always thought the Tanyuan Gong merely eased the difficulty of breakthroughs. Based on his own estimations, he believed he would need over a year to accumulate the internal energy required to break through to the Lian Sui realm. While perfecting the Tanyuan Gong might slightly reduce this time, it would still take around a year. This pace was not particularly slow, considering the relatively brief period since he began his cultivation. However, the harshness of the world compelled Chen Fei to yearn for rapid advancement to bolster his sense of security. Noticing Chen Fei's expression, Guolinshan chuckled. Few disciples are aware of this. For those capable of reaching the 4th level of Tanyuan Gong have already attained the Lian Sui realm. You are quite special. Chapter 86, Violent Sword. Chen Fei could not help but smile. If he devoted himself to mastering the Tanyuan Gong, he could reach the third level's pinnacle in approximately 20 days. Any faster would require the use of pills that could protect the meridians. While he had never heard of such pills before, they might exist in Xianyan City. This line of thought opened up new avenues for Chen Fei. He could inquire at local pharmacies, and if that failed, the Alchemist Alliance would likely have similar pills or formulas. After a night of silence, Chen Fei simplified the Tanyuan Gong third level and began earnest practice. The following day passed uneventfully, and it seemed the Xinyan sect had truly retreated. Nevertheless, the disciples of the Yuanshan sword sect remained vigilant, continuing their duties of escorting the convoy and defending the camp. Time slipped by, and as days passed, the quantity of gathered medicinal herbs quietly reached its halfway mark. Despite maintaining a cautious demeanor, the group inevitably relaxed somewhat, yet all necessary protocols were strictly followed. Even Feng Xiupu and a few others ventured out several times to observe for any signs of activity from the Xinyan sect, but ultimately, they found nothing. As night fell, Chen Fei sat cross-legged, focused on cultivating his method. His entire being vibrated with energy, sending waves through his bones and muscles, while wisps of warmth rose, distorting the air around him. After half an hour, Chen Fei exhaled a breath of turbid air and opened his eyes. His meridians felt slightly swollen, and he needed a moment to recuperate before continuing, as pushing himself further could lead to injury. Standing up, he surveyed the camp. Most individuals were also seated in meditation, as this allowed for both cultivation and rest, enabling them to respond swiftly to any situation. Just as Chen Fei intended to take a few steps to stretch, a figure leaped into view, his master, Feng Xiupu. A resonant sound emanated from the sword in Feng Xiupu's hand, initially faint but quickly escalating to a deafening roar. Instantly, everyone awoke, looking at Feng Xiupu in confusion. Something's amiss. Everyone remain alert. Feng Xiupu declared gravely, his gaze fixed on the distance, his brow tightly furrowed. The green long sword in his hand trembled continuously, as if sensing something. Something strange. Guo Linshan appeared beside Chen Fei, looking at him intently. Has your poison begun to stir? Strange? Chen Fei was taken aback, about to shake his head when a sudden chill coursed through his arm. Pulling back his sleeve, he noticed the goo poison beginning to awaken. Guo Linshan, observing Chen Fei's expression, understood the implications. Brother Guo, how did you know? Chen Fei asked in surprise. Recalling that just days prior, he had informed Guo Linshan about the situation, yet today, Guo Linshan seemed to have learned of it even earlier. It is the Bailan sword in Master S' hand. It automatically senses the presence of anomalies, Guo Linshan explained gravely. Not all anomalies trigger a response from the Bailan sword, but if it does respond, the anomaly is undoubtedly formidable. All disciples, escort the herb gatherers down the mountain move. Qian Lindu, sensing the increasing tremors of the Bailan sword, changed countenance, shouting as he swiftly moved to the front, his eyes fixed intently ahead. That is the location where the Beta Tower is stationed. Qian Lindu and his companions approached Feng Xiupu, speaking in hushed tones. This anomaly is targeting our sex. The Beta Tower has taken the brunt of it. Feng Xiupu inhaled deeply. We shall remain and hold the rear, buying time for the others. Understood. Qian Lindu and his companions nodded. In the face of such a formidable anomaly, the likelihood of ordinary disciples and herb gatherers surviving was exceedingly slim. Those of the Lien Sui realm might fare slightly better, at least able to offer some assistance, but even that would be minimal. The herb gatherers dashed frantically toward the mountain's base. Although Feng Xiupu had instructed his disciples to escort them, the gatherers were well aware that if faced with insurmountable danger, the disciples of the Yuanshan sword sect would not resist. They would surely prioritize their own escape. The fact that the Yuanshan sword sect had not abandoned them at the first sign of danger was already a testament to their responsibility. Brother Guo, if we truly encounter danger, do not worry about me. I can run swiftly, Chen Fei said quietly to Guo Linshan beside him. All right, Guo Linshan nodded, though it was unclear whether he truly absorbed the message. Having run for less than a quarter of an hour, a sharp, piercing roar suddenly echoed from behind. The sound seemed as though it could penetrate one's eardrums, making even those several miles away feel dizzy. There was no need for urging upon hearing the noise. The herb gatherers quickened their pace, with many discarding their tools entirely to run faster. The Bailan sword is a spiritual sword. Master will be safe. Guo Linshan asserted emphatically. Just as Chen Fei was about to inquire about what a spiritual sword entailed, he suddenly felt the mark on his arm become exceedingly active. Chen Fei's expression suddenly shifted as he surveyed his surroundings, and in an instant he spotted a pair of crimson eyes to his right. A wave of dizziness washed over him, but was swiftly countered by the Qingxin Ju. Fully aware of the ominous presence, Chen Fei continuously channeled the Qingxin Ju. Any delay could prove fatal. Senior brother, be cautious. A dark shadow silently appeared behind a herbalist, its mouth suddenly widening to devour the herbalist whole. Chen Fei and his companion were left with no time to intervene. At that moment, Chen Fei finally discerned the form of the shadow, a grotesque figure with green skin. Layers of skin piled upon one another, a misshapen body, a single large eye seemingly on the verge of popping out, and a belly that appeared as if it might touch the ground. Kill! Guo Linshan bellowed, his figure darting forward to confront the green apparition, striking down with his sword. The green creature stared expressionlessly at Guo Linshan, causing his movement to momentarily falter. In the next instant, the creature's mouth gaped wide, expelling the herbalist it had just consumed towards Guo Linshan. The sound of impact echoed, akin to iron clashing. The herbalist's claws struck against Guo Linshan's broadsword, merely inches away from his face. In that fleeting moment, the herbalist had transformed into a ghoul, now under the green creature's control. Get lost! Guo Linshan's arms swelled with power as he swept the ghoul away, then stepped towards the green creature, delivering a powerful strike. With a swift motion, a green, slimy arm was sent flying into the air. Before Guo Linshan could express his triumph, the green creature's severed shoulder rapidly regenerated, sprouting a new arm in an instant. Brother Guo, retreat. A sword shield materialized before Guo Linshan, blocking the green creature's attack. Chen Fei grasped Guo Linshan's shoulder, and they fled downhill. Unbeknownst to them, at least 5 more green apparitions had emerged around them. We can't hold them off. Chapter 87. Without hesitation, Guo Linshan also noticed the surrounding anomalies and inhaled sharply. Initially, he believed that the first green creature was merely an outlier, but now the number of these creatures was overwhelming. Little junior brother, let me go. Otherwise, it will hinder your agility. Guo Linshan turned to Chen Fei. Senior brother, it's fine, Chen Fei replied with a smile. Carrying one person would not significantly affect his speed, likely reducing it by no more than 10%. All right then. Guo Linshan intended to assert that his own speed was commendable, but upon feeling the pace at which they were retreating, he fell silent. Chen Fei's speed was far superior, easily surpassing that of ordinary practitioners. Is the chasing soul step truly this effective? Guo Linshan pondered, realizing that even among his peers, none had reached such a level. The 5 green apparitions were gradually distanced, their speed comparable to that of an average practitioner. Help! There's a ghoul. Someone save me. Cries of despair echoed behind them. The 5 green creatures could not catch up to Chen Fei, but they easily pursued the herbalists and other disciples from the Yuanshan sword sect. This way. There's a ghoul over there. Don't leave me behind. Hide. Quickly hide. We can't outrun them. The pleas for help faded abruptly, silence enveloping the area. With a swift motion, Chen Fei arrived in front of a disciple, deploying the Xingye sword shield to block one of the green apparitions. Guo Linshan swung his broadsword, sending the creature flying. Thank you, Brother Guo. The disciple gasped, trembling with fear. Don't dawdle, run. Guo Linshan urged quietly. Yes, yes. The disciple, as if awakening from a dream, hurried downhill. The green apparition that had been repelled did not come after Chen Fei and Guo Linshan, but instead approached another herbalist. Let's go. Guo Linshan gritted his teeth and spoke to Chen Fei. Chen Fei nodded, grasping Guo Linshan's shoulder as they continued their descent. However, after running a mere few hundred meters, they encountered 2 more green apparitions chasing after Yuanshan sword sect disciples. How can there be so many? Others want to escape. Guo Linshan roared, charging forward to slash at one green apparition. Chen Fei used his sword shield to deflect the other, then grabbed the disciple's hand and swiftly moved to safety. With a roar, the 2 green apparitions, having lost sight of the herbalists, who had likely been consumed, now lunged directly at Chen Fei and Guo Linshan. You all go ahead. Guo Linshan urged Chen Fei. Chen Fei hesitated briefly, but then took the disciple's hand and fled downhill. With a mighty shout, Guo Linshan activated his Tongyuan gong to its fullest, his energy surging. muscles swelling with power as he charged at the two green apparitions, tearing them open. He then turned to flee, as more green apparitions approached from a distance. Moreover, such a disembowelment would be fatal to a human, but to these creatures, it merely delayed their recovery. After covering several hundred meters, Guolinshan spotted Chen斐, who was currently fending off 3 green apparitions, with 3 other disciples assisting him. "You wretched creatures, perish!" Guolinshan's eyes reddened, a trickle of blood seeping from his pores as he charged forward to send the 3 green apparitions flying. He appeared extraordinarily formidable. Yet Chen斐noticed Guolinshan's throat constricting as he swallowed down the pooled blood, although some still dripped from the corners of his mouth. Guolinshan turned to Chen斐and retrieved a white candle from his pocket. He intended to draw the apparitions away, realizing he could not save everyone. Instead, he would lead the creatures elsewhere, granting others sufficient time to escape. Chen斐was momentarily stunned. While Guolinshan was powerful, his agility was lacking, and such a diversion would undoubtedly seal his fate. Guolinshan laughed heartily, igniting the white candle with a fire starter, a strange scent wafting through the air as he resolutely charged back up the mountain. The other disciples gasped in disbelief at Guolinshan's actions, while those creatures that had aimed for them now turned towards Guolinshan. Chen斐watched Guolinshan's retreating figure, a tremendous impact resonating within his heart. Why practice martial arts? Chen斐had often questioned himself, and the answer was to avoid being bullied and to survive in this world. If one became skilled, would they assist the weak? If capable, would they save others? When family and friends faced danger, would they intervene? Chen Fei's initially confused gaze gradually transformed into one of determination. While he could not yet sacrifice himself for others, he certainly had the means to help. "Brother Gua, I will join you." Chen Fei dashed to catch up with Guolinshan, who was momentarily taken aback before bursting into hearty laughter. The reason for their partnership was simple. Guolinshan's agility was lesser, but his strength was formidable, allowing him to shield Chen Fei from attacks. Chen Fei gripped his sword tightly, the Qingxin Ju rapidly circulating within him, calming his previously anxious heart. The disciples behind them gazed in astonishment at the duo's fearless ascent, their expressions filled with shame and admiration. A green apparition appeared silently beside Chen Fei, but he swiftly blocked it with his sword shield, using the momentum to glide to the other side. As the creature lunged again, Chen Fei deftly evaded it. Guolinshan struck down another attacking green apparition, and the two collaborated seamlessly, fending off the relentless onslaught from multiple green apparitions, ensuring they did not have a second chance to strike. "Little junior brother, we can take a detour. Let us descend from another route." Guolinshan glanced back, having traveled less than a mile in reverse, encountering no fewer than a dozen green apparitions, while over 20 were now in pursuit behind them. The green apparitions were entirely drawn to the white candle, having forsaken all other humans, their singular desire being to pounce upon Chen Fei and his companion, to devour that very candle. Once they had consumed the candle, they would tear apart Chen Fei and his companion. How to proceed? Chen Fei was unfamiliar with the paths of this mountain, recalling only the most recent route down, which was now the escape path for everyone. Proceeding this way, a massive boulder loomed ahead. Guolinshan gestured to the right. There were indeed many paths down, though some required a detour. With the current strange phenomena guiding them, they could traverse these paths while completely avoiding others. Excellent. Chen Fei nodded, glancing back to see the pursuing green apparitions multiplying gradually. Perhaps due to their movement, these apparitions grew even more attached to the unattainable white candle. It could only be said that running swiftly offered a considerable advantage. They could choose to flee, linger, or even strike before vanishing in an instant. In a moment, Chen Fei spotted the boulder and, with a flicker of his form, leaped onto it. Chapter 88. The Realm of Divine Refinement. Guolinshan retrieved an object from his robe and took several steps back, aiming it at Chen Fei and the green apparitions racing toward them. "A recording stone? Brother, what are you doing?" Chen Fei looked at the object in Guolinshan's hands with surprise, bewildered by his intentions. "To leave evidence. Junior brother, you are about to achieve merit." Guolinshan beamed, capturing an image of Chen Fei wielding his sword, surrounded by dozens of green apparitions, with a pivotal white candle in the background. Chen Fei chuckled in disbelief, surprised that Guolinshan had a recording stone on him. He had previously learned about such stones, They could not capture sound, had a short duration, and the images were somewhat blurry. Moreover, the recording stone had a limited number of uses. Excessive use would render it inoperable, making it both costly and impractical. Otherwise, if the recording stone could last longer, perhaps an entirely new industry would emerge in this world. Brother, let's go. Chen Fei glanced at the distance of the green apparitions. After Guolinshan produced the recording stone, the atmosphere had shifted. What had once been tense and fearful now felt more like a leisurely vacation. All right, let us depart. Guolinshan stowed the recording stone and laughed heartily. Wonderful. Chen Fei grasped Guolinshan's shoulder and continued their descent. The number of green apparitions behind them had not significantly increased, totaling around 40 or 50. Evidently the entirety of those that had been missed. At this moment, the green apparitions, running together, were entangled and trampling over one another, creating a rather disconcerting sight. The white candle in Guolinshan's possession had already burned halfway. However, considering Chen Fei's pace, it should suffice to reach the base of Xianyan City. Fortunately, Feng Xiupu and the others had managed to block the larger apparitions. Otherwise, Chen Fei's attempt to lure them would have surely summoned a formidable entity, making their situation far less manageable. Are we directing them straight to Xianyan City? Chen Fei inquired softly. Yes, we shall lead them there directly. Xianyan City is protected by a defensive array. Any apparitions that approach will undoubtedly perish. Guolinshan nodded affirmatively. Brother, what is a spirit sword? In this endeavor of luring apparitions, having faced danger but emerged unscathed, Chen Fei suddenly recalled the Bai Ling sword in Feng Xiupu's possession. It was Feng Xiupu who first detected the apparitions, or rather, that sword. Chen Fei looked down at his own long sword, having deflected several green apparitions. The fine iron blade was now corroded and would soon be rendered useless after a few more encounters. A spirit sword is a sword imbued with spirit. Guolinshan paused to reflect before responding. Hearing Guolinshan's explanation, Chen Fei nearly stumbled over his own feet. Was this explanation not somewhat superficial, merely a literal interpretation? Ha ha ha. Truth be told, I do not fully understand either. I have only heard my master mention it on occasion. Realizing that his explanation was lacking, Guolinshan chuckled. It is said that only those who have reached the realm of divine refinement wield such weapons. For us in the body refinement stage, we cannot unleash their full potential. The realm of divine refinement. Junior brother, are you familiar with it? I have heard that after the body refinement stage, further cultivation and breakthroughs can lead to the realm of divine refinement. Chen Fei nodded. Indeed, only after the body refinement stage can one reach the realm of divine refinement. However, divine refinement is merely a general term. The next realm after body refinement is actually called the realm of aperture refinement. It involves using our spirit to open the mysterious apertures within our bodies, further awakening our physical potential. Guolinshan spoke with a hint of longing. Is Master at the realm of aperture refinement? Chen Fei asked softly, feeling puzzled, as he sensed that Feng Xiupu's aura did not seem vastly different from that of an ordinary practitioner of the body refinement stage, perhaps merely somewhat deeper. He once was, but Master suffered severe injuries later, causing his realm to decline. Nevertheless, he was once at the realm of aperture refinement, and thus retains a touch of the extraordinary, enabling him to wield the Bai Ling sword. Guolinshan sighed. Chen Fei was momentarily taken aback, about to continue speaking, when suddenly a tremendous noise echoed from several dozen miles away, still audible despite the distance. The two turned to look, witnessing a beam of sword light ascend into the heavens, lingering for a moment before vanishing. Is that the Bai Ling sword? Chen Fei asked urgently. I cannot say. It is too far. Guolinshan shook his head. The apparitions have halted. Chen Fei observed the distant green apparitions, which had previously been frantically trampling over one another, now standing still one by one. A faint sound emanated from the candle's wick, yet the apparitions remained motionless. A low, piercing sound suddenly emerged from the mouths of the apparitions, who then turned and dashed back up the mountain. Excellent. Chen Fei nodded, and the two raced toward the mountain gate of the Yuanshan sword sect. Eldest senior brother, Chen junior brother, you are unharmed. That is wonderful. Guolinshan scanned the crowd, noticing several individuals were still missing. Upon hearing Guolinshan's words, the others fell silent. Guolinshan sighed deeply. He and Chen Fei had done their utmost. Although the white candle attracted the apparitions, Its range was limited, and not all were summoned at once. That brief interval meant that some individuals, if unfortunate enough to encounter those green apparitions, might not survive. Each bore injuries, with some even suffering torn limbs. Feng Xiaopu was covered in blood, but fortunately, he had escaped with his life. They wished to pursue, but were entangled by the leading apparition. Had it not been for the timely rescue from within the gate, it was uncertain how many of Feng Xiaopu's group would have survived, potentially facing a mutual demise with that leading apparition. Let's all rest for now. We shall discuss matters tomorrow. The long night wore on, with many tossing and turning. The next morning, when Chen Fei arrived outside Feng Xiaopu's courtyard, he found it unusually noisy, with raised voices arguing fervently. Chapter 89. Truth and Deception. He claims that he ignited the white candle, diverting the apparitions. Yet, I witnessed Brother Gua leading Chun Jr. brother upward, drawing those apparitions away. When Ziqian's face flushed as he shouted at Luo Jun Brother Wen, "Please do not be so agitated. I merely overheard that Brother Jet demonstrated the white candle he held." Luo Yun, bemusel, lux evin Ziqian, realizing it sounded as if he were the one making the assertions, whereas he was only relaying what he had heard. Were there no others who saw Jie Jindong light the white candle on the mountain? The white candle cannot serve as proof. Who knows where you ignited it? Someone has testified for Jie Jindong. Luo Jun shook his head. Initially, this medicinal herb gathering task involved only their group. However, due to the incident with the Shunyin sect, the sect sent another group to assist. Subsequently, other disciples reported that Jie Jindong had indeed lit the white candle, diverting the apparitions and thus preventing other disciples and herb gatherers from being harmed by them. The merit of this endeavor is indeed considerable, and it is only natural for some to seek to claim it illegitimately. Someone whispered. How many strange entities did that Jie Jindong say he attracted? Chen Fei stepped forward with a smile. Junior Brother Chun, you have arrived. Everyone's faces lit up with smiles upon seeing Chen Fei. Indeed, did that Jie Jindong mention how many he attracted? Guo Linshan's voice resonated as he approached slowly. Senior Brother Gua, Jie Jindong claimed to have attracted over a dozen strange entities and even sustained injuries from them. Luo Jun pointed to his shoulder, stating in that position, Jie Jindong's shoulder was indeed harmed. Who among us does not bear some wounds? When Ziqian exclaimed loudly, at that time, the mountains were teeming with strange entities. It was almost a given to be injured. Presently, many were vouching for Jie Jindong, asserting they saw him light white candles to lure the entities. Such matters can often be quite unclear. Luo Jun shook his head. No, we must speak up. This matter cannot be allowed to benefit them unjustly. Someone urged anxiously. Yes, we should speak up. Others nodded in agreement. Senior Brother Gua, do you know this Jie Jindong? Chen Fei turned to Guo Linshan. When attracting entities yesterday, it was crucial to possess excellent agility. Otherwise, if overwhelmed by those entities, even a solitary practitioner might find themselves in dire straits. With agility like Chen Fei's and the defensive sword technique of Xingye Jian, a brief excursion last night was considerably less arduous than anticipated. However, it first requires the courage to face it. Typically, even those with agility and sword techniques would flee at a distance. What's all this commotion about so early in the morning? Feng Xiaopu appeared outside the courtyard, his complexion somewhat pale, yet he seemed otherwise intact. Master, yesterday Senior Brother Gua and Junior Brother Chun risked their lives to lure the strange entities, and now someone seeks to claim the credit. When Ziqian stepped forward and recounted the events. Upon hearing this, Feng Xiaopu looked at Chen Fei and Guo Linshan with surprise. He had found it peculiar that the losses from this calamity were far less than anticipated and had intended to investigate the cause today. He did not expect that his two most esteemed disciples had bravely lit the white candles to lure the entities. Yesterday, seeing those strange entities flee, Feng Xiaopu had contemplated lighting the candles to contain them. However, with the leading entities so close, lighting the candles would likely incite a frenzy among all entities, leading to an immediate onslaught on a single individual, which could result in instant demise. As for using white candles to attract the leading entity, its speed was extraordinarily swift. No one could achieve that. You too. Feng Xiaopu pointed at Chen Fei and Guo Linshan, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts, ultimately letting out a sigh. He had once been in their shoes, ultimately sustaining severe injuries and plummeting in cultivation. Feng Xiaopu felt no regret. Rather, He pondered that had his cultivation been higher back then, the outcome could have been vastly different. However, when it came to his disciples, he hoped they would avoid recklessly confronting danger and would instead choose to flee if possible. It was precisely for this reason that Feng Xiaopu had imparted the techniques of Xingye Jian and Zuhin Bu to Chen斐. Now, unexpectedly, Chen斐seemed to have plunged into danger due to the Zuhin Bu, leaving Feng Xiaopu at a loss for words. Guolinshan did not dismiss Jie Jindong's claims as false. After all, their intent to assist their fellow disciples did not imply others lacked the same inclination. And Jie Jindong indeed possessed the fundamental conditions to accomplish this task. Feng Xiaopu contemplated briefly, having merely glanced at the situation without counting the details. Master, what should we do about this? Should we promptly report the actions of Senior Brother Gua and Junior Brother Chen? Otherwise, all the credit will go to Jie Jindong. When Ziqian urged anxiously, well, you too should accompany me. This merit is indeed significant. Since we have acted, there is no need for modesty. Feng Xiaopu nodded. Moments later, with Feng Xiaopu leading, Chen斐and Guolinshan followed, making their way to the Shangong Hall. The Shangong Hall served as the venue for the Yuanshan sword sect to discuss merits and rewards, as well as penalties. Upon their arrival, they found the hall bustling with activity. Chen斐glanced around and noticed several of the elders from yesterday on the mountain. Aside from one who was severely injured, the others were present, engaging amicably with several disciples. That person was Jie Jindong. Guolinshan took a quick look around the hall and whispered to Chen斐, "They have arrived here already, clearly intending to claim credit for luring the entities yesterday. Junior Brother Feng, you arrived just in time. Were you not curious yesterday as to why so few were injured by those strange entities? Today, the reason has become evident," Qian Lindu remarked upon seeing Feng Xiaopu, pointing at Jie Jindong with a grin. Thanks to this disciple, who used white candles to lead the entities away. Otherwise, the losses among the disciples yesterday would have been catastrophic. I am here because these two also used white candles to lure the entities, Feng Xiaopu stated, bringing Chen斐and Guolinshan to the forefront. The moment his words left his mouth, the previously noisy Shangong Hall fell into a sudden silence. You suggest Jie Jindong is fabricating claims? Qian Lindu's brow furrowed. There is no need for deceit. I truly used white candles to attract the entities. Jie Jindong's expression turned cold as he heard Qian Lindu's words. I did not imply that this disciple is deceitful. I merely state that my two disciples also used white candles to lure the entities, and they deserve recognition for their contributions. Feng Xiaopu shook his head. Claiming false merit is a grave offense. The hall steward declared solemnly. He had initially thought the matter was clear-cut, only to discover two parties emerging. One must be false, or both sides indeed attracted entities, as the decreased number of casualties was an undeniable fact. Do you have anything to say? Qian Lindu inquired, gazing at Chen斐and the others. Jie Jindong remained silent, instead stepping forward to scrutinize Chen斐from head to toe. Noticing Chen Fei's mere cultivation at the Duangu realm, he frowned and turned to Guolinshan. Guolinshan, I recall agility has never been your forte. To lure those entities away, based on your agility, it seems implausible. I cannot achieve it. The majority of the merit lies with Junior Brother Chen. I merely pointed the way, Guolinshan replied with a smile, acknowledging his own limitations. Had his agility been exceptional, he would not have involved Chen Fei in a risk. Is it him? Jie Jindong looked at Chen Fei in surprise. If Guolinshan claimed to have made recent advancements in agility, Jie Jindong might have entertained the notion. For Guolinshan had always exhibited talent. Previously, he had solely concentrated on Tanyuan Gong. It was I. Chen Fei bowed respectfully. How can you prove that? Jie Jindong questioned, scrutinizing Chen Fei. What do you want me to prove? Chen Fei chuckled. Moreover, how do you intend to prove yourself? Laughter erupted as he continued. You dare to question me? The crowd turned to see a small bird pecking at bugs on the ground in the open area outside the Shangong Hall. To rush over and startle the bird without adequate agility would likely result in the bird taking flight. Of course, one could stealthily approach and then capture it suddenly, but that would lack significance. I believe you cannot catch that bird, Chen Fei remarked, glancing at the bird before turning back to Jie Jindong. I also believe you cannot catch it, Guolinshan chimed in, laughing heartily beside him. Well, watch closely to see if I can catch it. Jie Jindong laughed in exasperation, narrowing his eyes as he glanced at Chen Fei. then turned his gaze to the open space outside the Shanggong Hall, slightly bending his body. In the next moment, Jie Jindong lunged forward. In just a few strides, he reached the bird, which immediately took flight upon sensing the movement. A smile spread across Jie Jindong's face as he reached out his right hand to capture the bird. However, before he could extend his hand, another hand moved ahead of him and grasped the bird first. Jie Jindong was taken aback, turning to find it was none other than Chen Fei. Jie Jindong was momentarily taken aback, his right hand instinctively reaching out towards Chen Fei. However, as he lowered his hand, he found no trace of Chen Fei before him. Raising his gaze once more, he discovered Chen Fei was already within the Shanggong Tang, observing him from a distance. Jie Jindong's eyes widened gradually. Was the other party not at the Duangu realm? What manner of speed was this? It seemed even the Zhuangzong realm could not compare. Not only Jie Jindong, but the others in the Shanggong Tang were equally astonished by Chen Fei's agility. Remarkably, although Jie Jindong had set off first, Chen Fei had taken a moment longer, yet still arrived at their destination ahead of him. This skill was unequivocally superior to Jie Jindong's. Qian Lindu glanced at Chen Fei a few times before turning his attention to Feng Xiupu. This disciple you have is impressive. He excels in agility. It's a pity his cultivation is rather low for his age, still at the Duangu realm. Feng Xiupu remained expressionless. He had long been aware of Chen Fei's capabilities, but observing him today, he noted that Chen Fei's skills seemed to have improved once more in just a few days. Could it be proven now? Chen Fei smiled and asked, "Did you intentionally suppress your cultivation?" Jie Jindong glared at Chen Fei, feeling as though he had been outmaneuvered. How could someone at the Duangu realm possess such skills? Would it not be more prudent to devote time and energy to enhancing one's cultivation instead? The other party must be suppressing his cultivation merely to toy with him. Chen Fei is indeed at the Duangu realm. He has not suppressed his cultivation. Qian Lindu interjected. Jie Jindong turned incredulously to Qian Lindu, who nodded slightly. Jie Jindong's eyes widened in disbelief. What sort of monster was Chen Fei? How had he trained to achieve such agility? Did Feng Xiupu not care about how his disciple trained? A myriad of thoughts whirled through Jie Jindong's mind, but he now had to confront one undeniable fact. Chen Fei's speed was astonishingly greater than his own. If it came to drawing the guai, Chen Fei's chances of success would undoubtedly far exceed his own. The other disciples who had accompanied Jie Jindong to the Shanggong Tang, initially present to support him, were now left in a state of confusion, unsure of what to say. Did it not appear that Jie Shixiang had indeed become the one to claim undeserved credit? I truly did draw the white candle to attract the guai yesterday. I would never lie about this. Ye Yindong proclaimed loudly. We absolutely dare not lie in support of Jie Shixiang. He truly lit the white candle to draw the guai. One disciple murmured softly. Yes, yes. We only came here because we witnessed it. They were well aware of the sect's rules. Zhang Shishu, did Jie Jindong mention how many guai he attracted yesterday? Guo Linshan approached the Shanggong Tang steward and respectfully inquired. It should have been around 50 or 60. I did not count them closely, Qian Lindu replied thoughtfully. Why do you ask? The disciples are counting, since there were about 50 guai following us yesterday, Guo Linshan replied with a smile as he turned to Jie Jindong. You claim to have attracted a dozen, while my junior brother Chen and I attracted around 50. The numbers do match. You attracted 50? Jie Jindong exclaimed in shock. He had nearly reached his limit after attracting merely a dozen guai the day before. The others present furrowed their brows. If Guo Linshan's words were accurate, then the credit for rescuing many disciples should largely fall on Chen Fei and his companions, given the vast difference between 50 and a mere dozen. Do you not believe me? Guo Linshan asked with a grin. Words alone are unsubstantiated. Can you provide evidence? Jie Jindong lifted his chin slightly. Although he had been outpaced by Chen Fei, attracting so many guai required more than mere agility, considering Chen Fei was still at the Duangu realm. Apologies, but there is indeed evidence. Guo Linshan produced a recording stone from his sleeve. He had initially recorded the event simply for its potential persuasive value when presented to the Shanggong Tang. He had not anticipated that someone would come forward to claim the credit today, making it all the more fortuitous. The recording stone was valuable, preserving only a few images, and ordinary people rarely utilized them. Of course, some wealthy youths might record such events for their own amusement. The onlookers regarded Guo Linshan with a mix of curiosity and confusion. The recording stone captured teachings of the Tong Yuan Gong from my master, which is why I carry it with me, Guolinshan explained, feeling somewhat uncomfortable under their scrutiny. He then activated the recording, and all eyes turned to the image. They beheld Chen Fei wielding a long sword, the white candle's flame illuminating dozens of guai entangled in the distance, eliciting a sense of dread. A rough estimate revealed that the number of guai was indeed close to 50. Jie Jindong turned to Chen Fei and Guolinshan, incredulous. How is this possible? It seems that they saved your life yesterday, Qian Lindu remarked to Jie Jindong, noting that Jie Jindong's master had been the one most seriously injured the day before and thus was absent today. When Feng Xiupu had mentioned that Chen Fei and Guolinshan had also attracted guai, Qian Lindu had felt a moment of concern. But it appeared that both parties had made the same decision, with Chen Fei and his companion merely excelling further. Jie Jindong lowered his head, lost in thought. He had been afraid yesterday, and after lighting the white candle, only a dozen guai had pursued him, not increasing thereafter. Jie Jindong had felt fortunate. The number of guai had been far less than he had initially feared. He had braced himself for the worst. However, Jie Jindong had never imagined that others had also drawn guai, and in such numbers. Not only had they attracted so many, but they had also recorded it with the stone, which was truly remarkable. The steward of the Shanggong Tang smiled as he observed the unfolding scene. It had taken many twists and turns, and initially, he believed some disciples had audaciously claimed credit for others' achievements. Thankfully, it was all just a misunderstanding. Chapter 91. I want to challenge my weakness. Although Jie Jindong was not as capable as Chen Fei and Guolinshan, he was nonetheless exceptionally talented. In the face of yesterday's circumstances, Jie Jindong had bravely stepped forward, using his agility to draw guai and safeguard the other disciples and herbalists, which was indeed a commendable feat. Such courage and responsibility warranted recognition from the sect. Although Jie Jindong's actions would not alter the final outcome, the moment he chose to stand up, the result became inconsequential. Of course, the true credit lay with Chen Fei and Guolinshan, for without them, Jie Jindong would have likely attracted over 50 guai. With Jie Jindong's agility, he would have been unable to escape, ultimately falling victim to the wrath of the guai, which would then pursue the other disciples and herbalists. The outcome would have been catastrophic. Jie Jindong would perish, and others would not escape the onslaught of the guai either. Jie Jindong, you demonstrated commendable courage in a moment of danger. Your contribution is valued at 5,000, the steward of the Shanggong Tang pronounced solemnly. Thank you. Zhang Shishu, Jie Jindong replied, his former pride dissipating. The events of the day had been overwhelming, leaving him somewhat dazed. Guolinshan, Chen Fei, present. Chen Fei and Guolinshan responded with a bow. You two disregarded your own safety in pivotal moments to save numerous disciples and herbalists. According to sect regulations, Chen Fei is awarded 8,000 contribution points, while Guolinshan is awarded 5,000. The steward declared. Thank you, Zhang Shishu. Chen Fei and Guolinshan exchanged glances, smiling. No need to thank me. This is the sect's rule. The steward waved his hand dismissively. You may leave. Feng Xiupu observed his two disciples with a satisfied smile, particularly surprised that Guolinshan had brought a recording stone with him. However, he had forgotten that he had guided Guolinshan in the essential techniques of the Tong Yuan Gong. When had Guolinshan ever recorded with a recording stone? An hour later, within Guolinshan's residence. Senior Brother Gua, do you have any good suggestions regarding the contribution points? Chen Fei inquired, sipping on some cool tea. Did you not previously ask me what conditions are required to access the sect's library? You now possess 8,000 contribution points, having long surpassed the threshold, and can exchange them for martial arts techniques. If you're not interested in techniques, little junior brother, as an alchemist, you may also trade for medicinal formulas. Guolinshan smiled and added, of course, aside from the Sanjing Pavilion, there are no barriers to the Baocang Pavilion, where you can freely go. That place mainly deals with medicinal herbs and weapons, which can also be exchanged. Chen Fei's eyes brightened slightly. He did not have a strong desire for martial arts techniques at the moment. After all, the most pressing matter is to cultivate the Tong Yuan Gong to the 4th level and advance to the Lien Sui realm as soon as possible. However, this did not deter his curiosity to explore the Sanjing Pavilion and see what techniques it housed, as it would broaden his horizons. Moreover, if he did come across any valuable techniques, he could exchange for them later if necessary. Previously, when his contribution points had not reached 1,000. He was barred from entering the Sanjing Pavilion. By the way, Senior Brother Gua, we encountered some anomalies, and we still have a small portion of the medicinal herb task left incomplete. What should we do? Chen Fei suddenly inquired. Of course. We must find a way to continue, Guo Lingshan replied, his smile fading as he spoke in a serious tone. The Xianyan Sword Sect will not concern itself with the troubles we face. They only care about results. Therefore, the sect will likely dispatch elders to eliminate the anomalies in that mountain area and ensure the completion of our medicinal herb task. Chen Fei frowned slightly, realizing how domineering the Xianyan Sword Sect is. Yet, considering their status as a dominant power, their strength dictates their attitude. Even if he felt some dissatisfaction, there was little he could do about it. Will we still be the ones to go? No, the sect will send other brothers in, Guo Lingshan reassured him, patting Chen Fei on the shoulder. You should take this opportunity to diligently cultivate the Tanyuan Gong and elevate your cultivation to the Lien Sui realm as soon as possible. Only with higher cultivation can you ensure your safety, for sometimes escaping is not merely a matter of will. Guo Lingshan was concerned that Chen Fei might rely too much on his agility and neglect the martial realm. Indeed, agility could help him evade most troubles, but not all. Some encounters could lead to dire consequences. Rest assured, brother, I understand. Chen Fei smiled, confident in his commitment to enhancing his realm. An hour later, Chen Fei found himself in Xianyan City, where he met with Qi Defeng. Where have you been recently? You look a bit under the weather, Chen Fei remarked, noticing the dark circles under Qi Defeng's eyes, wondering if he had fallen ill since their last meeting when he appeared fine. Qi Defeng yawned and responded, I'm fine. With you absent, I had no medicinal herbs to sell, so I wandered around Xianyan City and found that the Zuihong building was quite nice. So I visited a few times. Alas, my constitution seems to be struggling to keep up. As he spoke, he rubbed his waist, portraying a mix of exhaustion and a desire to return. Chen Fei couldn't help but chuckle, realizing that Qi Defeng had been indulging in leisure, which explained his drained appearance. Take it easy, Chen Fei advised. I'm all right. However, we encountered the Xianyang sect in a peculiar disaster, Chen Fei informed him. Nodding, he continued, moreover, I suspect that this peculiar disaster may have been instigated by the Xianyang sect as a form of retaliation against us. Xianyang sect? Qi Defeng frowned, a hint of recognition in his eyes. After a moment of contemplation, he exclaimed, Isn't that the sect that has always been at odds with the Xianyan Sword Sect? How did you end up provoking them? I don't know. Perhaps it was because we assisted the Xianyan Sword Sect in gathering medicinal herbs, Chen Fei replied, shaking his head. The Xianyang sect was known for its unpredictable methods, and it was possible that others had committed misdeeds and pinned the blame on them. Regardless, the Xianyang sect was notorious for its reputation, and even if they tried to clarify, few would listen. Are we starting the alchemy tomorrow? Qi Defeng asked, clearly intrigued. The Zuihong building is a delightful place. Delicious food, warm hospitality, and enchanting women. You can request anything you desire. The only downside is the price, but other than that, it has no flaws. Yes, we will continue to refine the Changfu Dan tomorrow. Just bring the medicinal herbs as before, Chen Fei confirmed. Qi Defeng nodded, aware that they had lost a significant amount of income due to the inconvenience of alchemy on the mountain, so it was time to resume their efforts. After a brief chat, Chen Fei departed the courtyard and entered a nearby apothecary. Esteemed guest, how may I assist you? The shopkeeper greeted him warmly. Do you have any medicinal pills that can reinforce the body's meridians? Chen Fei inquired. Certainly, but they are a bit pricey, the shopkeeper replied, nodding. What is the price? Chen Fei asked, intrigued. 300 taels each, the shopkeeper stated, retrieving a vial of pills from a nearby shelf and presenting it to Chen Fei. Chen Fei's brow furrowed slightly upon seeing the price. May I open it to smell the fragrance? He asked. Of course, the shopkeeper nodded, uncorking the vial. A faint aroma of medicinal herbs wafted through the air. Chen Fei's nose twitched as he swiftly analyzed the composition of the pills. Seeing Chen Fei's expression, the shopkeeper smiled and remarked, It appears you are quite knowledgeable, esteemed guest. The medicinal herbs used in this pill are of exceptionally high quality. Not to mention the main ingredient, tianqing grass, requires an age of over 20 years, resulting in substantial production costs. Chen Fei nodded gently, indeed detecting the presence of tianqing grass in the aroma, its medicinal properties dense. While he could not definitively ascertain its age, it was undoubtedly not young. These pills must not have many buyers, I presume? Chen Fei mused. Indeed, not many. Most customers prefer pills that enhance their internal strength. Like the Chongfu Dan and Failing Dan, the shopkeeper acknowledged without hesitation. I will take a look at other options, Chen Fei replied, choosing not to make an immediate purchase. Feel free to explore other apothecaries. My prices are already among the lowest, the shopkeeper said, anticipating Chen Fei's thoughts with a smile. Chen Fei remained silent, clasped his hands in gratitude, and exited the apothecary. After spending some time, he visited several larger apothecaries in Xianyan City. The first shopkeeper had indeed not lied. They offered the best prices because all major apothecaries sold at the same rate. As night fell, Qi Defeng, with his darkened eyes, enthusiastically invited, "Shall we go together?" Such places sap one's spirit and willpower, presenting a significant challenge to martial cultivation. Chen Fei replied solemnly. Thus, I wish to confront my weaknesses, Chen Fei stated with a serious expression. All right, let's go. Qi Defeng laughed heartily. The two strolled through the bustling streets of Xianyan City, arriving at a brilliantly lit tavern. The atmosphere was lively, and the welcoming girls at the entrance were dressed quite revealingly. Rather than greeting with smiles, they wore cool expressions, observing the patrons with indifference. This is merely the entrance. The interior poses an even greater test, Qi Defeng commented with a grin. Leading Chen Fei into the Zue, Xiang Lu esteemed young master. This way, please. A soft voice drifted into their ears. As Chen Fei swallowed the meridian pills he had purchased earlier, he felt the pills dissolve instantly, releasing a refreshing energy that enveloped his body. Closing his eyes, he began to circulate the Tongyuan Gong with all his might. Whether he could swiftly enhance his proficiency in Tongyuan Gong relied on the efficacy of these 300 taels pills. Chapter 92. A time of peace. The internal energy surged through Chen Fei's body at an accelerated pace. Whereas he previously felt the impact of internal energy against his meridians, today it seemed significantly diminished, even at times imperceptible. A smile crept onto Chen Fei's lips. One could say that one gets what one pays for. And these 300 taels were indeed effective. Chen Fei focused his mind, channeling all his attention to the circulation of the Tongyuan Gong. As his mind settled, the speed of his internal energy further increased, causing his flesh to tremble slightly. As 3 time periods swiftly passed, the dawn's light began to grace the sky. Chen Fei slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of stale air, and a smile unconsciously spread across his face. Despite his usual diligence, often sacrificing sleep to cultivate his internal energy techniques, Chen Fei recognized the limits of his physical endurance. Typically, after cultivating for just over an hour, he would require a break to engage in other activities. Yet today he had exerted himself fully for 3 whole time periods, a feat unprecedented in his experience. Remarkably, after this prolonged effort, he found his meridians not overly strained. A brief half-hour rest would suffice before he could continue his training, effectively doubling his cultivation time. A thought flickered through Chen Fei's mind, only to be swiftly dismissed. The Jingluo Dan was indeed exceptional. Its effects remarkable, yet it catered to a rather niche audience. This was not to say it was ineffective for other martial artists, but many would hesitate to invest in it, considering that more accessible alternatives like the Chongfu Dan were available. At 300 taels each, one could procure 3 Feiling Dan. If Chen Fei were to forego the Jingluo Dan to save money and pursue its study instead, it was unlikely he would find opportunities to sell it beyond personal use. Furthermore, the herbs required for the Jingluo Dan were not inexpensive, and the potential profits would likely be minimal. Currently, taking 1 Jingluo Dan daily posed little burden on Chen Fei, as he earned over 1,000 taels each day. However, his savings would accumulate at a slower pace, delaying his goal of amassing 50,000 taels. Amused, Chen Fei observed Qi Defeng. He had to admit that the Zue Hong Lu was indeed splendid, allowing an ordinary man like him from his previous life to indulge in rare pleasures that were quite captivating. However, no matter how enchanting it was, one could not afford to visit daily as Qi Defeng did, especially when he appeared on the verge of exhaustion. Chen Fei smirked, about to speak, when he heard the sounds of children playing from the adjacent courtyard. Noticing Chen Fei's expression, Qi Defeng chuckled. A family moved in next door a few days ago. They have quite a few members and even made a point to visit the neighbors, bringing small gifts. Where do they hail from? Chen Fei inquired, intrigued. Yesterday, I didn't pay heed, but listening to their laughter now, I can imagine the warm scene of family togetherness, Chen Fei mused, a smile gracing his face. They had not specified, but it was said they had fled from distant lands. Qi Defeng shook his head, adding, I heard they encountered some strange occurrences on their way. Their caravan suffered considerable losses before they managed to reach safety. Upon hearing strange occurrences, Chen Fei's brow furrowed involuntarily as memories of the peculiarities he had faced resurfaced, especially one he had recently experienced. Perhaps out of fear, the newcomers appeared somewhat pallid, particularly their family head, whose complexion seemed notably poor, likely a sign of genuine fright. Qi Defeng remarked in a hushed tone. Nodding, Chen Fei looked up at Qi Defeng and asked, have there always been so many strange occurrences? Not to this extent. Nowadays, the number of strange occurrences has escalated to the point where even small merchant caravans cannot leave the city, let alone ordinary folks, Qi Defeng replied. Settling into a chair and pouring tea for both of them, he continued, in the past, Pinyin County was free of such disturbances, but now the entire city has been consumed by them. Ultimately, it boils down to the current state of unrest outside. The more turmoil there is, the more strange occurrences manifest. Chen Fei's brow deepened as he pondered. Is there a connection between the two? I'm not certain, Qi Defeng replied. However, I recall reading that during times of hardship, the frequency of strange occurrences tends to rise dramatically. In times of peace, such phenomena are nearly non-existent. Qi Defeng drained his cup and regarded Chen Fei quietly. The morning hours slipped away quickly as Chen Fei handed over the refined elixirs to Qi Defeng. Are there any suitable tasks? Chen Fei's brow twitched slightly, knowing Qi Defeng often ventured to the Dan Master Alliance to procure vials. He had asked Qi Defeng to keep an eye out, as the Dan Master Alliance mandated annual tasks for its lower-tier alchemists. Failure to complete a task for 2 consecutive years would result in expulsion from the Alliance, though exceptions could be made under special circumstances. Chen Fei contemplated taking up suitable tasks to fulfill his quota while also accumulating contribution points, which could be exchanged for elixirs when needed. While the Yuanjin Sword Sect also offered exchanges for elixirs, it was not primarily an alchemical sect, and many unique recipes from the Alliance might not be available. Yingyan, Chen Fei expressed mild surprise. This particular elixir posed little difficulty to refine, and if one were to gauge its complexity, it was merely a step above the Q Su Dian. Indeed, the rewards for the Yingyan task are substantial. You might wish to take a look when you have a chance, Qi Defeng encouraged. Very well, Chen Fei nodded in agreement. As Qi Defeng departed, Chen Fei, listening to the laughter from next door, smiled and exited the courtyard. He first visited the apothecary to purchase a few Jingluo Dan before making his way to the Dan Master Alliance. Young master, it has been quite a while since your last visit, Qin Jinglan remarked with a hint of surprise, her gaze revealing a touch of lingering affection. Things have been rather busy lately, Chen Fei replied with a grin, sensing that this woman had not quite given up on him. Is there something you require, young master? Qin Jinglan inquired, inclining her body slightly. I wish to inquire about a task, he responded as they approached the counter. Pointing to the task on the board, he asked, does the Yingyan task have any special requirements? After all, crafting a Yingyan should not pose a challenge for most alchemists. You possess keen insight, young master. Indeed, the ordinary Yingyan is not particularly difficult to refine, but this time we are using a 50-year-old herb, which necessitates extra caution, Qin Jinglan explained. 50 years? Chen Fei's brow raised in surprise. This was unexpected. Typically, the herbs used for Yingyan were quite common, thriving in various environments. Moreover, due to their simplicity and refinement, they were sold at a relatively low price. Yet, elevating the herb's age to 50 years would undoubtedly enhance the efficacy of the Yingyan. Indeed, the potency of an elixir is heavily influenced by the properties of its ingredients. For instance, the Fei Ling Di provides remarkable results for martial artists precisely because its components have stringent age requirements. The Jingluo Di follows suit. It was rare to hear of a 50-year-old herb being employed for Yingyan, yet if one had sufficient funds, many things could become exceptions. I shall accept this task, he declared. The 50-year-old herb was indeed precious, and the refinement process would require heightened precision. However, Chen Fei had already mastered the Yingyan recipe to perfection. He could refine it flawlessly even with a 100-year-old herb. Many alchemists have taken on this task, so there will likely be a competition, Qin Jinglong cautioned. Chen斐nodded, aware that this task offered 500 contribution points, which was quite generous. The task was not overly difficult, so it made sense that many would be drawn to it. The sounds of children laughing from next door had faded, replaced by the quiet rustle of reading. The Yingyi Indian task was due in 3 days, and during this time, Chen斐intended to focus on his Tanyuan Gong practice. After some delays, he settled into a meditative position, consumed a Jingluo Dian, and began his cultivation. 3 days swiftly passed. Throughout this time, Chen斐dedicated his mornings to alchemy, while his afternoons and evenings remained devoted to his daily cultivation routine, with the remaining hours spent enhancing his proficiency in the 3rd level of Tanyuan Gong. Technique: Tanyuan Gong 3rd level, 25, 896, 000. The proficiency of the 3rd level of Tanyuan Gong was nearing 50%. With an additional 4 to 5 days of effort, Chen斐would complete the technique, at which point he could seek out Feng Xiupu to learn the 4th level of Tanyuan Gong. Moreover, achieving mastery of the 3rd level would awaken his first characteristic, great strength, further enhancing Chen Fei's combat prowess. It is precisely this relentless endeavor, coupled with the ability to witness tangible results, that propels Chen Fei towards continuous advancement. As the practice of Tianju Nji Ing progresses, Chen Fei has recently begun to perceive an acceleration in the growth of his internal energy. Although this acceleration is not yet overtly discernible, it undeniably exists. Chen Fei finds himself increasingly eager to discover how the completion of the 4th level of Tianju Nji Ing will catalyze his current nascent cultivation in the Du Nji realm, hastening his ascent to the Li Nsu realm. Chapter 93. Hair-raising. When the Alliance announced the task, you should already be aware that we will conduct an assessment. Only those who pass will be permitted to undertake this mission. Within the Zhao family estate of Shi New York NCH Ing, the steward regarded the assembly of over a dozen alchemists before him with a smile. Many of the alchemists accepted this task due to its simplicity, generous remuneration, and a lack of complications, fostering a mindset of swift resolution. Please gather over here, the steward urged, not daring to neglect the presence of these alchemists as he led them into a courtyard. There, an array of over a dozen alchemical furnaces stood neatly arranged, accompanied by all necessary ingredients. The assessment is quite straightforward. It involves the concoction of beauty elixirs. Ultimately, the task will be awarded to the one who produces the elixir of the finest quality and efficacy, the steward declared solemnly. The alchemists present expressed no dissent. Crafting a batch of beauty elixirs was hardly burdensome, especially with all materials prepared in advance, rendering the task even simpler. Among the crowd, Chen Fei found a suitable spot, ignited the flames beneath his furnace, and proceeded to inspect the ingredients nearby. Finding no faults, he unceremoniously tossed them all into the furnace. The techniques employed by the alchemists present were rather casual. While none were as rough as Chen Fei, they were not far behind. In but a short while, the fragrance of herbs began to waft through the courtyard. In less than 15 minutes, Chen Fei lifted the furnace lid and retrieved the beauty elixirs within. A servant from the Zhao family promptly approached, carefully taking the elixirs to another courtyard. One by one, the beauty elixirs concocted by the alchemists emerged and were similarly delivered to a different location. All waited patiently for the results, and shortly thereafter, the steward reappeared in the courtyard. Thank you for your hard work. The task will be undertaken by this esteemed alchemist, Chen, he announced, offering a hint of apology to the other alchemists. He clapped his hands, and Zhao family servants distributed gift boxes to each alchemist. The contents of the boxes were not particularly valuable, yet the expressions of some alchemists brightened considerably. A moment later, Chen Fei followed the steward to another courtyard, where the sounds of lively chatter filled the air. I came because I missed you. What does it have to do with the beauty elixirs? Said Zhao Peixiao. If you insist on saying that, I might just take my leave. All right, let us pretend I misspoke. Please don't go. I have so much more to discuss with you, Zhao Peixiao quickly implored, just as she noticed the steward entering with an unfamiliar individual. Miss, Alchemist Chen has arrived, the steward announced with a sycophantic smile. Let us begin. I wish to consume the elixirs as soon as they are ready. As I have heard this yields the best results, Zhao Peixiao urged, glancing at Chen Fei and prompting the steward beside her. Chen Fei merely cast a fleeting glance before lowering his head. However, His nose involuntarily twitched as he caught a faint scent of a healing ointment wafting into his nostrils. Since becoming an alchemist, Chen斐had developed a heightened sensitivity to various aromas, a trait inherent to his profession. The scent he detected was that of a particularly high-quality healing salve. Chen斐dismissed the thought. Someone must have been injured and required the salve, which was of no concern to him. "Is this the 50-year-old herb?" he remarked, finding it rather rare. "Indeed, I acquired it by chance. My father initially intended to use it for refining other elixirs, but after much persuasion, he consented to allow me to utilize it for the beauty elixirs." Zhao Peixio replied with pride. "I seem to have benefited from your generosity. Sister, there is no need for formality between us. As long as you visit me often, I shall be exceedingly pleased," Zhao Peixio said with a smile. Listening to the conversation between the two young women, Chen Fei closed his eyes to meditate. Once all the materials were laid out before him, he opened his eyes and began to concoct the beauty elixirs. Zhao Peixio watched curiously, but soon lost interest, as the process was entirely different from her expectations and rather dull. Chen Fei observed the furnace, sensing the changes in the properties of the ingredients within, making adjustments as needed. In comparison to ordinary beauty elixirs, the variations in the properties of the 50-year-old herb were indeed pronounced. A moment's inattention could lead to failure. Fortunately, Chen Fei was exceedingly familiar with the beauty elixirs, and despite the volatile nature of the ingredients, he maintained control over the process. The fragrance of the herbs began to fill the courtyard, and after a quarter of an hour, as Chen Fei lifted the furnace lid, the batch of exquisite beauty elixirs was officially completed. "Is it done? Sister, come quickly to take a look," Zhao Peixio exclaimed, eagerly pulling Chen Fei closer. Amidst the pervasive aroma of the herbs, two strands of delicate feminine fragrance suddenly intruded. Chen Fei instinctively inhaled, his brow slightly furrowing as he felt a sense of familiarity. "Miss, it is best to wait a moment before consuming the elixirs right after they are prepared," the steward interjected, seeing Zhao Peixio's eagerness to partake, for he feared she might burn herself, which could jeopardize his position as steward. "Understood." Zhao Peixio beamed at the 3 beauty elixirs in the dish. There was still one left to spare for her mother. "Alchemist Chen, you have worked hard. Please follow me." The steward, noting the satisfaction radiating from Zhao Peixio's face, slightly bowed to Chen Fei and led him away from the courtyard, mindful that outsiders should linger little in the quarters of the Zhao family. "Sister, why are you staring at that alchemist?" Zhao Peixio inquired with curiosity. "It is nothing. I merely find his alchemical skills impressive. Should I require assistance in the future, I could seek him out." "Indeed, that is quite so. I initially thought only 2 would be produced. I did not expect there would be 3. How wonderful." Zhao Peixio chuckled softly. "Steward, please halt." Chen Fei, holding the token of gratitude bestowed by the steward, bowed slightly at the entrance. "I owe you my thanks for this opportunity. I will ensure the task is concluded within the alliance shortly," the steward replied with a beaming smile. "Thank you. The gratitude is mine to express." As Chen Fei walked, his brow furrowed deeply. He could not shake the feeling that the woman he had encountered at the Zhao estate was oddly familiar, yet he could not recall where he had seen her before. It is complete," Chen Fei nodded. "But why do you appear so troubled?" Qi Defeng asked curiously, noting that the task had been completed, yet he still bore a heavy expression. "I encountered someone at the Zhao estate earlier. They seemed familiar, but I cannot recall having seen that face before." This was the source of Chen Fei's perplexity. If he had met her before, he should not have forgotten, particularly given the familiar scent. Chen Fei felt no need to conceal anything from Qi Defeng and expressed all his doubts. The scent alone could evoke such familiarity. "Your impression must indeed be profound," Qi Defeng chuckled. "Indeed, it is quite profound." Chen Fei's words suddenly halted, as if a bolt of lightning had struck his mind. He finally recalled where he had encountered that scent. It was from the enchanting woman he had met on the mountain that fateful night. Due to their close proximity and the tense circumstances, Chen Fei had formed a strong impression of Shi Shuichen's aroma. The reason he had struggled to remember was that Shi Shuichen's appearance had changed, rendering her unrecognizable from that night. At the same time, Chen Fei understood why the earlier encounter lingered in his mind. The scent of the healing ointment subconsciously tied together these memories. But he had momentarily failed to connect the dots. Yet, Chen Fei remained puzzled. He was certain he had seen Shi Shuichen's true form that night. If she had disguised herself, he would have surely noticed. He held that much confidence in his perceptiveness. However, today, I once again encountered SH Su Qin. And not only had her appearance changed, but SHNF I also failed to detect any traces of disguise. In this world, aside from the art of disguise, are there other methods to alter one's appearance? CHNF I raised his gaze to CHDFing, who undoubtedly possessed far more experience in the martial world than he did. Yes, and there are numerous methods, CHDFing nodded. What methods can conceal traces of disguise? CHNF I inquired further. Are there truly techniques that even you cannot perceive? CHDFing's brow furrowed slightly. He was aware of CHNFI's exceptional skills in disguise, and if even he could not discern the transformation, the number of applicable methods would dwindle significantly. Indeed, I cannot perceive anything, CHNFI affirmed. There is one method that should align with your description. After pondering for a moment, CHDFing elaborated. Human skin masks. Their crafting techniques are unknown, and the wearing methods are nearly top secret. However, if utilized correctly, one can completely adopt a different appearance. Human skin masks? CHNF I thought of SH Su Qin's flawless visage and surmised that only such an object could achieve that level of perfection. Were it not for the scent of the healing ointment and a faint trace of body fragrance, CHNF I would have been oblivious to any issues. Reflecting on his conduct at the ZHO residence, he believed there had been no impropriety. Most notably, when facing SH Su Qin, he had employed a false guise and altered his stature, rendering the likelihood of discovery exceedingly low. By the way, I haven't heard the children next door playing for the past couple of days. Have they moved? He asked, suppressing his agitation. Children? When did the neighboring courtyard have children? CHDFing looked at CHNFI, his face full of confusion. Chapter 94. Hidden Dragons and Crouching Tigers. A chill surged from CHNFI's feet to his forehead. This was New York City. Was it truly haunted? If even this place was troubled, where could one seek refuge? Perhaps with an insect? Suddenly, CHNFI grasped CHDFing's hand and, with a swift movement, dashed towards the courtyard's exit. They could not remain here. Regardless of the cause, CHDFing's reaction was peculiar, as if he were ensnared by some supernatural force. CHDFing gazed in astonishment at CHNFI's actions but offered no resistance, trusting that CHNFI would not harm him. With a single leap over the courtyard wall, they entered the alley, where distant sounds of vendors and conversations echoed, seemingly unchanged from before. However, staying here was still precarious. CHNFI pulled CHDFing onto the bustling street, where the crowd diluted his anxiety. What is the matter? CHDFing asked, noticing CHNFI's furrowed brow and lack of further action. Are you aware of the situation next door? CHNFI scrutinized CHDFing's faint dark circles, wondering if they were a result of the supernatural. I know a little. Did I not mention it a few days ago? CHDFing replied, feeling somewhat uneasy under CHNFI's intense gaze. Wasn't it a whole family living next door? How could there be no children? CHNFI whispered. I cannot say. It was not appropriate to inquire about such matters with others. CHDFing shook his head. Being strangers, why would one probe into another's family matters? They might think you have ulterior motives. Indeed, CHNFI nodded slightly, suddenly sensing something amiss. As the QNGXN Jew operated at high speed, a sense of unreality flickered in his mind. Observing the bustling crowd, each individual appeared vibrantly alive, devoid of any apparent issues. Yet, CHNF, I recalled having heard their conversations previously, having witnessed their actions just moments ago upon exiting the ZHO residence. No, this is an illusion. CHNF, I turned to CHDFing, pushing the QNGXN Jew to its limits, causing everything around him to slow. His eyes rapidly absorbed the scene, and he noted the unnatural stuttering of both CHDFing and the surrounding people. Break! CHNF, I shouted, his right hand forming a sword finger as he thrust it forward. With a crack, the fabric of reality before him shattered, revealing CHDFing once more, his sword finger halting just a foot away from him. Startled, CHDFing leaned back slightly, staring at CHNFI in shock. CHNF, I surveyed his surroundings. They remained within the rented courtyard, the sense of unreality having vanished. Ouch! A child's cry pierced the air, though muffled. It reached Chen Fei's ears. In a flash, he leaped over the courtyard wall into the neighboring yard, where he spotted a young girl clutching her head in distress. I narrowed his eyes, stepping forward, intending to reach for her neck. Misunderstanding, young friend. This is a misunderstanding. A cold hand emerged before Chen Fi, causing his expression to shift slightly. This was not the hand of a living being, but rather that of the deceased, perhaps even a supernatural entity. A dagger appeared in Chen Fi's hand, aimed at the sudden apparition of the spectral hand. Young friend, let's speak calmly. We harbor no ill intentions. Suddenly, a dozen similar hands emerged before Chen Fi, each exuding a chilling aura, reaching toward him. Before they could make contact, I felt a prickling sensation on his skin. He furrowed his brow, knowing that should he unleash his sword techniques, he could undoubtedly shatter these hands and possibly harm or even kill the young girl. However, he feared he would also sustain injuries. These spectral hands were no trifles, radiating a strange coldness and laced with other toxins as he detected a faintly sweet and acrid scent. Boom! The XNEGNDN unfolded, the dagger clashing with the spectral hands. I utilized the momentum to flip backward, landing atop the courtyard wall, surveying the girl and an elderly man who had suddenly appeared. Grandfather, my head hurts so much. He is so mean. Please punish him, Syn whimpered, tears streaming down her chubby cheeks, appearing no older than 10, as she gazed sorrowfully at Sunhi. I have told you countless times not to use your abilities to affect others. This is no jest, Sunhi admonished, his heart aching at the sight of his granddaughter, yet he remained stern. I only wish to play a joke, Syn protested. Moreover, he was quite fierce and seemed intent on hurting me. As she spoke, she pointed at Chen-Fi, her eyes filled with accusation. What happened? At that moment, Chen leapt atop the wall, regarding Chen-Fi with confusion. In the fleeting moment, he had been unable to react, and upon his arrival, he witnessed this scene. My young friend, I sincerely apologize. I have indulged her too much, nearly causing a disaster. I hope you can forgive us. Sunhi bowed slightly, his tone earnest. Seeing her grandfather's demeanor, Syn pouted, realizing he was serious and refraining from further speech. She cast a glance at Chen-Fi before retreating behind Sunhi. Chen-Fi's expression darkened. He had been unwittingly ensnared in an illusion, a development he had never anticipated. It was known that even in the face of Su Qn, his QNGX Enju had enabled him to resist her temptations, maintaining his clarity. Yet just moments ago, he had been entirely unaware. It could not be said that he was completely oblivious. The QNGX Enju must have already issued a warning, for otherwise, I would not have instinctively questioned CHDFing. It was likely that his subconscious had detected danger, prompting his subsequent actions, which ultimately shattered the illusion. However, this expenditure of time is exceedingly prolonged. At times, combat transpires in the blink of an eye. Just moments ago in reality, perhaps Chen Fei was merely momentarily distracted, yet that fleeting moment was sufficient for another to take his life. Young friend, could you descend? Allow me to elucidate. We harbor no ill intentions. Sunhi observed Chen Fei's cautious demeanor and couldn't help but let out a wry smile. What a predicament this is. Having merely engaged in some other matters, he never anticipated his granddaughter would ensnare another in the illusion. Yet, it was quite astonishing that Chen Fei could break free from the illusion and nearly capture his granddaughter. Sunhi was genuinely surprised, for he discerned that Chen Fei's martial arts realm was merely that of the Duangu realm. Under normal circumstances, such cultivation should not have enabled him to perceive the illusion laid by Xianan. This merely implies that Xianyun City is indeed a place of hidden talents. Even an ordinary neighbor conceals such profound depths. Were Chen Fei privy to see Yuanhai's thoughts, he would likely roll his eyes, as the notion that a neighbor could be a master was beyond his expectations. Speak, and I shall listen. Chen Fei hesitated, ultimately deciding to maintain a safe distance. Though the other party seemed devoid of malice, he was unwilling to place his safety in the hands of another's intentions. particularly when confronted with the ability to instantaneously ensnare someone in an illusion which mandated his vigilance. Si Yuanhai shook his head with a bitter smile, pulling Si Nan from behind him and sternly admonished, "First, apologize. To drag someone into an illusion without cause warrants their retaliation, even to the point of death. I have warned you repeatedly against such frivolity. If I had arrived a moment later, you would have already perished. Do you understand?" "Grandfather, I am sorry." Si Nan, witnessing the unprecedented severity in Si Yuanhai's demeanor, began to shed tears that crystallized into icy spheres upon hitting the ground, causing Chen Fei's eyes to widen in astonishment. Beside him, Qi Defeng was equally taken aback. Despite his extensive experiences in the martial world, this was his first encounter with such phenomena. "Do not tell me you are sorry. You must apologize to the other party." Si Yuanhai felt pained but knew this lesson must be ingrained in Si Nan. Xianyan City is not the small town they once inhabited, where one could be somewhat reckless. Within Xianyan City, masters abound, and to provoke others indiscriminately is tantamount to courting death. Si Yuanhai wished for his granddaughter not to lose her life in a bout of mischief, as that would be the gravest injustice. "I am sorry." Si Nan directed her apology towards Chen Fei, bowing deeply. Those unaware of the circumstances might perceive Chen Fei as a bully, for how often does a 10-year-old child apologize to an adult? "Young friend, we truly mean no harm." Upon witnessing Si Nan's apology, Chen Fei's expression softened slightly. Si Yuanhai turned to Chen Fei and said, "Inan possesses a rare constitution, enabling her to accomplish feats beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. In her youthful ignorance, she often plays tricks on others, yet she genuinely means no harm. I hope you can forgive her." As Si Yuanhai spoke, he retrieved an object from his sleeve, and a pale, eerie hand emerged, slowly presenting the item before Chen Fei. Qi Defeng stared at this uncanny hand, his eyes nearly bulging. What manner of technique is this, and why does that hand appear so lifeless? "This is Chinchua bamboo. When worn, it can provide a degree of resistance against illusions. I sincerely hope you will accept it," Si Yuanhai spoke softly. "Grandfather." "He is so timid that he doesn't even dare to come down and speak with us." Si Nan tugged at Si Yuanhai's sleeve and whispered, "That is called caution. In this world, only the prudent can endure longer." Reflecting on his Chinchua bamboo, Si Yuanhai felt a pang of regret and couldn't help but swat Si Nan on the rear. Wow! Si Nan had not anticipated her grandfather would strike her, and she began to wail, her cries even louder than before. Chapter 95. The Knight with a Blade. Chen Fei listened to the sounds from the adjacent courtyard, using his dagger to poke at the Chinchua bamboo, then turned to Qi Defeng. "I have heard of it, but never truly seen it." Qi Defeng observed the Chinchua bamboo in the box, his brow furrowing. If it is indeed Chinchua bamboo, then its effects align with what he mentioned. Moreover, this Chinchua bamboo is exceedingly rare, difficult for ordinary individuals to encounter. Concurrently, Chen Fei recounted the events that had transpired earlier to Qi Defeng. "This doesn't seem like martial arts. Do you know what it is?" Chen Fei inquired softly. "Yugui?" Chen Fei was somewhat taken aback. The eerie and humanity are two opposing facets, and upon contact, one party's demise is the inevitable outcome. It is astonishing that someone can capture the eerie and seal it within their body, which somewhat subverted Chen Fei's understanding. "Because of the eerie?" "Indeed." Qi Defeng nodded, explaining. "They seal the eerie within their bodies and release it during combat. Each use imposes a significant burden on their bodies. Since they do not cultivate martial arts, they are essentially ordinary people, unable to bear such tolls." After a moment of hesitation, Qi Defeng continued, "I have heard that ultimately, those eerie's will break open their bodies and consume their hosts." Chen Fei's brow twitched. This indeed resembles a one-way path. However, recalling Si Nan and Si Yuanhai's state, they exhibited no signs of depletion, particularly Si Yuanhai, who appeared quite aged yet showed no signs of faltering. Qi Defeng also reflected on the scene he had just witnessed and chuckled. "What I know comes from books. Either the authors only possess a limited understanding, or the art of Yugui has advanced significantly over the years." Chen Fei nodded, choosing not to dwell on the matter further. Currently, he contemplated more on how to confront such adversaries in the future. As night fell, the courtyard returned to tranquility. Chen Fei sat cross-legged in his room, continuously circulating his Tanyuan gong. However, unlike his previous total immersion in cultivation, The knowledge of residing next to a family of Yugui practitioners made Chen Fei slightly wary. Despite their apparent lack of malice, Chen Fei murmured to himself, his thoughts swirling, yet it did not interfere with his cultivation. Suddenly, he halted his practice, eyes wide open, gazing outside the house. Just moments ago, he sensed a fleeting aura passing outside the residence, swift and faint, almost inducing an illusion of misperception. With a furrowed brow, Chen Fei grasped his sword and opened the door, peering into the courtyard. The moon hung bright, and the courtyard where Chen Fei resided was situated in a rather secluded area of Xianyan City. The streets outside had quieted down, rendering the world eerily silent save for the chirping of insects. Stepping outside, Chen Fei scanned his surroundings for any abnormalities, finding none. Only the gentle summer night breeze lulling him towards slumber. Suddenly, he stumbled, collapsing onto the ground with a thud, succumbing to a deep slumber. Moments later, two figures entered the courtyard, observing the unconscious Chen Fei on the ground. "Sister, he appears to be merely an ordinary alchemist. Nothing remarkable," Bailon remarked, casting a glance at Chen Fei. Using a touch of Duanhuan incense, the little alchemist of the Duangu realm immediately fell victim. However, Duanhuan incense proves effective even against practitioners of the Lianzong realm, so this outcome is hardly surprising. Sister Shuiqin remained silent, her gaze fixed on the side profile of Chen Fei. Earlier that day, at the Zhao family estate, Sister Shuiqin had felt a tinge of familiarity with Chen Fei. Afterward, she had someone investigate, discovering that Chen Fei belonged to the Yuanshan sword sect. The mention of the Yuanshan sword sect reminded her of the individual she encountered that night, also in the Duangu realm, who nearly took her life. That was the closest Sister Shuiqin had come to death. She had intended to treat him as prey, only to find herself nearly hunted instead. This incident left an indelible mark on her memory. Days had passed, yet the wound on her chest showed no signs of healing. Each time she bathed and changed her dressings, she couldn't help but grit her teeth in frustration. Is he his true self or a visage altered by disguise? Shueqin turned to Bailon, who, lacking mastery in disguise, had always relied on human skin masks and was thus unable to discern if others had altered their appearances. Conversely, Bailon excelled in the art of disguise to the point of blurring the line between reality and illusion, making it immediately clear to her whether others had employed such techniques. The true visage, Bailon remarked with a smile after a brief glance. Shueqin recalled the face from that night, entirely different from the one before her, with no shared physical traits. Yet, she remained uncertain whether the face she had seen was indeed authentic. No need for inquiries. We shall simply eliminate him, Shueqin declared coldly, shaking her head, though she could not ascertain if he was the individual from before. The coincidences of him being from the Yuanshan sword sect and at the Duangu realm were too numerous to ignore. As for whether they had misjudged him, Shueqin had never been one to concern herself with such matters. Very well. A bloodthirsty smile spread across Bailon's face as she swiftly approached Chen Fei, reaching for his neck. Bailon enjoyed the sound of bones snapping when she killed, finding it utterly captivating. "How can you kill indiscriminately?" A crisp voice rang out as Si Nen appeared atop the courtyard wall, gazing down and raising her voice. Chen Fei, who lay feigning unconsciousness on the ground, nearly spat blood due to the force of the confrontation. He had intended to strike as Bailon approached, never expecting Si Nan to suddenly intervene. Where did this lovely girl come from? Let me have a look. Bailon paused, her hand halted midair as she looked up at Si Nan, a sinister grin spreading across her face. Your smile is quite sinister. You must be a villain. Si Nan pouted, her eyes sparkling with a dazzling silver light. Bidon, who had intended to rush at Si Nan, found herself frozen in place, her eyes gradually closing. Shueqin observed Si Nan with surprise, her own eyes shimmering with brilliance as she recognized the extraordinary entity that had appeared before her. The sect had been searching for such an anomaly, having scoured the vicinity of Xianyun City without success. To encounter such a delightful surprise today was entirely unexpected. The distinction between refining the spirit and refining the body was vast. Just then, a brilliant silver light illuminated the courtyard as Chen Fei, who had previously been unconscious, stood up and thrust his sword at Bailon's forehead. The fatal strike left Bailon's eyes tightly shut, her expression devoid of pain, as she remained entranced in a dreamlike state. Shueqin narrowed her eyes at Chen Fei, incredulous at his pretense, which she had not perceived earlier. How astonishing that a Duan-Gu realm practitioner could conceal their vitality so profoundly. First, there was the extraordinary entity, and now Chen Fei's peculiar situation, one surprise after another. You are indeed that person from that night, aren't you? Shixuekin's gaze bore into Chen Fei, noting the similarities in pretense, treachery, and their shared sect and cultivation level. Such a convergence of coincidences could no longer be dismissed as mere chance. Can you control her? Bailan's prowess was formidable, standing at the pinnacle of the Lien Sui realm, comparable to Guolinshan. Yet, she had been slain by Chen Fei's sword. Even if Chen Fei had executed a surprise attack as intended, it would not have been so effortlessly successful were it not for Si Nan's assistance. I cannot contain her. She is too powerful, Si Nan replied, shaking her head. Moreover, I have already aided you once. Let the events of this afternoon be bygone. Farewell. Chen Fei was momentarily taken aback. Was this child truly so carefree? After having assisted him in killing his adversary, she simply turned to leave without fear of repercussions. Shixuekin's lips curled into a cold smile as she materialized before Chen Fei, brandishing her curved blade toward his neck. A resounding clang echoed as the Xingye sword shield shattered, and Chen Fei was forcefully slammed against the courtyard wall, embedding him within. It truly is you. Upon seeing the Xingye sword shield, Shixuekin's hatred surged, and she charged toward Chen Fei, only to find a pair of ghastly white hands gripping her ankle. A layer of ice spread from those pale hands, swiftly creeping up Shixuekin's leg until it reached her knee. Enraged, she prepared to expel the sinister grasp with her vitality, only to be met with the disorienting vision of the sect leader approaching her. Chen Fei, embedded in the wall, noticed Shixuekin's reaction, particularly as her eyes began to close. Grandfather, hurry! She is struggling fiercely. Si Nan's voice echoed with urgency. Simultaneously, a pair of ghastly claws tightened around Shixuekin's neck, while another claw brandishing a sharp blade hurtled toward her head. Chen Fei exerted himself slightly, freeing himself from the wall, and stepped forward with his sword in hand, appearing before Shixuekin. Channeling the Jingxin Ju with all his might, the world seemed to pause for a brief moment. Chen Fei's energy surged from his toes, extending through his arms as he thrust his sword with full force. Sword 5. A sharp clang resonated as Chen Fei's sword met the curved blade, distorting and fracturing from the tip. Thud! Shixuekin's kick struck Chen Fei's chest, causing him to spit blood as he was propelled backward, crashing against the courtyard wall. The wall shattered, and Chen Fei found himself in the neighboring courtyard. Puff! Chen Fei wasted no time, springing to his feet, but another spurt of blood escaped him, his complexion pale. Had he not utilized the principles of the Xingye sword shield to mitigate the force, the consequences would have been far more severe, with broken ribs and internal injuries likely. The disparity in power between the Lianzong realm and Duan-Gu realm was immense. Ascending beyond one's realm was not a simple feat. Shixuekin removed the curved blade that obstructed her path, her expression frosty. The ghastly claws on her neck and ankle had already been shattered, the ice dissipated. Had she not managed to escape the illusion in time, she knew she would have perished. Twice now, she had narrowly avoided death, the last occasion due to underestimating her adversary. This time, she had not anticipated the presence of a formidable ally. Had it not been for a minor artifact she possessed, she would have succumbed to the combined assault of her foes. Inan, Si Yuanhai clutched his granddaughter's body, his expression wrought with anxiety. He had miscalculated, intending only to grant Chen Fei a favor for his previous conduct, which warranted some investment. It was also meant to compensate for Si Nan's earlier recklessness. Yet he had not anticipated such a formidable opponent. Si Nan had been knocked unconscious by the force of the attack. Old man, you'd best remain quiet. I might still spare your life. Otherwise, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Shixuekin cast a cold glance at Si Yuanhai before fixing her gaze upon Chen Fei. Advancing step by step, should Chen Fei attempt to flee, she would not hesitate to strike. Previously on the mountain, it was Chen Fei's ambush that had prevented her from pursuing further. Now, with her injuries nearly healed, Shixuekin was confident that she could end Chen Fei's life within this courtyard. Sweat began to bead on Chen Fei's forehead as he contemplated escape. In the face of such an opponent, fleeing was not an act of shame. However, Shikshuyukin's overwhelming presence bore down upon him, and any sign of hesitation could unleash a tempest of fury. Yet remaining still was equally perilous, as Shikshuyukin closed in, compressing the space around him, ultimately leading to his demise. Now, it is merely a matter of choosing between an early demise or a delayed one. Inside Chen Fei, the Qingxin Ju pulsated fervently, forcibly calming his restless heart as he contemplated various potential escape routes, each of which he ultimately dismissed. Little friend, shortly I will employ a sealing technique to confine her here. Can you still wield that sword from earlier? The voice of Si Yuanhai echoed in Chen Fei's ear. Without uttering a word, Chen Fei drew the hilt of his sword into the sleeve of his left arm, and upon retrieval, a new long sword emerged. Shikshuyukin, witnessing this scene, was momentarily taken aback, unable to discern the nature of this concealed sword technique. Seal! Si Yuanhai suddenly bellowed, forming a hand sign. Behind him, countless spectral hands materialized, numbering no less than 100, their chilling aura enveloping the entire courtyard. In the next moment, these eerie hands vanished, appearing around Shikshuyukin, unleashing an extreme cold and sinister force that engulfed her entirely. A frost formed on her forehead, and in the blink of an eye, she was encased in ice. Si Yuanhai's visage abruptly aged, and he collapsed to the ground. Such a technique, which consumed one's lifespan, was only deployed in moments of dire consequence. He had not anticipated that a single act of assistance would lead to such complications. It can only be said that while Xianyun City is relatively safer than other locales, when danger arises, the stakes can escalate significantly. However, at this juncture, Si Yuanhai could not afford regrets. From the moment Si Nan took action until Shikshuyukin's gaze fell upon him, he understood that his options were dwindling. It was either Shikshuyukin's death or their family's perpetual flight. Taking a deep breath, Chen Fei transformed into a streak of light, appearing before Shikshuyukin. Inching the longsword forward, the blade shimmered ominously as veins bulged on Chen Fei's forehead, his right arm trembling violently, the skin unable to contain the ferocity of his exertion. Fissures beginning to form, blood seeped from every pore, and in an instant, Chen Fei appeared as a figure drenched in crimson, a sight both shocking and horrific. Sword 6, surpassing the limits of his body, he unleashed an ultimate strike. In contrast to the desperate Sword 5, Sword 6 represented a sacrifice of his very life. The moment Shikshuyukin sensed danger, the ice enveloping her trembled violently, a soft glow radiating from her head, causing the ice to melt significantly as if confronted by the blazing sun. Her eyes fixed upon Chen Fei, her pupils had, unbeknownst to her, turned black. Chen Fei's Qingxin Ju operated at its utmost, resisting Shikshuyukin's allure. Yet the foundation of Sword 6 relied on the Qingxin Ju's total mastery over the body, and now was compromised by external influence. Had it merely been Sword 5, Chen Fei might have managed to execute it, but the extremity of Sword 6 caused his technique to falter. Clenching his teeth, Chen Fei realized he could no longer control the sword technique in his grasp, while the power amassed upon the blade emitted a sound of unbearable strain. The ice surrounding Shikshuyukin continued to dissolve, and that radiant glow suddenly manifested before Chen Fei, causing him to lose sight of Shikshuyukin. Frantically cursing within, Chen Fei recalled their previous encounter, where Shikshuyukin had not been so formidable. Had she displayed such prowess then, he would not have had the opportunity to inflict any serious damage. Reflecting on the recent events, Chen Fei suspected Shikshuyukin possessed a treasure. With a thunderous roar, he relied on the Qingxin Ju's memory of the environment to thrust the longsword forward. A resounding explosion ensued, and clarity returned to his vision, only to find the sword had shattered once more, leaving only the hilt in his grasp. Shikshuyukin's right arm, along with her shoulder blade, had vanished, and she leaned against the wall, bloodied, her eyes filled with hatred as they locked onto Chen Fei and his companions. With her arm obliterated, even if it could be reattached, her strength would be gravely diminished. The path to her future cultivation would be irrevocably obstructed, closing the door to her potential breakthroughs indefinitely. As Chen Fei prepared to approach and finish Shikshuyukin, he suddenly coughed up blood, his body teetering on the brink of collapse. Sword 6 had proven to be an overwhelming burden, nearly exhausting him completely. Especially after the Qingxin Ju was disrupted, The instability of his technique compounded his peril. I will remember you all. This matter is far from over. Chen staggered to her feet, a glow swirling at her wound, miraculously halting the flow of blood from such a grievous injury. With a flick of her left hand, her severed arm flew to her, and after catching it, she shot a resentful glance at Chen Fei and the others before attempting to withdraw. Little junior brother, where are you? A voice suddenly called from outside, and Chen Fei's expression shifted dramatically. It was Guolinshan's voice. Senior brother Gua, I am here, Chen Fei shouted, utterly astonished that Guolinshan had found this place. Shuichen's pallor deepened upon hearing Guolinshan's call, desperation flashing across her features. It was late at night, and yet her adversary had reinforcements. Not daring to linger, Shuichen fled towards the courtyard's exit. Senior brother Gua, stop her. Chen Fei, unable to pursue, could only shout urgently. Guolinshan appeared momentarily bewildered, but moved forward to intercept upon seeing someone rushing out. When he realized it was a beautiful woman with a severed arm, he was momentarily taken aback, perplexed by the situation. Senior brother Gua, she is that demoness from Xinyuan's sect. Be cautious. Chen Fei's voice rang out again. Guolinshan's expression grew grave, preparing himself as he observed Shuichen, particularly the glow emanating from her, which instilled a sense of immense threat within him. Let me go. Do not force me to fight to the death. Shuichen's icy gaze bore into Guolinshan. Only a fool would let you leave. Guolinshan bellowed, his body swelling slightly as he stepped forward to confront Shuichen, his broad sword sweeping horizontally, crashing against her curved blade. In the next instant, Shuichen broke through the wall, collapsing in the courtyard, unconscious. Guolinshan blinked, having expected a fierce battle to the bitter end, only to find a resolution surprisingly simple. Observing the outcome, Chen Fei felt a wave of relief wash over him, instinctively sinking to the ground, grateful that they had managed to detain her. Chapter 97. Na Yuan Zhu Shuichen had merely been posturing, deliberately showcasing the threat of that glow. Had she encountered someone else, she might have successfully intimidated them. But alas, she faced Guolinshan. Fearless even in the face of the white candle's deception, how could Guolinshan back down against a gravely injured Shuichen? He first shattered her dantian, rendering her an ordinary person, then bound her securely. During the binding process, he discovered a jade pendant in Shuichen's possession, which emitted a faint glimmer. Hastily, he removed it, exerting all his strength to control Shuichen, regardless of its utility. After a considerable effort, Guolinshan approached Chen Fei, offering him the jade pendant with a puzzled expression. Senior brother Gua, did not the master send you to find me? Chen Fei inquired, equally perplexed. No, the master has been absent from the sect these past few days. I came to seek you out because I recently broke through to the practice of the Zong realm and wanted to share my joy. Guolinshan scratched his head, recalling that he had once heard of Chen Fei's residence in Xinyuan City, but had forgotten the specifics, only retaining a vague sense of direction. After several rounds of searching and calling out, he finally located Chen Fei. Chen Fei could only laugh helplessly at Guolinshan's arrival, relieved that he had come. For without him, Shuichen might have escaped once again. In light of the grievances harbored by both parties today, if Shuichen is not retained here, the future shall be an interminable entanglement. The crux of the matter lies in Chen Fei's strength, which pales in comparison to that of Shuichen. With the assistance of Si Yuan Hai, the conflict could result in mutual destruction. Should Chen Fei face Shuichen alone thereafter, his fortune may not favor him as it has thus far. After all, Shuichen's agility far surpasses Chen Fei's under normal circumstances. Should he attempt to flee, escape would be impossible. It appears he might have to remain within the Yuanshan sword sect indefinitely, unless he achieves a breakthrough to the Lianzong realm. Senior brother, you saved my life today, Chen Fei remarked, seated on the ground, gazing at Guolinshan with a smile. Between us, there is no need for such words. Guolinshan chuckled, recalling the day Chen Fei willingly joined him in luring the deception. From that moment on, a profound bond of camaraderie was forged. Thus, when Guolinshan recently ascended to the Lianzong realm, he was eager to share his newfound strength with Chen Fei. Unexpectedly, fate intervened and enabled him to aid Chen Fei in subduing Shuichen. Guolinshan kept a vigilant watch over Shuichen. Although her cultivation had been rendered null, he remained cautious, particularly concerned that she might take her own life, which would be a tremendous loss. Chen Fei applied medicinal salves and spent the night channeling his energy to mend his injuries. The Tong Yuan Gong, an esteemed inner sect technique of the Yuan-Chan sword sect, proved invaluable, not only aiding in cultivation, but also exhibiting remarkable efficacy in healing. Initially on the brink of collapse, Chen Fei's condition stabilized after just one night of recuperation. If this trend continues, he might fully recover in 2 to 3 days, without any lingering aftereffects. As dawn broke and the night faded, Chen Fei and the others deliberated whether to escort Shi Shuiqin to the sect or await the arrival of sect members. Just then, a knock resonated. "Master!" Guo Linshan exclaimed as he approached the door, surprised to see the visitor. When he had left the previous day, Feng Xiupu was absent from the sect and had been away for several days. Feng Xiupu nodded and entered the courtyard. Chen Fei quickly rose and bowed to him. Feng Xiupu observed the disarray of the courtyard and Chen Fei's grievously injured state, frowning slightly. "It appears I have arrived too late." "Master, it is not too late. We have captured that demoness," Guo Linshan replied excitedly, shutting the courtyard door behind him. "Captured?" Feng Xiupu expressed astonishment, particularly given Chen Fei's current state of incapacitation, which indicated he had sustained even greater injuries last night. In such conditions, surviving without being killed was already a stroke of fortune. Judging by the information relayed by Chen Fei, the adversary was of the Lianzong realm, while Chen Fei, despite his remarkable prowess in the Duangu realm, would likely flee upon encountering such an opponent. Thankfully, assistance from neighboring allies had been rendered. Chen Fei sighed and briefly recounted the events. "Take me to see the person from the Xinyan sect," Feng Xiupu commanded solemnly. They entered a room where Shi Shuiqin lay bound on the ground. Now awake, she merely stared vacantly into the distance, indifferent to her surroundings. With her cultivation obliterated and now restrained, her fate was sealed, and she held no interest in the world around her, even wishing for death. Yet, regrettably, Guo Linshan's grip prevented her from achieving even that. Guo Linshan's erratic maneuvers surprisingly yielded results. "Master, how should we deal with this demoness?" Chen Fei turned to Feng Xiupu. "I shall take her directly to the Xianyun sword sect." Feng Xiupu pondered for a moment before responding gravely. The Xinyan sect was formidable, having withstood the test of time against the Xianyun sword sect without being eradicated, and thus posed a considerable challenge. The Yuan-Chan sword sect had no need to entangle itself in such matters. Otherwise, should the Xinyan sect turn its gaze towards them, the Yuan-Chan sword sect would suffer grievously. Given the influx of individuals from various places to Xianyun City, the Yuan-Chan sword sect had gained opportunities for growth and did not wish to invite trouble at such a juncture. "This matter must remain confidential. Do not speak of it, lest we attract disaster," Feng Xiupu cautioned. "Rest assured, Master," Chen Fei and Guo Linshan nodded in agreement. Encountering a behemoth like the Xinyan sect was best avoided. "Exercise caution," Feng Xiupu advised. The Xianyun sword sect had never been stingy in such matters. Chen Fei's strength remained insufficient as a Duangu realm cultivator. Encountering a Lianzong realm adversary was fraught with peril. In this chaotic world, Feng Xiupu resolved to procure something advantageous for Chen Fei from the Xianyun sword sect. After Feng Xiupu departed, Chen Fei and the others conferred with Si Yuanhai and ultimately decided to vacate their current residence. The commotion from the previous night had been substantial, and inquisitive eyes might uncover traces of their activities. Shi Shuiqin had undergone a dreamlike interrogation by Si Yinan in the dead of night, revealing that her presence here had been a spur-of-the-moment decision, without any intent to report upwards. This disclosure brought relief to all, but for safety's sake, they would relocate to a new dwelling. They had Qi Defeng alter his appearance to find a steward and rent 2 courtyards. Given their proximity to the center of Xianyun City, the cost was considerable. Fortunately, Chen Fei still possessed some wealth, and to express gratitude for Si Yuanhai's assistance the previous night, he willingly covered the entire expense. "Let us cover the rent ourselves," Si Yuanhai suggested to Chen Fei. "Had it not been for your intervention last night, I might have met a tragic end. What is this some matter?" They each insisted, but ultimately, Chen Fei accepted the arrangement, as further insistence would have been awkward. Previously, Chen Fei had contemplated restoring the formula for failing Dan through his own efforts. His insatiable desire for victory and the accompanying sense of accomplishment had ignited a fervent obsession with this endeavor. However, given the multitude of financial demands he faced. Chen斐resolved to follow his heart, redeem the formula for Failing Dan, and subsequently commence its sale. Yet, the quantity of Failing Dan available for sale would undoubtedly pale in comparison to that of Changfu Dan. This was not due to a lack of buyers or exorbitant prices, but rather because Chen斐would likely be unable to gather sufficient medicinal materials as he currently had. The materials for Changfu Dan were easily obtainable, as they comprised common herbs from ordinary years. Conversely, Failing Dan demanded a minimum age for its primary ingredients, with the main herb requiring at least 20 years of maturation. Consequently, the price of Failing Dan was exorbitantly high due to the stringent age requirements of its ingredients. Henceforth, the onus would fall upon Qi Defeng to procure the necessary materials or seek assistance from the Alchemist Alliance. Regardless, redeeming the formula for Failing Dan presented Chen斐with only advantages and no downsides. At most, he would miss out on the sense of accomplishment that came with deriving it independently. After spending 5 days recuperating in Xianyun City, tranquility reigned. Chen Fei's injuries had healed, and he had not neglected his practice of the third layer of Tanyuan Gong, although his progress remained impeded by the lingering effects of his injuries. "Master, I seek an audience," Guo Linshan called out as he stepped forward. "Come in," Feng Xiupu's voice beckoned. As they entered the courtyard, they found Feng Xiupu seated at a stone table, toying with a yellow orb. "Take it," Feng Xiupu instructed, lightly sending the orb towards Chen Fei. Instinctively, Chen Fei caught it and looked at Feng Xiupu in confusion. "Na Yuan Zhu," Feng Xiupu proclaimed. He lifted a teacup from the stone table, took a sip, and smiled. "This time, luck was on our side. I obtained this item from the Xianyun Sword Sect. It should greatly aid your cultivation." "What a remarkable treasure, junior brother," Guo Linshan exclaimed with delight. Chen Fei examined the orb in his hand. Its exterior appeared unremarkable, reminiscent of a child's clay sphere.